I'm a 24-year-old male, and this happened to me a few years ago when I was around 21. I remember because it was shortly after my birthday in December. It was really cold outside and there was snow on the ground as we had just had a snowstorm pass through our area. I lived with my parents at the time, and my mom is not really a fan of driving in the snow, so she asked me if I could drive her to the gas station for her to pick up some cigarettes for her and my dad, as well as a few other items they might have needed. I said sure, as I wasn't really doing anything at the time, and I grabbed my keys, then following her to the car. I remember the cold air hitting your face pretty hard that night, so it had to be at least around the teens, which made the snow and whatever else was on the roads really slippery. This is important to know for later on in the story. The nearest gas station was about 5 minutes away from us, but given the conditions of the roads, it took us about 10 to get there. Once I was able to park the car, my mom got out of the car, then made her way inside the store. From where I was parked, I could see her inside the store standing in the line that was leading up to the register. I kept the car running as it was really cold and I just didn't want to be sitting in the car without any heat. I was browsing on my phone while waiting for my mom to get done, and right around that time I had seen her finally approach the register. There was a black truck that pulled up into the parking spot right next to my car. I found this a bit unusual given that the parking lot was empty, so there was really no reason for them to park right next to the spot where I was. But I kinda just chalked it up to them wanting to be as close to the entrance as they could, given how cold it was that night. No one got out of the car at first, but I didn't even notice this until I looked up to see my mom walking out of the entrance back to the car. I glanced over to the truck's passenger side window, and I could just make out a figure sitting in the passenger seat, and they were facing in my direction. My mom opened the door, then got inside, before then asking me what I was looking at. I told her about the truck pulling up well over a few minutes ago around the same time that she approached the register, but that nobody had gotten out. She first chalked it up to maybe they were just waiting for someone inside the store to come out, but when I mentioned seeing a figure in the passenger side of the car looking towards our direction, she then began to sense why I was so spooked out by it. She told me to just back out and get out of there, and that we didn't need to worry about them once we drove off. As soon as I put the car into reverse and then began to back up, the passenger door swung open and hit the side of my car. A tall, very built man stepped out from the car as soon as the door made contact with my car. I hit the brakes as soon as I felt the contact, and the man stood there before throwing his hands up at me and then staring in my direction. I didn't really know what to do as I'd never really been in any sort of accident before, and my mom was sitting right there next to me and could see as well as I had that the door had not been opened until we had already started moving. The man slowly walked up to my window and just stood there. I cracked it very slowly, and I told the man that I was sorry, but that I didn't see the door open as I was backing out. For a brief moment, he didn't really say anything. That is, before he simply asked,
"Roll down your window a little bit more. I can barely hear you."
I knew this couldn't be true as it was really quiet in that area, and I wasn't even speaking in a low tone. I told him that I'd prefer to keep it cracked as I really didn't want to let cold air get into the car. This really angered the man, and he immediately spoke in a more angered tone now. He was telling me to roll down my window yet again. I again told him no, and this is when things then took a turn for the absolute worse. Without any warning whatsoever, the man smacked my window really hard with his hand. Startled, I immediately jumped back and rolled the window up. My mom was right beside me, just absolutely yelling for me to just back out and leave. But I was really afraid of hitting the man in the process as he was still right next to my car. The man kept smacking my window really hard a few more times before he then tried punching it. It was right at this point where I realized that if I didn't get my mom and I out of there fast, this guy was definitely going to hurt us. I could see the cashier inside the gas station heard what was going on, and he looked to be on the phone with what I could only assume was the police. But there was absolutely no way I could wait for them as the man was now both punching at my window and now kicking my door. It was like some switch had then flipped on in this man's head and he had just totally lost it. I told my mom to hold on as I put the car into reverse again and backed out of there as fast as I could, just barely missing the guy by a few inches. I pulled fully out of the parking spot before the man ran out in front of our car and slammed his hands right on the hood. I sat there frozen, not knowing what to do, as the man looked right back at me. I turned the car wheel, then sped around him, trying to avoid him the best that I could before booking it the hell out of there. After that, I honestly thought that was the end of it. But as we made our way down the road to a stoplight, I was able to see headlights that was fast approaching from behind our car. And once it was close enough behind us, I could then see that it was the same truck the man was in. There appeared to be 2 people inside of it. I assumed the man I encountered must have been the passenger, and I guess the driver was someone I hadn't noticed before. I told my mom that it was them behind us, and she started to freak out and call my dad, then letting him know what was going on. We were still probably about 10 minutes away from our house given the road conditions, but I knew that there was no way that I could get us back to our house in that amount of time before these guys tried to ram us off the road, or whatever else they had planned for us. My dad told my mom for us to attempt to head back towards our house and that he would try and meet us halfway in his truck. She told me this, and I agreed that this had to be our best option, given that I couldn't turn around and head back to the gas station still not knowing if the police had even been called or not. So once the light turned green, I punched on the gas and sped off. I'm gonna be completely honest. I really wasn't being that cautious of the road at this point, as there really weren't any other cars at this point of the night. There were a few times where the car slid from the ice on the road, and I knew that it would only take one turn of the wheel to lose control, but I wasn't going to slow down and let these guys catch up to us. After about a few minutes of driving, we were able to see headlights right in front of us on the other side of the road. I was thinking that it had to be my father, and as we got a little closer, we were able to make out his truck beyond the lights. Very surprisingly, the truck was still behind us, still keeping pace with me given the road conditions. I could see my father cut across a midsection of the roads and then stop shortly off the side of the road. I started to slow down right as we approached and then pulled off to the side of the road, the truck still following me. As I came to a stop, the same man from before that was in the passenger seat hopped out of the car, then started making his way to our car. The driver opened his door, but before he could step out, both of the men stopped dead in their tracks at the sound of my father's voice. I suggest that both of you hop back in that car and drive right on out of here before I put a bullet in the both of you. I could see my dad walking out into the light, radiating from both his and my headlights. He had his 9mm pistol pulled and aimed right at the man's head as he stood right next to my car. I pretty much just watched as both of the men just stood there for a brief moment as my dad slowly inched his way towards them. The man then very slowly backed away towards his truck before then speaking to what I assumed was my father.
"You're really lucky you got here when you did."
The man laughed and jumped back into his truck before it quickly backed out and drove off in the other direction. My dad walked to my window and he asked me and my mom if we were okay. I remember telling him that other than being scared shitless, I think we were fine. Shortly afterwards, my dad followed us back home just to make sure no one else followed us. I really have no idea what those men's intentions were or why the man acted the way he did. All I know is that if I hadn't reacted how I did to get my mom and I out of there, I just really hate to think what those men would have done to us. For some context, I'm a 22-year-old female, and at the time I was 18 years old. I had moved to the nearest city from my hometown about 2 hours away to go to community college. I was going to get a degree in fine arts. I lived in a relatively really big dorm with 3 other roommates who were also female. The dorms happened to be located in the back of the college near downtown, situated behind a steakhouse, nightclub, and a gas station. The area was sort of in a seedy part of the city, so I tended to be a little cautious whenever I went, especially at night. One of those nights I had been craving some junk foods and I wanted to grab some snacks to eat while I was watching a movie, so I decided to head out to the nearby gas station. I grabbed my keys, my wallet, and then my phone, then told my roommates where I was going. I was really close by, so I was able to walk to it whenever I wanted to. Though I would typically avoid it at night since it really sent off some really creepy vibes. When I finally arrived there, I opened the door, then went inside. It was pretty quiet, save for one guy who was hanging out near the liquor in the back. The girl at the counter seemed to be scrolling through her phone, seeing as she didn't really have much to do. So I went ahead and started looking at things I wanted to buy. Though, I gotta say, the closer I got to the back, the more that I could hear this sort of muttering. The guy who I had seen entering the store seemed to just be muttering absolute nonsense to himself. It wasn't that quiet, so I wasn't able to make out what he was saying. I didn't really think too much of it, and I just went back to what I was doing. A few minutes had passed, and as I was still shopping, the dude who I had seen in the back suddenly started yelling now. Just absolutely shouting random incomprehensible things. Every single second that went by, he seemed to get angrier. The man was pacing and he was waving his arms around. I was pretty much just standing there glued to the spot, absolutely terrified of this man. I didn't know what to do, and I wasn't sure if this guy was drunk, high, or just crazy. The girl at the cash register seemed to have been alerted to his presence as well. We had made eye contact and she looked just as terrified as I did. We both just watched as this man then ranted, raved, and began to pace around the store. I was unsure if I should call the police or not. I was trying to be quiet as to not alert him of my presence, as I just really didn't know what he was capable of. Another few minutes went by, and this guy then started yelling and screaming until he then walked up to the front, kicked over a few things, then left the store. I watched the guy then disappear right into the night, my heart now hammering in my chest. I had genuinely thought that I was going to get attacked by this crazy man. Thankfully he left though without causing too much damage. I walked up to the poor frightened cashier and paid for my stuff. I also ended up giving her some extra cash because I felt really bad. I mean, I know she wasn't getting paid enough to deal with people like that crazy ass man, so I just wanted to help her out. That's pretty much the end of my story though. I don't know what happened with the man, and I don't know if he ever returned to the gas station, but I'm just really hoping that I don't encounter him again.
When I was 18 or 19, I decided to go metal detecting this park that was in the heart of the ghetto. Saying that this place is in a bad part of town too is really an understatement. There are regular shootings that occur at it, and the parking lot around the area is filled to the brim with dirty needles. And maybe I was stupid for detecting at this location, but I guess I just didn't care. I mean, I'd previously hit the spot and helped this old bum find a missing piece from his bicycle. But anyway, when I went here this time, it was like 4:30 in the morning. I drank like 8 cups of coffee and had this beat-up, rusty 1980s bounty hunter metal detector that my grandpa got at Radio Shack and left to me when he passed away. And I started on one side of the field and began moving across it in a sort of Rasta-scan sort of pattern. I found mainly just Corona caps, pennies, and sprinkler parts at the end, but I was at about the middle of the field and got a hit that seemed like it could have been a dollar coin or a ring or something, so I started digging it. I dropped my detector on the grass and pulled out this really big knife that I had to start cutting a plug, and as I was digging, I sort of looked around me every few minutes to keep a good view of my surroundings. At one moment, I looked behind me and noticed that this older, heavy-set black dude sort of looked a bit like Wesley Willis, who was super far away from me, was starting to get a bit closer. I assumed that he was just a guy at the park, so I kept digging, but kept my eyes on him. It's worth noting too that he couldn't have seen my knife from the angle that he was at, just my detector and bag of findings. He started getting closer and closer to me, and I got really suspicious at this point. I started wondering what his deal was, and I don't think that he saw I noticed him, because just then, he started charging me, like running full force towards me as fast as he could, with his eyes aimed at my gear. I stood up as fast as I could, and he saw my knife, and immediately yelled, "Oh man, I didn't mean any trouble. I'm sorry, man," and then just ran away super fast. To be honest, I was more confused by the situation than startled, I guess, but I still got out of there pretty quickly, because that after a little bit of reflection, could have been a very close call. Years ago, I moved to follow my boyfriend and to do a PhD in his country. I won't name the place, but it's an across-the-ocean type of deal. At first, I was very excited. It was a wonderful adventure. That is, until it wasn't. It's hard to describe the complexity of what I felt. I felt alone, misunderstood, far from my family and friends, and even though my boyfriend is wonderful, I really felt the weight of not finding any human connection. This could explain why I acted so weird and disconnected from reality in the following story. I'm also a very naive woman, and I like to see the best in people around me. This has been problematic more than a few times, but this story is maybe the worst example of where this candid attitude got me. So my boyfriend and I, we're into BDSM. We do it alone, on our own, and do not participate in events or anything. I do have an account on an own website. I go there to find new ideas for our sessions, and I sometimes, but rarely, post pictures. No face, no tattoos, nothing like that. I get contacted by interested DOMs once in a while, even though I clearly state that I'm not free. Usually they send copy-paste messages, so I just ignore them. Once in a while, though, I'd get a more, personal message and make an effort to answer that I'm definitely not interested and that I'm in a relationship. And this is how my discussion with him started. He didn't approach me with, will you be my sub, but with curiosity about how I got into BDSM, stating that he was quite new to the domain and was interested in understanding the way of life. So, I gladly explained. Explanations turned into discussions, and he told me about how he was in the police and that he investigated drug cartels. He also told me that he was married and that he had kids. Interestingly, we had a lot of hobbies in common too, a lot. I won't go into details about those hobbies, but they're kind of specific. And feeling very lonely, combined with the fact that I felt like I could trust him because he was married and had kids, I accepted his invitation to start texting on WhatsApp. I want to be clear that my boyfriend knew about this from day one too. Plus, we had been talking on this website for almost 3 months before switching to WhatsApp. He was very friendly and interested by my day-to-day life. He'd share pictures of his kids and of investigations that he was working on. This went on for another 3 months too. Then, one day, he told me that he had to do an interview of a suspect close to the town where I lived and asked if we could meet for coffee. I agreed, and we met for the first time. But before anyone panics, my boyfriend was hiking with friends for a few weeks. I texted him, but he didn't have a signal. Plus, we have a very trusting relationship. He has a lot of girlfriends, and back in my country, I hung out with a lot of boys. So this really isn't weird for us. But anyway, back to this first encounter. It felt as if we had known each other for years, to be honest. We had a great time from the beginning, and I was so happy that I'd found a friend far from my country, and he knew that I loved reading thrillers and enjoyed murder investigation videos, so he showed me his gear. Handcuffs, sampling kits for small investigations, other restraints, etc. It didn't feel weird at that moment, but afterwards, I kind of understood that this could have been a way for him to show off what he could do. However, as the night went on, after grabbing drinks from a nearby bar, he forced me against a wall and kissed me. I was shocked, really, and barely managed to push him off me. I told him that it was completely inappropriate, that he was married, and that I was in a relationship. He was really sorry and felt ashamed. He told me that he felt that there was something between us, and I was like, yeah, it's called friendship. I was disappointed, to say the least, and we parted ways. Days later, after he apologized over and over again, he called me to meet up. He wanted to take me for a ride in his hometown. It's a pretty place. He's got a bike, and he wants me to enjoy the scenery in his country that I barely know. And I agree. It is his hometown. He works there. He lives there with his wife and kids. Surely I'll be okay. In short, I wasn't. Again, he kissed me, tried to push for more, in the middle of a park, mind you, a park where he brought his children to play on the weekends. So I told him to bring me back to the bus station so I could leave. He did, and then proceeded to tell me a story about how he had recently got a drug seller out of hiding by modifying text messages sent by his girlfriend. He basically made him believe that she was cheating on him to get him to confront her and then arrested him. I don't know if it was true, I don't even know if it's possible, but due to what had just happened, what I heard was, I can make your boyfriend believe that you're cheating on him. And my boyfriend was still on his hike by that time. We did talk once every few days, and I told him everything about the moment that he had some cell signal. Meanwhile, I was confronting this guy about that. His behavior was really strange as he went from, "I'm sorry, I think I'm in love with you," to, "If you tell the cops, who do you think they'll believe? Their colleague or an immigrant?" I got scared and tried to cool things down with him. I just felt that he could go crazy at any moment. He clearly wasn't used to girls refusing him. At that point, I thought that it would be safer for me and my boyfriend to maintain contact with this guy, albeit with less enthusiasm than before. But after understanding how obsessed he was, I blocked him from all platforms where I knew that he had an account. But he found me. He even sent me my address, asking if I'd loved living in that particular part of town, and I never gave him my address. I guess that he could pull some strings at the station to get my info. He even came to visit me at my job at one point. I was so scared that I just played it as if everything was okay. I told him my boyfriend wanted me to cut ties with him because he was angry about what had happened, which was true, but I also wanted him out of my life. I didn't know how he would react if I told him, however. This guy insisted that I loved him, though, that I could be his mistress, that my boyfriend didn't have to know. He was obsessed by me, and he didn't hide it anymore. He told me that he wanted to have me, how we'd be a great couple, how he'd father our children. He went from "I'll be husband" material to, like, a serial sex offender too in a matter of seconds. I refused again and again, blocking him, changing my accounts, you name it. I got scared, though, when I got calls from unknown numbers. I was terrified when I saw anyone slowing down on a motorcycle close to my apartment. I was wary of going outside and going to my job. The quarantine was actually pretty welcome for me, really, and I didn't get any news from him for months. And then I broke my cell phone, and I knew that I could transfer all of my numbers from one phone to another, but I didn't know that it would unblock previously blocked numbers. Days later, I got a message from him. He told me that he had divorced his wife, that he still loved me, that he wanted to marry me. He apologized for making me believe that I was only mistress material and that I was worth so much more. He said my boyfriend didn't love me, that I deserved better, that he was waiting for me. When he saw that I saw his message, he said, "Finally, I thought you'd never unblock me." So, does this mean that he'd been sending this message over and over again in hopes that I'd finally see it? This narcissistic man used all of the manipulation tactics that he knew. He had told me, before we met in person, how he had learned those skills to toy with criminals, to have them tell the truth and admit crimes. Fortunately, I had dated manipulative men before and knew the signs. Basically, he wasn't used to not getting what he wanted. He was attractive, rich, interesting, and he knew that. I blocked him again, and we moved a few months later, and I just hope that he doesn't get his hand on this information. I believe that his last move was trying to hack into my Instagram, as I got a notification that someone from his hometown had tried to connect to my account. This obsessed cop who has chased me for over a year now, it's terrifying, to say the least.
I live in an apartment complex. We've been living here for about a decade. Where we live, there are a lot of stray cats here, and some people have dogs. Some of these dogs chase the cats around, and some of the dogs killed them, and some of them injured them. I'm not blaming the dogs though, it's just nature. I am, however, blaming the bad owners. I'm just saying how most people here do not like cats at all, and that goes for the people in our apartment building. All of them hate cats. We have a grandpa who lives downstairs who swats at them with a fly swatter, hits them, and threatens them. He's an awful guy with 3 children, and their father and the grandma hang around a lot outside, and I often heard the grandma teaching her children to hate the cats as well. Now on the 2nd floor, this is where the evil neighbors reside. On the 2nd floor, there's a back door that leads outside as the 2nd floor is on a hill. We often leave back there at night to give the cats food, and we found it quite difficult to do so in these past months. Now we have to go out back and then walk towards the side of the building to give the cats our leftovers. A few months ago, my dad came in and said how the neighbors are putting spices like paprika, garlic powder, and other spices on their windowsill and air conditioner to hurt the cats if they smell it. I immediately went outside and ripped some dirt off the ground and wiped it off and splashed some water to get rid of the dirt, because obviously if you do that, you're a piece of crap. What's worse is they literally own a cat, so it might be abused. They even put notes on their windows to not wipe it down. They stopped for a few weeks, but yesterday they put a ton of crap on their window and I wiped it off. And then today they put a security camera on the window, and I went outside and took a picture for evidence. Now we have a note from the manager on our door saying that I wiped it down, and they have zero proof of this, so I'm saying I didn't. But they're saying that I tried to get under their windows and break in. It's just a warning notice, but I'm not sure what to do. I really love the cats. I grew up with them, but I just don't understand these grown-ass adults having beef with a minor and some cats, seeing as they have their own cat. I would also like to add that the managers are horrible. They hate animals and they put notes on all of the apartment doors to not feed them or give them water. But what they don't realize is the cats are saving them from lawsuits, seeing as snakes like copperheads keep lurking around here, and some snakes have even gotten inside the apartments. The managers are also buddy-buddy with other residents and let them break the rules. They literally didn't kick their friends out when 2 grown-ass adults jumped me and my older brother because we called him names when he abused a cat right in front of us. That's just how evil these people are. I'm a 25-year-old female, and I got my first apartment about a year ago. When I moved in, I was nervous but excited about the opportunity. A few weeks after moving in, I bought a puppy so that I wouldn't feel so lonely. My key broke in my door, so I had to call maintenance to come fix it and let me into my apartment. The maintenance guy was instantly obsessed with my dog, but my dog was immediately afraid of him. I passed it off as nothing since she was a puppy, and I figured she might just act that way around everyone new. A few weeks later, my dishwasher broke, so I called maintenance to come out again. I was working on crate training my dog, so I stated it was fine for them to come while I was at work since she would be in her crate, and at most just might annoy them with mild barking. Upon arriving home from work, I found several places on my carpet where my dog had an accident. I thought that I must have missed it before I left for work. I took her outside to go for a walk, and the maintenance guy stopped me and informed me that he let my dog out while working on my dishwasher. He informed me that I was starving her by keeping her locked up all day, and that I wasn't a good pet owner. He then stated he could take better care of her. I was way too shocked to say anything. I talked to my dog's vet, and the vet confirmed I was doing everything right for crate training my puppy. For several weeks after this, the maintenance guy would stop to attempt to pet my dog whenever he saw us. I started taking different routes for walks and began driving to a nearby park to avoid him. This was when I realized my dog didn't react to any other stranger the way she reacted to him, hiding behind me and aggressively barking. He also began making comments about my appearance. I mentioned the occurrences to my parents whenever they visited. My mom thought that I might just be overreacting to living alone for the first time. She walked my dog with me around the complex. The maintenance guy stopped again and proceeded to make a joke about stealing my dog. We got back from the walk, and my mom then stated we were going to go out to buy video cameras for the apartment. After that, things seemed to calm down. Whenever I had maintenance issues, a different guy would come out. My dog would still be uneasy, but wouldn't react aggressively. Today I had a maintenance issue again, and the original maintenance guy came out. My dog once again reacted aggressively. I held her to help calm her down, and she began to relax but still remained on alert. The maintenance guy mentioned that he noticed my family had recently visited, and he then proceeded to ask if they had left. He then started asking me if I was in school or working. I responded by saying I was working. He then asked me how much money I make. I began feeling very uncomfortable, and I laughed off his question by stating that I didn't remember. He wouldn't accept this answer though, and he kept pestering me. I then responded by saying that I'm bad with numbers. He then kept pestering me about how many hours I work. My dog then began barking aggressively at him until he finally left. I honestly feel so creeped out right now. My lease is almost up, so I'm not really sure if I should complain and risk them retaliating by withholding my security deposit. I'm also nervous about filing a complaint and then living here for a few more weeks. This happened last night. For reference, I'm a 22-year-old female, and my husband is 25 years old. Last night, my husband woke me up at around 11:50 to tell me that someone's been knocking on our door and ringing our apartment doorbell for about 10 minutes on and off. He woke me up so I could possibly ID the person. Once I looked out our upstairs apartment window, I saw the man walking to his car in our apartment parking lot, which was across the street from our unit. He was wearing blue jeans and a gray t-shirt. He was a medium build, possibly a 30-year-old blonde man. He wasn't covering his face or anything, but the thing is, he was carrying what looked like resistance bands or rope. He sat in his car for around 3 minutes while I was on the phone with dispatch. Then he came back to our door and knocked hard for another few minutes. Dispatch advised me that the police were on their way, and they hung up. I started videoing the vehicle. I read out the tag number and make and model, and just watched as he put his car in park and reversed over and over again. Out of seemingly nowhere, he backed out of the parking lot and started rushing away, but not before the officer arrived and pulled him over. My downstairs neighbor knocked on my door and told me that he'd been peering into her little children's windows and was pounding on her door as well. She said that her husband had only left 1 minute before he started knocking at her door. She said that he saw her children through the window, and that's why he continued knocking. Our doors are right next to one another, so he probably didn't know what door he wanted opened. He was watching us as well through our upstairs windows, so I turned all of the lights out and shut the blinds while I called dispatch. The police never contacted us for a statement. I've reached out to dispatch about an update, and I'm waiting to see if any action was actually taken. We're keeping our eyes peeled to see if he's been following us. I'm replacing my porch light bulbs with motion detectors and putting bars on our window and door tracks. My neighbors and our families are panicked, to say the least. He was outside for about 25 to 30 minutes. To the knocking man who had bad intentions, please don't come back. Okay, so I have an update. I'm trained in firearm usage, and I now live in a state where I can open carry, and the background check is really quick. We're going this weekend to get a firearm. My husband will be taking some classes as he came from somewhere where owning a gun is illegal, so he's never handled one. I'm still waiting on a call from the responding officer. I have his badge number and name, so if they don't reach out to me today or tonight, I'm gonna call the substation. If they didn't do anything, I'm gonna go ahead and make a suspicious persons case for the paper trail. We had no odd encounters last night. However, while I was looking at the video I took, I remembered that car. I was walking my dog at 8 p.m. about a week ago for him to pee, and this car was driving really slow through the parking lot and parked a few spots down from where I was letting my dog sniff. They just sat there with the car running. When I tell you my ears started ringing and I got an awful feeling, I'm not joking. I turned around and went home, didn't give my dog the chance to pee, and shut every door and window. I think this man has been stalking out our apartment building along with me and my neighbors. I think he wanted to get in where those children are. I'll update more when I have new information. Update number 2. It's been a week since the incident. I called dispatch today because I never received a follow-up from the responding officer. A sergeant from the police department called me back to give me more information. He said that they pulled over the man, ran him to make sure there were no warrants, and asked him what he was doing. He told the officer that he was meeting up with an acquaintance. The officer let him go with no further questions. Not only that, the responding officer is also a sergeant. I about lost my mind with this. The sergeant I spoke to today stated that he should have looked into it more, but that it was obviously an attempt at burglary, sexually motivated and or with intent to commit a felony. The responding officer is supposed to call me tonight when he gets on duty. I'm honestly livid at all this. Zero due diligence for this case, but there's not even a case. No case number, just a documented police contact. I'll give more info when I have it. Okay, so here's the final update. The officer finally called me. Here's how the conversation went.
Hello?
I answered groggily. It was well past midnight.
Hello, miss. I was told you have some questions about an incident a few nights ago. Yes, about Thursday. I want to know what that man told you he was doing. You know, he was looking in the windows and carrying potential restraints. I'm not sure if that was related to you. I stopped him, ran his tags, and he told me that he was meeting up with a guy from a dating app. He seemed forthcoming and open with his motive for being there. Meeting up with? Wait. You're telling me he was meeting up with someone by looking in windows and knocking on 2 different doors for 20 minutes?
I was shocked and still not fully awake.
Like I said, he seemed forthcoming and honest with me.
So was Jeffrey Dahmer was the first thing that came to my mind.
With resistant bands? Like workout bands? Ma'am, he had a lot of belongings in his car, so he probably just had them in there. Right, but bringing them to a hookup? Knocking on multiple doors? He saw the little girls through the window. He waited until my neighbor's husband left until knocking. That's on tape, officer. I checked in with the apartment management after the incident. Well, I'm familiar with this individual, and I've been doing long drives throughout your complex just to make sure he doesn't come back. I haven't seen anything suspicious. If you don't have any more questions, I'll let you go, ma'am. This just doesn't make any sense to me, but thank you and goodbye.
I hung up. I don't have much to say. I just feel so icky about that conversation. Nothing new has come of the situation. I haven't seen that man or the car. My mind is blown at the lack of follow-up or due diligence. I live in a suburb. It's not a busy one either. The police department has a small jurisdiction. I guess I'll just have to protect myself. I've lived in the beautiful city of Los Angeles for about 8 years now. My family in the Midwest always asks me, "Isn't there so much crime there? I don't know how you deal with it." But other than getting my car battery stolen a few times and the terrifying incident I'm about to share with y'all, I haven't really encountered much. This occurred in an apartment complex in Hollywood where I was living with 3 roommates about a year before the pandemic hit. For those who haven't been to Hollywood, let me set the scene. Most of it is the complete opposite of the glamorous celebrity-filled mecca that were shown in the movies and pop culture. Maybe it really was glamorous at one point, and those remnants can be felt in some places. But now it seems to be a magnet for the sketchiest people you can imagine. It's extremely dirty, and sometimes it feels unsafe to walk the streets by yourself during the day, let alone at night. I'm a woman for context. You truly never know who you'll run into, and I don't mean that in a good way. Now for the apartment complex itself. As mentioned, this is a sketchy area, but for whatever reason, my complex didn't have any security on site, ever. I've lived in far less sketchy apartments in LA that had security patrolling the building at all times, so not having any just seemed a bit insane. To make things worse, the complex would rent out certain apartment units to Airbnb guests, meaning that randos were entering and leaving the building 24/7. Both of these elements contributed to what happened on the night in question, which also happened to be the day I moved in. So on this day, I was almost done moving all of my stuff in. It was around 9 p.m. that night, and all that was left to carry inside from my car was a suitcase full of clothes and a stack of records. I walked into the lobby of the complex carrying this stuff and waited for one of the 2 elevators to come. As I was waiting, a group of about 3 to 4 people entered the lobby who were clearly here for the Airbnb, judging by their luggage and wide-eyed sense of wonderment. As this group came in the lobby doors, which were entirely made of see-through glass by the way, I noticed a man lingering directly behind them. My first glance at this man filled me with a feeling of dread. You could just tell that this was someone off the street who did not need to be entering this building. He was tall with wild hair, wearing a filthy wife beater that I'm assuming was white at one point. He had a dangerous, dead-eyed quality that communicated to me that he was out of it, on drugs, drunk, or something else. Not sure, but I knew that I did not want this man in my building. The group of tourists continued chatting to each other, completely oblivious to this man trailing them. To my dismay, they allowed him to stagger into the lobby right behind them. Now myself, the tourists, and the man are all standing at the front of the elevators, the tourists still seemingly oblivious to how unhinged and potentially dangerous this man seemed. As both of the elevator doors opened at the same time, I scurried into one, and the tourist shuffled into the other. To my absolute horror, the man jumped into my elevator at the last second, and as the doors closed, I realized I was trapped in there alone with him. Now, I'm already a paranoid person who's way too addicted to horror and true crime, so I was freaking out at that point. I was standing as close to the front of the elevator as possible while the man stayed toward the back. It became more and more apparent that this was a man who was on something and incoherent, as he began muttering things I couldn't understand behind me. I had no idea if it was directed toward me, himself, or an unknown entity that only he could see, but I didn't turn around or look his way out of fear of encouraging it. His mutterings grew louder as I continued standing toward the front of the elevator, praying that he wouldn't try anything. The man then gruffly snarled, "Hey!" I shot him a look out of pure reflex to see him with an undone zipper touching his junk through his disgusting tighty-whities and staring at me with those dazed, unwell eyes. This entire sequence felt like an eternity, but was probably only a minute or so. As we finally reached my door and the doors opened, I walked out of the elevator as quickly but as calmly as possible, not wanting to provoke him further. I lived at the end of the hallway, a straight shot from the elevator. I was about halfway down the hallway, thinking that I was possibly in the clear, as he didn't seem to be following me, but I could still hear the man making incoherent noises from the elevator. I glanced behind me to see the man exit the elevator. "Ugh!" he yelled at me, and that was it. I was not about to make it this far to get attacked now. I started running, still dragging my suitcase and holding my records, and in my panic, he started running after me. My stuff crashed to the ground as I dropped it and ran as fast as I could to my door, which was unlocked, thank God, due to my other roommates being home. As I slammed the door shut and locked it, the man reached our door, muttering and growling. I honestly don't even think he knew where he was or what he was doing. He seriously seemed so messed up. Maybe he only started running because I started running. Who knows? But thankfully I had made it to my door before him, thanks to his pause before coming after me. After I'd gotten inside my apartment, I was shaking and crying from the shock of it all, and sitting with my back against the door. My roommates had heard me scream as I was running down the hallway, which I wasn't even aware of doing, and they came to ask me what happened. I explained the story to them, but I was too scared to look outside of the peephole at that point. My roommates did it for me, and they said that the man was just wandering around our hallway looking lost for a few minutes before going back down the elevator. Surprisingly, that was the only crazy thing that really happened in that apartment. There was one time that the glass doors in the lobby got completely shattered by someone, and we were literally without doors for a while, leaving us exposed to anyone who wanted to wander in and do whatever they wanted. Oh well, I'm glad I made it out of that place alive. First off, I feel incredibly stupid saying this, but my front door was mistakenly left unlocked. Both myself and my boyfriend thought the other person locked it when we came inside. I almost always double check before bed just to make sure it's locked, but I was running on 3 hours of sleep, and it very unfortunately slipped my mind. That being said, to make things clear, my boyfriend works night, so he's almost always awake during the night and sleeps during the day. I work days, so my sleep schedule is nearly opposite. Every Saturday morning, I load up our 2 baskets of laundry into my car and wash it at my mom's house since she lives close to where I work and our apartment complex doesn't have a washer or dryer. I specifically do it every Saturday because it's the only day of the week that I get out of work in the morning and have time to do it, so it works out well. I have Sundays off, but I like to stay home that day, and since my mom's house is nearby work, it's not an issue. I called my boyfriend on my way home and chatted with him during my drive, and ended up getting the 2 of us Taco Bell for dinner. He came outside when I arrived home at about 6 p.m. to help me carry everything inside. Like I mentioned, we were both distracted by food and carrying everything that we both just forgot to lock the door upon coming back inside. Oftentimes I carry everything inside alone since he's usually still sleeping. We both ate dinner and then went to our bedroom to lay down. He fell right back asleep, but I was awake for a couple of hours playing my Switch. At about 8 p.m., I got up and put my Switch away and passed out very soon after in bed with him. My boyfriend got out of bed approximately an hour or 2 after I fell asleep and then went into our computer room so he could play some games himself. I have no idea how I slept through all of this, but it's so horrifying to think about. He said he heard a small knock on our door, and then immediately a man walked into our front door and living room. The computer room where my boyfriend was sitting is directly down the hallway from the living room, so he stood up out of his chair and started walking toward the man, and then loudly said, "Hey man, what the hell are you doing? Who the hell are you?" Meanwhile, I'm asleep in the bedroom right off that same hallway that he was walking down to get into the living room and front door area. I very vaguely remember hearing him say, "What the hell are you doing?" But I thought he was just talking to our cat, so I passed right back out. My boyfriend said the guy was wearing a face mask that was pulled down, and he was stumbling over his words and said something along the lines of, "I'm supposed to be here? They said just knock and come in." And my boyfriend told him to get the hell out and that he had the wrong place. And the guy then backed off into the hallway out of our apartment complex. The guy said something like, "They told me room number 350 or something like that, but I couldn't find it. They wouldn't give me an exact address." My boyfriend then threatened to call the police if he didn't leave, and thank God he actually left. Personally, I think he should have called the police anyways, but I'm not really sure what good it would have done at this point. I know I'm probably being completely paranoid, but I keep thinking about what if this man thought I was home alone, since my boyfriend used to work every Saturday night until recently. Our curtains in the bedroom were cracked, and he could have seen me sleeping in bed and thought I was alone. The way he was stumbling over his words trying to come up with a reason that he walked into our apartment does not sit right with me at all. Especially since he said they wouldn't give him an exact address. Then why would he have gone directly to our door? My boyfriend didn't hear him trying random doors or jiggling our neighbors' handles to see if they were unlocked, so it seems as if he went directly to our door. What if he knows my routine? I know he could have been genuinely telling the truth and was supposed to meet up with someone, but the whole thing has me so freaked out. How am I not going to overthink this in today's world as a woman? What if he didn't even knock, but my boyfriend just thought he did and it matched his story? I just keep thinking about what if my boyfriend wasn't home? I would have slept right through this man opening our door. Who knows what he could have done? I like to think I'm normally very cautious, but I'm definitely going to only load up my laundry in my car when it's light outside, even if that means loading it up the day before. I feel so unsafe, and I'll be talking to my landlord about this. I know there's nothing he can do about it, but I would really feel wrong not making him at least aware of the situation in case it happens to someone else. Does anyone have any advice or precautions that I should take? I just want to know if there's any red flags someone else might think of that I haven't. Of course, now I'll be checking 10 times per day if my damn door is locked, and I'll likely not be able to sleep without a weapon near me. Earlier today, about a minute after I just locked the door from bringing in groceries, I heard a very faint knock on our front door for a few seconds. I approached it to see who the hell was there, and I heard the bottom lock unlock itself and the knob twist, but the deadlock kept the door in place. I had my hand on my concealed pistol while my heart was racing really fast. I looked outside, and he just stood there, backed away, and then relocked the door and walked off. The person I saw was the same maintenance man who's been coming to our place the past month to do work, but every time he showed up, it would be uninvited, and he would never stop knocking, as well as stand outside the apartment for up to 15 minutes once until confronted. And when I told him that he couldn't just show up uninvited with zero notice, he smirked. Yesterday, my mom caught him staring at her for an uncomfortable length of time while she was doing some car cleaning. Just freaking why? This guy has been giving me massive creep vibes from day one, and now unsurprisingly, he's trying to break in uninvited. A little while ago, I was living in an apartment complex in Toms River, New Jersey. I lived in a complex where there were doors facing the street, and when you went through the doors, there was a set of stairs going up to the top apartment, and to the side of the stairs was a small hall leading to the bottom apartment. I live in the top apartment, and my downstairs neighbor was a woman probably 10 to 12 years older than me. We had a very neighborly relationship, saying hi when passing, chatting for a bit when we bumped into each other, etc. After I'd been living there for 3 months, I could tell she had a crush on me because it seemed she would go out of her way to be outside her apartment whenever I was, and she would get flirty with me. It got to a point where I knew if I left my apartment I'd bump into her, and I'd have to do mental preparation for these encounters and come up with a plan to be able to move on quickly because she would want to talk for long periods of time. Anyway, I was dating someone at the time, and I made sure to mention this to my neighbor since I thought it would make her back off, but it didn't. My then girlfriend and I had only started dating shortly after I moved into this complex. So 3 months into our relationship, we decided to finally take our relationship to the next level and start being intimate for the first time. So we made plans for her to come over, and she would plan to spend the night. Now, I'm really cheesy and I try to do romantic things, so she was coming over at 10 p.m. that night, and I was vacuuming and cleaning at like 8 p.m. All of a sudden, there's a knock at my door. I see through the peephole that it's my neighbor. I thought maybe she was going to tell me I was being too loud with my cleaning, but I'm a pretty considerate neighbor, and I didn't think I was being too loud. So I open the door and she has a smile on her face, and she just starts making small talk with me. Things like, "So I hear you're cleaning up here. You expecting company tonight? Is it your girlfriend? Are you guys gonna have sex?" Like, it felt like she was interrogating me and asking me things that she didn't need to know. I told her that I was having company over and that we would keep it down, and that she didn't need to know who was coming over. She responded by saying that she felt that she should know who was coming over because the noise could impact her. I don't remember how I got her to leave, but I finally did. My girlfriend came over, and we did indeed have sex. Like I said though, I'm a considerate neighbor. I keep things down. But there are some things you can't exactly prevent, like the sound of the bed moving as you're doing the deed. Anyway, the next morning my girlfriend had work, so she got ready and I walked her down to her car. I had the day off, so I was going to get some gaming in and reflect on the incredible evening that I had previously. When I got back to my apartment, there was my neighbor waiting at my door. She told me that she had heard everything last night, and it had sounded incredible. She did not hold back telling me what she was doing to herself while she was listening to me and my girlfriend. She would go as far as to say things like, "At about 11, I heard this noise. I can only imagine she was doing this to you or you were doing this to her." And I was very creeped out. I told her that she needed to stop or else I would have to tell management that she was invading my privacy. Needless to say, my girlfriend and I never did it at my place again unless I knew that my neighbor was out of town. I told my girlfriend all about it and she was furious, understandably. She even confronted my neighbor and told her that it was not okay that she did that, nor was talking to me so much. Since we never did it in my apartment again during the year I lived there, I just had to put up with running into my neighbor and her insisting on having long conversations. I was very happy when I moved to another town.
The absolute best times of my life were back in college, back when everything was new and seemed like the world was just wide open, waiting for me to take whatever I wanted from it. It was around 2010, and smartphones were everywhere, and social media just wasn't a distraction anymore. It was the way to stay in the loop, especially Snapchat. If you weren't on it, you were missing out. Parties, hookups, gossip, fights. Snapchat captured everything important that was happening around us, and it moved fast. At first, I'll admit I really wasn't all into it. I preferred face-to-face conversations, real interactions, but then, well, everybody was doing it. And if you weren't, you might as well have been invisible. Staying current on campus was only possible through these apps. That's how I met Bobby. I don't know why yet, but I was just drawn to her. Maybe it was because she seemed like she had it all together. Or maybe it was the way she would laugh at the most ridiculous things in class. I started hanging out with her, at first just casually. You know how it goes. Sitting near each other in lectures, then grabbing lunch, and eventually we exchanged Snapchats. After that, everything just kind of escalated. I started seeing her at every party I went to. She was always there with a big group of friends or some guy. I never asked any questions, just stuck inside that friend zone, like it was my safety net. But something shifted, as I started thinking there might be more to this. One night, I worked up the nerve to ask her out. It wasn't a big deal, just something casual, you know? Drinks, maybe a movie afterward. But Bobby, man, she just gave me this weird look, like she was torn between laughing and feeling sorry for me. She told me she wasn't ready. She said she'd just gotten out of something and didn't have it in her to start anything new right now. I pretended like I was fine with it, like it didn't sting at all, and didn't let her see the disappointment on my face. I backed off after that, stopped attending all these parties, and didn't try as hard to sit next to her in class. It's not that I was really bitter or anything, I just felt pointless after all that. After a few weeks, I barely even saw Bobby at all, and when I did, she was a mess. I mean, always looking hungover, or worse. I couldn't figure out what was going on with her, but she'd been avoiding me too, so I didn't really feel like it was my place to ask. One day though, she confronted me, caught me between classes and told me that I'd been acting weird. Asked me why I wasn't coming around anymore. I told her it wasn't like that, I'd just been busy, and then she gave me this half smile. Like she didn't believe me, but didn't care enough to argue. "We should hang out soon," she said. Then with this mischievous grin, she added, "I got a surprise for you." The whole thing just left me feeling uneasy. It definitely wasn't the same Bobby that I got to know, but curiosity had gotten the better of me. We linked up on Snapchat again, just like old times. She invited me to a party. She sent me a snap right after we made plans. a mere shot of her in her underwear. Nothing too revealing, but enough to get my heart racing, my mind wondering where things were going. That Friday when I went to go pick her up from her dorm, I knocked on the door, and I could already hear music playing inside. When Bobby opened up the door, she was in full pregame mode. Her room smelled like a mix of stale beer and something sweet, maybe from the vape that she had in her hand. She greeted me with this drunken smile and a sloppy hug. We sat in her room for a while, downed a couple of beers, and even did a shot of vodka. Bobby seemed to be on another level that night, way more wild than usual. I hoped she wasn't going to black out soon, but I wasn't so sure. After a bit, I suggested we head out before it got too late. She agreed, though she was already wobbling when we got to my car. The drive wasn't that far, just a couple of miles to the party itself, but Bobby kept pulling from a flask in her purse and taking swigs. Halfway there, she popped a pill, just out of nowhere. I wanted to say something to tell her to slow down, but I didn't, and I should have. When we arrived and got to the house, it wasn't the usual crowd. Bobby had told me some of her work friends were throwing the party, and I definitely didn't recognize most of the people there. There were a few familiar faces from campus, but the rest seemed to be her coworkers, restaurant people, by the sound of it. They were a different breed, loud, already drunk, and just super rowdy. I tried to make the best of it, grabbed a drink and hung out in the corner. Just watched Bobby spiral. She was out of control, stumbling around the house, barely able to even string sentences together. At one point, she started calling me by some other guy's name. Her ex, I kind of figured. The more I tried to help her, the more she pushed me away, yelling and laughing like it was all some kind of big joke. The party guests didn't really seem to mind. In fact, some of them seemed to enjoy watching her unravel. It was almost like a game to them, and I was the odd man out. I knew it was time to go, but getting Bobby to leave was a complete nightmare. She did not want to go. She did not want to leave that party, didn't want to be around me, and kept calling me by her ex's name. It took almost an hour of convincing, and finally I got her back into my car, buckled her up in the passenger seat, and we were finally on our way. That's when things went from bad to worse. The second we pulled out of the driveway, Bobby starts losing it. She was hitting me, not hard, but enough to throw me off. Her voice slurring as she screamed at me, asking me where we were going, demanding I take her back. I tried to stay calm, told her we're heading back to her dorm, but she was not listening. She kept yelling and hitting me, her fists connecting with my shoulder, my arm, and even the side of my head. "Where are you taking me?" she shrieked, her voice hitting a pitch that made my ears ring. "Home, Bobby," I said through gritted teeth, trying to keep the car steady. "Taking you home." "Liar," she screamed. "You're lying just like him." I didn't even have time to ask her who she meant, because that's when she did the unthinkable. Out of nowhere, she lunges at the steering wheel, grabbing it with both hands and yanking it to the side. The car swerved violently, tires screeching as I fought to regain control. But it was no use. The car jerked one way, then the other before flipping over. I remember the sound of glass shattering, that sensation of weightlessness as the world just spun around me, and then nothing. When I came to, everything was blurry. I had blood in my eyes, on my hands, and I could hear voices in the distance, muffled, but they were getting closer. I tried to move, but my whole body ached. Slowly, I turned my head and saw Bobby climbing out of the wreckage. She was still drunk, still incoherent, but somehow she was on her feet, staggering towards the flashing lights of the emergency vehicles, waving her arms and shouting. "He was drunk," she slurred, her voice a mix of desperation and almost triumph. "He crashed the car, and he hit me." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. My mind racing, trying to piece everything together, but all I could focus on was the fact that she was just flat out lying. The paramedics and police officers reached the scene, and before I know it, I was being pulled from the car, hands gripping my arms as they checked me for injuries. But the way they looked at me, it was like I was the criminal. She says you were driving under the influence," one of the officers said, his voice cold and distant, "and that you assaulted her." I tried to speak and tell them what really happened, but the words wouldn't come out. My mouth was dry, my head was spinning. All I could think about was, how is this happening? For the next 45 minutes, I found myself trapped in a nightmare, question after question, accusation after accusation. Nobody believed me, and I guess why would they? Bobby was playing the victim perfectly. Still drunk, but convincing enough. It wasn't until they searched her purse and found that bottle of pills that things slightly start to change. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they let me go. The charges were dropped, and Bobby, well, I never saw her again after that. I blocked her on all social media, cut ties with anybody that knew her. My car was totaled. The insurance paid out, and it should have been the end of it. Just a bad memory that I could push away, right? But sometimes I still get that feeling like I'm not alone, like somebody's watching me through my phone. And every now and again, I'll get a Snapchat notification from a name that I don't recognize, and I never open it. I can still feel the bruise under my right eye sometimes, a dull ache that comes and goes when the weather changes. It's been years since that night, but I'll never forget it, or the way it all spiraled out of control because of a stupid app. It started so innocently, just like any other night. I had the day off, which meant I didn't have to deal with the grind at the movie theater, so when Bryce texted me about a party, I jumped at the chance. I'd heard about it through a few friends on Snapchat, some random college house party, and one of those places where you didn't really need an invitation. Just enough cash for gas and maybe a pack of beer, if you wanted to show some class. Bryce, Lane, and I were ready to blow off some steam, so we piled up into Bryce's old Civic and headed out. We drove through the maze of identical suburban streets, past rows of split-level homes with their tidy lawns and minivans parked in the driveways. And then, as if by magic, we found it. The house that was absolutely bumping with people and music. You could hear the bass from the car, vibrating the windows as we rolled up. There were groups of college kids spilling out into the yard, drinks in hand, laughter and shouting over the music. It was the kind of place that you daydream about when you're stuck in some boring lecture, counting down the minutes until the weekend arrived. We find a parking spot, hopefully where nobody would give us a ticket, and then made our way inside. The door was not even locked. It swung open as we approached, almost like the house itself was welcoming us into the chaos. The place was packed, bodies moving through the halls, some clustered in the living room where a group was playing some drinking games. Others swayed to the music that thumped from a speaker. I couldn't see, but somebody shoved a red plastic cup into my hand. Didn't even have time to ask what it was. Beer, whiskey, rum, who cares? I was here to have a good time. We recognized a few familiar faces in the crowd, some of them classmates, a couple of people we'd seen at other parties, but mostly it was strangers. That's kind of how these things go. An eclectic mix of people just looking to cut loose and have a good time. I took a sip from my cup, the taste of cheap beer hitting my tongue as I followed Bryce and Lane deeper inside the party. They were already looking for trouble. Within minutes, they found themselves in the middle of a heated beer pong match, both of them going neck and neck with some other guys who clearly had been practicing. I stood on the sidelines, cheering them on and laughing every time Lane tried to distract the other team with some ridiculous dance move. It was all fun, the kind of carefree night I've been looking forward to all week. At some point, my cup ran dry, and I decided to make my way back to the keg for a refill. I pushed my way through the crowd, squeezing past people in various states of drunkenness, trying not to spill what little was left in my cup. And that's when it happened. She bumped into me. She was drunk, but not in the sloppy, I can't stand right way. No, she was just kind of loose. Her arm slipped around mine like we were old friends, like it was almost the most natural thing in the world. Her body pressed against mine as we half danced, half walked towards the keg, her laughter ringing in my ears. I don't even know her name, but at the moment, it didn't really matter. I was caught up in it, the music, the haze of alcohol that buzzed through my system. We reached the keg and I refilled my cup and then hers. We locked eyes, and before I knew what I was doing, we were doing one of those ridiculous beer chugging poses, our arms intertwined as we tilted our cups back. The crowd around us, when there had been a crowd, started cheering, egging us on as we raced to finish. The beer was cold and bitter, but I didn't care. All I could focus on was the roar of people around us, the way her body moved with mine as we downed those last drops. And then as we both finished and slammed our cups down in victory, she kissed me. It wasn't a shy peck either. It was a full-on right on the mouth, as if we'd known each other forever. I wasn't shocked. It was a party after all. These things happen. I kissed her, just for a second, and then flash. Even through my closed eyes, I saw a burst of light, and when I opened them, I saw the crowd had formed a circle around us, cheering us on. Half of them had their phones out, recording the moment, capturing it forever in these grainy pixels and shaky frames. She pulled away giggling, and before I could say anything, she vanished into the crowd, lost in the sea of faces. I stood there, blinking in the harsh light of all those phones, feeling dazed, but it was fine. It was all just part of the night. I finished my drink and shrugged it off, made my way back to Bryson Lane. They'd lost their game by 1 cup and were already setting up for another. I told them about the girl, about the kiss, and they both laughed, clapping me on the back like I'd won some kind of prize. The rest of the night just blurred together. More drinks, more games, more faces that I didn't know. By midnight, I was ready to call it quits. I still had to work the next day after all. And the last thing that I needed was to be hungover at the theater. Bryson Lane were in the same boat, so we downed 1 more beer and then all headed out. I don't really remember too much of the drive back, just the hum of the car engine and the dull throb of growing headache. Bryce dropped me off at my dorm and I let myself in, collapsing onto my bed without even bothering to change out of my clothes. I was out within minutes. The next morning I woke up to the sound of my phone buzzing. Groggy, I rolled over and grabbed it, squinting at the bright screen. There was a Snapchat notification. Somebody had added me. Spring Rose 19. I frowned, trying to remember if I'd given anybody my username the night before. Then it hit me. The girl, the one from the party. She must have asked around, got my name from somebody there. That wasn't weird, right? People did that all the time. I shrugged it off and opened up my message. Have fun last night? It read. I smiled, still half asleep, and typed back, Yeah, I did. I hope you did too. I tossed my phone aside and got ready for work, pulling on my uniform for the theater. It wasn't until I was brushing my teeth again that I heard that buzz. Another message. I checked it. This time a photo. It was a picture of us at the keg, locked in with that stupid beer chugging pose, right before the kiss. It didn't give me much thought. People took pictures all the time at parties. Somebody must have sent it to her. I sent a quick message back. Nice pic. What's your name, by the way? Rose, she replied. Rose, of course it was. I finished getting ready and headed out, my phone buzzing periodically with new messages from Rose. As I drove to work, I found myself replying without really thinking. She seemed to be pretty easy to talk to. Classes, my job. I told her that I was a student. I worked at the theater and I'd be there all day. By the time I clocked in, I felt like I knew her, or at least I felt comfortable enough that I didn't mind sharing little details about myself. It's funny how quickly you feel like you can connect to somebody through a screen. The day dragged on, the usual monotony of handing out popcorn and tearing tickets. It wasn't until around noon that things got kind of weird. I was working the concession stand, minding my own business, when a guy walked up to the counter. He was older, probably in his 30s, greasy hair, faded jacket that looked like he hadn't been washed in weeks. He didn't order anything, just stood there, staring. Hey, can I help you? I asked, forcing a smile. You're, insert my name, right? My smile faltered. Yeah, do I know you? He didn't answer, just kept staring. His eyes flicked up and down like he was sizing me up. I felt a chill run down my spine. Something was off about him, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. You go to my college, right? He asked. I nodded. Yeah, do you? He didn't answer again. Instead, he leaned closer, resting his hands on the counter. How's Rose doing? My blood turned to ice. How the hell did this guy know about her? I opened up my mouth to say something, but the words never came. This was all weird. Before I could react, he gave me this slow, unsettling smile and then walked away, disappeared into the crowd. I stood there for a moment, trying to process what had just happened. Maybe it was just some guy from the party, somebody who'd seen me with Rose. Maybe it's nothing. But the way he said her name, the way he just looked at me. I shook it off, finished my shift, and then headed out to the parking lot. That's when I saw it. There, scrawled across my windshield, in bright red lipstick, were 2 words. You're next. I stood frozen in place, staring at those words smeared across my windshield. You're next. The letters were sloppy, almost rushed, but the message was unmistakable. A surge of adrenaline shot right through me as I scanned the parking lot, my eyes darting between the rows of parked cars. It was broad daylight out, but suddenly everything felt darker, more oppressive. I fumbled for my phone, hands shaking, thumb swiped across the screen as I brought up a message thread with Rose. Me. Who the hell is this guy? What guy? Don't play dumb, the guy from earlier, he knows about you. A reply came almost instantly. Don't worry about it, just get in your car and leave. The casualness of her response just sent this chill through me. How did she know I was standing by my car? My head spun. Something wasn't right. I needed to get out of there, fast. I shoved my phone in my pocket and then turned back to my car. And that's when I saw him. Across the parking lot, standing between 2 cars, was that same greasy-haired guy from the concession stand. He was much closer now, watching me with those same predatory eyes. His hands were jammed into the pockets of that dirty jacket. He took a step forward. His movements were slow and deliberate, like he had all the time in the world. I quickly unlocked the car, heart racing. Just as I reached for the handle, a voice stopped me. Hey man, you good? I looked up to see Bryce jogging over. He worked at the restaurant right around the corner, so occasionally we would link up in the parking lot after work. Relief washed over me for a split second, but then I remembered what I'd seen. Dude, there's this guy. Before I could finish, Bryce glanced up towards where the man had been standing, but now that space between those cars were empty. He was gone, just like that. What guy? Bryce asked. I scanned the parking lot again. He was just right there. He's been following me or something. He knew my name and then asked about the girl from last night. Bryce's expression darkened. Haha, alright, you sure you didn't imagine that maybe somebody's just messing with you, dude? I shook my head. I swear, man, he was right there. Look at my windshield. I pointed to the smear of lipstick, the ominous message gleaming under the midday sun. I mean, it was undeniable. Something weird is going on. I just didn't really know at what level yet. Bryce's eyes narrowed as he looked at it, but before he could say anything, I heard the sound of footsteps behind me. Heavy footsteps. I barely had time to turn around before something hit me hard, right in the back, sending me stumbling forward into Bryce. Pain exploded across my shoulders as I hit the ground, scraping my hands on already rough asphalt. Bryce shouted, but it was far too late. Whatever was about to happen was already in motion. That greasy-haired guy was on me, his breath hot and sour as he grabbed me by the collar of my shirt and yanked me back to my feet. My vision blurred as he slammed me into the back of the car, the impact knocking the wind out of me. Before I could react, he punched me in the nose and I lost my vision. I gasped for air, my chest heaving as the guy leaned in close, his face masked in fury. "Told you, didn't I?" he said. "You're next." I tried to push him off, but that dude was stronger than he looked. His hands were like iron vice grips, gripping my shirt. My mind raced, desperate for some kind of escape, but everything was foggy, distant. I could hear Bryce shouting still, but his voice seemed very far away, muffled by the pounding in my head. I felt my phone fall out of my hand. I remembered I had my own body. I wasn't helpless. The guy raised his fist, and I braced myself for the hit. I brought my hands up and even tried to push him away. But before he could swing, Bryce came barreling from the side, tackling him to the ground with a force that made the pavement tremble. The two of them went down hard, gripping in a tangle of limbs and fists. I stumbled back, clutching my side, trying to catch my breath. For a moment, it did look like Bryce had the upper hand. He was bigger, stronger, and he pinned that guy down, landing a few solid punches to the face. But the greasy-haired man was relentless. His eyes were wild and filled with something dark and completely unhinged. He twisted under Bryce, grabbing a chunk of his jacket and yanked, flipping Bryce over with this brutal force that sent him crashing into the side of my car. Bryce grunted in pain, and before he could recover, the guy was now on him, fists hammering down with this vicious precision. I tried to move and tried to help him, but uncooperative. But my mind screamed at me to do something, anything, but my legs were like lead. It felt like I was trying to move underneath this weighted blanket. Then out of the corner of my eye, I saw it, a long wrench, half hidden under the car next to mine. I lurched toward it, my fingers closing around that cold metal. The weight of it gave me confidence, solid. I gripped it as tightly as I could. This wasn't how I envisioned my workday going, and not what I wanted to do at all, but I knew in my heart, this was the only option. Without thinking, I swung. The iron connected with a sickening crack against the back of that guy's head. He froze, his body going rigid for a split second before he crumpled to the ground, now motionless. Bryce scrambled back, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at the man laying between us. He had a little blood trickling from his lips and nose. I dropped the wrench with my hands trembling like leaves in the wind. The parking lot was now eerily silent, the chaos of fighting dissipating into a heavy, oppressive stillness. There were cars still in motion behind us. The movie theater was a busy street, but still, apparently nobody saw. No one stopped to help. It was isolating and unsettling. Bryce looked at me with his voice shaking. "Dude, what the hell just happened?" Turned out Rose had a boyfriend, or at least so this guy thought. I'm not exactly sure of their connection, but Rose and that greaseball from the parking lot had been friends at some point. Whatever the relation was, Greaseball fell hard for Rose, who had no interest in dating him. So he stalked her, admired her from afar. When he saw the pictures going round of her and I kissing at the party, he figured out who I was, then reached out to me via Snapchat. The guy just simply lost it, decided he needed to fight for his woman. Bryce and I ended up being alright for the most part. That other guy spent the night in the hospital. Fortunately for me, there wasn't any charges to press. It was essentially his word against ours, as all the phone evidence had been auto-deleted via Snapchat. The police gave me an order of protection. He told the greaseball to keep his distance from me, Bryce, and Rose. And that was that. I took an extended, serious break from all social media, scrubbed all my contacts to make sure everybody was real, and slowly and surely took control of my life again. The lamest part, I never even saw Rose again. Never even heard from her, not even once.
I'm a female, and this is something that happened a while back when I was in high school. It was almost 10 years ago, and this was pretty early on into the school year. So randomly one day, I saw that I got added by somebody new on Snapchat. I looked and it was a guy named Michael something, but I didn't recognize his last name at all, so I did not add him back and I deleted it. Just a few days later, I got added on Snapchat by him again, and once more I deleted him. However, probably just a few days after the second time that I deleted the guy, I realized that he was actually in one of my classes and went to my school. I had never talked to him before, and he sat in the back middle of one of my classes while I sat towards the front and one side. So I would never really notice him much, but I did recognize him. He was a new student in the school, and prior to that class, I had never seen him before. Well, he added me again for a third time. This time, I decided to add him back, just because I knew that he went to my school now and that he was new. I still did not know anything about him other than that. I was surprised though that he kept adding me, even after I would not add him back. Well, finally adding him was something that I would quickly regret. I think it was the very next day, early on in the school day, and he sent me a picture of himself. It was just a basic selfie pretty much, with no words. I responded sending one back, but he then sent me like 5 random pictures. We were both in different classes at the time. Some he took of other students, and others were just of the floor and whatever. I opened them up and did not reply because it seemed kind of weird. Later on in the day, we had the class that we were in together. This teacher did not like it when students would be on their phone during class, so I did not go on my phone at all during the class until the very end when we were done and all waiting for the bell to ring. When I did, I saw that there were tons of notifications on Snapchat from this Michael guy. I looked, and he literally sent me at least 20 pictures. I opened them all, quickly going from one to the next. They were all pictures of me that he took from where he was sitting. I found this pretty creepy. After opening them all and not responding, I decided to confront him in person. The bell rang at that point, but I caught up to him outside of the classroom in the hallway. I asked him why he had taken so many pictures of me in class. He just stood there not saying anything. I told him I thought it was really weird, and I was going to tell him not to do it again, but before I could, he just turned and ran away. It was very strange. Michael was now seeming like sort of a creep to me, and I decided to delete him on Snapchat, so I did. A few days went by, and I saw him in class, but didn't talk to him or anything. Then he added me on Snapchat again for a 4th time. This time, I blocked him. I really wanted nothing to do with the guy. Well, that very same day, I left school when it was over. I drove to and from school and had a car during this time. I remember that I left school, and when I was on my way home, I noticed that Michael was driving behind me. I had never noticed this before and was immediately suspicious. When I made it about halfway home, he was still behind me. I didn't think that he lived near me, and I figured that based on his previous behavior, he was possibly following me. When I had made it almost all the way home, he was still there, and after making it less than a mile from my house, I did not want to go any further, so I pulled over to the side of the street. Michael slowed down in his car but did not pull over. He ultimately drove past me and kept going. Then I went home. I didn't really know what to do about this whole deal. Over the next few days, I noticed Michael in class and I completely ignored him. Luckily, he didn't try talking to me or anything. He also did not add me again on Snapchat or try following me home. And probably a week or 2 after this, I stopped seeing him in class. Eventually, I asked around, and I found out that he apparently changed schools or something. I'm glad that he did. That whole situation is something that I would like to forget.
The following story occurred in the summer of 2005. I lived in Athens, Georgia, and attended the University of Georgia. At the time, my girlfriend, now wife, lived in Atlanta, which was about a 65-mile drive from my hometown. The highway which takes you to Atlanta from Athens is a 2-lane highway called 316. This is important information for the story. It was a Sunday evening. I had spent the weekend in Atlanta and was now driving back to Athens. In the summer, there are very few cars on the road on Sunday evenings, as many of the students go home for the summer. I was driving a black BMW SUV, and was cruising along listening to music. I saw no cars for miles and was approaching a traffic light along 316. The traffic light was red, and I came to a stop alongside an old Mustang. It looked like one of those models from the 1980s, was black in color with a rag top. The windows of the vehicle were tinted. I didn't really give the car a second thought. I just sat there and waited for the light to turn green. When it did, the Mustang suddenly sped off with a squeal of the tires. As if the driver floored it from the idle position, the car sped off far in front of me. I was a bit surprised, but I just thought, another redneck, who cares? The Mustang was soon out of sight and out of mind. I continue driving along, and I'm back in chill mode again, when suddenly, a car with its high beams on appears directly behind me. What the hell? I quickly realized it was the same Mustang from before. They had been waiting alongside the highway for me. I nervously looked down to make sure my phone was still charging, just in case I needed it. It was. The Mustang switches lanes and flies up beside me, keeping pace for a few seconds. The driver then swerves in front of me, then suddenly brakes, bringing the car to a halt. I swerve into the other lane. The Mustang quickly speeds up beside me and starts swerving, trying to knock me off the road. They charge ahead again and try the same braking maneuver once more. At this point, I am freaking out. Now, I'm a 6'3", 220-pound male who works out all the time. I don't easily get scared. But in this situation, size did not matter. I note the license plate on the car and grab my phone. But as I do, the Mustang is suddenly beside me again and begins swerving. I jerk my wheel to the side, and my phone goes flying out of my hands into the passenger side door well. Shit! The Mustang is then behind me, flashing its brights, right on my bumper, speeding up, slowing down, blaring its horn, swerving from side to side. They suddenly take off and are soon out of sight. I take the opportunity to collect myself and drive the remaining 10 minutes to the turnoff road to Athens. I make a quick decision to drive to the police station to file a report. I had the license plate number memorized and had been reciting it over and over again. As I turn off the road to Athens, bright headlights fill my rearview mirror again, and the Mustang is behind me. It speeds past me, turns down another road, and is gone. I arrived at the police station and give them the license plate number. It's a fairly small station, and I think there was only one officer working. He tells me that it's probably somebody mistaking me for somebody else. He runs the plate number and tells me the owner of those tags is deceased. Holy shit. Now I'm really freaked out. I finish filing the report and head home. The story doesn't end there. Later that night, when I was on the phone with my girlfriend, someone outside beats loudly on my garage door several times. Before I could get out to see who it was, I heard a squeal of tires. I never saw a car, but I called the cops immediately, and there has never been any kind of follow-up. I didn't sleep for several nights after that. I'm 21 years old. This happened to me shortly after I turned 18 and graduated high school. My family moved to a new house in Texas. My mother claimed that it was so we could get a fresh start, but I knew the truth. She was ashamed of all the trouble that my sister Jocelyn had gotten into in our hometown. Weeks later, after we settled into the new house, Jocelyn disappeared. My mother received a phone call from my sister's parole officer. Apparently they found her in Atlanta. And to make a long story short, Jocelyn wasn't thrilled about the move, so she ran away to a friend's house. Unfortunately, I couldn't fly back to Georgia with my mom, and I had no choice but to stay in Texas. The next morning after my mom left, I went for a jog around the new neighborhood to familiarize myself. It was when I stopped to catch my breath and change playlists on my phone that I felt a cold feeling creep up my spine. It was the unmistakable sensation that you get when you're being watched. I looked around, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. But I knew that someone was watching me from somewhere close by. I decided to cut my walk short. As soon as I reached my house, I locked the doors and immediately ran upstairs to take a quick shower. While I was washing up, I heard a faint thud from downstairs. I quickly turned off the shower and listened. Another thud followed. I quickly threw on my clothes and ran downstairs to check things out, but there was nothing. The front and patio doors were locked, so I was left feeling a little confused. Trying my best to keep my composure, I was finally able to breathe when my mom called to check up on me. I didn't want my mom to be worried about me. She was already stressing out enough because of the situation with my sister, so I told her that I was fine and that I was going to order takeout and chill for the rest of the day. Later that night, around 10 p.m., I finished up my dinner while binge-watching How to Get Away with Murder on Netflix and eventually fell asleep on the couch. I suddenly woke up a couple of hours later. It was around 1 a.m., and the room was freezing. The thermostat showed 42 degrees. That's when that dreadful feeling came back. I felt like a deer being eyeballed by an apex predator. Danger was close by. My stomach felt like I was doing somersaults. Something was very wrong, and that's when I noticed that my phone was missing. After a brief search on the couch, I couldn't find it. Annoyed, I decided to use a website called Text Now on my laptop. It's a free online service that I sometimes use to track my misplaced phone. Trembling, I typed in my number. Almost immediately, the ringtone abruptly stopped, and that's when I heard heavy breathing coming from the other end. I barely had enough time to respond when I heard a knocking on the glass of the patio doors. I grabbed an unscrewed bedpost from the closet before checking things out. When I looked out through the doors, my heart stopped. Holding my phone was a dark figure in a goat mask. Before I can make out any other details, the masked man slid my patio door open. At the speed of light, I burst through the front doors and headed for my neighbor's house across the street. There, I banged on the door until an older woman came to greet me. She immediately called the police after I explained everything to her. The cops arrived 10 minutes later, and after a thorough search of my house, they found no trace of the intruder. After that ordeal, there was no way I was staying in that house alone, so I asked the officers if I could accompany them to the station, to which they obliged. While I was at the station, one of the officers informed me that they had located my phone outside the house. However, since there were no fingerprints on it, added to the fact that I couldn't give a detailed description of the assailant, it was a dead end. There was one last unpleasant surprise when I unlocked my phone to call my mom. Upon seeing what was in my photo gallery, my blood ran cold. The officer saw that I was uneasy and asked me what was wrong. I handed him the phone. There was about 15 videos of me sleeping on the couch, each nearly 3 minutes long. The masked man that I saw had been inside my house and was watching me while I was sleeping. I felt so violated that I became nauseous and called my mom and told her everything. Hours later, she and my sister came straight from the airport to come get me. We didn't live in that house much longer after that. For the longest time, I couldn't stop thinking about what could have happened if I had woken up with that man standing over me. Perhaps I wouldn't be here to tell you this story. It took a while, but I finally came to terms with what happened. But I would be lying if I told you that this experience doesn't haunt me to this day. This story took place during my early childhood. So I'll share events that I can recall. It's mostly bits and pieces. There are some things that I can remember in great detail, and some that I can only vaguely recall. So I'll do my best to try to piece things together without getting off track. I have 2 sisters. I'm the middle child. They also remember a good majority of this as well. This happened back in mid-2003. I was 5 years old back then. My 2 sisters were about 4 and 7, so my parents hired a babysitter. Her name was Julie. She had been friends with my mom in high school. She actually lived with us for a while. All I really remember about her was that she was very tall, skinny, and had dark blonde hair that was always tied up. We lived in an apartment complex at the time. It was a place called Oats Creek. So Julie babysat us while my parents worked. She even ended up dating one of my dad's co-workers, which brought a few jokes at my dad's job about him being a pimp. Basically, she became a family friend. Not long after that is when Julie started to change. She started getting very impatient and rude, and even straight up abusive to us, mostly targeting my sisters. My older sister once told me that she thinks that Julie possibly tried to kill her, and in response she grabbed a bottle with green liquid inside of it and tried to force her to drink it. She didn't know what this substance was, and she couldn't get into great detail about the incident itself. I guess her memory isn't as good as mine. Julie would get physically violent with us over the stupidest reasons, such as accidentally knocking something over or spilling a drink. We were just kids. Of course, she only did this when my parents were at work. That was until our family cat attacked her. Julie closed the door with my little sister's hand still in the doorway. It was an accident, or at least I think it was. This, of course, hurt my little sister, who started crying in pain. That's when our cat jumped onto Julie's leg and latched on with her back claws. She was biting and swatting at her, with her tail puffed out, hissing and everything. Basically, she snapped. My parents were a bit surprised, as our cat wouldn't even hurt a fly. It was around this time that they started to suspect that Julie was a bit of a whack job. She still continued to watch after us while my parents worked. This is where my memory gets a little hazy, as if my mind is trying to block something out. There was one occurrence that I still remember to this day, 18 years after the fact. In our room, my older sister had her own twin-sized bed. Me and my little sister shared a bunk bed on the other side of the room, and I slept on the top bunk. Anyway, one night, my little sister woke me up because she couldn't sleep. So she climbed up on the top bunk and we started talking quietly. After a while, she said, "Hey, watch this. I can hang off the edge without falling." However, she slipped and fell to the ground, and I started screaming and crying. That's when Julie storms into the room, yelling and cursing, and spanked my sister with one of my dad's belts. She then picks her up and throws her onto the bottom bunk, and screams for her to go back to sleep, and then storms out, slamming the door behind her. Julie was so enraged that she didn't even see me watching her. I was frozen, completely in shock. I didn't know what to do. I can only remember one time clearly where Julie physically struck me. As I said earlier, she mainly went after my 2 sisters. I can't remember the exact details, and she smacked me across the face. I don't remember why I did it, probably because she was yelling at us about something stupid, which was usual. She told my parents, and then my dad asked her, "Well, what did you do to set him off?" She then got pissy with him and said,
"He was just a disrespectful little sh."
Eventually, not long after that, Julie went away for good, moved on elsewhere. When she was finally gone, that's when me and my sisters came clean to my parents about everything. Julie struck us several times and yelled at us constantly. My parents can't really remember most of these events, as their memories aren't that great either. But I'm pretty sure they felt absolutely terrible for us, having to go through all this. We never saw or heard from Julie again. I don't know if my parents ever confronted her about anything, but they definitely cut her out of our lives for good. They never contacted the police as there wasn't really any proof of abuse. Everything was all hearsay. Neither of my parents ever caught her actually doing anything. I wish they would have. I'm not sure why my sisters or myself never said anything sooner, like when Julie wasn't around. I'm pretty sure she made threats to us if we did, and perhaps we can't remember. Years later, we found out that Julie had been arrested and served time in jail. Unfortunately, we never found out the exact reason why. Sometimes we all still talk about these events, and I know that I'll remember this for the rest of my life. So yeah, that's my abusive babysitter story. Julie, burn in hell. This happened during my junior year of college. For context, I'm a 22-year-old female. I was driving from my hometown in the Chicago suburbs to the University of Missouri, which is about a 6-hour drive. I made this drive about every 4 to 6 weeks to see my family and my long-distance boyfriend. There were 2 main ways to take to the town that my university was in. Stay on the interstate system throughout central Illinois and St. Louis, or branch out on back roads after Springfield, Illinois, until picking the interstate back up about 30 minutes from my college. I usually took the back road simply because it kept me awake with the constant speed limit changes and the occasional towns that I would have to go through. But on this particular time, I took the interstate system all the way there because there was high potential for winter weather. So I was minding my own business, listening to one true crime podcast after another, when about an hour from my exit, traffic came to a standstill. Great, I thought. It was already way beyond dark at this point. It was also a Sunday night, and I just wanted to get home to catch a decent night's sleep before my Monday classes. After a while, emergency vehicles flew past the traffic on the shoulder, indicating that there must be some kind of accident up ahead. After what felt like forever, traffic slowly started crawling again, and eventually picked up pace as soon as we all passed the accident. That's when it started. I will admit that I do like to drive fast on the interstate, especially on this particular drive. What college kid doesn't? I was in the right lane with a decent amount of space between me and the car in front of me, and that's when I noticed someone right on my bumper. Seriously? I muttered out loud. Traffic was no longer super heavy, and the person could easily pass me in the left lane. Suddenly the car began flashing their brights at me and honking. I was extremely confused. I turned off my podcast and kept a close eye in my rearview mirror. The person continued to flash their lights, half blinding me in the darkness, flooring it to the left lane. I maneuvered around a few cars, attempting to get away from whatever issue this person had. Except they followed my every move. Now, being a female in my early 20s, I began to feel sick to my stomach, and I listened to enough true crime and general horror stories to just be the right amount of paranoid. I had read on social media recently about girls from my school encountering sex traffickers in my town and along the interstate that runs through it. One of the town's papers had even ran a series of stories regarding multiple sex and human trafficking rings used around this interstate for capturing victims, because it basically runs the length of the entire country. I shook the disturbing thought out of my head and continued doing about 85 miles per hour in the right lane, unless I had to go around someone. The car continued to follow me, flashing its lights and barely letting themselves ever get more than a few cars behind. I finally took the exit to my university and looked back, and the car was still behind me. It seemed as though that this person was trying to get me to pull over. Is there something wrong with my car that I just can't see? I wondered silently. There was no way in hell I would be pulling over on the side of an interstate in the middle of a dark, rainy night. That's exactly how urban legends or teenage slasher movies start out. At this point, I had no idea what to do. Looking back, I really should have drove straight to the local police station, but I was too flustered and scared to even think straight. I tried to think back on the last hour or so of my drive. Had I cut anyone off? I don't think so. I'm a relatively good driver, and I tend to mind my own business on the road. not engaging in any road rage or anything stupid like that. So I stupidly began driving to my apartment. The car continued to follow, still flashing their lights every so often, but no longer honking. They continued to stay glued to my bumper, and that's when I started to panic. What if they followed me all the way home? What the hell should I do? Call the police and send them on some wild goose chase to look for me in this car while I'm driving around town? As I approached another small exit off of a local highway onto a smaller street that ran past campus and toward my apartment, I had an idea. As I got closer to my exit, I did not get in the far right lane to turn off. At the very last second, I jerked the wheel and careened across the gravel shoulder so close to the grass that I barely missed driving off the road. As I gunned down the exit ramp, I glanced up at the overpass. The car had come to a screeching halt and was honking its horn manically. I broke down in tears for the rest of the way home, calling my boyfriend and explaining what had just happened. I never got a good enough look at the car to get a license plate number, or even really a good description of the vehicle, so I never reported the incident to the police. I have no idea what exactly was happening that night. My best guess is that whoever this person was, they saw me when traffic was stopped on the interstate, waiting for the emergency vehicles to clear the scene. It's very clear from the stickers that I have on my car, one being my university's name, and one that says Dog Mom, that it was likely that I was a college-aged female. All this person had to do was end up next to me to see that I was a female driving alone on the interstate in the middle of the night and have just the wrong intentions. When I was in high school, I lived in a very small town in Texas. It was the kind of place where everyone was either related to each other or hated each other. I had no family there, so yeah. I did have a pretty blonde girlfriend, and was pretty hated for that too. Nothing major, just some petty harassment and occasional fighting. But at the time, things had been escalating. So that's why on Valentine's Day, my girlfriend and I decided to skip the school dance and just stay in and watch a movie at her house while her parents went out. It was just better to avoid any kind of trouble. We borrowed her dad's car, a little Honda hatchback, and went into town. We stopped at the video store, and afterwards we went to Dairy Queen and headed back to her house. Now, she lived in the boonies. It was out in the middle of the forest, along a lonely road, with no streetlights. We were chatting and eating our blizzards, when all of a sudden a car comes up behind us. No big deal. It became a big deal when the headlights flooded the interior of our car, and I saw a pair of hands on the back seat, and the top of someone's head peering up from the hatchback. The lights had illuminated somebody hiding in the back of our car. As soon as the lights hit, the head and hands retreated back down. A solid chill ran through the entire length of my body. I slowly reached down and pulled out my pocket knife. It was the only thing I had. My girlfriend saw me and asked what was wrong. I then responded, "Nothing. I just had to stop at my friend's house real quick." She knew that was bullshit. I didn't have any friends. I pulled over at the next house that came up and jumped out of the car, yelling at her to do the same. She jumped out in total confusion. I flipped the driver's seat forward and lunged into the back seat in full maniac mode. The intruder popped up like a jack-in-a-box with empty hands waving. Hey, relax. What are y'all up to tonight?" It was some weird kid from our high school who we had never spoken to before, ever. "What in the holy f*** are you doing in our car? I thought you guys were going to the dance. I was just hitching a ride." We sat there staring at him with our mouths open, wondering what to do. He tried to act real cool and obviously we were in the middle of nowhere in some random person's driveway. We ended up driving him to the dance and dropping him off. The whole time he was telling us to come inside with him. Yeah, not happening. We dropped his ass off and sped out of there as fast as we could. When we got back to my girlfriend's house, she began crying and was shaking. She was completely freaked out. I still have no idea what he was planning on doing when the lights caught him crawling out of the hatchback. This happened a very long time ago, and thinking about it now still creeps me out. I lived in Adair County, Kentucky on a horse farm. One summer day about 5 or 6 years ago, my mother, who's the horse enthusiast in our family, found a new horse she wanted to purchase in Lawrenceburg. We'll refer to the seller of this horse as James. Lawrenceburg is one of several places throughout Kentucky where people have claimed to have seen Kentucky's version of Bigfoot, the hillbilly beast, which has been sighted all over the state of Kentucky. My brother and I were suckers for that kind of thing, like most kids are. We decided to tag along with my mother, hoping that we would see it ourselves. When we arrived in town, James's house was located on the outskirts, miles from anywhere. Only a few houses were dotted here and there on the sides of the road, but there was one in particular I will never forget. We were about 5 minutes away from James's house and going slow because we had a trailer hooked to the back of our 4Runner. I was staring out the window, hoping to see the hillbilly beast hiding somewhere in the woods, when I saw a house. This house had well over 20 mannequins throughout their yard, all shapes and sizes. Most were lying down or propped against what looked like a shed, but there were 2 among them that really freaked me out. One was an adult female, tied to a tree right next to the road, so close I could probably touch it if I rolled down the window and stuck my hand out. The second was the size of a baby. It was nailed to a tree only a couple yards away. Both of them looked really old and worn out, molding, rotting, etc. My mom stopped the vehicle, and we were all just sitting there staring at this place. The house was old and run down, but obviously someone still lived there. The shed that was right next to it appeared almost brand new, minus what looked like satanic graffiti written all over it. The 3 of us were totally freaked out. We drove away, heading toward James's house. Once we got there, we asked him about the freaky mannequin place down the road. James claimed that he never saw anything like that. He also said that he was just in town that morning and took that exact road, so it's likely he would have seen it. Once we left with the new horse, we took a different way home, so we didn't have to look at the mannequin house again. Part of me thinks this could have been some freaky prank, but another part of me wonders, what if some of them weren't actually mannequins?
I was a real idiot when I was younger. I got hooked on Oxycontin, got in trouble with the cops, then ended up faced with 2 choices. Either go to jail or take part in a state-mandated rehab program called The Farm. The farm was, unsurprisingly, a farm, and I'm guessing its owner had friends in high places because he managed to wrangle himself a deal whereby he could get himself all the dirt-cheap labor he needed so long as they were all troubled youths facing jail time. I guess that sounds real exploitative or whatever, but looking back on it, I'm not sure it was the farmer who benefited more. I guess I can't speak for the other kids, but working in that place sure as hell saved my ass. And sometimes I think it just might have been a stroke of genius sending us to that place, because picking up trash on the side of the highway is one thing, but seeing how putting time and love into something really can create something beautiful, it fixed a part of my brain I didn't know needed fixing. I made friends at the farm that I still talk to. Granted, it's on Facebook because we live at opposite ends of the country now, but the point still stands. It gave me discipline and self-belief, which is amazing considering I showed up expecting it to be nothing but baby jail. But then, I guess it's the irony of ironies that all of the crazy stuff I did on the street, it all kind of pales in comparison to something I went through at the farm. So when you first got to the farm, you were assigned a job and a roommate. Your job could be anything from livestock and crop management to irrigation or pest control, but your roommate was there for one purpose alone, to help break you into the routine and make sure you stayed on track. These roommates were ideal for the role because the system was working for them and they could talk from the heart about how it could work for the newbies too. And that's how it worked with my mentor anyway, and when it came time, I gladly accepted the role myself. I knew it'd be a challenge, and I'm sure I myself was a challenge when I first arrived, but I also knew that I had to give something back before I left the program and moved on with my life. Not everyone made it to mentorship level, and as cheesy as it might sound, I considered it an honor and a privilege. For the first time in my life, I felt truly appreciated and wanted to share my own appreciation in return. So around 9 months into the program, I'd risen to the position of livestock supervisor and had been given my own 2-bedroom living quarters in preparation for receiving my mentee. Obviously, the dorms were very strictly divided by gender, so I knew my mentee was going to be female. But what I didn't know, and had no way of knowing until I met her, was how cooperative she was going to be. If she was chilled out, repentant, and receptive, then the next month would be an absolute breeze for me. But then if she wasn't, I knew things could get very rough. I'd already heard a bunch of horror stories and how troublesome uncooperative mentees could be when the rubber really hit the road, and in 1 or 2 classes, fights had broken out between the mentors and their roommates. I really didn't want that to happen, so my whole game plan focused on pacification and building a rapport between myself and my mentee. Pretty much the exact same tactic my own mentor took back when I first arrived at the farm. So, the day my mentee was due to arrive, I was actually really excited to meet her, and I wasn't in the least bit discouraged by her attitude upon arrival. Now, she obviously didn't want to be there, but very few did upon first touching down, so I understood her reticence and took it in my stride. Since I was still in livestock, she accompanied me on a few days' work with the animals after her induction was finished. And although she really didn't take to it at first, she warmed up with time and showed rapid improvement. She was due to be with me for a month, and the month could have either been very short or very long, and by about week 2, it was looking like it was going to be the short kind. Shauna, my mentee, was fitting and well, and although her attitude needed major work sometimes, we were making some major breakthroughs together. And then came the day that the cops arrived, 2 of them, and I spotted them talking to a very concerned-looking group leader. I walked over, mainly intent on listening in on what they were saying, but when the group leader spotted me, she called me over to talk. I found out the cops had driven all the way out from the city because they were looking for someone, and that someone just so happened to be my mentee, Shauna. They didn't just want to talk to her either. She had a warrant out for her in another county. They were there to arrest her. Obviously, this kind of presented us with a very precarious situation because we didn't know how Shauna was going to react to all this. She could potentially be going back to jail for whatever she'd done, so if she saw the cops coming, she might just try and run. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time, and she's been so volatile at the beginning that no one could be 100% sure about what she'd do. But then, as we were thinking about it, I had an idea. If I could go and talk to her first and break the bad news, it might be received better coming from me instead of cops. I remember how, when I was on Oxys, just the sight of a cop would give me major anxiety. And I don't know, maybe in another life I'd have made a run for it too. And all that progress, all that hope so suddenly and cruelly being taken away. It was a nightmare, but one that was about to be Shauna's reality in the next couple of minutes, unless I was there to soften the blow. Once the plan was agreed upon, I walked off towards the dorms to where I was pretty sure Shauna was just kind of chilling in her room. She was right where I expected her to be when I walked in, and I sat down in the bed opposite her and told her how we needed to talk. I think she genuinely had no idea that that other warrant was out for her because when I dropped the news, she was devastated. To say it was emotional would be the understatement of the century, and she actually did bring up the idea of just running off before the cops could see where she went. But then somehow, I managed to talk her into just going with the cops to see what the warrant was about, because it was better to face the music than run from it and make things worse. The thing that really seemed to convince her was when I asked her if she was 100% truly certain that she didn't know what the warrant was about. Then when she gave me yet another convincing no, I told her that it couldn't have been that serious. She'd remembered robbing a liquor store or shooting someone, but if she seriously didn't remember and wasn't blackout drunk when it happened, then it couldn't have been any worse than a missed court date or a traffic violation. Shauna calmed down a little, like, damn, you're right. And after promising that the group leaders would put in a good word for her so that she might be able to come back, she agreed to follow me over to where the cops were waiting. I remember how we were walking side by side after we left the dorms, but when we turned the corner of the community hub and the cops came into view, Shauna slipped from my side and started to drop back just a little. It was obviously just a little hesitancy on her part, but I figured we were over that and kept encouraging her. But when I looked back in her direction after she totally slipped from me, I didn't notice that she was reaching for something. But she must have been, because I looked back towards the cops and the next thing I know, there's a knife at my throat. I just froze for a few seconds, and feeling the knife to my throat was one thing, but realizing it was Shauna that was holding it was another thing entirely. I was completely blindsided, and all I could do was just stand there as Shauna held my head with one hand and the knife with the other, as cops drew their weapons and started to approach. Shauna started telling me to walk backwards, which I did, but I think the movement kind of kicked my brain into life because the words, "What are you doing?" just started tumbling out of my mouth. I said stuff like, "Shauna, what are you doing? Shauna, think about what you're doing." And she responds, "I know what I'm doing. I'm not going to jail. I'm getting out of here." All the while, the cops are screaming to put the knife down, but all Shauna seemed focused on was walking backwards and not cutting my throat on accident. I remember telling her, "They're going to shoot you, Shauna. They're going to kill you if you don't stop." And she just yelled at me to shut up and keep walking, which again is what I did. Kids had come running to see what was going on because they could hear all the yelling, and so as we're walking backwards, almost hip to hip, there's this big gathering of kids all watching from near the community hub, and it was chaos, but I never once believed Shauna would ever do me any harm. It was just a desperate attempt to avoid going to jail, and as soon as she got to the trees over near the livestock fields, she was going to make a run for it. But that's not what happened. There was about a minute where I was trying to convince her to let me go, but Shauna was too busy trying to get the cops to keep their distance. She was yelling at them to stay back and all this other stuff and totally ignoring anything that I had to say to her. But then there was this moment when she stopped, and it was like she came back to me for a second. At first, she told me to shut up again, but I kept telling her how what she was doing wouldn't work. If the cops didn't catch her on foot, she'd end up running from them on her own in a place where she was unfamiliar with. If she stuck to the roads, she'd be in cuffs within hours, but if she stuck to the woods, it'd be her versus the bears and cougars and Mother Nature. And I told her again, "This won't work, Shauna." And in reply, she told me, "Yes, it will, because they'll be too busy trying to save you than to chase me." I could write all night, I guess, and still not even get close to how terrified those words made me feel. And like I said, I was 99.999% convinced that Shauna meant me zero harm and had just panicked when she realized she was going to jail. But maybe she even remembered what the warrant was about and remembered that it was way worse than she first thought. Who knows? Not like she's around to ask her either. And the last thing she yelled as she intended to draw the blade of that knife across my throat was, "I'm sorry." But she didn't just say it, she yelled it. And I guess that was all the cops needed to hear. She yelled that apology, and I felt the blood hit my face. But it wasn't mine. It was Shauna. After one of the cops heard her cry, took aim and pulled the trigger. I had a tiny cut where the knife nicked me as she fell, but other than that, I was completely unharmed. Shauna, on the other hand, was probably dead before she even hit the dirt. The cop put the bullet right through her brainstem, and there was a hole in her face between her nose and her eye. I just started screaming. Like I didn't know if I had been shot, how bad the cut to my throat was, because, like I said, it was bleeding a little and I was in a state of complete hysteria. I got down on my knees and started trying to wake Shauna up, like shaking her. I thought that there'd be a chance that she'd survive the shot. I mean, people survive crazy head wounds sometimes. But I think I just knew, maybe from the look in her eyes, that there was no more life inside her anymore. That day was the worst of my entire life. It's not something I'll ever get over either. I've just learned to live with it. I know Shauna had to die so that I might live, and I heard the sureness in her voice, and I know in my heart that she might have been about to kill me. But that doesn't mean that every single day I don't think about her and wish that she'd made a different choice.
To start off this story, this happened while I was in college. My sophomore year, I lived in the dorms and I was assigned to a random roommate. He seemed a little bit introverted but fairly normal at first, but he wouldn't really talk to me. I would try to start conversations about things he showed interest in, but he would only give me one-word answers that were obviously meant to end the conversation. I figured he probably just didn't like me, so I decided I would give him some space and leave him alone. After a few days, that's when it started. I would notice that he was always staring in my direction. I chalked it up to coincidence, but it continued happening. Classes started up, and I spent less and less time in the room, but whenever I was in there, he would be constantly looking in my direction. Whenever I would turn to face him, he would turn his head away from me, but it would creep me out since it was pretty much constant. I started noticing that he would lay on his bed to read, but he would always hold the book or papers at an angle that always gave him a direct line of sight to me. About a week or so into the semester, my girlfriend at the time and I went on a morning hike and crashed on my bed at around 2 p.m. We woke up to him just standing there staring at us about 2 hours later. He didn't say anything, just turned and left the room. It was at that point that I decided I needed to leave before he did something to me in my sleep. I got out of there pretty quickly. Fortunately, I didn't see him again for quite a while, but we ended up having a class together senior year. I had been telling my friends that story ever since it happened, and they didn't believe me. One of my friends had really poor vision, so we sat in the front row. Of course, every time I looked behind me, my old roommate was always staring directly at me. Not at the teacher, but at me. It didn't really matter if we were on the middle or on one of the sides. I challenged my friends to look back a single time during the semester and catch him not looking at me. Within 5 classes, they gave up, and they agreed that he was staring at me nonstop, and that he was indeed super creepy. My parents think he was in love with me, but I just think he was crazy. I guess I'll never really know what his deal was. So this happened at the end of summer of 2016. To give a bit of backstory, my boyfriend and I were both around 20 years old. So my boyfriend Max and I used to share an apartment with another married couple. Mind you, they were pretty awesome people. Unfortunately for us, Florida wasn't what they wanted, so they decided to move to Pennsylvania. Max and I started looking for people to replace them with because of rent, and it was pretty pricey, and we didn't want to have to pay for the whole thing all on our own. It was in a very nice area, but not close enough to the city, so most people that told us they would drop by to check the place out would flake out last minute. Eventually, we found this person that seemed to be a very nice and laid-back girl. She then explained to us how she was looking for a place for her boyfriend, Dan. Now, I tend to see people's auras when I meet them, and I always get a certain feeling when I don't like them immediately. I'm not a judgmental person in the slightest, it's just something I feel and can't help. I did not like this person straight off the bat, but I tried to give them the benefit of the doubt because everyone else seemed to be okay with them, so I thought I might be wrong, and I was hoping I was. As the time went by, said Dan started being super loud. He would invite people over on weeknights till 4 a.m. He would play music loud enough for it to sound like it was being played from our room, and multiple other annoying things. and also being beyond disrespectful, especially to me. Max wouldn't do anything about it, and I'm kinda glad because I know Dan would have wanted to fight him or something. Dan was 22 at the time, but he had the mentality of a 12-year-old. Side note, we later found out that Dan had some previous mugshots for shoplifting and other stuff. He also threatened to beat me up several times. Yeah, me, a 20-year-old girl. I just wanted to give you a bit of insight on Dan so you understand what is coming up. Buckle up. It was a Wednesday night, and I got home at around 5:30. As I was walking upstairs and almost to the 3rd floor, which is where we lived, I saw him coming out of the apartment, but I don't say anything because we don't like him, so I just mostly ignored him. He then started yelling at me and telling me to look at the apartment. I looked inside from the doorway and I saw nothing wrong, so I asked what he was talking about, and still in an angry voice he claimed that he had been robbed and that he had also just gotten home to this. But I saw all the furniture is there and whatnot, so I didn't really know what he was going on about. I then went inside and I noticed that my Wii U was gone, but the rest of my consoles were there. So at this point I was already getting pretty suspicious of him. I tried to keep calm as much as I could, and I called Max to see how far from home he was. We usually both got home around the same time. As I'm calling, Dan yelled at me again that he had called the cops and that they were on their way, and in these exact words he then said,
Do whatever you need to do, because the police are on their way.
When he told me that, I immediately knew he had been home for a while, because he must have had time to hide all of his weapons and drugs, and God knows what else he had. Within about 5 minutes, the cops were pulling in, and so was Max. One officer went upstairs with Dan and Max to write down everything that was missing, and the other officer stayed downstairs. I stayed with him, just chatting. According to Max, we're missing a lot of our stuff in our room, but Dan is only missing his PS4. I did ask him at last if it was possible to search Dan's car, and I also said if he needed to search my or Max's car, we'd be okay with it. He said it wasn't necessary, but agreed to search Dan's car. Once they all came back downstairs, the officers asked Dan if they could search his car and that they also needed his ID. He said he was okay with them searching his car, but that he had to get his ID and keys from the apartment. Max and I followed him upstairs. We saw him get his wallet and keys and he left the apartment. We don't want to be nosy and stay downstairs while they search his car, so we decided to stay in the apartment. A few minutes go by and he's still not downstairs with the cops, so we started looking around the neighborhood, but he had already vanished. How convenient, but since he had agreed that they could search his car and in no moment said that they couldn't, they went ahead and started looking if the car was unlocked, and it was. We found all of our stuff in his car. In the car was our 3DS, our PS4 controller, Max's laptop, some Wii U games, and a lot more. The very next morning, I decided to put all of his stuff out by the dumpster and then had a locksmith change our locks. I thought of putting a restraining order on him, but we ended up never going through with it. A few weeks later, we saw his car parked outside a few yards from our building, but we pretended like we didn't see him and we just watched him from our room with 911 ready to be dialed. Eventually, he just left and he didn't cause any more problems. But still, Dan, I really hope we don't encounter you ever again. So, about 3 years ago, I was going to a school in a US city, and I was living with 2 other roommates. One of my roommates was pretty well known to usually bring seedy characters back to the apartment. At one point during our fall semester, she befriended a guy in her advertising class who went by the name of Dallas. He became her weed dealer, and she would frequently bring him over to the apartment. I suspected they were sleeping together, but she always denied it. It was a strange relationship, but who am I to judge? My other roommate and I thought he was charismatic enough, but we also didn't see the appeal that Christy saw. I remember one night when we had Dallas over for dinner. He told us how he played for our college's football team and that he started his own business at the age of 25. He was a very well-known weed dealer who made a crap ton of money, and his name was Dallas because he used to live in Dallas, Texas, and apparently that's what his parents named him after. Me and my other roommate nodded our heads and listened, but we didn't think much of it except for this dude thought he was hot stuff and wanted to gloat about himself. Mind you, he was like 5'4" and probably not over 150 pounds. I believe he came over for dinner maybe about 2 more times after that. My roommate claimed that one time she decided to buy weed from him and went to his apartment off campus. When she arrived, she saw our roommate Christy just pass the crap out on a chair in the middle of the day in Dallas's apartment in some random room. When my roommate arrived, he mentioned nothing of her being there. My roommate shook her awake and Christy just woke up in a haze and basically told my roommate to screw off. My roommate recounted the story to me, and we both agreed it was pretty freaking weird, and Dallas was probably not the safest person to hang with. After a couple of months, Christy stopped hanging out with him. I remember her saying he got pissed because she didn't want to sleep with him. I also found out that a friend of hers who knew him for a long time was engaged to him. Oh, and also, his real name wasn't Dallas. I mean, real shocker there. Fast forward 2 years. Neither me or my roommate talk to Christy anymore. We're living elsewhere in said city doing our own thing. We get an alert on our phones that a girl who had just transferred to our college went missing after leaving one of the campus bars the previous night. It doesn't take very long, maybe a few days, when this huge story breaks. Apparently, this girl was killed by someone she left the bar with that night. So I get a call from my roommate, and the call goes something like this. "Dude, do you remember what Dallas's real name was?" "Yeah, I believe it was something like Michael or something." She replies back with, "Go online and read this article. He freaking killed that girl who just went missing." Sure enough, I go online, and there is the most creepiest mugshot of Dallas, next to a photo of the girl he had just slain. Well, it gets crazier. Apparently, he had taken her home that night. I'm assuming it was a one-night stand sort of thing. So I guess at one point things turned bad and he killed her by blunt force and strangulation. And if that isn't terrible enough for you, he cleaned up the evidence in his apartment, threw her body in a storage container, and took a freaking lift to his grandma's house hours away. And then he buried the storage container with her remains in it on the property somewhere. After obtaining a video of the two of them leaving the bar together, it didn't take the cops very long to find him. Weeks after that story broke, so many different girls came forward and shared similar creepy stories about Dallas. The guy who played college football and ran a successful business. You can guess that none of this was ever true. Also, he was like 28 years old, claiming he was still a student at our college when this all happened, when in reality he was probably just there prying on younger women. It's truly a horrible story what happened to that young girl.
I used to work night shift security, and by far the scariest thing I had ever encountered was when I chanced upon a robbery in progress. I was patrolling one of our assets around the start of my shift at 10 p.m. Walking around the perimeter of the building, everything looked in order, except an air conditioner near ground level that had fallen out of place. The air conditioner didn't fit well in the hole, so there had been a wooden plank to prop it up and keep it in place. I assumed that the stick had somehow been nudged and the AC unit had fallen out of place. It wasn't very heavy, so I propped the air conditioner back into its hole in the wall, positioning the stick to keep it in place. I continued my walk around the building, reaching the next window, and to my surprise, someone was there. The light in the room wasn't on, but there was a bit of light entering the room from the hallway that the office space was connected to. It wasn't uncommon for a worker to stay working late on a project, or either use their code to re-enter the building and grab something they had forgotten earlier. I pressed my face to the glass to see who it was and if I would recognize them. Once I was peering through the glass, I could make out that it definitely wasn't an office worker. The person was wearing a ski mask over their face. They noticed my face pressed up against the window and hustled out of the room. Realizing that a robbery was in progress, I quickly put 2 and 2 together, figuring out that the fallen air conditioning unit hole was most likely the way they had entered the building. I immediately pressed a button on my phone in an app that my company used to notify police if they needed to send cars to my location. I was still standing only about 100 feet away from the AC unit, so I ran over to see if that was going to be how the perpetrator would attempt to escape. Sure enough, shortly after I had reached the AC unit, it came flying out at me as the intruder pushed it forcefully from inside. The AC unit was knocked straight backwards into my chest, and I watched as the person in the ski mask flew through the hole in the wall, barreling into me and the AC unit that I had somehow managed to catch. The suspect ran into a nearby neighborhood, but the police arrived soon after and had them cornered in a city block, shutting down the entire street and eventually capturing them. It felt good to say that I had stopped an attempted robbery in progress, but I'll never forget the image of the person flying through a dark hole in the wall directly into me. It was quite terrifying, and I had nightmares about it for the next couple nights afterwards. I worked at a hotel for many years when I was younger. I eventually got promoted and earned better pay and shift hours, but when I was first working there, I was on the night shift. The night shift was from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m., and the only workers in the building would be me and another person working at the front desk check-in area. The hotel wasn't a 5-star hotel by any means, but it was fairly nice, but most people we encountered and checked in the middle of the night weren't problematic. One night at about 2 a.m., a grumpy-looking middle-aged man came in asking for a hotel room for the night. We got him set up with his room, and then asked for the payment before giving him his room keys. He informed us that he wasn't able to pay currently, but would pay before he left in the morning. We clearly weren't allowed to do that, so we informed him that he could either pay for his room now, or he wouldn't be allowed to stay here. The man got quite angry and proceeded to cuss us out. The other guy I was working with that night, who was much more confrontational than I am, stepped out from behind the front desk, telling the man to leave or he'd make him leave. I was about ready to call the cops, when all of a sudden, the man took off into the hotel, running down the hallway. Both of us workers jogged out into the hallway a bit to see him enter a stairway and appear to head downstairs towards the hotel's basement. The hotel's basement was already creepy enough as it was, being much older than the rest of the hotel, and having a bunch of storage stacked high everywhere. My coworker wanted me to go down there with him, but as I said, it was already creepy enough without the possibility of a crazy man down there. I called the cops, and they came to search the basement, where they found the man hiding in the storage area with a knife in his hand. They were able to detain him without anybody getting hurt. I'm so glad that I didn't let my coworker talk me into us going down there. Who knows what the man would have done if it had only been us two to find him down there instead of a group of police officers. We didn't get any more shady characters like that during the time that I was on the night shift, but I still felt a bit relieved when I got promoted and was able to work regular hours during the daytime.
I was born and raised in North Dakota. Back when I was in high school, a group of us would research murders that occurred out in the county. We would then go out and find the scenes and film the exploration at night. It was something to do while we got wasted on shitty beer and just teenage bullshit. Eventually we ran out of places to go and got really good at finding abandoned rural farmsteads by driving dirt roads and just looking for signs. Rut roads, deliberate tree groves, and old mailbox posts were common markers. We were out looking when we spotted a tree grove that was out of place and drove through the field and discovered an old, but not too old, house. It had padlocks on the outside doors that were knocked off pretty easily. We dispatched of them and entered the kitchen. There were 6 of us, all with flashlights, and we lit up the kitchen/dining area fairly easy. The table was the initial thing that you noticed, and it was strange because of how normal it actually looked. It was set for a meal. Not a bowl was out of place. The only thing was, we'd been in dozens of these houses, and place settings were a first, especially unbroken ones. As we investigated the area, we found the fridge had the disgusting remnants of a full stock, and the cupboards were full of canned and dry foods. This was definitely also a first. One guy found mail on the counter from early June 1978, and another found a creepy-ass TV guide in the living room with UFOs on the cover. All the family photos were still hanging up. Mom, dad, brother, sister, in their 1970s glory. The furniture was dusty, but in good condition. Closets were full. Everything was totally normal, which was abnormal. As we continued to dig around the house, we all started to realize that this house had not been moved out of. It had been straight up abandoned. Imagine locking the door to your house and just never coming back. That's the state this house was in. Complete, unplanned departure. We went upstairs and split into 3 pairs to check out the 3 rooms. Ours was the closest, and obviously it was the younger boy's room. I can't describe what it looked like too well because almost right away from the hall, we heard the most fucking terrifying scream that I've ever had the misfortune of hearing. We were running down the hallway, and we're all yelling questions at one another around the same time. After a few really long seconds, the 2 screamers caught their breath and said, "You have to go in and see," walking down the hall and through the doorway. I prayed that I wouldn't act like a pussy in front of my friends. I shouldn't have been concerned, because the others were as scared as I was. The room itself opened up, and to the left of the doorframe, and centered on the right side of the room, was a queenish-sized bed, propped up on the pillows with a blanket drawn to the waist, arms on top of the blanket, and worst of all, the head was turned slightly, so it was looking you straight in the eyes when you entered the room. It was a life-size porcelain doll. Snow white skin, jet black hair, cold, dead eyes. The dead eyes lit up our flashlights, like she was waiting for us. If the head hadn't been turned, I could excuse it, but it was turned, ready for you when you walked in. Ready for 20 years. Hasty fucking exits were made down those stairs and back into our car. It was during the ride we started to get even more creeped out, because we realized that even though the house had been abandoned, someone had taken the time to set up that goddamn doll. Not packing food, clothes, or family photos. Setting up the doll was one of the last things done in this house. We researched their names, but got nothing. No tragic car accident, no grisly massacre, no extended family. Just a tacky time capsule in the middle of nowhere. We found out that the county had been taking possession of the land for non-payment of taxes, explaining the locks. Never tracked down any more information on what happened to them, or why they left that fucking doll.
I used to eagerly await Halloween every year when I was growing up. Since I wasn't able to attend Oktoberfest until I was 21, I really didn't have anything else to look forward to. I would trick-or-treat with my sister until she passed, or with friends. Once I went by myself, and I really wish I hadn't. It was 2014. I was bored, so I figured I would buck tradition and go trick-or-treating by myself. I went to a Spirit Halloween store and bought a Link costume, since The Legend of Zelda is one of my favorite video game franchises. I saw a few other people there, and figured they were bored or going to a party. So I paid for my things and left. I decided to leave at 5, and when I walked outside, I saw a few other people starting early. I quickly called a couple of friends. One of them had apparently dressed as Laughing Jack, and the other was Clockwork from Creepypasta Stories. We were talking via FaceTime, and at one point one of my friends asked, "Who did you convince to dress as a demon?" When I asked what he meant, he replied, "Don't play dumb. There's someone standing next to you dressed like a demon." I looked over to my left, but I didn't see anything. I almost looked to my right, but before I turned that way, I felt a chill on the back of my neck. I knew if I turned my head completely, I would see something that I didn't want to see. I decided to just do my trick-or-treating to get my mind off of things. A few people I knew said it was great, that I was doing it one last time, but I wasn't able to smile about it, because the whole night I felt a nauseating feeling, and it felt like someone was following me. That same dreadful sensation that if I turned my head, I would see something terrifying followed me. After a couple of hours, I had a giant amount of junk food, so I was ready to go back home. I took a deep breath and turned around. That was a mistake. What I saw wasn't scary at first. It looked like perhaps an 8-year-old kid, and we just stared at each other. He looked at an old house that I just peeked inside to see if there were any occupants. Then he turned back to me, and he said something with a voice that sounded more animalistic than human.
"I never went to your house, so don't go to mine."
I was about to say something. Then the boy blinked, and when I saw his eyes again, they were red. At that very same moment, a scent hit me. It smelled of sulfur. I was so scared I actually froze there on the spot.
Do you want me in your house?
He or it then demanded to know. It must have been loud, because a few kids turned towards me then. They screamed and ran away. I quickly shook my head, and this weird kid growled, then vanished. I probably broke Usain Bolt's record, judging by how fast I ran back home. I jumped inside my house and slammed the door shut. I know it was a demon. And I also knew that after that, I was done trick-or-treating for good. Nowadays, it's only Oktoberfest for me. Halloween has never been the same for me since that fateful night, back in 1983. It's been about 40 years now, but I still get chills when I think back to the last time I ever went trick-or-treating on Halloween night as a kid. I grew up in a suburban neighborhood, right outside of Chicago. It was a pretty typical middle-class area. Rows of brick houses and ranch styles, big trees lining the streets. Other than the occasional storm, things were peaceful and uneventful. But that all changed when I was 14 years old. It was October 31st, and as usual, I was looking forward to trick-or-treating with my friends, Mike and Eddie. We had our costumes all picked out. I was going as Jason from Friday the 13th. Mike was a typical vampire, and Eddie was dressed up like David Bowie. My friends came over around 6, just as it was getting dark. We gathered up our pillowcases and headed out to start making our way through the neighborhood. Things started normally enough. We hit up all the familiar houses, getting the usual candy offerings. Mini Snickers, packets of Smarties, Tootsie Rolls, and whatnot. After about an hour of walking up and down the streets, our bags were getting pretty heavy with candy loot. We were planning to hit a few more houses on our block and then call it a night. We came up on this one old Victorian-style house in the corner that was always decorated really nice for Halloween. It had fake tombstones and cobwebs all over the yard. But when we walked up the path, there were no lights on. No one answered the door, even after repeated rings of the doorbell and knocks. Disappointed, we turned to leave, but that's when Mike stopped us. He said he'd heard at school a rumor about an old man who lived here. Apparently, decades ago, the man's young son had gone missing on Halloween night, never to be seen again. According to legend, the grieving father refused to celebrate the holiday ever again following the disappearance. Now, maybe Mike was just trying to mess with Eddie and me with a creepy story. But there was something so unsettling about that dark, empty house looming over us. I felt compelled to prove him wrong. I figured the old man had probably just stepped out, and we got there too late. Without thinking, I said we should check the backyard real quick. My two friends hesitated, but eventually followed behind as I made my way along the fence toward the back gate. The gate creaked open easily, and we stepped onto the stretch of overgrown grass behind the house. I headed straight for the back door, hoping to see a light on somewhere inside. But the whole house was pitch black. As we stood there on the back step, considering our options, a piercing scream shattered the silence. It was high-pitched and agonizing. We whirled around, trying to locate this sound. For a moment, nothing seemed amiss in the dark backyard, but then I spotted something emerging from a far corner, dragging itself across the ground. It looked like a person crawling on their arms, body arched and writhing unnaturally as it moved towards us. The thing let out another wailing shriek, and I could see the flash of a pale, emaciated face turned our way. The three of us screamed in unison, losing any composure we had left. We turned and ran frantically back through the gate, stumbling over ourselves to get away from that yard. We didn't stop sprinting until we were a block away, breathless and shaking. Once we'd all calmed down a bit, Eddie and Mike seemed convinced that someone was just playing a twisted Halloween prank on us. But I knew deep down that what I saw dragging itself across the grass wasn't a person in makeup or costume. The pale flesh, cries of anguish, it was all too real to be staged. I had no proof of what we witnessed, and my friends quickly normalized it as just a prankster trying to get some scares on Halloween. But I couldn't get the image out of my head. I had no doubt what we'd seen in that backyard was something unnatural, something that didn't belong in this world. We decided to call it a night. Then we headed home with our candy bags in hand. I hardly slept that night, listening intently for any strange sounds outside my window. When I finally did drift off, I had terrible nightmares of emaciated ghosts trying to scratch their way into my bedroom. The next day, I told my parents what I'd seen behind the house the previous night. They wrote it off, assuming Mike and Eddie had planned the whole thing to frighten me. But I could tell by the looks on their faces that they were unnerved, too. We didn't end up putting up any Halloween decorations that year. I've never gone trick-or-treating again after what happened that night. The following Halloween, I decided to stay home and hand out candy to the other neighborhood kids. As I sat watching horror movies in the living room, I couldn't ignore the feeling that something was watching our house from outside in the dark. To this day, I avoid being out on Halloween night. Even now in my 50s, I find excuses to be traveling for work or visiting family rather than staying local. Because I know that even 30 years later, the sinister presence I felt crawling towards us in that backyard is still lingering out there somewhere whenever October 31st arrives each year. I won't make the mistake again of venturing out after dark in case I might encounter it. This happened last year on Halloween. I was 18 at the time, and my best friend Andrew was 17. We both thought at the time we were too old for trick-or-treating, and we thought handing out candy was lame. I then came to an idea. There was this old abandoned house that was close to mine. I wanted to go look around inside the house because I thought it would be a good idea for Halloween. Andrew didn't like the idea, but being an idiot, I told him to stop being a baby. We then waited until it was time, then we headed over to the house. We were carrying flashlights with us so we could see. When we got to the abandoned house, I noticed all the kids trick-or-treating and I felt like gagging. Look, somehow, some part of me always hated Halloween, and I never really knew why. I didn't know why, personally. Maybe it was just because I thought Halloween sucked. But at the moment, this abandoned house thing was making me excited. Anyway, when we got there, I smiled and looked up at it. It was very clearly abandoned. It was a huge mess, and a few windows had boards over them. Andrew then mentioned that we should just go home, because he didn't want to spend the night in jail. I told him once again to stop being a baby. Then, without another word, I headed up to the front door. Once I was close enough, I reached for the doorknob. I was half expecting the door to be locked, but the door actually opened up. Andrew and I then looked at each other. I was worried. Andrew told me we couldn't back down now, so he walked on into the house, and I followed behind him. We were then standing in the front hallway. The house had 2 floors. We turned our flashlights on. They were quite bright, and they covered most of the area. Andrew told me he was going to look upstairs, and he told me to stay downstairs. Without another word, he headed up. I sighed deeply before heading off myself. Then I walked into an empty room. All the furniture there was gone. There wasn't anything in the room, and for some reason I was hoping to see something creepy or at least a bug or a bat. Suddenly, I thought I heard a loud noise behind me. I turned around, aiming my flashlight at the noise, but whatever had made the noise was apparently gone. I walked out of the room into the hallway, still wondering what might have made that noise. Maybe I just imagined it. Maybe it was the house settling. I started mumbling about how stupid this was. I decided it was time to go, so I had to find Andrew, then we could leave. I noticed the room in front of me then and realized it was probably the kitchen, so I decided to go check it out. I headed over and I poked my head into the room. I moved my flashlight around. I didn't see anything but the normal kitchen stuff. I then walked into it, wondering if there was anything else in there, besides dust and cobwebs. Just then, I stepped on something that almost caused my foot to shoot out from under me. I moved back and looked down using my flashlight. It was a big kitchen knife. I was about to bend down and pick it up to look at it, but something told me I probably shouldn't touch it, so I didn't. I kept wondering why a knife was inside this abandoned house, but I didn't question it. At worst, I figured when they moved out, the previous owners dropped the knife. I headed out of the kitchen and back to the hallway. That was when I heard a loud scream. It was Andrew. I ran upstairs, continuing to hear him yelling about something. He sounded terrified. When I got to where the screaming was, it was a dark, empty bedroom. I used my flashlight, and I soon found Andrew. He was sitting in the back corner of the room. But then I noticed someone else was in the room with us. For one reason or another, the other person did not notice me, or at least they didn't react to me, and I saw Andrew holding his flashlight like a teddy bear. I cleared my throat. Finally, the other person turned around. Whoever this was taller than both me and Andrew. I couldn't tell if it was a male or female, because they had some kind of creepy Halloween mask on, but they didn't seem to be armed. "Leave him alone," I shouted at the person, which was probably a bad idea, because the person laughed, and I could feel anger bubbling up inside of me. I knew that what I was about to do was a stupid idea, but it was the only thing I could think of. I threw my flashlight as hard as I could at this person. It hit them in the face, which made them shout out. This gave Andrew enough time to get away. The two of us ran downstairs, and I could hear the person yelling at us. We didn't look back. We just ran out of the house and down the street before stopping. We were at the sidewalk then, bent over and panting. I groaned under my breath. Andrew pulled out his phone, saying that he was going to call the police about what happened. A moment later, Andrew looked annoyed. He told me the police thought it was a joke, or unimportant, and they hung up on him. I was annoyed because we both knew this wasn't a trick or a prank. We went back to the safety of my house. I wondered then if that person may have been using the old abandoned house as a hideout or their own living space. And if the person was a thief, or worse, like a murderer, perhaps that was their base of operations. After this event, Andrew and I decided we weren't going to do anything crazy for Halloween. We instead helped my parents hand out candy. This happened to me and some friends sometime in high school, back in the early 2000s. There is a cemetery in Denver called Fairmount Cemetery. It was founded in 1890 and is Denver's second oldest operating cemetery, after Riverside Cemetery. It was designed by German landscape architect Reinhard Schutz. At 280 acres, the cemetery is patterned after the Mount Auburn Cemetery in Boston. This happened in 2006 or so. It was either Halloween or the Day of the Dead. I can't remember which. And my buddies, John and Trevor, and I decided it would be fun to go hang out in the cemetery and smoke there. Teenagers, right? So we hopped the fence, and we hadn't even smoked yet, but we were already getting a weird sense, like some sort of presence was out there with us. We began to make our way through the dark and misty tombstones. We were respectful, not stepping on any of the plots, or at least we tried not to anyway. We got down to a hill that was pretty exposed, but it wasn't close to any plots, so we sat down and got ready to fire it up. Just then, we saw what looked to be a series of small blue LED lights, like on a wand or something, like the kind of wands that people use at the airport to direct planes into the terminal. We figured maybe it was a security guard with a weird flashlight, or something of the sort. However, it was already trailing out of sight, so we ignored it. We got into position and got all nice and toasty. Suddenly, the night was alive with these orbs of light, bouncing all around us, the most beautiful colors of red and blue and purple and green. They were skipping across the tops of tombstones, twirling and dipping and diving. We were awestruck, and we were all seeing the same things too, so they couldn't have been hallucinations. Then, just as suddenly as they had appeared, they were gone, like all the air had been sucked out of the very night itself. And suddenly it got so dark, you couldn't even see your hand in front of your face. The kind of darkness you can almost feel and touch, heavy, thick, and sticky. Up ahead of us, we saw a light mist forming in the swirling wreaths of black. We couldn't quite make it out at first. Gradually, to our collective horror, we could see what could only be described as a grim reaper. Tall and skinny, a skeletal figure, shrouded in shadow, cloaked in that smoky, swirling mist. Its eyes seemed to be lit up from within, a soft red gleam glowing from within its sunken human skull for a face. It wore a black hood, and it had long, slender fingers that wrapped around a massive sickle with a huge blade. We noped the heck out of there, running as fast as we could for the fence. We could hear it chasing after us, and just as we made it to the fence, we turned around to see it flying through the air right at us. We jumped on the fence and hopped over to the other side. When we turned around, that thing flew straight upwards, soaring high into the night, and eventually out of sight. I guess it simply wasn't our time. But I will say this: don't go smoking at night in graveyards, especially during Halloween or the Day of the Dead. Beware if you're in Denver, because the angel of death is still out there somewhere. Maybe he's still flying high, waiting for someone to take with him. I live in a modest city in Texas. I was around 17 years old then, so this must have been about 27 years ago. I had decided to go with some girlfriends of mine to a carnival to celebrate Halloween. There's nothing great here in this town, but thankfully we live just 20 miles from Houston. We were hoping to have a good time, as this Halloween landed on a Friday, so we didn't have to worry about school the next day. We soon found the perfect spot. Rides, haunted houses, house of mirrors, everything else a group of teenage girls could hope for. One of my friends, Donna, spotted this guy who she thought was cute. She brought him to our attention, saying, "Hey, you remember that cute guy I was telling you about?" We all remembered her mentioning something, but she thinks just about every guy around our age was cute. When she pointed this guy out, however, he looked older, old enough that I wasn't comfortable with it. We had baseline rules when we went out. One of them was no guys that were out of high school already. This guy was clearly a break in that rule. He had a full goatee with a white streak down the side of his long ponytail. He didn't look old or feeble, just a bit older than us, by at least a decade. The creepy thing about him was, as we were looking at him, he smiled and turned a side glance towards us, as if he knew we were looking. This didn't sit well with Tanya, the oldest of us. She was Sheena's older sister that we had to take with us. We didn't have anything against her except she was the voice of reason, and to us at the time that made her a killjoy. But it was a good thing. She was over 18 and had credit cards. She could rent rooms and other accommodations and all that. That night, she rubbed off on us, and she pointed out more than once that this man had been following us. She began to explain, and we all could remember then we had seen him at various locations throughout the night. We even noticed he was outside of the restroom when we came out. Yeah, sticking together was another one of those rules we found necessary. Sheena had an idea about turning the table on him, so to speak. She thought we should give him a taste of his own medicine and follow him everywhere. A way to let him know that we knew what he was doing, to get him to go away. We all agreed it could even be fun, and we could laugh about it later. We started to look at him and follow him. It didn't take long for us to realize that he knew what we were doing. He even at one point got into a line that split into two, so we had to divide up, 2 on one side of him and 2 on the other. After about 15 more minutes of this game, he started walking down a sidewalk, which led around the side of one of the buildings, leading away from the carnival. Yeah, I know, we should have called it quits right then. I felt uneasy, and could tell my friends were as well. But I guess we thought, why not completely chase him off? This would save the next girl that was alone, one that could end up his next creepy target. He turned and looked at us before he walked around the corner. He completely turned around and let us see him. We all stopped completely and stared at him. He just smiled and went around the corner. We made the decision to see what he was up to. We continued around the corner after him. Now here's the strange thing. He was gone. Nowhere in sight. We walked around that corner only a few seconds later, and this guy was completely gone, despite this area being a dead end with no doors. There were no dumpsters or anything, just 3 brick walls close to 20 feet tall. Literally, physically nowhere to go. Needless to say, we were shaken, so we called it a night. That was more than enough for us. If I had to give you advice, even if you're in a group, don't get cute and try to follow a creep. Let them leave if they walk away. As for me, I never want to run into a creep with a ponytail again.
This happened when I was around 9 years old. I'm 25 now, and it's something I'll never forget. It still gives me goosebumps to this day. I live in a terraced house, and my neighbors and I have our own little patio. There's a small road 10 meters from my yard where people do their Sunday walks on. Only a small fence separates my small yard and a patio from that road. I live in a pretty crowded area with several of these terraced houses spread around in my neighborhood. So seeing people walking on that road is pretty normal for me. Seeing random people standing on my patio is not. When I was 9, I usually got home from school about an hour before my mom got home from work. I lived maybe 50 meters away from my school, so my mom figured I was mature enough to be home alone. It was only an hour or so before she got home. So this one day, I got home from school. I did the usual thing, which was to make sure that I locked the front door and double-checked that the back door leading to the patio was also locked. Then I rushed up to my room upstairs to play as much PlayStation as possible before my mom came home and would make me do my homework. While playing, I heard this noise coming from outside my window. It was kind of like the sound of a cat, but my cat had been missing for over 3 months. Hope sparked within me, and I thought, oh my god, did he finally come back? I ran downstairs to check if it actually was my cat. The sight that met me gives me goosebumps again just writing this. There's a guy standing on my patio, a very tall man with black hair covering half of his eyes, making him look like a male version of the Ring Woman or something. I could hear him making this high-pitched sound, almost like a cat meowing. A brown liquid was running down from his mouth, and I could see him spitting out my dad's stomped cigarettes. He was actually eating from the ashtray. I was frozen, observing this. Eventually, I snapped out of it and screamed so loud that the man must have heard it. He didn't react, just kept eating from the ashtray outside. I ran upstairs to my room, locked the door, and called my mom, who then promptly called the cops. I've never been more terrified in my life. Laying in my bed, under my sheets, shivering with fear, as I continued to hear these high-pitched noises from that guy, eating cigarette stomps from the ashtray on my patio. Kind of blacked out for a moment, because the next thing I remember is the police arriving on the road by my yard. I hear them talking to the guy, saying stuff like, "Sir, what are you doing? Get over here or we will come down and arrest you," and so on. The man did not respond, but the high-pitched sounds was more frequent and got louder and louder. I then decided to look through the window, feeling safe that the cops were there now. I could see 2 police officers standing by my fence, 1 man and a woman. I no longer saw the creepy man, however, because he was standing directly 1 story under me and out of my field of view. The police jumped the fence. and I remember hearing that creepy man screaming louder than I'd ever heard anything before. He charged at the female officer with full force, and he knocked her out cold. The male officer then immediately tased the guy, leaving him shaking on the ground, still screaming. The policeman struggled to keep him on the ground while putting handcuffs on him, but eventually he did. After a little while, he managed to wake up the female police officer, who seemed to be badly hurt. He called for backup and an ambulance, and then he sees me standing in the window above him. The expression on my face must have been something else, because he just looked at me and said, "I sure hope you didn't see all that." Then I started to cry. By this time, neighbors started to arrive, wondering what the hell was going on. One of my neighbors, an elderly woman, made me come down. She took care of me until my mom came back home. The police then took the creepy guy with them in their car and left. But they promised they'd come back and talk to us about what had all happened. This is where my story takes an unexpected turn. The male police officer came back later that night and sat down with me and my mom to talk. He explained that the guy on my patio was actually diagnosed with severe autism. He had escaped from a facility where mentally challenged people lived. It was located around 5 kilometers where we lived. He explained that that guy had actually been living in my house 5 years ago, but then he'd been forced to move when his mom and his only caretaker died. Poor guy probably thought he was going to find his mom in my house. He missed the routines, and he missed living there with his mom. The police had to move him from the house that time 5 years ago because he was extremely strong, and this was the reason he reacted the way he did when the police came that day. Still frightened, I told the police officer that they needed to make sure that this would never happen again, and he promised me that it wouldn't. After a few sleepless nights, my life kind of went back to normal, and the years went by and that man didn't come back. That was until 1 year ago. At this time, my mom and dad had moved out. I bought that house from them, and I'm still living there today. I was enjoying my morning coffee on the patio when I see this random guy stopping on the road by my fence. He just stood there, staring at me. I look at him and give him a nod, and then I hear it. Those same high-pitched noises. Holy, it's him. His hair had turned gray, but the high-pitched sounds made me realize who it was. My heart started racing, and I instantly remember the reason why he was back. I realized that he must have managed to escape again, but because I kept my cool a bit longer than when I was 9, I started to realize how sorry I actually felt for the guy. 16 years later, and he was back to look for his mom. I decided to carefully ask him if he wanted to come down to the patio. He instantly jumped the fence. I started to think maybe he would knock me out like he did to that one police officer. He didn't. He just smiled. He looked at me and smiled. I offered for him to sit down, and he didn't respond. I offered for him to come inside, and he just started laughing. So we ended up going inside. His face lit up, pure joy. He was home. It reminded him of the life he had with his mother. It actually almost made me tear up. And all of a sudden, he sat down on my couch, turned on my TV, and switched directly to the cartoons. I sat and observed him for a while. He was just completely focused on them. I wanted him to just enjoy the moment, so I didn't say anything. I realized I had to call that facility and let them know what was going on. The caretakers arrived 10 minutes later. After a lot of convincing, he got back up, crying, and went back to the facility. I called the facility 2 days later, and we made a deal. His name is Tom, and I now consider Tom my friend. Every Sunday from the day he returned, Tom and his caretakers visit me to watch cartoons. They tell me it's the highlight of his week. It makes my heart warm. Now, for several years, my thoughts were, let's not meet guy on my patio eating for the ashtray. Now my thoughts are, let's meet every Sunday to watch cartoons with my friend, Tom. I was 14 years old, and it was just an average night, and it was around 9 p.m. Myself and my little cousin are at his house, and I'm babysitting for the night while my mom and aunt are shopping and my dad and uncle are at the movie theater. As we're sitting there, I started to feel really strange, like something was wrong, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. So we just kept watching TV. That same feeling wasn't going away though, so I got up and walked to the back door to lock it. And when I came back through the kitchen, I saw what was causing my weird feeling. In the window, there's this very decrepit and homeless looking man, just staring at us. Protective mode turned on immediately, and I pretended like I didn't see that guy, and told my little cousin that we needed to go upstairs, because our parents would be home soon, and they wouldn't want him staying up so late. We went upstairs and I put him to bed, knowing damn well that there was a man outside, and I think that he wanted in. I was about 125 pounds and 5'8" at the time, and I played football for my school. If I remember correctly, I went downstairs and straight into the kitchen, and grabbed one of those meat tenderizing hammers, turned back to the window, only he now wasn't there. I ran back to the front door and made sure that it was locked. Both the deadbolt and the knob were, and I ran back upstairs with the meat tenderizer. I went into my cousin's room and sat down in front of the door. He asked me what I was doing, and I told him not to worry about it and just to keep his head low. I called the cops, and then my dad and uncle. The cops were at least 30 minutes out, and my dad and uncle were 45 minutes. Then I heard it, a window shatter, and the sound of heavy boots walking around on our main floor. Quietly told my cousin to stay calm and hide under the covers and keep silent. I could hear that man walking around downstairs. It was horrifying. I gripped that damn meat tenderizer and just waited. Maybe 5 minutes or so pass, and then I hear the boots walking up the stairs. At this point, I was having a freaking heart attack. My cousin's door is no more than 10 feet from those stairs. I heard him opening up the door to my aunt and uncle's room, then the bathroom. He walked back downstairs, and I heard him open the door to the basement. 15 minutes later, the police showed up and burst into the house. It turned out that the guy was loose from a mental hospital 1 province away. I nearly had to battle a mental case when I was 14, and at one point, I was no more than a wooden door and 10 feet away from him. My parents started leaving me and my sisters home alone when I was around 13 or 14. Of course, the rule was to not let anyone we didn't know into the house. One night, there was a knock at the door. I went to the door and tried to look out, but I couldn't see anything. We couldn't pretend that we weren't there because the lights and the TV were both on. I opened the front door a crack, thinking that the person would be behind the screen door, but that wasn't the case. There was a man in his late 20s or early 30s just standing in our doorway. I shut the door quickly and told him to get behind the screen door. He obliged, and I cracked the door. Yes, I wasn't very smart, and latched the screen door. He told me a story about his vehicle breaking down the road and needed to use a phone. I said that I couldn't see his car, and he indicated that it was further down the road. Then I asked him why he walked past 2 houses right next door, and then walked to the one with no car in the driveway. And I could see that he was becoming agitated. Here's a general recollection of that conversation. "Look, are you gonna let me use the phone or not?" "No, my dad is sleeping and I can't let you go into his room to use the phone." "Okay, just bring the phone here and I'll use it then." "I'm not letting you in the house." "Just bring the phone to the door." "It won't reach, please leave." "Okay." I shut the door and lock it. And while my sister and I are talking about how scary that was, the side door handle begins to jiggle. That same man knocked and says, "Hey, will it reach this door?" At this point, I tell him to go to the neighbor's house and use their phone. And he starts to yell, "I bet your dad's not even home. Let me in. I want to talk to him." I told him, "Fine, I'll go get him." Then I went to my dad's room, got his shotgun, came out and racked it and said, "Here, meet my dad." The same man started cursing and calling me names, but he did leave. Or at least that's what I thought. He actually had gone around to another door and tried that one. Our dog, who was outside at the time, began barking at him. He proceeded to do something that made my dog yelp and cry out. I screamed out that I was calling the police, and he finally left. I felt really stupid for the entire interaction. I don't know if he was just a guy who needed a phone, but that whole experience was very creepy, and I was obviously ill-prepared for dealing with it at such a young age. This story happened to me back when I still lived at my parents' house. I was commuting to college at the time and had 3 siblings that also lived at home, my brother and 2 sisters. For some context, we lived on 5 acres in rural Ohio, surrounded on both sides by woods and farm fields. Additionally, during the week, my dad would normally leave for work around 2 a.m., so I always felt like it was my job to be the man of the house because he was gone during the times when you would imagine something sketchy happening. However, on this night, because it was the weekend, my dad was actually home. I woke up to the sound of my brother's voice trying to get my attention. We had separate rooms, but if you came out of our room, you could look down over the banister and see our front door. When I woke up, it took a few moments to get out of that haze and realize what was actually going on. I looked at the clock and it was around 2:30 a.m. My brother told me that there were 2 men at our front door. Now this really woke me up. We quietly walked out of my room to peek down and look down to the front door. When we looked, there was no one at the door, but I noticed my parents off to the side and out of view of the glass on that front door. I whispered down to my dad, and he told me that there were 2 guys who had been talking to one another and knocking at the door. Hearing my dad say this freaked me out even more. I went back into my room and grabbed my pistol, quickly shuffling down the stairs after looking to make sure that they were still not at the door. If they had been, they would have easily seen me coming down the stairs, as it's in direct view. My brother is right behind me as we head over to where my parents are, whispering to my parents to find out what was going on. Parents had awoken to the sound of our dog barking, only to find 2 men knocking loudly at the door. At this point, those 2 men returned and began knocking again. Despite the fact that no one had came to the door the first time, or that our dog was still actively barking at them, and also the fact that they were there at this time in the night, so late, and in a location where houses are spread out hundreds of yards away from each other. And again, knocking with the dog barking. It just made the situation even more terrifying. After a couple of minutes, the men walked away, and we all shuffled across the kitchen and into the family room to peek out those windows into our driveway. There was a black Cadillac sitting there, but no one was inside from what we could see. Immediately the question was, where did those guys go? They weren't in their car, and they were no longer at the front door. We would quickly get an answer to the question we just asked. All of a sudden, the handles to our back French door started jiggling, and they were actively trying to enter the back of our house, which entered into the kitchen. At this point, I just remember my mom frantically saying, "David," to my dad, as pure terror overwhelmed her. Then 2 things happened. Adrenaline filled my body as I prepared my handgun, horrified at the very real possibility that I might have to shoot these men. Secondly, my dad finally grabbed the phone and called the police and calmly told them what was happening. Thankfully, after a minute of jiggling, they stopped at the back door and disappeared once more, only soon to be back at the front door, knocking once again. After a few minutes, we suddenly saw the local police fly up in multiple cruisers with their lights turned on. As they whipped into our driveway and into our front yard, the 2 men bolted and attempted to run the long way around the house across the driveway. One of them disappeared out of view, but the other one was intercepted by an officer yelling for him to get on the ground. He didn't. He was immediately tased and fell. A few of the other officers went around the house after the other guy, and one of them came to talk to my dad and I as we came outside. They ended up finding the other man hiding in my sister's little playhouse in the backyard. It appeared that both of them were either drunk and or high, as the one who hid had cocaine on him. While they were both arrested that night, we never did find out what they were charged with or what happened to them. Needless to say, that whole experience wasn't fun. So to the random men at our door in the middle of the night, let's not meet again. The first house I moved into out of high school while going to college was a very old small house in a town that dated back to the Civil War. I lived there with 3 other guys since rent was really high, but we made it work. The house itself was built on a hill and had a small driveway in front with a U-shaped driveway in the back. It had a full basement and was owned by someone with multiple rental properties in that area. They told us that we had full access to upstairs, but they used downstairs for storage and to never go down there because it was full of their stuff. We never really questioned it because the rent for this particular location, especially for our area, was low. We were still technically on campus, but our house was surrounded by other college students, so we could have parties whenever we wanted to. Everything was great until we started having unwanted visitors. At first, things were pretty easy to ignore, or easy to write off. A roommate home by themselves would walk into a room, and the lights would be on when they were home alone and hadn't flipped any of the switches. Or someone would hear a faucet turn on and off in a room with no one inside it. We tried to do what little research we could at the time, and found out that water pressure can cause faucets to do some crazy things on their own, and also that power surges can do similar things with flickering lights. Unfortunately though, things kept getting stranger and stranger. At one point, one of my roommates who was home alone got out of the shower and looked into the mirror to start shaving. He noticed someone else stepped out of the shower behind him and left the room. He searched the entire house but couldn't find anyone else inside. Later on, a different roommate had several items go missing out of his room, including his keys and pocket knife. He later found them in our microwave. Again, no one was home at the time. Me personally, I got home on a day when nobody else was at the house for a couple of hours in between classes. There's a folding chair on the front porch next to the door, and I had an armload of books. I set the books down on the chair, unlocked and pushed open the front door. I bent down to pick up my books, and the door was slammed in my face. I thought maybe the wind had caught the door and then went to open it, but discovered that the door had locked itself again, both the handle and the deadbolt. Last of all, 3 of us were sitting together on a couch watching TV when we heard a loud, heavy thud, as though something had been dragged off into a back bedroom. All 3 of us later confirmed that we distinctly heard both footsteps walking through the house, as well as the sound of something heavy being dragged. Last of all, the back door opened and slammed shut, even though we were all inside the living room, and there was supposedly no one else in the house. Around a week later, we started to smell gas inside, and we called the authorities in the middle of the night. They searched the house, with us waiting on the front lawn. They finally came outside and told us they couldn't find any kind of gas leak, and then asked us to open up the basement. We had never been down there because of our landlord's request, but since the fire department was asking, we opened the garage door. Right in front of us was a Honda Shadow motorcycle with a large pool of gasoline underneath it, where the tank had apparently leaked underneath it and the rest of the house. The firefighters saw this and decided to leave, while we were left to look around the rest of the basement. Most of what we found was shelves and shelves of canned food, but in the very middle of the floor, which was underneath everyone's bedrooms, we found an embalming table, some sort of second device. I'm still not sure what the second device was. It was cylindrical, with a small viewport in the front door, and it seemed to have some places on the back for hoses or pipes to connect to it. Although nothing was attached when we found it, it was around the size of 2-liter bottle sodas. Soon after, we would come to find out that our landowner worked night shifts at a local hospital. Whatever it was or whatever was going on inside that house, we decided that enough was enough, and we all decided to move out as soon as our lease was up. Unfortunately, I was the last one there, and I promised that last 7 days I spent there alone were the longest days I spent anywhere since. I'm a self-described cynic, and I don't believe anything when it comes to the supernatural. But I can also admit when I have absolutely no explanation for a set of events. I'm sure the Reddit scientists will be able to explain everything that happened to me now that many years have passed. But I don't really need their explanations anymore. I just accept that being in old houses alone is not a good idea, and still to this day I do my best to avoid them altogether.
Maybe 2.5 years back, I met a chick at a bar. She had been stood up and I'd just knocked off for the day. I didn't go there with any idea to score. I just wanted a couple of pints to help me unwind. I'd been there for around 45 minutes when the bartender slipped me a note. It was from a girl sitting at the end of the bar. She asked me to grab a table with her so we could talk. My curiosity was piqued, so I looked to my right and locked eyes with possibly the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. I thought that maybe I'd been given the note accidentally, No way a girl that hot was interested in me. To make sure, I pointed at the note and then mouthed, "Was this for me?" Then pointed to myself. To my amazement, she nodded yes. That's where our evening began. I grabbed a quiet table in the corner and she joined me. We introduced ourselves before getting to the small talk. Her name was Amber and she was 25. Close up, she was even more beautiful than I thought. I asked her why she'd written the note. I was genuinely curious. While I'm not a walking mess, I was nowhere near her level. The possibility I was being tricked came to mind, so I asked if I was being pranked, but she said no. It wouldn't be the first time. My friends seemed to think it was funny that any girl would like me. They put notes on my windshield at least twice pretending to be from a secret admirer. I never fell for it though. I'm far smarter than they think I am. This, however, looked to be a real encounter. If it was, I was going to play it all the way through. The getting to know each other continued another half hour until she asked if I wanted to take her home. I jumped on it, and we walked a few blocks to my apartment. We had a few more drinks and started messing around. I don't kiss and tell, so I'll just say we enjoyed one another's presence for the rest of the night. When I awakened the next morning, she was already gone. I wrote it off as just an amazing dream and hit the head. When I came out, a pair of beer bottles caught my eye. I walked over to get a closer look. One had lipstick residue on the mouth. I still wasn't positive. I walked over to the bed and sniffed the pillow opposite to mine. The wonderful smell threw me back to the previous evening. There was no doubt. It had really happened. I was over the moon for a long time. I hoped to see her again. I went as far as asking some employees if they knew how to find her, but none did. As time went by, however, I wrote it off as just a one-night stand. I began dating a new girl, a wonderful fun chick to be around, but Amber stayed in the forefront of my mind. This new relationship never really went anywhere, and we ended things a few months in. Being newly single, I had hoped to track Amber down and maybe pick back up where we left off. I returned to the bar and asked around again. I got the same answer. I didn't have the money to hire a detective. Without a last name, I couldn't even do a search on the internet. Providence would arrive in the form of Craigslist. I was browsing the site and came across the missed connection section. It looked to be just as good as any other avenue, so I made a short description of our night together and how I'd like to meet up again. I posted it and went on with my life. All was quiet until day 8. A message came from someone claiming to be Amber. I asked a few questions. They knew all of the answers and even added things no one else could have known. I was overjoyed to be talking to her again and asked if we could meet for drinks. She agreed and suggested the place where we first met. It sounded perfect, almost romantic. I started to believe this may go somewhere. My months-long search was over. For the rest of the week, my stomach was in knots. I was counting the hours. Saturday eventually arrived and I made my way to meet her. She was visible from outside and more beautiful than I remembered. I joined her at the table, and the night went as much as it had on our first meeting, all but one thing. Throughout the evening, she checked her phone many times. I assumed that she was just nervous and tried to ignore it. It was a few hours before she then suggested we go back to her place. I'd been looking forward to this for months. On our way out, I visited the bathroom. As I walked away, I noticed that she was fiddling with her phone again. However, now she was making a call. I didn't care. Besides, maybe she was just calling her roommate. She was basically a stranger to me. For all I knew, she had kids. Once again, I didn't care. I mean, she'd hung up by the time I returned anyway, and we made our way to her car. I stumbled my way down the street until she pointed at this plain four-door sedan, and I then shuffled up to the passenger door. She unlocked it, and I fell into the seat. We closed our doors, but instead of starting the car, she just sat there looking at me and smiled at me. Oh, Maybe she wants to make out. The idea perked me up. When I leaned over to kiss her, a strange male voice told me to stop. What? I was so drunk that I had a difficult time assessing the situation. I turned my head to the back seat and saw a large masked man pointing a gun at me.
Don't make me shoot you, cowboy.
Instantly, I sobered up. I could tell that he meant every word. I looked over to Amber. Our eyes met, and I knew I'd been tricked. They were cold, lacking any empathy. I was devastated. I lost my desire to live at that very moment. Moving much faster than I should have, I yanked my wallet from my pocket and threw it into the back seat. I think my nonchalance caught the man off guard. He said nothing, even as I stepped from the car and slammed the door. I didn't know what to do, so I just stood mute, staring at the pavement. It remained quiet for around 30 seconds until I heard the car start and then speed away. It wasn't long before I had a massive adrenaline dump. The seriousness of what had occurred mere minutes prior hit me like a truck. I hunched over and began vomiting. Massive amounts of booze and nachos poured from my guts. I eventually ran dry and returned to my feet. I wiped my mouth and made my way home. I wanted nothing but to sleep, and I didn't even bother to undress before falling into bed. Most of the day was gone when I woke up. I chugged a bottle of Gatorade, which was my hangover cure. The events of the previous night became clearer by the second. I felt so stupid, all the time that I'd wasted looking for her. Then I got angry, and my desire for revenge kicked in. A quick shower and a 2-mile walk later, I found myself filing a report. In Chicago, stick-ups generally don't get much attention. When the detective handed me some mugshots, I got the idea that I'd stumbled onto something a tad more serious. I was shocked to see the faces of Amber and her accomplice staring back at me. I pointed them out, and the detective gave me the lowdown. Only at that moment did I realize just how lucky I'd been. According to him, I had fallen prey to a scam. Amber's real name was Shannon, and she'd been a career con artist. The pair had been targeting single men for the last 6 months or more. I was thought to be their 5th victim, and the previous 3 had been killed. I felt a shudder through my body. The detective was unsure why I'd been allowed to live. That made 2 of us. Perhaps our history made me too much of a risk. Maybe she'd been pressured into doing it by her partner. I'll probably never know. It was hoped that I had some new information to give him, but I ended up being no help. We spoke a little longer before he sent me home. Now I was even more confused. I was happy to be alive, but on the other hand, however, I wonder why I'd been spared. I have one particularly funny theory, that they didn't consider $23 on a maxed out card worth killing over. But the truth is, it's not really a joking matter. Things wouldn't get any clearer when Amber's accomplice was arrested. He'd been brought in on unrelated charges, only to lawyer up the second he was asked any questions. He'll stay mum more than likely, even when presented with the possibility of execution. The detective on my case thinks Amber probably won't be caught for a long time, and even if she is, she'll go the way of silence too. If and when she's caught, I hope I can get a few minutes alone with her. Not because I wish her any harm. I've come to terms with her role in the crime. Instead, I'd like to ask why I was spared when others weren't. I'd like to think it's because we made some type of connection on an emotional level. Then again, that's probably just my romantic side thinking out loud. In truth, it probably just wasn't my time.
I'm a 36-year-old female in Sweden. I've worked in mental health care for the last 18 years, mainly with people with psychotic illnesses like schizophrenia. I was working at a group home for 9 years, and we're very close with my coworkers there, especially 2 females. The last few years I worked there, another female started working there. We'll just call her M, and the 4 of us grew very close. She was very timid, shy, friendly, and we all got along well. She was often on long-term sick leave due to her own mental health issues, so we didn't meet much at work. However, she always showed up at our after-work dinners, allowing us to stay in touch even when she wasn't well enough to work full-time. She told us that she had a history of schizophrenia, just like the patients we were treating, but that she was medicated and hadn't had any psychotic episodes for years. Since I have an education in psychiatry and extensive experience with schizophrenia, I had no judgment toward people suffering from the illness, and didn't bother me to be friends with someone who had such a diagnosis, and even after what I will tell you, I still feel the same way. In the summer of 2023, I had moved on to work at a new place, still within mental health, but this time in forensic psychiatry. Like a halfway house for mentally ill individuals who had committed serious crimes, though. And the four of us stayed in touch and still met for dinner parties. Em told us that she had been evicted from her apartment because of an incident where she accidentally entered her neighbor's apartment in the middle of the night. She explained that in the huge apartment complex, all the doors looked exactly the same, and she had simply walked into the wrong door by accident. She claimed the neighbors had created a scene and reported her to the police out of pure drama. I felt that while evictions seemed out of proportion for that incident, perhaps the landlord took action because he had judged her based on her medical history, and I felt bad for her. I questioned her if something else had happened, but she insisted that that was the full story. In Sweden, it's very difficult to get a contract for an apartment after being evicted. You pretty much get blacklisted. Em asked me if she could move in with me, and she said she was literally homeless, and I said, of course you can. I've always gotten myself into uncomfortable situations by saying yes instead of thinking about myself, and I had no idea how severe the situation would get when I said yes to Em. I live in a small apartment with one bedroom, a living room that only fits a couch and a TV, a small kitchen, and a small bathroom. I also had 2 cats. We decided Em would live in the living room, and I offered to throw out my couch so she could have the bed there, but she said she was fine with sleeping on the couch. I insisted on giving her a bed, but she declined. There's a door between the living room and bedroom, but only an open arc between the living room and hallway, so she wouldn't have total privacy. I hung up a thick velvet curtain to give her a sense of a door and more privacy. There's another door from my bedroom to the kitchen, so I kept the kitchen door open at night for my cats to go in and out. She wasn't working at this time because she was on one of her long-term sick leaves while I was working shifts. Sometimes I had to get up at 6 a.m. and sometimes I didn't get home until 11 p.m. I have severe insomnia, need to combine sleep medications, and even then I wake up easily. I told her I would appreciate if she could try to stay quiet on nights when I had to get up early, but that it was fine to be loud when I was off of work or doing evening shifts. She was a heavy smoker and coffee drinker, so I bought her a coffee machine to make her stay more comfortable. The coffee machine and sink are placed right outside my bedroom door in the small kitchen. The first night together, I had to get up at 6 a.m. for my shift. As usual, I had a hard time falling asleep. Em had been up several times that night to smoke, waking me up each time. At 5 a.m., she started making coffee and the noise woke me up completely. I asked her nicely why she was waking up so early, wondering if she had any plans. She said she couldn't sleep. I explained that I really needed that last hour of sleep because of work and asked if she could wait until 6 a.m. to make coffee. I also mentioned that my epilepsy gets worse when I don't get enough sleep, and I was at risk of having seizures at work if I didn't sleep enough. She said that she wanted coffee with her cigarettes, but would try to wait next time I had to work. Despite this, she continued to wake me up early in the morning and throughout the nights, insisting that she needed coffee with her cigarettes. I suggested making coffee the night before or drinking iced coffee or Coke instead, but she refused. She demanded silence at 10 p.m. because that's when she wanted to sleep, and I respected that. She also had moments of binge eating, emptying my fridge and pantry. Once, she ate an entire loaf of bread within 30 minutes of me leaving the apartment, promising to replace it once she got money. I had also told her to feel at home, so I couldn't really get mad, but it started to annoy me because of the cost and inconvenience. Em had long black hair that was everywhere, on the sink, floor, and bathtub. I'm not a clean freak, but it was unpleasant, and she also left fingernails and toenails on the bathroom floor and drops of urine on the toilet seat. I saw a silverfish on the bathroom floor which feeds on hair and nails, likely enjoying its dessert. I initially tried to imply the need to clean by putting a broom and shovel in the bathroom, but it didn't work, and I eventually asked her nicely if she could clean the bathroom floor more often, using we instead of you to avoid making her feel attacked. She promised to think about it, but nothing changed. I started dating a guy and was head over heels for him. He was also in a roommate situation, so we had a tough time getting alone time. I asked him if we could have one night to ourselves occasionally, but she could have the apartment to herself as well. She claimed that she had nowhere to go, no friends or family. I wasn't asking for 24 hours, just a few hours for quality time, and she eventually accepted after some persuasion and stayed with a friend one night while I stayed away the next week to give her more alone time. One morning, I found my cat's water bowl completely dried out. There was no spill, and it looked wiped out with a towel or paper. I had filled it the night before. She claims that the cats must have tipped it over, but there was no evidence of a spill, and my overly social cats began to withdraw from her, spending most of their time in my bedroom, which was unusual. I had an old saucepan from the 60s that meant a lot to me because it was my grandmother's and held nostalgic value. She burnt it and made no attempt to clean it, just left it on the stove and went out for a smoke. I found it ruined and cried, and she didn't even apologize. She also broke dishes several times without replacing them or apologizing, and this added to my frustration. After 2 months, she kept waking me up at night, binge eating my food, never cleaning, never leaving the house, scaring my cats and ruining my things. I realized that she had stolen my prescribed sleeping pills. I had 20 in my nightstand when I left for work, and they were gone when I returned. She denied it, but no one else could have taken them. The summer heat was strong, and I felt locked up in my tiny bedroom with my 2 cats. I never got any time to myself or alone time with the guy that I was dating. My apartment was messy, and she was stealing from me. Out of nowhere, my old elementary school classmate texted me on Facebook and asked how I knew M. He had seen my Facebook post about us being roommates. I told him that we were old coworkers and that she needed a place to stay because she got evicted, and he said, "I know. Do you know why she was evicted?" "Yeah, she accidentally went into her neighbor's apartment," I replied. He said, "That's not the full story. She broke in and snuck up to their sleeping baby with a knife in her hand. The father woke up and wrestled her down, saving the baby." I felt sick to my stomach. Could this be true? It would certainly explain why she was evicted, but it sounded so horrible. She seemed so timid, and my friend had the full police report. Apparently, the couple that she broke into was his ex-girlfriend's family. It seemed M had a psychosis during the break-in, but those parts weren't public. It was clear that she had been lying about what happened and how long she had been mentally stable. I started getting paranoid and wanted her to move out. We had a contract with a 30-day notice period. I knew asking her harshly would mean 30 days of chaos, so I wanted to handle it nicely. I started looking for cheap hostels for her to suggest so that she wouldn't be in the streets. I sat down with her and explained that I missed my alone time and the apartment was too small for 2 people. I said it wasn't personal and that I wouldn't want to live with anyone right now. I expressed regret and hoped that we would remain friends. She looked crushed and said it wasn't possible. I showed her the hostel I found and explained that I needed her to move out because I felt suffocated. The summer heat made it tough to keep the door to the bedroom closed, and I needed my sleep. She said that she would try to move out, but not until the 30 days had passed, and I agreed. The first night after our talk, she got up and made coffee at 2:30 a.m. I nearly had a mental breakdown. I was going to get up at 6 and couldn't go back to sleep. I asked her in the morning for probably the 10th time to wait until I got up to make coffee, but she didn't even answer. She just sat on the sofa and stared out the window. I was freaked out, but left for work. She kept being weird, making a mess, waking me up, eating my food, and all I could think about was the incident with her and the baby and the knife. Eventually, I got so angry about being woken up by the coffee maker that I unplugged it and stored it in my attic, which she had no access to. It may be childish, but I was going crazy and just wanted her to stop. The next night, I woke up at 4 a.m. to her making coffee in a saucepan. I tried talking to her again, but she just stared and didn't reply. In my frustration, I stored the saucepan in the attic too. The third night, the guy I was dating was sleeping over because I was getting really paranoid about her weird behavior. I woke up to him poking me, whispering, "Look." In the doorway, Em was just standing silently, staring at us. It was like a scene from a horror movie with her long black hair over her face. I didn't say anything at first, wondering if she was doing something by the door, but realized that she was still just standing still, staring. It reminded me of the ending of Paranormal Activity where Katie just stares at Micah. I sat up and said, "What are you doing?" But before I could finish, she slammed the door shut and I heard the sound of something metal falling and her running into the living room. I yelled, "You need to leave!" and just started crying hysterically because this was turning into a literal nightmare. Of course, I didn't go back to sleep and was really happy to have company that night. I kept asking myself if she had done this before, staring at me in my sleep. The next day I opened the door that she had slammed shut and saw a kitchen knife on the floor. And that was the metal sound that I had heard. I took all my knives and locked them in the attic. I asked a friend to come over when I told Em that she had to move out immediately. During the conversation, I tried to stay calm, knowing that she had a mental illness and meant no harm despite my frustration. She didn't answer me, just stared out the window. She left the apartment and sent me a text saying that I was disrespectful for bringing a friend over to her place. That night, I thought that it would be quiet without the coffee maker or saucepans. But at 3 a.m., I woke up to her burning dry coffee powder in a frying pan, and I was terrified. Her face was dead, her eyes black, and I suspected that in that moment, she was in a psychosis. I stopped the fire that was starting and she ran off to the living room in silence. She had an appointment with her psychiatrist the next day, and while she was away, I packed all her things and sent her a text telling her that she needed to pick them up and return my keys. I offered to give her money for a hostel for the remaining 26 days, and she didn't reply. The guy I was seeing came to keep me company in case she fought about it, and she didn't. She left the keys without looking at us and left. Our coworkers told me that she moved in with the guy that she was dating and stayed there for a few weeks until she somehow got an apartment on her own. She started working again, and I was always happy to hear this, and she seemed to be doing well. Then, in January, one of our old coworkers told me that Em had called her saying everything must burn, she had a baby to save, and some other very delusional stuff. She had called 112, the Swedish emergency number, but they hadn't taken it seriously. Em then proceeded to burn her entire apartment down because the voices in her head told her that she had to burn everything to save her friends and family. Her neighbors tried to rescue her, but she fought them off and ran back in, pouring liquor on the fire to make it burn more. She was arrested and sentenced last week for aggravated arson, and she will serve her time in a mental institution/prison for a long time, possibly forever. Ironically, she will probably be in the facility where I used to work and where she used to work herself. My old coworker was a witness at the trial. Apparently, Em had stopped taking her medication, the Abilify, because she felt that it made her numb and thought that she was stable enough to function without it. Apparently not. She had also stopped taking her medication the last few weeks that she stayed at my house, which explains her behavior. It's disturbing to think about what could have happened to me and my cats if she had stayed, or if I had been a heavy sleeper. I also think about what could have happened to that baby that she snuck up on before she was evicted. I know it's crazy that I just didn't throw her out sooner. It was complicated. The reason I haven't been able to talk about it with my friends is that they sympathize with her and minimize my experience. They think I'm making a bigger deal out of it than it was. And I sort of understand since they never saw the darkness in her eyes that I saw in those last couple days.
This incident happened back in 2014 when I was last committed to a psych ward for a suicide attempt. A little background: I am female and was 19 at the time. I was coming off of 3 years of bipolar medication while at a peak of substance abuse facilitated by my first year in college going crazy with new adult freedom. One night I had a big mental episode and was committed for the first time in the adult ward. Previously, I had only been admitted in the minors ward during my adolescence for similar episodes. Within this unit, you had to share a room with the same sex but weren't given any proper introductions. The facility as a whole wasn't managed effectively, nor did any of the nurses or doctors seem to care other than to prescribe and get you out. I was lead to the room I was staying in, and the nurse just said to the other lady in the room, "This is your new roommate," and left. The woman appeared to be in her late 40s or early 50s, Hispanic and just a little taller than me. She would not keep her gaze off of the floor in front of her and didn't say a word or move when I said hi. I noticed she had a tattoo of a cartoon version of the classic Red Devil, but as a baby, I figured I'd just leave her alone and stick to my area of the room. The first night went as they normally do in a psych ward. My roommate declined to share anything yet again, only staring at the floor, barely moving an inch. While everyone was lining up to be given their medication before bed, the ward across began to start banging on the glass of the door and screaming. One guy was smiling while banging his bald head against the glass window part, while the guys behind him were screaming and jumping around. It seemed as if they were almost going to break through, but orderlies came and took them away with their screams still lingering through the halls. Being in psych wards before, I wasn't surprised by out-of-the-ordinary behavior like yelling or fights starting, but this was completely different to me. I was with disturbed adults now, people who had years of illness deteriorating their mind, not little angry kids anymore. I actually felt scared for the first time because of the high level of unpredictability with these people. I knew I wasn't all there in the head, but even these people had me anxious and made it difficult to try to get any rest that night. You know that feeling of being awake but you haven't opened your eyes yet? The moment where you are barely waking up and everything is fuzzy. This is the state of conscious I was in later that night. I felt as if something was waking me up, yet still tired, so I wasn't opening my eyes. The more I came to reality, I felt pressure on my forehead, and I could sense sweat dripping on my face. I opened my eyes to find the roommate standing over my bed, staring me in the eye with one hand on my forehead and the other in a balled-up fist on her chest, while she speaks in what I assume is tongues. I look into her eyes and they are blank and empty of any emotion. She keeps speaking faster and getting louder. I am paralyzed at this moment, not sure what to do or what she would even do if I were to yell or move. It was only us in the room, and the nurse's station is all the way at the end of the hall. She started wiping the sweat off my forehead while still speaking fast and erratic, and I wasn't sure what she was doing or planned on doing next. She then put both hands on my forehead, and at this point was screaming while shaking me, but not long before a nurse came in and took her off me. The nurse seemed more irritated that she had to get up and do her job, rather than concerning of how I was doing or feeling. She escorted the woman out and said to don't worry and just go back to sleep. I don't know how, but I managed to fall back asleep. I assume she got transferred to the more severe ward because I did not see her again the next day, and luckily, I was able to leave later that day. This incident has since been a reminder for me to never go back and to manage my mental well-being, because while I have issues, I could be in a far worse state of mind. I still wake up some nights with lingering anxiety and have to calm myself down to go back to sleep. When I was accepted into a college that was far from my hometown, I didn't really know anyone else who lived there. The college I went to didn't have dorms, but they did have apartments that they suggested students live in due to the proximity to the college. I was pretty broke at that point, plus I wanted to meet some new people right away, so I chose my apartment largely due to a roommate matching service they had. Basically, you fill out a questionnaire about your demographics and hobbies, and the service would match you with roommates that were compatible with you. Mind you, I chose this particular apartment despite the 1-star reviews I saw across the board online. I mean, they were under new management, and it was only a year lease. It couldn't be that bad. I was matched with another guy in a 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment. I was so excited to move in and meet him. I moved in a few days after the lease started, probably about 3 weeks before school started, and already began regretting my decision. The apartment was and smelled like mold and old cigarettes. In fact, there was a used ashtray on the coffee table when I first got there. My new roommate didn't show up for about a week. When he did finally show up, I found out he was about 35 and didn't even go to my school. He was pretty scruffy and smelled like old cigarettes and BO. Eventually, I found out that he used to be homeless and took out student loans to afford the application fee and first few months' rent, but he never enrolled in classes. After the first few months, he stopped paying rent, and it took about 6 months for the property to finally evict him. While he lived in my apartment, he never changed his clothes. He always wore the same beat-up-looking camo pants and stained dirty wife beater. I even offered him some clothes I was getting rid of that would have fit him fine. He was content though, so whatever. He would also have a lot of his old roommates from when he lived at homeless shelters over. It wouldn't be uncommon for me to come home to a random person doing laundry, even when my roommate wasn't home. When I would have a guy over to hang out in my room, he would watch us walk from the front door to my room through a crack in his door, just wide enough for me to see the creepiest look on his face. Literally every time. Needless to say, he gave me the creeps. A few months after school started, and after I was noticing his creepy behavior more and more, I was in my room asleep with a guy I was talking to at the time when I hear a knock on my bedroom door. I look to the clock and it's about 3 in the morning. I get up to go see what whoever it was wanted and open my door to a random dirty and old naked guy. He says he's a friend of my roommate and thought my roommate was in my room with me. I flipped out. Obviously my roommate isn't in my room with me. In order to get into my apartment, my roommate would have to let him in. And the apartment isn't very big, so it wasn't like my roommate could have gone somewhere else that his friend wouldn't know where he was. He was either in the living room or in his room. I throw this dude out and let myself into my roommate's room. This is the first time I've been in there, mainly because I have no reason to associate with him, and he's sitting in the corner doing absolutely nothing with his lights off, almost as if he was waiting for me to come in there. I ask him about everything that just happened, and he tries to play dumb like he didn't even know the guy. Someone had to let him in, and it wasn't me. I drop it, begrudgingly, because the eviction notices are piling up on his door. I figure it's just a matter of time until he's gone. In the meantime, I see the naked dude randomly in the apartment doing laundry a handful of times when I would get home from class. Finally, my roommate is evicted, and I think I'm done with that, and maybe we'll get another roommate that is actually my age or cool. A few weeks go by that are more or less quiet. Then one day I hear a knock at the front door during the day. When I answer it, I see the random naked dude standing there, thankfully clothed this time, with a trash bag full of what looked like disgusting laundry. He tells me that my roommate said it was cool if he came to use the washer, and starts to walk forward like he owns the place. I step in front of him and tell him that his friend doesn't live there anymore, and no, he can't use my washing machine. I close the door, lock it, and go back to my room. About 20 minutes later, I keep hearing a random noise from my balcony. I lived on the 3rd floor, so I figured it was just a squirrel or a bird out there scratching around. I keep hearing the noise, so I decide to investigate, and I see the homeless guy trying his best to climb up to my balcony. I told him I was calling the cops, but obviously by the time they get there, he's gone. That same day, I went to the property manager and asked what kind of roommate matching service works like that and demanded to get out of my lease. After some heated discussion, I persuaded her that it was probably in her best interest to just let me leave. I found a nice 1-bedroom and never looked back.
I used to live in this old apartment when I was younger. It was really an old house that was converted into a duplex, I guess. I had a kitchen, living room, bedroom, and bathroom. Then there was a staircase going down to a very small entryway and the door. The other side, I guess, had basically the same thing, but I didn't know who lived there or anything. So I lived in this apartment for several months. It was cheap and pretty close to my work. Other than that, it was nothing special. I never knew anything strange to happen over the course of the first month that I lived there. I pretty much would be at work a lot, but when I was home I never had any problems. But then there were a few nights where I realized I was waking up in the middle of the night. I just know that I woke up and then went back to sleep pretty much right away one time. Then, another time, I woke up to what I thought was a noise, but I didn't hear anything more after waking up. I remember sitting up in bed and listening closely, but did not hear anything at all. So eventually, I just went back to sleep. This was strange because I normally slept really well and never woke up in the night. These were situations that I didn't even necessarily remember during the next day. But then when I woke up in the middle of the night for a third time in about a week, I was sure I heard a noise and I found it really strange. Once more, I sat up and listened, but I didn't hear any more noises. I couldn't figure out if I was dreaming the noise or if it happened when I was awake. It just seemed pretty strange. But after a while of nothing again, I finally fell back asleep. I wasn't really sure what was going on or what was the cause of me waking up. But then, one of the very next nights, I remember that I woke up again. I don't really remember hearing any noises, but I also was like wide awake immediately after waking up, which was weird. I didn't sit up, but rolled over to my other side. I was looking in the rest of the room, which was completely dark, but I then heard a small creaking sound. It was as if my bedroom door was being opened slowly. I looked over and saw that it was. Then I saw somebody suddenly enter the room from the doorway. It was a man, but I couldn't make out any details. The guy took a step into the room, but did not advance any farther. I was literally too scared to move. It was so dark that I'm not sure if he knew I was awake or not. The man then took out some sort of camera and took a picture of me. Then he disappeared back behind the doorway, going into the hall. I honestly couldn't believe it. I didn't know what on earth was happening. Then I heard some creaking from the floor in the hallway, and I heard a noise like a door being opened and closed. It was quiet but noticeable. After that, everything went completely silent again. I sat in bed without hearing anything for probably the next 10 or 20 minutes. I wasn't sure if I was being robbed or what, but I hadn't heard any noises in a long time. I finally got up and walked around my bedroom. There still was no other sounds, and then I left and went out into the hallway. I turned on a light and did not see or hear anything. Then I went around every room slowly and looked around. My place really wasn't that big, so it didn't take me long to realize that the other person was gone. But when I got to the end of the hallway upstairs, past my bedroom and across from a closet, I realized what must have happened. There was a door leading to my next door neighbors. However, this door I was told was not in use and was always locked. It even had a small table with a lamp on it in front of it, and the door was painted the same color as the wall, so it wasn't really that noticeable. But I knew that had to be where the person had gone. For some reason, the door must not be locked on the other side. After that, I couldn't sleep. I stayed up the rest of the night. In the morning, as soon as I was able to, I contacted the management for my place. I reported what was happening, and I started looking for another apartment immediately. The next few nights, I stayed at a friend's. Long story short, there was a man who lived next door, and he was caught. I'm happy that he never got in my place again after that. The times I had been waking up must have been when he left to go back to his place, possibly when he was closing the door. I will never forget seeing him in my room. It was the creepiest situation that's ever happened to me. I live in what I would describe as a pretty standard apartment. The last one I lived in 2 years ago was very similar as well. The building had a few basic hallways and tons of units. I had a parking space in the underground garage, and there were several apartment buildings in the complex. It was like right in the middle of my lease when I had been living there for about 6 months when some weird things happened. My apartment was on the second floor of the building, kind of towards the end of a hallway. One night, I was awoken to the sound of banging on my door. This happened to be a Friday night at about 3 o'clock in the morning. Somebody was repeatedly banging on my door, and it seemed about as loud as they could. I just laid there in bed and waited for it to stop. But after it continued for about 10 seconds straight, I decided to get up. However, once I had made it out of my bedroom, the knocking finally stopped. I could hear somebody walking away down the hallway then. I went to the peephole and I looked out, but the person was gone. I didn't really want to open the door and look out into the hallway, so I didn't. I just went back to bed and didn't hear any more knocks. The next day, I was thinking about it, remembering being woken up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I figured at that point it was probably somebody who was coming home drunk from the bars or something. It made perfect sense, because it had been a Friday night, and they probably got back and just started banging on a random door, either just to mess with somebody or because they accidentally went to the wrong place. So I really wasn't that concerned about it. However, at some time the next week, it happened again. Once more, I woke up to someone pounding on my front door. I had a bad feeling about it, not knowing who this was. I didn't really know any of my neighbors. I wasn't sure if it was one of them or somebody else that was random. This time, I did not get up. I just waited for the knocking to end, which took maybe 10 or 20 seconds roughly. When it finally ended, I stayed up for almost another hour because I really wasn't that tired anymore. I was finally able to get back to sleep a while later, but this was pretty annoying. Several nights went by before it happened again. This time, it was a little earlier though. I was still awake and in my living room watching TV. All of a sudden, there was a knock at the door. It seemed normal at first, but then it turned into a loud bang. I was so confused. I really didn't want to get up, and I stayed on my couch. The knocking on the door lasted for the usual 15 seconds or so, and then it stopped. This time, I once more heard the person walking away, and the rest of the night, I didn't hear anything more. Nothing strange happened for a few weeks after that. I had almost forgotten about the whole ordeal, but then randomly, it happened again. This time, once more, I was already awake and in the living room. It was pretty late though, and was after midnight. As I sat on the couch in my living room, I heard this loud pounding on my front door. It was crazy just how hard this person was banging on it. I stayed where I was like usual. This time, it seemed to last a little bit longer though, like maybe around 30 seconds. Then I decided to get up and look. I walked over to the door, and it was like the person heard me. When I got within a couple of feet of the door, the knocking stopped, and I heard them walking away. I looked through my peephole and saw no one. This time, I opened up the door and looked out into the hallway. When I did, I actually saw someone. There appeared to be a man walking away, but I only saw his back. He did not turn around and look at me or anything. The man was walking quickly, and I only saw him for maybe 5 seconds. Then he reached the door that led to the stairs and opened it, and then he was gone. I went back inside after that. For the entire rest of the time that I lived in my apartment, I never heard any more knocking. I don't know who that guy was. I didn't recognize him. Why he chose to always knock on my door, I also don't know. It really gave me the creeps though. This is a bizarre experience I had a couple of years ago. During this particular time, I was looking for a new apartment. I had been living with a roommate in this really run-down, beat-up old place. I had recently got a new job and finally had a little money to get a place all to myself, and a place that would be nicer as well. The kind of apartment I wanted did not have to be perfect, but I certainly wanted something better than I currently had. This would only be my second apartment that I ever got, and the first by myself. I was excited about it and looked online for the new place. I was still pretty new to living in this general area and had moved there from another state when I got my apartment with the roommate. So I went onto an apartment search website, put in my budget and preferences, and looked through the results. After looking at some apartments online, I selected one that I wanted to take a tour of. It seemed like a really good deal and looked decent from the pictures, so I contacted the management for a tour. I filled out some forms and then was ready to look at the place a couple of days later. When the time came for the tour, I drove to the apartment complex, which was maybe 10 minutes away. However, after entering the complex, I was unimpressed, and I realized that I may have made a mistake even by selecting to have a tour. I had pretty much already made up my mind that I didn't want to move here. Overall, the place really didn't look any nicer than where I currently lived. The pictures online were real, but they sure made the place look a lot better. Still, I got out of my car and met the tour guide, which happened to be the property manager and landlord. I think he really did just about everything. We met, and he said that he would give me a tour of the unit because the people had just moved out. So I went inside with him, and the apartment building smelled old and musty. Inside the place, the carpet was old and beat up, and there was a spider web with a spider in it in one of the cupboards. The guy was talking really good about the place, as if it was super nice. He mentioned that he lived in the unit next door, and we would be neighbors. I was nice and stayed there for the whole tour. When it was over, the guy asked me if I would take the apartment. I said that I had to look at others first, but would let him know if I wanted it. He did the old salesman technique, saying that he had a bunch of other people interested in the unit, and he even said that he had it on hold from them so that I could tour the place. I didn't know if that was true or not, but I knew he was trying to pressure me. He said he had rearranged things so that I could take the tour, so he hoped that I would take the place. I told him that I could not agree to it right now, and if he had to give the apartment to somebody else, so be it, but I had to look at some other ones. The guy seemed disappointed, but then we said our goodbyes and I left. So after this, I knew I wasn't going to move there, and I went home and continued my search. I decided to raise my budget and realized that I could actually afford something a lot nicer than that dump. The next day, I received a call from the landlord of the apartment I had just looked at. I answered, and he asked me if I was going to take the place. I told him that I decided I was not going to be taking it and would look elsewhere. The man sounded very upset. He said that he had it on hold for me and claimed that he lost other renters because of it. I told him I didn't know that, but I never made a promise that I was going to move there, and I wasn't going to do it. After that, the man continued talking and said that he could possibly lower the rent for me. I still said I wasn't interested. I honestly had no desire to live there, even if it was free, especially knowing that this guy would be my next door neighbor if I did. The guy asked me why I didn't want to move in. I found it strange that he was still talking to me about this. I didn't want to talk to the guy anymore, so I told him that I was just going to look in another area, and then I said bye and hung up. The whole thing was very strange. It was pretty unprofessional, to be honest, but it would get more unprofessional. So that evening, the guy called me again. I don't remember the exact time, but I think it was around 7 p.m. or so. It was really strange. I couldn't imagine what he could possibly want. I didn't answer it, and when the ringing ended, he did not leave a message or anything. The next morning, when I woke up, I noticed that my phone had actually been called another time. He had called in the middle of the night at like 2 a.m. I was hoping that this was just an accident, but this time he did leave a message. When I played it, he simply said that he was trying to get a hold of me and to call him back. I didn't want to, so I blocked his number. I thought that was the end of it, and I would never see him again or hear from him again. That story is strange enough as it is. But a couple of nights later, I was at home with my roommate. I was in my room, and it was sometime at night, maybe 8 or 9 o'clock, and then there was a knock at the door. I didn't know who it could be, but I was possibly expecting somebody to be there to see my roommate. I knew that I wasn't expecting anyone, so I stayed where I was. But a few moments later, my roommate came to my doorway and asked if I invited a guy over. I said no, and she said that some guy was at the front door. At first, I really had no idea who it could be, so I walked over to the door and looked through. The same guy was standing there. It was the landlord from the other apartment building. I had no idea what he could possibly want. As I was standing there, he knocked again. I shouted from the other side, asking what he wanted. He asked if he could come inside, and I said no. He then said that he would only come inside for a minute. I said that if he didn't leave now, I was going to call the police. The man finally cursed at me, kicked at the door, and then stormed off. And after that, he luckily did not come back. I still don't know why that guy kept bothering me. I figured that he got my address on the forms that I had to fill out to look at his apartment. I wish that I never looked at that place at all. I ended up getting a much nicer place a short time later, and have been living there since. This happened back sometime in the very early 2000s. During this time, I was living alone in a one-bedroom apartment that I had recently moved into. I was aware of a few of my neighbors, but not many of them. The building seemed to have people moving in and out quite often. It was a larger apartment building that had a giant parking lot next to it where all the residents parked. The apartment itself was pretty old, and not the nicest, but it was all right. So after a few months of living there, I remembered that one night I heard this sort of pounding noise coming from the next apartment over. I wasn't sure what it was. I knew that it was my next door neighbor though. The noise went on and off as it got later and later. Soon I was trying to go to sleep, but the sounds kept going. I had a hard time falling asleep because of it, and eventually I couldn't take it anymore and I had to go over there. I really didn't want to, but I was left no choice. So I walked over and then knocked on the door. After a few moments, a man opened the door. He was a large man that was bald and wore baggy clothes. He looked at me confused and slightly annoyed. I told him that I was trying to sleep and I was hearing him do something. I asked him if he was hanging stuff on the walls or something like that. The man said no, he was building a table. I guess that made sense, but I asked if he could quiet down because I could not sleep. The guy looked really annoyed but said okay and then shut the door in my face. I felt really awkward after, but it was almost midnight, so I went back and the man did stop and I was finally able to get some sleep. The next I saw of the guy was actually the very next day though. It was nighttime once again. Now I was about to go to sleep. Out of nowhere, I heard this really loud music coming from next door. It was the same guy's apartment. I rolled my eyes when I heard it. I just hoped that it wouldn't last for very long. The walls in this apartment were pretty thin, so noise traveled, but still, this music had to be almost full blast, and it continued until past when I wanted to go to sleep. I didn't want to go over to his place for a second night in a row. I wondered if this was his way of getting back at me or something. I mean, he knew that he was being loud. So I tried my best to sleep. I didn't have any earplugs, but I tried covering my ears and stuff, but I just couldn't. After trying to fall asleep for over an hour and the music still continuing, I realized that I had to go confront the man. So I left my apartment and I walked on over. After knocking on his door, he did not answer. I waited there for maybe 2 or 3 minutes, knocking several more times. Soon it was clear though that the guy was not going to answer me. So then I headed back to my place. I went back inside, hoping maybe the guy would eventually turn it off, or I could get some rest anyways. Just after making it back to my place though, I thought I heard a door open and close from the hallway. Then, moments later, I heard somebody trying to open my apartment door. Luckily, I had locked it right away when I got back in, which was a habit. This seemed strange, so I went over to check. The man was standing right there. I did not want to open the door because I had a bad feeling. He remained there for a few moments, just standing there and looking angry. Then he turned around and walked back to his place, with the loud music still playing. He did not turn it off. I don't even know when I fell asleep, but when I woke up the next morning, the music had been stopped at some point. After that, I reported the guy to the apartment, but I guess he moved out a very short time later. It was good because I didn't have to deal with him anymore. That was the craziest memory of living in an apartment. My last apartment that I lived in was located in what was a pretty nice area. It was fairly close to the city, and it was nearby many businesses and parks. I enjoyed living there, and my apartment was on the first floor of one of 3 buildings in the complex. My apartment had 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, a living room, kitchen area, and a small dining room area. There was also a balcony that was good sized, and it was slightly elevated from the ground below. And behind that, there was a large woods that I had a view of. So one night, I was at home by myself. It was about 9 o'clock, and I was in my living room. That's when I heard some noises coming from outside. I first assumed them to be some neighbors who might have been outside, probably the ones next door. But the noises sounded really close. I was just curious, so I decided to get up and look out of my balcony window. My blinds were closed, so I couldn't see anything outside at all at the moment. When I slid them open, I suddenly saw there was a man standing on my balcony. I couldn't believe it, and instantly my heart started racing. The guy moved out of sight by going to the left. He was still on my balcony, but now out of view from my window mostly. I had no idea who he was, or why he was on my balcony. I moved away from the window, but kept watching to see what the man would do. He seemed to be staying right where he was for quite a while. After like a minute or two, finally I heard some more noise. I then saw him moving away and leaving my balcony. He jumped down onto the ground and then ran off, disappearing into the woods. When that happened, I was really glad that the man was gone, but I also didn't know what he had been doing out there. I went out to the balcony where I didn't really have many things at all. I just had a few decorations here and there that are typical for balconies. Nothing was out of place, and I looked around towards the woods, but couldn't see anything strange. So I went back inside, and was sure to lock the door and close the blinds again, and hoped that the man would not return. But he did. It was later that night, maybe 2 hours later. I was about to go to bed when I heard a knocking on the window of my sliding glass door to the balcony. I had a terrible feeling and knew that the man was likely back. There was silence for a while, and then a much louder knock on the door. I then heard the guy try to open it. I did not hesitate, and I got out my phone and called 911. When I told the dispatcher what was going on, I was told police were on the way. The guy knocked again very loudly and then tried opening the door. I could not see any of his actions though because the blinds were closed, and I certainly was not going to open them. I stayed as far away from them as I could. In fact, I went right by the door in case the guy broke the window or something. He stopped banging on the window eventually though, and then things were silent. I wondered if he had run off into the woods again. The police got there a short time later. I told them what happened and went to check out the balcony. Then the police went to the woods and checked it out, and surprisingly, they found a man hiding in the woods. It was the same guy, and when questioned, he tried running but was caught. I'm not sure what his intentions were, if he was trying to break in or what, but I'm glad the police found him.
This happened to me back in the early 2000s. I was living with my ex in Texas. My girl and I had been forced to move cross-country after we lost everything in a house fire. We were in a very bad position, and when all hope appeared to be lost, her family offered to rent us a place that had been just sitting, unused. The few things that survived the fire were packed into our old Jeep and we hit the road. 2 days later, we arrived at her Aunt Jenny's house, road-worn and ready to get moved in. We didn't have much, so it didn't take long. Although we had to spend the first night in sleeping bags on the floor, it was a giant first step toward getting our lives back. Early the next morning, we went shopping for a new bed. It was probably the most satisfying event in my life up to that point, and I never slept better than in that bed. Maybe it was just the relief of having a stable place to live, but I still look back at that time with fondness. The next few days were spent scouring Goodwill and charity shops for furniture, lamps, and such. And by the end of the week, we were settled in, and it was time to look for work. I've never been averse to hard work. Maybe I'm a masochist, but I've always sought out the most physically strenuous jobs I could find. I think a lot of the employers I encountered were a bit shocked at how hard I pushed myself. My insane work ethic has a lot to do with my upbringing. I was one of 4 children in a very poor family. We lived in a remote part of West Virginia, and life was beyond tough. Going to bed hungry was a regular occurrence, and although I was not above raiding the neighbors' gardens in the warmer seasons, my Christian morals stopped me from becoming a full-blown criminal. I'd rather not go into too much depth about my folks, but suffice it to say my dad's love of the good life meant he rarely had a job for very long. Mom did the best she could, but she had her hands full taking care of us. And as soon as my last sister got old enough to go to school, Mom began working part-time with her sister at the dry cleaners. Once I was old enough, I took her place there, and she moved on to better-paying work. Dad and Mom had split up by then. Life only got harder after that, but somehow, we all survived to become useful members of society with families of our own. At that time, there was plenty of work to be had. Texas was just beginning to grow in the economic powerhouse that it is today, and everywhere I looked, houses were popping up and new people were moving in. Folks were hiring for every imaginable position. I'd done landscaping work before, so it seemed logical to try. I bounced from job to job, site to site, doing any work that had let me. It put food on the table, but working in the Texas summer was rough, and the rainy days weren't much better. For some crazy reason, I turned to the food service industry. I was trading one hot place for another. Stupid in retrospect, but I'd been a line cook after high school. I knew my way around a kitchen. There are a few things in the South people like more than eating, and our area was overflowing with places to do it. I landed a part-time position washing dishes. The pay was all right, but I was getting killed on gas costs in the long run. I was about to go back to landscaping when I got a call from a Waffle House. The pay was better and the location was less than a mile from our home. I could walk to work and Missy could take the car if she needed to, and it seemed like the best thing to do. Now we could both work full-time rather than juggle our schedules with one car. and I went for the interview and was hired in less than 15 minutes. Missy was over the moon to hear it, and I'll admit that I was pretty excited too. Stable work, no matter what it is, can go a long way to ease your money concerns. Missy's boss had been nagging her to take on more hours, and now she could. Overall, things were beginning to look up. As I walked to the restaurant that Monday night, I had the worst case of butterflies in my life. For some reason, my instincts told me this job would be like none before it, and boy, did I turn out to be right. My first couple of weeks turned out to be relatively uneventful. There were occasional drunks getting a little rowdy, but they usually calmed down if we were assertive enough. The rest of the staff were cool too. Most of them were older than me, but they didn't take themselves too seriously. When it was slow, we'd talk about where we'd come from and our hopes for the future. But when we were slammed, everyone kept their heads down and got the food out as quickly as possible. And everything was going really well until one Friday night, when an especially drunk man came in looking for trouble. In Texas, the bars usually closed down at 2 a.m. Around 2:30 or so, the drunk stumbled in looking for something good and greasy to soak up all that booze. Waffle House is a very popular place to do so. On this night, the regular group of bar patrons came in for their late-night meals, and since this was a smaller city, we knew most of the people that came in. The overwhelming majority were salt-of-the-earth hard-working folks just looking to let off a little steam. They were harmless for the most part. Unfortunately, this situation was going to be different. From what I recall, it was just before 3 a.m. when a very intoxicated stranger staggered into the restaurant. I didn't recognize him, but I was there to cook food, not vet people. And anyway, the drunk man paced around, occasionally stopping at tables and then walking on to the next. Most of the other patrons ignored him and focused on their meals. And that was until the drunk man stopped at the bar and began leaning too close to one of the regulars, and I'll just call this guy Mike. Mike had been coming in on the weekends way before I was hired, and I bet he still does. Mike had his own share of drinks and must have been annoyed at the other man's presence. He started barking at the man to get away from him, and he told him he stunk. The stranger took offense to this and tried to take a swing at Mike, but missed. Mike pushed him down onto the floor and stood up from his stool. He was looking down at the stranger, shaking his finger at him while he cursed him out. The drunk stranger stumbled back to his feet and rushed toward Mike. He managed to punch Mike in the chest and stomach a few times before Mike pushed him away again. The stranger fell back onto the table behind him and just stared for a minute before turning and running out of the restaurant. I chuckled to myself as I watched the brief fight before turning back to my work. A few moments later, I heard a woman's voice say something like, "You're bleeding from your chest, Mike." I turned back around to see Mike wiping at the front of his gray shirt. There were a few dark spots on it, and when Mike looked at his hand, there was what appeared to be blood on it, and that was when we realized the drunk stranger had stabbed him, not punched him. It looked like he managed to pull out a knife during the scuffle and got a few quick jabs before Mike could stop him. I'm not sure what made me do it, but I ran to the back and grabbed a stack of hand towels, and from there I ran over to Mike and began putting pressure on the wounds. By now, Mike had dropped to the floor from shock, I think, and a few other patrons helped me hold the towels on the wounds while we waited for the ambulance to arrive. This whole time, Mike was talking about his kids. I did my best to assure him that he was going to be okay, but to be honest, I had no idea how serious his injuries were. About 7 minutes later, the ambulance arrived and whisked Mike away. We had to close things down while we talked to the police. And just before dawn, we were able to get things up and running again, and all I could do that morning as I walked home was think about Mike. I continued to wonder about his condition that whole weekend, and when I showed up for work that Monday, I was told that he had a rough time but was now out of danger and recuperating in the hospital. For the next few weeks, I was given little updates by some of the customers that knew his family. He was doing well and enjoying his time off of work, though. I think almost 2.5 months passed when I was standing at the flat top and heard a familiar voice behind me. I turned around to see Mike standing there with his big toothy grin. I asked how he was doing, and he said he was great. And we shook hands and he gave me a big hug. He thanked me for saving his life. I wasn't sure if I had, but I wasn't about to be rude, and I could tell that he was serious. I quickly mentioned the others and tried to be humble about my part in it, and from there the subject just veered off onto other topics and I returned to my work. I'd continued to see Mike regularly for about a year until I got a better paying job elsewhere. It's been at least 15 years since I last saw him, and I hope he's still doing well. I'm not sure if the drunk guy that stabbed him was ever caught that night. It never seemed appropriate to ask. He moved on with his life, and I didn't want to stir up bad memories. Mike, if you do happen to hear this or see this, give me a call. I'd love to catch up. I used to work at the Waffle House in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. People sometimes ask me if I ever saw one of those Waffle House brawls or anything like that, but honestly, it really wasn't that kind of place. We were just down the street from a bunch of bars and stuff, and the Lehigh College campus was less than a mile away, so we definitely got our fair share of customers during the midnight hours. But I think during all the night shifts that I worked, I only saw maybe 2 or 3 physical confrontations, and those mostly consisted of a little shoving before the 2 people about to fight were separated by their friends. And that's not to say that I didn't end up quitting after a very violent incident. It's just that the incident in question happened to be considerably more messed up than some dumb street brawl. As you can probably guess, weekend night shifts tended to be the busiest when it came to drunk college kids or sports fans stopping by for all-star specials. But the weekday night shifts could actually be pretty quiet. You'd get your giggly stoners staring at the menus for like 20 minutes before ordering, but there were never any trouble at all, and the same went for the truckers and shift workers who came in the store cold sober for their patty melts and hash browns. But then this one night, we had this super sketchy crackhead-looking guy walk through the doors, and I swear to God, when he first walked in, I was like 90% certain that he was about to pull out a gun and rob us. The Waffle House I worked at never had a single robbery for the whole time that I was employed there, but it was still one of your biggest fears when it came to working the night shifts. And whenever anyone came in who fit that profile, basically anyone who looked like they were on crack, we always got a little nervous and kept an extra eye on them. The guy was definitely high on something, and not only was he twitchy as hell, but after ordering his food, he just sat in his booth, intermittently looking over at us without even touching his grilled cheese. I let my coworkers know that the guy was giving me some pretty bad vibes, then carried on cleaning down my station while kind of low-key scoping him out. As I'm watching Mr. Twitch, some regular-looking white guy with dark hair walks in and then orders a coffee and a piece of triple chocolate pie. My coworker serves him, and he takes a seat at the counter to drink his coffee, so I just keep on cleaning while I watch Mr. Twitch. Mr. Twitch looks up, and we make eye contact for a second, and then he looks back down with this sort of nervous expression, like he's either high out of his mind or something and the paranoia is kicking in, or he's thinking about doing something crazy. And I'm getting more and more nervous, but then to my left I hear, "Don't I know you?" And I look around to see that Mr. Coffee and Pie is turned around on his stool and is talking to a guy eating in the booth behind him. The guy in the booth is like, "I don't think so." But then Mr. Coffee and Pie is like, "No, you went to such and such elementary school. You were in my 4th grade math class with Mrs. So-and-so." And I can hear that the guy at the table having a bit of moment of recognition, but I wasn't watching them like I was watching Mr. Twitch. They go back and forth about how crazy it is to run into one another in a Waffle House at 1:30 in the morning, and then start reminiscing about this and that and the other. I lost track of their conversation when I went to get some more cleaning supplies, but when I returned, they were wrapping up their chance encounter with a few good to see yous and take cares. But then, out of nowhere, Mr. Coffee and Pie stops by the door and says, "Oh, and one more thing." Then I look over, just in time to see him pull a gun from out of his jacket. The guy sitting in the booth didn't stand a chance. He looked up just in time to see Mr. Coffee and Pie pull the trigger, and then after 3 shots, The guy slumped forward onto his half-eaten plate of food. The place was so quiet after Mr. Coffee fired his gun that after I ducked down below the counter, I heard the sound of the gun hitting the floor after he dropped it. I stayed down below the counter while I heard the door open and close, and then everyone stayed silent for a few more seconds until some lady started screaming like a goddamn banshee. At the time, there wasn't really any kind of contingency plan for someone getting shot in the face at your Waffle House, so we did the only thing we could think of, and got everyone that hadn't run off to walk behind the counter so we could guide them out into the rear parking lot. Naturally, everyone was extremely shaken up, and the woman that had been screaming was hysterically crying. The restaurant was closed for a few days after that because obviously the cops had to perform all kinds of crime scene analytics and forensic stuff. Waffle House offered us free counseling and a bonus to anyone from that shift who would return to work. But unlike my 3 coworkers who were working with me on the night of the murder, I didn't take management up on their offer, no matter how generous it may have seemed. Now call me a coward, but I just figured, why go and work back at a place like that? Where every time I wiped down a table, every time I looked at it, I'd be reminded of that guy slumped over in his food, with that stream of blood just oozing off the table onto the floor. I take my hat off to anyone that could just go back and act like nothing happened, but to me personally, I'd rather just get a job someplace else. Someplace I don't have memories of someone getting murdered right there in front of me.
A few years ago, I was driving back from work pretty late at night. I was going home, and normally I don't work quite that late, but it had been a long one. At this point, I was extremely hungry, and I hadn't had a chance to eat in a long time. On the drive home, I didn't normally pass by many restaurants. I happen to live a little bit out in the country, and there aren't a bunch of places to go to, so I was keeping my eyes out for a place to stop, and I remember I pulled off the highway and I took an exit. My options there were a gas station, and then a little ways down the road I saw a sign for a Subway. At this point, it was probably like 10-something at night. I didn't know if Subway would still be open, but I thought that I would go and look. So when I drove down the road, it appeared as though the Subway was open. The lights inside were on, and I remember that I thought I saw somebody in there when I was driving into the parking lot. However, there weren't any other cars in the parking lot. I decided to park, get out, and go to the door to see. When I did so, the door opened up and I realized that it was in fact open. At least I thought. After walking inside the Subway, it was very quiet and I didn't see anybody inside anymore. I walked up to the counter where you start ordering. I figured the employee was maybe in the back or something, and after they heard me coming in, they would probably come out to take my order. Just a few seconds after getting to the counter though, the lights suddenly turned off and it went almost completely dark. The only light was coming in from the large windows that they had in the front of the store. I looked around wondering what was going on. After maybe 30 seconds or so, I figured that I would just leave. But before I walked away, I heard some noises coming from the back, which was around the corner and out of my sight. That's when I saw a man coming into view. It looked like he had entered from the back room, and I thought that it was an employee at first. I couldn't see the man very well at all because of the dark, but with the light that I did have from the window, I noticed that this man was not wearing a Subway uniform in any way. He just stood there for a moment looking at me. I decided that I would leave still. This situation overall just seemed very strange, so I began to head over to the door. But when I did, I heard the man start walking from behind the counter. I didn't really know where he was going, but it actually sounded like he was going towards me. When I reached the doors, I glanced back and saw the guy swiftly walking my way. He was maybe 20 feet away from me. The man did not say anything, and neither did I. I just left the Subway and started going back to my car. I then heard the man actually leave the restaurant after me. I looked behind me and the guy was getting closer. At that point, I wasn't sure what else to do, so I just started running. I sprinted all the way to my car, unlocked the door, and got inside. Luckily, I didn't have to back up to leave because the parking lot connected to another one, so I just hit the gas and drove away from there. The man had almost reached my car but I left him standing there in the parking lot and I drove away. I then went all the way back home, not bothering to stop any place else. I was too creeped out by the situation and made something to eat at home. Now, I still don't know exactly what was going on in that subway. I'm guessing that they were closed, but for some reason the door was open. Was the man that I saw attempting to steal from the place, or was he just chilling in the back? I really don't know, but I do know that he chased after me, and I'm glad that I got away. One time last year, I went to a Subway at night. I was just going to get a sub, and the Subway restaurant was only about 5 minutes from my house. It was located in a quiet strip mall that had several other businesses in it. So I went there at probably about 8 p.m. I remember that it was completely dark out because it was the springtime, and the area was also pretty quiet. Most of the other businesses in the strip mall were now closed. I walked inside of the Subway and I ordered. It didn't take very long because nobody else was there, and then I got my sandwich. I remember that when I was getting a drink from the fountain, I noticed a man passing by on the sidewalk out front, outside of the Subway. The man was somewhat tall, had shaggy-looking hair, and was wearing a t-shirt and sweatpants. So I remember that he looked in the window at me as he was passing by, but then he continued walking and went out of sight. After I got my drink and stuff, I walked out and I left the Subway. I was starting to walk to my car in the parking lot when I heard somebody approaching me. There were footsteps a little behind me and to my right. I looked over and I saw the same man. He was approaching me, and before I knew it, the man was right next to me. I stopped to see what the guy wanted. When I did, he asked me if I could give him a ride over to the gas station and pointed in the direction. The way he pointed, there was a gas station within sight, and it really wasn't that far away at all. It was kind of in the direction of where I lived too. Obviously, I didn't want to give this man a ride though. I didn't know him or anything, so I said to the guy that I was in a hurry to get home. But as I started to walk away, the man followed. He said that it wasn't far, and he just needed to go to the gas station and was meeting a friend there. I finally said yes and told the man that I would give him a ride. I feel stupid saying that, because obviously it's not smart to give a ride to a random person you first see at night. But that's what I did, and I was just hoping that it would be a quick drive to drop the man off. I mean, it would take less than a minute to get to the gas station, and it was within sight. It was just a little bit to the left of the strip mall and almost behind it. And the gas station was open, and there looked to be several other cars there. So the man got in the passenger side of my car, and I got in the driver's seat. After getting inside, the man was nice and said thank you to me, and said that he was really cold and didn't want to walk all that way. It was pretty cold out with it being the early spring and nighttime. So I left the parking lot of the strip mall where the Subway was. Then I drove out of the parking lot onto a busier street. After we went to the left, the gas station was just to the right, but the entire drive, neither me or the man said anything. It was just awkward silence. After I turned into the gas station, I pulled into a parking space in the back side of the parking lot. It had been a quick and easy drive. When I stopped though, the man did not immediately get out of my car. So I said something like, "All right, have a good night now." But he didn't get out. He just sat there. It was really awkward for like 30 seconds, and I was getting a bad feeling about this whole situation. At this point, I was kicking myself for letting a stranger get in my car at all. So finally, I said to the man, "We're here. Isn't this where you wanted to go?" The man finally spoke. He said this wasn't the correct gas station. He said it was another one that was a ways down the road, and he pointed to the east. That was not the direction that I was going. I thought the man needed to go to this gas station, and I was sure that's where he pointed. I told him this is where I thought he was going, and he said no, as if I was stupid for thinking that. I told him that I was not going in that direction and I had to go home now. He didn't respond, and he didn't get out either. This man seemed really annoyed with me that I somehow didn't know exactly where he was going. I told him I couldn't go there, and I wasn't going any further. He did not seem happy about it, and did not get out of my car. The man told me to drive him to the other gas station. I was getting pretty nervous. I didn't know if this guy could possibly be dangerous or something like that. I asked him to get out of my car, and he said no. At this point, I didn't really know what to do. Then, as we were sitting there, I noticed a police car pulling into the gas station. When I saw this, I was thinking maybe I should try to get the cops' attention. But as I was still thinking that, the man next to me suddenly got out of my car. He opened the door, left my vehicle, and then started quickly walking away. The guy started heading towards the building, and then I just left. I went home, and I told myself that I would never let a stranger in my car again. Looking back, I'm not sure what that guy was planning to do. I figured that when he saw the cop, he knew he was up to no good, and he left. I'm really glad that the police officer pulled into the parking lot when he did.
As all of you know, life can be a struggle sometimes. Making ends meet isn't always as easy as just getting a job. Several years back, I couldn't find a job. It was rejection after rejection. And at the time, nobody was really hiring, and the few places that were hiring were very ultra-competitive. I was barely making over minimum wage as a deli employee at a grocery store. I remember one night I was working online for ways to make extra money, and I ended up stumbling upon Craigslist. I'd heard of Craigslist but never really explored it for myself. I found an ad on Craigslist for a freelance job where I would be what's called a secret shopper. For those of you who may not be familiar with what a secret shopper is, it's basically an anonymous customer who comes into a store and asks the employees a series of questions. The employee is then graded on certain criteria. For example, does the employee make eye contact, greet you, give a suggestion, offer to escort the customer, and give a parting comment, etc.? It seems simple, but a lot of companies, specifically the store I work for, will reprimand the employee for a bad secret shopper score and even fire the employee if they get more than one bad score. Since I had experience in a store and I know exactly what they're looking for, I thought that this would be an easy way to make some money on the side. The first store I visited was a local chain of grocery stores in my hometown. Oddly enough, it was the same company I worked for, but not the same store though. I started making my rounds and noticed a man, probably in his 20s, stocking the shelves. He looked at me and immediately put his head back down. He didn't greet me, so he got points off right away. I had to greet him and ask him where the canned tuna was. He never lifted his head from stocking the shelves and just sort of angrily said, "Aisle 2, halfway down." Again, this guy lost points for not making eye contact and offering to show me where it was located. Also, just for the record, I know how ridiculous all of this is, but these stupid companies take this junk so seriously. They don't care if you're waiting on another customer or what the excuse is. If you get a bad score, you're kind of screwed. I was trying to pause and give the guy a chance to redeem himself by telling me to have a good day, but he never did. And I eventually had to initiate the parting remark, and that's when he finally looked up and said, "Yeah, you too." And I finally saw his name tag and wrote down on it was a name, Patrick. And I smiled and walked away, and I noticed that Patrick kept his eye on me. I felt his stare as I walked away, and I started to figure that he was on to me, that I was maybe a secret shopper. I was going to ask a few more employees questions, but I started to feel uncomfortable. Every time I looked up, I could see this Patrick at the end of the aisles. It almost seemed like he was following me. I wasn't sure what the end game was for this guy, but I didn't want to find out. I cashed out, and the cashier passed her secret shop with flying colors, though. And after I cashed out, I briskly made my way to my car, and I just wanted to get out of the store so bad and be done with this. Once I was in the car, I started writing down the full report before I drove off. I just wanted to get all the information down while it was still fresh. But while I was writing, I looked up and saw my buddy from the aisle intensely walking through the parking lot, Patrick. I ducked down a little bit, but thankfully it didn't appear like he had noticed me. He just kept walking until he got to his car, which was a dark 4-door sedan of some kind, and he sped off, and I waited a few minutes before I departed. I don't know why, but this guy just gave me the creeps, though. I kept thinking to myself, why was he following me around the store like that? If he really was, but it truly did feel like he was, and it just felt so weird. I'm a textbook overthinker, so I tried telling myself that maybe I was overthinking, but something about him was just definitely off. That night, I went home and I emailed my supervisor the report, and life went on. It only took a day or two for me to completely forget about that interaction. A few nights after I turned in the report, I was having a late-night dinner with my boyfriend. We were just hanging out, enjoying each other's company. The relaxing evening was interrupted by a loud and consistent banging on the front door. It wasn't just an aggressive knock either. It was like the sound of someone throwing their entire body weight at the door. You have no idea how horrifying it is to hear a knock at the door at that hour, let alone a banging knock like this one. We looked out the window, and I was at a loss for words. It was that Patrick guy from the grocery store, and he looked horrible. His eyes looked like they were sunken in, and he looked like he hadn't slept in days. I called out, telling him to leave right now, that I was calling the police, and he didn't even flinch. He just kept banging and demanding that I let him enter the home. Repeatedly, he kept saying that I ruined his life, and that I needed to pay. That there would be an eye for an eye, I remember him saying. I didn't even want to think about what he meant by that. While this interaction was happening, my boyfriend had called the police, though. They must have been in the area because the first squad car showed up in less than 2 minutes. And it's a good thing, too, because I don't know how much longer my door was going to hold up. Patrick was really throwing himself into the door, and this whole sight was nuts. A cop tackled Patrick right on my front steps and handcuffed him, and while they were apprehending him, they ended up finding a knife concealed in his waistband, which for me was the most terrifying information about this entire ordeal. I still can't stop thinking about what he intended to do with that knife if he had broken down the door. After he was arrested, I did get some closure on this whole nightmare. It turns out it was just a situation of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Apparently, Patrick was at the end of the cliff, and my visit to the store that day was what forced him to fall completely off. He was struggling to pay his bills, and from what I was told, his girlfriend had just broken up with him the day of that secret shopping event. And when I approached him in the store that day, he was only minutes away from the end of his shift and was just mentally completely done at that point. I get it. We've all been there. Well, to a degree. And I happened to catch him on a bad day, and asking for a can of tuna was the last thing on his mind. He ended up losing his job because he had failed another secret shopper report, a report that I sent in. The part that I can't still figure out about this is I have no idea how he found out where I lived. I don't think he followed me that day after the store, but there's no other way that he would know where I lived. I stayed at my boyfriend's house after that night, and I rarely stayed at my old house alone. I don't know what happened to this guy, but I genuinely hope that he figured it out, and more importantly, I hope these stores get rid of the secret shopper program because it's just horrible. Not long ago, I decided to listen to a friend of mine about picking up some babysitting jobs from Craigslist. I know that seems weird, but I was surprised at how many postings for that type of work were on there. Ordinarily, I wouldn't have needed the job, but at the time, I had just broken up with my boyfriend, and I didn't think that I was going to be able to pay my rent. This seemed like the easiest way to make some money. It helps that I used to babysit when I was a teenager, and my brother has 2 small kids, so I felt like an expert in the field. After all, how hard could looking after some children for a few hours be? I set up a job for early Saturday evening, and I started messaging a woman named Chloe. The woman said that her and her husband would be leaving the house at around 5:15 p.m. and they would be back sometime after 10. She gave me the address and all the information about the children. I would be watching 2 boys, and one of the boys was 7 and the other was 9. I was figuring that this was going to be easy money. In my opinion, boys that age are easy to entertain, and because they weren't babies, they wouldn't need my undivided attention. After I talked to the lady, I told my friend about the job, who was jealous of the money that I was about to make. She had been doing the Craigslist babysitting jobs for a few months now and had never come close to the money I was about to make, or at least told that I was about to make. On Saturday evening, I made my way to the address given to me by Chloe, and right away, I had some regrets. The house was in a very sketchy neighborhood. Not necessarily crime-ridden, but it was a poor and run-down area. When I knocked on the door, there was no answer. I waited for several minutes and attempted several more knocks on the door when, finally, a strange and very rough-looking man answered the door. He was tall and skinny with this massive gray beard. I would say that he was at least in his 50s, unless he just looked rough for his age. And in this very low and gruff voice, he said, "Come on in, sweetheart. Sorry I didn't hear the knocks. My ears ain't what they used to be." I walked inside, and the first thing I noticed was how not child-friendly the house was. A lot of trash and just general clutter was lying about, and I was just standing in the front of the door, and the man then says, "My wife should be back any minute with the kids. Go and sit down and make yourself at home. Sorry, I know the place ain't the cleanest." I was trying not to be judgmental. I know it sounds like I should be running for the hills, but I didn't want to unfairly judge this guy or his family. And the man pointed down the hall and told me that the living room was in the back of the house. I made my way back there and sat on this bluish couch. The amount of anxiety I felt at this moment was absolutely crushing, though. I saw no pictures of children, no toys, and no indication whatsoever that children even lived there. While I was waiting on the couch, I could hear the man walking back and forth in the other room, and I think he was mumbling to himself. Every few minutes he would begin to shout, "Hey, sorry about this, ma'am. My wife can be forgetful with the time. I promise she'll be back soon." A few minutes later, he ran into the room scratching his head. With this big smile, he said, "You know what? I'm an idiot. I bet my wife came inside with the kids through the basement entrance. She's probably waiting for you down there. Nobody uses the front door that you came in, and the basement's right over there. Why don't you go check it out, and I'll meet you all down there in a minute." He stood there like some scarecrow, pointing to a door on the far side of the room. I didn't know what to do and just nodded and told him I would go check, and truthfully, I had enough at this point, though. He smiled and in this very unsettling voice says, "Oh, that's great. I'll see you in a second, sweetie." And then he walked back into the front door. I opened the door to the basement out of curiosity, and it was obvious that nobody was down there. The lights were off, and the smell was just horrific when it hit my nose. There was no chance I was going to go down there. And while staring into the dark basement, I heard that he was still bumping around in the front room, and without thinking, I ran as fast as I could toward the front door that I came from. Once I hit it, the door was locked. I quickly unlocked it and ran for my car. As I opened the car door, I could hear him yelling from inside the house, but I didn't look back. I started backing down the driveway, and I could see him running out of the house, waving his hands back and forth. And thankfully, by the time he reached the driveway, I was already flying down the road. I almost didn't call the police because technically I was physically fine and maybe even overreacting. But after calling my friend, she convinced me to call the authorities just in case. After the phone call, I had no idea what had happened. The dispatcher on the phone told me that they would take it from here and that was the end of it, at least on my end. Maybe there was a wife and kids. Maybe this was just a poor family that I just very unfairly judged. Maybe there really was an entrance to the basement that his wife used instead of that front door. But honestly, I'd rather look like some crazy jerk who judged the family than potentially be the victim of something very much worse. The unnerving nature of the situation told me to run, and I stand by that gut feeling. That very well could have been the best decision of my life.
Last year, I was trying to sell my 2007 Mercury Mariner. It was in pretty good shape, but had a lot of miles, and it's kind of old. But overall, it ran very good and is a good car. I decided to list it on Craigslist because I've had experience buying cars on there before. When I had used Craigslist in the past, it had gone pretty well. So I took several pictures of the car and then listed it. The next day, I didn't get any interest at all. But on the second day, I got a response to the ad. The text message came from a man saying that his name was Al and that he wanted to buy the car. He seemed pretty confident about it right away. I was asking a pretty reasonable price, so I gave him my address to come and look at it. Now, I lived in an apartment building. I didn't think it was a big deal to give out the address, because there were several buildings in the complex. My car was already parked out in the parking lot, and the guy would have no way of knowing which apartment was mine. So I asked Al when he was free, and he said he could come by the next day after work at 9 p.m. I said okay, and then I cleaned out the car and got it ready for selling. The following night, I left my apartment building and went to my car in the parking lot. Al showed up shortly after and parked nearby. He got out and I met him by my Mariner. Al was a big guy, had lots of tattoos, was probably about 250 pounds and 6 feet tall. After meeting, I showed Al the car and he looked around at it. After several minutes, he asked to take it for a test drive. I went with him, and Al drove the car around the block and down some nearby streets. I remember that he said he liked it and it seemed fine. At that point, I was really thinking that I was going to sell the car that night. After the test drive, we returned to my apartment complex, and he parked the car in the space that it had been before. But then, after we got out of the car, Al just said that he would think about it. I was disappointed, because it seemed like he was going to buy it before. But I just said okay, and then said bye to him. But that's when Al asked me if he could use my bathroom quick. This seemed sketchy. Why did he think it would be okay with me for him to use my bathroom? I said no thanks and started walking away. To me, I was afraid that it might be some sort of a setup. I didn't want this guy coming into my apartment. He was still kind of standing around by my car though. My apartment building had a side door and a front door. The side door was not very far away, so I decided to walk to the front. I left Al standing there and headed inside. I was kind of afraid that he was going to follow me, but when I left and got to the front doors, I looked back and didn't see him at all. This made me feel better and I entered the building. When I got inside, I turned to the right and then entered the elevator. I took it up to the 3rd floor, which is the level that my apartment was on. When I arrived, I stepped off and started walking to the left. But when I did, I saw the door at the end of the hallway open that led to a stairwell. I saw Al entering the hallway. What was he doing here? At first, I started going towards my door, but then saw Al going towards me. I quickly stopped and then turned and started walking in the opposite direction. At that point, I started to hear Al begin to run in my direction, so I started sprinting to the end of the hallway. When I made it there, I went into the stairs on the other side and ran down. As I was going down the stairs, I heard Al enter the stairwell and continue to chase me. Then I went into the underground parking garage beneath the building. When I got down there, I ran across it to the other end of the building. I had extended my lead on Al a little bit. I heard him get to the parking garage and keep chasing me though. Then I got to the stairs on the other side and ran up them to the ground level, then left through the side door. After I was out of the building, I ran to my car and got inside. Then I just left and drove away. I called the police while driving off and told them about the man. I drove around the streets nearby for a few minutes and then returned. When I did, Al's car was still there and he was not inside of it. The police got there just a couple of minutes later. I didn't go back inside the building until they did, and when they did, they actually found Al attempting to break into another apartment. So it turns out he was never interested in buying my car. I guess he was just going to try to rob me or something. One time, I was going to buy a TV on Craigslist. This was years ago, but I would browse Craigslist at work all the time back then. Several times, I got really good deals or things for free. You never really knew what you would find there. But you also had to be very careful. So I found this really good deal on a nice TV. I was in the market for one, and the ad looked legit. The price was cheap, but not so cheap that it would make me wonder if it was too good to be true. The pictures of the TV appeared to be in somebody's home. I responded to the advertisement and said that I would like to buy the TV if it was still available. Within an hour, I got a text back from the seller saying that it was available. It was a woman who said her name was Joy. She gave me an address and told me to come over the following night to buy the TV. I looked up the address, and it appeared to be a house in a neighborhood that was maybe 10 minutes away. So the next day, I got the cash and drove to the address. I parked on the side of the street in front of the house in what appeared to be an average neighborhood. I think it was about 7 p.m. When I knocked on the door, it was quickly answered by a woman. She looked to be in her 30s and was about average height with dark hair. She said hi and invited me inside. I stepped into what looked to be the living room of the house. There were boxes around and stuff, as if maybe they were moving. There really wasn't that much furniture, and Joy said sorry that it was a mess, and I said it was fine. She then told me that the TV was in her bedroom. She then led me to the hallway and stopped and opened the door to the bedroom. She said the TV was in there, and I stepped inside. When I did, I noticed that the room appeared to be completely empty though. And right after I got inside, the door slammed shut behind me. It all happened so fast. I looked around and there was no TV in there. I turned back and saw that Joy had closed the door on me. She hadn't even entered the room. I walked over and tried opening the door, but it was locked from the outside. It was so weird. I knocked on the door and asked Joy what was going on, but she did not answer me. I kept trying the door for a minute or two, and it just wouldn't open. Then I was yelling for somebody to open the door, but was getting no response. After realizing that wasn't working, I looked around the room. It was a small bedroom and was completely empty. There was literally no furniture at all. I got out my phone and tried calling my friend, but I was getting no signal in there. I thought that was weird. I tried opening the door and calling for help again, but it was apparent that nobody was going to respond to me. I looked around the room, wondering what on earth was going on. Several minutes into this, and I started to hear noises coming from outside the room. It seemed like they were coming from the living room area. It was Joy and the sound of a man's voice. I couldn't tell what they were saying, but I could just hear that they were talking to each other. I yelled again, but got no response. After that, I went over to the window and tried to open it, but for some reason, it wouldn't budge. This angered me, and I went back over to the door and started banging on it as hard as I could. I wanted to break the door down. Then I heard a man's voice yelling at me to stop from down the hallway. I didn't know what these people were capable of. I did stop, but just for a moment. Then I took out my phone and found my alarms. I turned my volume all the way up and started playing the most annoying alarm noise. Then I put my phone at the far side of the room. I then walked over and stood just behind the door on the other side of that. Within probably 30 seconds, I heard somebody walking towards the room. Then they got right outside the door. The door then opened and a man walked in. He turned and first started going towards my phone, making all the noise. I came out from around the corner and ran past him, leaving the room. He tried grabbing me at the last second, but I just barely slipped by him. When I ran out of the room, I went down the hallway. Then when I got to the living room, I saw Joy standing there. She sort of tried to stop me, but I was going too fast and got around her as well. By now, the man had started to run after me. I opened up the door, and when I was doing so, Joy grabbed at my arm. I just got out the door though. They were both running towards me, and I sprinted for my car, and luckily still had my keys on me. I unlocked my car, got inside, and sped away from there. Now, sadly, I left my phone, so I couldn't immediately call the police. I stopped at the first gas station that I saw, went inside, and asked an employee to call the police. They got to the gas station, and after talking with police, we went back to the house. They recovered my phone on the side of the street a block up. When they went to the house, nobody was there. I found out that those people did not actually live in the home, and somebody else had been renting it. So I don't know if those two were ever caught. When I looked, the Craigslist post was gone. I just know that I'm never using Craigslist again after that.
This happened when I was in college. I lived in Isla Vista, a student community at UCSB, notorious for being a party school, and it fully lived up to its reputation. I like partying, but holy shit, these people were off the wall. As such, there were a lot of students who put themselves in dangerous situations, drinking way too much, not being careful, and forgetting to lock doors, etc. It had a very isolated vibe, and anyone who was hanging around who wasn't college-aged immediately looked out of place. One night after having a few drinks, I came home to my small house where I lived with my 2 roommates. It was probably around 2:30 a.m. We were all serious students, and when we partied, it wasn't your typical UCSB mega rager, more like a small get-together with friends. We would often have a few people spend the night, sleep on our furniture and our beds, as the case may be. That night my roommates had somebody over who I didn't know, and I saw that this person was sleeping on the couch. I didn't turn on any lights because I didn't want to wake him up. But as I was passing by the couch to enter my bedroom, I noticed the figure was lying very stiff. He gave off a strange vibe. It was like he was putting all of his energy into being as still as possible. I paused, and the guy quickly jerked his head to face me, without moving his limbs. It was so fast that it startled me. I could see his wide open eyes glinting in the dark. Figuring that I might have startled him, or perhaps he was drunk, or maybe on some kind of stimulant and was unable to sleep, I just hurried past into my bedroom and locked the door. That guy made me nervous, and I wasn't taking any chances. Eventually, I fell asleep. At 4:30 a.m., I woke up. There was a strange sound at the door, almost like somebody was drumming their fingers against the wood. I lay still and listened. There came more sounds, like somebody scratching the door with their fingers, which got louder and louder. It was clear that he was using both hands and scratching as fast and hard as possible. It created an extremely loud and intimidating sound that filled me with fear. I grabbed my phone and texted my roommate, "Hey, your friend is freaking me out. Is he doped up or something? Can you please go out and talk to him? He's banging and scratching at my door." She didn't respond, probably because she was sleeping. I texted my other roommate, but the end result was the same. Keep in mind that the scratching had been going on at this point for a couple of minutes. I have no idea how he could have sustained it. Scratching a wooden door with your fingernails can't feel that good. He also grabbed at the doorknob and tried turning it. Because neither of them answered, I decided to call and wake them up. I know it sounds dumb, but there was something seriously horrifying about being teased like this through the door. I knew that he was trying to scare me, and I felt like a little kid, but I could tell this guy was for something, and perhaps the police needed to be called. I wanted to loop in my roommates though, since it was one of their friends. The scratching stopped abruptly, and I called my roommate, who answered in a tired voice. Hello? Hey, your friend is messed up. Can you please deal with it? He's scaring the crap out of me, and he's scratching at my bedroom door. She didn't say anything for several seconds, and when she spoke, she didn't sound tired at all. What friend? The guy who was sleeping on the couch. We didn't have any guys over tonight. Call the police, now. My adrenaline went through the roof. Before hanging up, I told her to lock her bedroom door as quickly as possible. I realized that I hadn't heard the scratching in a while, and I had no clue where the guy was. Suddenly, I heard a loud banging at the other end of the house, where my roommates, Lauren and Monica, shared a bedroom. The bangs were followed by the sound of screaming. I quickly dialed 911 as this maniac proceeded to bang against my roommate's bedroom door. Thankfully, they had locked it in time. The heaviness of the blows left no doubt that he was trying to break the door down. I told the operator the situation, and they dispatched 2 squad cars. The police in Isla Vista are generally used to peeling drunks off the sidewalk and breaking up brawling frat bros, but this was serious, and I think the dispatcher knew how terrified I was from my tone. She stayed on the line with me. At one point, the banging stopped, and everything was silent for a while, when suddenly I looked down and saw that the intruder had slipped his fingers through the 1-inch gap between the bottom of my door and the floor, and he was just kind of wiggling them around and making this weird growling sound. I screamed and backed away, which I instantly regretted. In hindsight, it would have been so awesome if I just stomped out of his fingers and heard him howling in pain. When the cops showed up, I heard him running and the sound of our sliding glass door opening and closing. He was gone, and the cops never caught him. My bedroom door was covered in these huge gouges that he had made by using a pair of scissors, which he discarded on the ground before he left. What terrifies me the most about this was that I walked right past him. I looked him right in the face. I realize now that he was not trying to sleep. He probably heard me open the door and freaked out because he hadn't realized that somebody else was living there. He was lying so stiff because he was trying to blend into the couch. In the fall of 2010, I decided to go back to college. I was a single mom of 3 boys, but they were all in school by now, and me going back was finally possible. The school I went to is a regional campus to a very large university, and located in a neighborhood that is known for crime, meth, heroin, prostitution, etc. But it was only a 20-minute drive from my house, and I didn't feel unsafe about going there. My first day there was intimidating. I didn't know anyone, and I was a lot older than most of the other students. I was 28 at the time. I sat down at a table in the back of the room, and a few minutes later, a woman who was around my age sat down next to me. She was very skinny, smelled like cigarettes, she had greasy hair and sunken eyes, but when she started to talk to me, she seemed normal enough. She started off the conversation by telling me that she sat close to me because I was wearing the prettiest blouse in the room. Strange, but as an awkward person, I give a lot of leeway for people who say or do awkward things before I think too much of it. She didn't have a backpack, any books, a pen or notebook, nothing. She said that her financial aid hadn't come through yet, but she didn't want to fall too far behind in class, and asked if I would share my book. I agreed, and gave her a pen and paper as well. After the first class, she asked if I wouldn't mind going with her to the library, so she could scan a few pages from my book to take home. I agreed, and we began to head to the library. She stops and looks at her phone, and says her son just texted her and needs her to come home to do something. She then asks if I could come with her. I tell her that I have another class, and I couldn't go with her. I asked if she still wanted to go to the library first, and she said no, and that she had to get back to her son, but really couldn't go alone for some reason. I was confused, but I kept telling her that I couldn't go with her, and then she starts crying. At this point, we were in a common area outside, with the parking lot on one side and the library on the other. I didn't like being outside, away from people, with this woman anymore. She got really upset and started screaming at me, basically cursing me out. I don't remember how the interaction went exactly, because I was in complete shock by how quickly she transitioned from being friendly to crying, and now screaming in my face. I turned around and began heading toward the library. I pulled out my phone and called my friend, so that I would have someone else aware of this lady if she tried to do anything more than just scream at me. I get to the library doors and watch her. She was now standing at the edge of the parking lot. A car then pulls up next to her. The man who was driving was obviously upset with the woman. They were arguing, but I couldn't hear them from where I was. Eventually, she gets into the car and leaves with him. The next day I was dreading class because I didn't know what this woman's attitude would be the next day. But she wasn't there. In fact, she never came back to class. Looking back, I'm fairly certain that she wasn't even a student there, and for whatever reason, she was trying to lure me away. I wish I knew what her intentions were, but at the same time, I'm glad that I never had to find out. This happened when I was attending university, when I was 18 years old. I made an effort to make a lot of friends after I moved onto campus, and ended up with a few groups to hang out with. I even had a girlfriend. Students would usually have lunch in the cafeteria in pairs, 3 at the most, and I wasn't very picky about who I had lunch with, because like most people in class, we were all trying to make an effort to be social. A girl named Lily asked me if I wanted to eat lunch together after class. I didn't have any reservations about it. We made small talk about school and whatnot. After that day, she kept asking me to get lunch with her. It became a pattern, and there wasn't exactly a way to start saying no. At the time, I didn't mind, but this did mean I lost the chance to eat lunch with my other friends. In hindsight, I suppose that was the point. One day after class, somebody asked me if I could add them on social media. It was kind of a new thing back in those days. This happened right in front of Lily. I saw her face jerk toward me from a few seats over. It was such a sharp reaction that it was hard for me to ignore. By the time I got home later that day, Lily had sent me a friend request. We had no friends in common, and I don't know how she knew my last name. I was a bit surprised, but I guess she had just dug through the university's social media pages and found me there. It gave me a strange feeling, but what's the worst that could happen? She ended up messaging me non-stop and commenting on everything that I posted. I told myself that she was just socially awkward, but whatever. I've known worse people, or so I thought. She still always got me to eat lunch with her. Other than that, we rarely spent time together in person. I saw her around sometimes, but I never went out of my way to go hang out with her, so it was mostly online messaging and seeing each other at lunch. Coincidentally, my girlfriend was also named Lily. This was something that clearly bothered the other Lily. She occasionally hinted that she wanted my girlfriend to pick a different name, or joked about her name not suiting her. She obviously didn't like my girlfriend at all, and I had an idea of why. It was hard to ignore by this point. Lily was starting to subtly hint that she had a crush on me. I tried not to address it because what was I going to say? I've never known what to do when a friend makes a pass at me. I was also not interested in dating her at all. Even ignoring the weird stuff she pulled, Lily was just not my type. She tended to dress and act like a 1950s housewife and one of those adults who is still obsessed with Disney princesses, if you can imagine that. Things took an uncomfortable twist on the day of our last shared class of the year. Instead of asking me out to lunch, like she usually did, Lily asked me if I could go walk with her. Again, I didn't know how to refuse. Our campus was bordered by a large patch of woodland. Lily led me into the woods. The sounds of our fellow students slowly faded away. She sat down on a log, and I reluctantly joined her. She began talking about how she was going to miss me over the summer. I tried my best to placate her, but honestly, I didn't want to be there, especially because she seemed to be on the verge of tears. I think I tried to make an excuse about having plans with my girlfriend, but before I could leave, Lily kissed me without warning. It was uncomfortable, to say the least. I got out of there, and I was happy to think that I wouldn't be seeing her for a while. I came back to university after the summer break. I had moved into a house with some of my friends. Without getting too much off topic, there were some serious issues with this group of friends. There was a lot of petty arguing going on, and worse. I also broke up with my girlfriend around the start of the school year, and basically, this entire mess made me recontextualize things with Lily, because it suddenly didn't seem like a bad idea to socialize with her. With that said, I still did not want to be alone with her. We mostly talked online. It was around this time that I began dating a guy. Lily was not pleased to hear about that news. I think she hoped to sneak in after I broke up with my girlfriend. But as I said before, that was never going to happen. There wasn't a big gap between my breakup and this new relationship, so she must have thought that she missed her chance to be with me. This is where the story gets bad. At the time, I was fairly active on Tumblr. I would occasionally talk about my life, and mostly reblogged photos and stuff. I was on there one day when something odd happened. One of the blogs I followed messaged me. I saw a screenshot of somebody asking this completely random person to analyze my about section, and then asked their opinion on the type of person who would write it. I cannot stress to you how bizarre and completely out of left field it was to see someone trying to study me like a character in a book. The reply was basically, I don't know, sorry. But the important thing was that the question hadn't been anonymous. Obviously, I wanted to know who had taken such a bizarre interest in me. No prizes for guessing who was behind it. What I discovered was like a shrine. It was a cutesy pink and red page. There were a few posts about Lily's interests, but most of the content was focused on me. Most of the blogs were about me, chronicling things I had done recently, as well as references to things from as far back as I had known Lily. It was clear that she had been keeping tabs on me, both online and offline, gathering up every scrap of information she could about my life and filing it away in her collection. She talked about us eating lunch together and how special our dates were, as if it was something more than just acquaintances getting food after class. She talked about the time that she kissed me in the woods, but she made it sound like it was mutual. She quoted lyrics from my favorite songs and talked about how she would always be there for me, no matter who else came into my life. Lots of references to loving me just the way I am. Things got worse. There were a lot of posts about my boyfriend. These were clearly psychotic. They talked about how he didn't deserve me, and he didn't know what he had, and that if she was with me, she would be jealous of anyone else who came near me. I don't like thinking about what kind of person would write so obsessively about their fixation on me. One thing that didn't make sense initially was that the blog also referenced Lily's best friend, Steven. She had never mentioned this person to me before. Her post talked about how Steven was such a great friend, and how they had so much fun together, and he would always look out for her, etc. I was trying to work out if this Steven was an online friend, when one specific post made it all click. Steven sent this to me. He knew that I would love it. The problem was, the photo was taken from my own page. She was claiming that this fictional best friend of hers shared it with her. So in her messed up fantasy life, she split me into two people. I was both the perfect best friend who was always looking out for her, and her soulmate who was bound to end up with her when I finally got over my boyfriend and all these other easy girls I hung out with. Believe it or not, Lily had an audience. She asked open questions about me in regards to her relationship with me and got comments from her followers, people who took what she said at face value. I saw a bunch of random people agreeing with her and enabling her stalking behavior. Lily had constructed this fake, intricate fanfiction version of my life for anyone to share their opinion on. And she made herself out to be the hero. I went maybe a month back into this page's history. I did not look at everything that was there. Frankly, it made me sick. I'm not sure how long this had been going on for. I messaged Lily and confronted her about her f***ed-up little stalker shrine, and she said nothing. I cannot stress to you how weird it was to have found pages and pages dedicated to me, with her talking about how she was in love with me and would make sure that we ended up together, creating this messed up fantasy with two different versions of me in it. And when I confronted her, she acted like it never happened. She eventually deleted the page, or at least changed the name so that I couldn't find it. No way was I ever going to hang out with her again, but we still shared a class, and she was starting to scare me with what she might do next. I'm a paranoid person by nature, so knowing that someone was obsessively keeping track of me for who knows how long freaked me out. The next thing she pulled was trying to seduce my boyfriend. It was an absolutely useless attempt that only made him feel awkward. He told me about it right away. What was her plan there? Did she hope that he would cheat on me with her and then wait for me to break up with him? When that dumpster fire of a plan failed, she tried hitting on 3 of my other friends. None of them took the bait. She ended up dating one of my former roommates for a while, but made sure to send me messages while they were together, letting me know that she would rather be with me. Bleh. No thanks. Lily made sure to stay in my life the entire time I was at that university. There was a time when I tried to pull away from her, and that's when she started rumors about me, which damaged career opportunities that I had put a lot of work into. I don't know what else she did behind my back, but it made me realize it was safer to let her think that she was part of my life rather than doing something that would cause her to get angry. After I graduated, Lily was still trying to claw her way back into my life. I almost stopped posting on social media entirely by this point. Of course, she didn't give up that easily. She tried to start conversations. I usually just ignored her. I didn't like to think how she was still tracking me online. The last time we had a real conversation was when she messaged me out of nowhere, and thinking about what transpired makes my skin crawl. But I'll summarize what happened. She started asking me very personal questions about my sexuality. I really didn't want to talk about that with her, but I told her some basic stuff. Then she changed the subject and began talking about how would I feel if she was a boy. There was something seriously wrong with this girl. I tried telling her not to pull this crap with me, but she responded by sending photos of herself, followed by a bunch of messages, maybe 4 or 5 a minute, way too fast for me to reply before the next one arrived, basically quoting back what I had told her about myself as if she was role-playing as me, trying to absorb my history like some kind of parasite. I cut off all communication with her after that. I eventually deleted her from all of my social media pages, which was the only real way she had of contacting me now. I really thought that she might have finally moved on, but only a few days ago, she sent me another friend request. It's sitting there unanswered, because I know that if I delete it, she'll only send another one. For some perspective, Lily and I first met nearly 12 years ago. This story here is just the highlights, and even then, it's only the stuff that I know about.
This story takes place when I was 17, female. I'm 20 now, so this was roughly 3 years ago. It was a late summer night, and I had just finished my shift working as a retail associate at my local Walmart. I know it's not the best job nowadays, but back then it was pretty decent for a first job as a 17-year-old. When I got to the bus stop, I get out my phone to track the bus and see that it was delayed by 2 hours. This obviously annoyed me, as I had to get home to go to sleep for school the next morning. There was no way in hell I was going to wait 2 hours for the bus, so I decided that I'd take another way home by walking. I didn't know it then, but this was actually a terrible decision, and you'll understand why later. My neighborhood is about a 20 to 30 minute walk, so I sucked it up and began the walk home. This area at the time of night was pretty quiet, not many cars on the streets. As I'm heading up the street listening to my music and whatnot, I hear an engine not too far behind me. At first I thought it was just my music playing, but after taking my earbuds out, that simply wasn't the case. About maybe 20 or so feet away was a pair of headlights approaching. Not really thinking anything of it, I tend back to my music when the car eventually pulls up beside me. Now, being a girl planning on majoring in mechanics, I was able to identify both the year and model of the car. It was a 2004 Honda Accord, and inside was a man that I had never seen before waving at me. I turned to him and gave him a friendly wave back just to be polite. I then see him motion for me to take out my headphones, and when I do, he begins to ask what my name was and if I knew where Water Creek was. Now, I lived in my city my whole life, and not once have I ever heard of a place called Water Creek. I just assumed it was some neighborhood and apologized and told him I didn't know where it was and that my name was Sarah. There was a long pause after I told him this, until he asked for directions to another area I didn't know the name of. Wanting to just get home and not wanting to talk to him anymore, I lie and tell him to go straight and make 2 lefts until he gets onto the highway. He stops for a moment in confusion and asks me if I could get into the car to direct him and that he'd pay for an Uber so I could get back. I politely decline and tell him I had a curfew and had to get home. However, he persisted and asked again if I could please get into the car with him. I tell him no once again and walk a bit faster so he could hopefully get the hint. Thankfully he does, where he then says something along the lines of, "You have a nice night, Sarah." I managed to make it home safely, but not without my mom scolding me about how I was out so late and why I didn't call her. My mom is not a night owl by any means and always went to bed early, hence why I didn't call her to pick me up. I give her the usual "I'm sorry" statement and head up to my room to get some sleep. Now, here's where things start to get really weird. I was asleep for a good few hours when I suddenly awoke to a weird noise from outside. I take a look at my phone and it's about 3:30 a.m. I just sighed to myself, wondering what it was that was keeping me awake. Anyways, there I am, looking out my window and see the all too familiar Honda Accord with someone standing below my window. "Hey, Sarah, you up there? Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you." I scream at the top of my lungs, causing my mom to barge into my room in a panic. I'd like to note that my mom is ex-military and doesn't take crap from anyone, so when she came into my room, she was alert. I find the words to tell her that there was a man on our property who had been following me. My mom then had this visibly upset face and opened my window where she began to scream at the man, telling him to back off or that she would end him. My mom is very tough and demanding, so when I saw that he wasn't going away, I got chills. Why my dad isn't home is another story that was way too long worth explaining. The man just stood there on my lawn, staring up at the window as if he were waiting for one of us to come down. I then see my mom run over to her room, only for her to come back out. In her hand, a pistol. She cocks back the gun and points it out the window, aiming it directly at the man. My mom begins to count to 3, and that's when the man finally gets in his car and drives off. To be honest, he probably thought my mom was bluffing when she said she'd end him, which is why he didn't leave then. I hug my mom, and we call the police who had patrolled the area looking for the guy. Unfortunately, they didn't have any luck doing so. I'm not sure what his motive was, and I don't really want to know. However, I had found out just what it was not too long after. It wasn't until a few days later where we had gotten the news that a girl just a little older than me had went missing in the area. She was found dead in a field nearly 5 miles away from where she was last seen. The local media picked up on it, and when we saw the person responsible, I nearly threw up. Yeah, you guessed it. It was the same person who tried to lure me into their car. The same person who was at my house that night. Thankfully, he was arrested and sentenced to 15 years in prison. Some say he had a bail of $100,000 to his name that his family ended up paying, but that's not been confirmed nor denied. I sincerely hope he's still locked up in prison, and if he isn't, I hope he's suffering somehow. This world is truly broken. This story is told in the perspective of a female. This all took place when I was around 16 or 17. I lived in one of the more poor neighborhoods of Los Angeles and have always been taught the dangers of adults with bad intentions. I was obviously aware of this, but to be honest, I didn't pay much attention as I had that mindset that it would never happen to me. I know, big mistake. For context, it was the summer of 2016 and I had just gotten home from school when I got a text from my best friend inviting me to a party. I had a lot of homework to do, but seeing as it was a Friday night with the weekend upon us, I told her I was down. My mom, who was near and dear to me, had dropped me off that night, telling me to have fun but to always be aware and not to go home with anyone. I didn't think much of her reminder as usual. I met up with my friend, who I'll refer to as Abigail, who introduced me to some of her friends as well. Fast forward a few hours later, we're all partying and overall just having a good time when I start to remember just how tired I was. I obviously didn't want to sleep at the party, so I tell Abigail that I'm gonna head home and to get some sleep. Being the good friend she was, she offered to drive me home, which I declined for some reason, telling her I'd be fine. In hindsight, this is the one thing I shouldn't have done. I thank her for inviting me and begin my walk home with my hoodie over my head, just reflecting on life. Whenever I have moments by myself or alone, I always found myself at peace for some reason. It was around 2 a.m. and there were almost no cars on the streets, which was rare considering that this was a huge residential area. I'm about halfway home when I see a bus stop up ahead. Sitting on the bench of this bus stop was a middle-aged woman wearing a nightgown holding a baby that had been crying. The baby is covered in a blanket, so while I did notice it, I didn't actually see it. At one point, the woman sees me and practically begs for me to give her money to feed her baby. Being a broke high school student with no job, I apologized and told her I didn't have any. This didn't seem to faze her, as she disregarded what I had said, still asking for money. Saying things as to how her baby was sick, that it needed food, etc. I apologize once again and tell her no, and as I'm trying to get away, I notice something off. The way the baby was crying sounded weird. I couldn't put my finger on it, but after a few seconds, I realized something that chilled me to the bone. The crying is on a loop. It's the same sobbing, screaming, then wailing circling back. It didn't take me long to figure out that it was a speaker and that there was probably no baby. The woman seemed to have caught on to my suspicions as she's now staring at me with this blank face. I told the woman that I actually forgot my wallet at my house and told her I'd go get it and that I'd be back. With that, I ran back to the party so fast, praying to God nobody followed me. I ended up telling Abigail about it and stayed at the party until my mom came for me. She gave me some criticism for my negligence, but was thankful I was safe. The authorities were called, but I don't remember if they found the woman or not. Till this day, I still don't know what their intentions were. Chances are they weren't good. It was probably the scariest moment of my life, and it's also the reason why I never walk home alone at night. This took place in 2017 when I was a junior in college. For context, I live in somewhat of a small town in East Massachusetts, which happens to be quite a ways away from my campus. This commonly resulted in me having to rely on taking the train to get to and from school for classes. When my parents were home, I'd normally just get a ride from them, but when they weren't home, I'd have to take the train. Owning a car was expensive, and taking an Uber was a hassle. I'd mostly take the train to and from campus where I would go during the day and get home by night. As a child, I've always had somewhat of an innate fear of the night. Not so much the night itself, but what lies in the night. I've never had anything to base this fear on until a night I had gotten off at the train station and saw a woman sitting by herself on a bench. This was weird as it was closing in on 1 a.m. on a school night, which meant that no other trains would be operating until the next day. For whatever reason, I look over to her and we briefly make eye contact. But from there, it was too late. From my peripheral vision, I can see the woman begin to get up and walk over to me in a hurry. Acting like I didn't notice or care, I ordered an Uber to get home when she comes up to me and stands about 3 feet away from me. I give her a smile and she's looking at me with this blank expression, as if she were doing something mundane, like taking out the trash or mowing the lawn. In the most monotone voice I've ever heard, she says, "Hi, my car is broken. Can you help me fix it?" First of all, there's no cars in the nearby parking lot, and second, if she did have a car, why was she waiting at a train station? I thought of it as a little weird, but I didn't feel threatened or afraid. I apologized and told her that I couldn't as I had a curfew and had to get home. However, she disregarded what I had said and kept on insisting for me to help her. Being a guy who majored in engineering, I would have helped, but seeing as there was no car in sight, I couldn't do anything. I then asked her about this, expecting her to come up with some excuse. But instead of responding to me with a reason, she says something that still haunts me till this day. "Come on now, Brandon. Don't bother me with details." After that, she then forms this unsettling smile that looked like it had belonged to a witch that chilled me to the bone and went back to where she was sitting. To put things into perspective, Brandon is my name, and I have no idea as to how she knew it. I've never seen this woman in my life, and I wasn't wearing anything that would display my name. Thankfully, my Uber had pulled in and I had gone home. Later that same week, I had woken up to 10 plus phone calls and texts from different numbers. All of them ranging from "Hi, how are you?" to "I'll find you." I knew there was a big chance that it had to do with something from the other night. Two things don't happen in a short period of time like that without them being linked somehow. I never saw that woman again, and I don't take the train at night. This happened when I was a junior in college when I was about 19 or 20, and I almost forgot about it until my dad brought it up to me. I don't remember the story in full detail, but I definitely remember what took place and how it took place and thought I'd share it. I live in a terraced house, which, for those of you who don't know, is multiple homes fused together. Down my street is this little shopping center that turned out to be really popular in my area. It basically consisted of many shops, restaurants, and a grocery store, which I worked at. Being a full-time student at my university, I only worked part-time at my job, so I was only there on weekends. Weekends were perhaps the busiest days, as many people would be off of work and getting food was an essential errand. Now, I know this sounds super controversial to say, but I actually enjoyed my job. I was the one responsible for stocking items in their respective places, which made time fly by faster for me. You'd sometimes have to deal with entitled customers and Karens, but that rarely ever happened. One day, one of my managers called me during the week asking if I could come in since they were short-staffed. I had just ended class around this time, and as much as I didn't want to, it meant more money in my pocket at the end of the day. I said yes and came in to cover the other person's shift. It was a 6-hour shift, and we had closed at 11, so that meant I would be working until very late. This bothered me a lot, as I had a 7 a.m. class in the morning, so that meant I wouldn't be getting enough sleep. But I had just told myself that it was a one-time thing and that I'd push through. Fast forward till around 10:30 p.m., the store is pretty much dead, and I'm in the produce section stocking the last few items. As I'm stocking them, my manager radios me and tells me to go put away the shopping carts that were left out in the parking lot. I hated doing that, as these carts were heavy and I wasn't strong whatsoever. However, I suck it up and go outside and start collecting carts. As I'm bringing the carts back to the store, I hear someone calling me from out in the parking lot. I turn around, and about halfway into the lot is a man walking towards me with a backpack on. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, wore a hat, and looked like your average college student. He approaches the outside of the store, and I ask him how I could be of help. Very firmly, he asks if we were still open and if he could just pick up a few things. I of course tell him yes and hand him one of the shopping carts I had, telling him he could use it. He looks at me with this blank stare and nods his head and takes off his backpack and asks if I could hold it for him. I was a bit hesitant on doing so, but I couldn't really say no and told him I would. The very second he hands me the bag, he pulls out a gun and points it at my neck while putting his finger to his lips. If you scream, I will shoot you. Come with me and don't you say a word. I felt my entire world shrivel up and die as this happened. Fear is not enough to even describe what I felt in that moment. I was petrified, too scared to make any noise or even cry. He slowly begins to march me over to his car with him as he still had me at gunpoint. In that moment, thoughts and scenarios flooded my mind, wondering what was going to happen to me or where he was taking me. I didn't know, and to be honest, I was too horrified to care. He opens the trunk of his car and tells me to get in and that I better not try and run. Obviously, I comply and get into the trunk when all of a sudden I hear the voice of my manager screaming at the man at the end of the parking lot. He's now running to the car, and I took that chance to book it, praying to God that he would miss if he shot at me. I'd like to point out that my manager is a huge dude, so when this man saw him, he got in his car and floored it. I practically jump into my manager's arms, crying my eyes out. All the while, he's comforting me and asking me if I was okay. However, I could barely keep a sentence straight and just tried explaining what had happened. We managed to get inside the store, and he immediately calls 911 while he sat me down in the back office. The whole time, I just bawled my eyes out while we waited for the police to arrive. Fortunately, my city's police department acts fast, so they got here pretty quickly. At this point, I had calmed down a little bit and remembered the police asking me a few questions about the man I had seen. I gave them my best description, and that's when they had called my parents to come and get me. They were very much concerned as well, but thanked the police and my manager for acting quickly. I stopped going to school and work for about a week after that, and my manager never let me go outside to gather the cards at night again. As scary as this was, my manager ended up apologizing to me for letting me go outside alone at night. While I didn't see any reason for an apology, I accepted it to say the least, and now work my normal weekend shifts. About a few weeks later, police did some digging and had managed to track down who it was that tried to kidnap me. The gun he pointed at me was apparently fake, but that's not been confirmed nor denied. Till this day, I still get chills whenever I think about this incident, and I never go outside during the night alone. I hope you can use my story to act as a sort of tool to help you understand that there are truly some messed up and twisted people in this world. So this is something that happened to me when I was around 18 or so. I had just gotten my first ever real paying job at a grocery store in my hometown of Greenville, North Carolina. For context, this happened on Halloween night of 2005, and I was just about to finish up my shift. Seeing that it was Halloween, the store was pretty much dead with the exception of a few customers picking up some late night candy. Anyway, we're about 30 minutes away from closing, and my assistant manager tells me to count the register and that I could just go home after and that he'd close up. My manager was the best boss you could ever ask for. He cared for the staff and always wanted you to improve. I finish counting the register, and that's when we all hear the front doors open and see 4 men in masks drawing their guns at us, telling us to get down. It was only me, my manager, and one other coworker in the store, so we all get on the floor with our hands up. One of the men goes towards my manager and puts a gun to his head, demanding all of the money we had from our registers. Very calmly, my manager tells me to unlock all of the registers and to give them whatever money we had. That's when another one of the men approached me and rushes me to open the cash register as I got out the key. However, I was in so much shock that my hand started to shake, which caused me to struggle to put the key in. Then, as if things couldn't get any worse, the key wouldn't unlock the damn drawer no matter how many times I tried. The lock mechanism on the register is messed up, so it was a hassle when you tried to lock or unlock it. This caused him to get even more agitated with me, which made him start telling threats if I didn't open it now. After a good minute of struggling to unlock the register, it finally flies open, where I then felt a sigh of relief. The man then pulled out a bag and happily took the money in the register, which ended up accumulating to about $800 total. They then used this key to unlock all of the other registers, and once they did, they booked it out the door, getting into what we assumed was their getaway car. I'd say we were all in shock for a good few minutes before getting up, trying to process as to what the hell just happened. My manager, being the cool and collective guy he was, told everyone to stay calm and that he was calling the cops. The cops came and took down a report and even reviewed the camera footage from inside the store. However, seeing that it was 2005, the camera quality wasn't the best, and on top of that, we didn't have the best security equipment. Judging by how they were dressed and how direct they were, I theorized that they could have been part of some mafia group. Of course, this is just a theory, however, and I don't know if it's true. Mind you, I live in a small, yet somewhat rural town, so nothing like this ever happens here, and when it does, it's usually just a minor crime. But I guess I learned that night that nobody is ever really safe. At the end of the day, it's probably a lot more dangerous than you think, as I've obviously learned that firsthand. The scariest part about this, however, is that if I had taken even a minute longer to open the register, I probably wouldn't be sitting here writing this. Back in my early 30s, I worked in transportation as a trucker in my home state of West Virginia. Sometimes we'd only spend so much time on the road, and that's if work opened up for us. Half the time, we'd pretty much end up just doing whatever we wanted with our spare time. However, when we were driving, we were on very tight schedules and had to be at our destinations in a timely manner. While it may seem like a chill job, it was sometimes stressful when you're driving for 11 plus hours. Out of the 4+ years I've been a trucker, I've definitely encountered some weird experiences while on the road. These ranged anywhere from weird people when delivering goods, and even a few people out on the road who were clearly drunk. In other words, nothing too bad ever occurred in terms of danger. There was this one time, however, where I saw something absolutely unexplainable during one of my trips. If I can remember correctly, it was a Tuesday night, and I'd been doing my usual routine of driving a full 10 hours to haul some items to a facility. I was driving down this long road somewhere in Ohio that stretched across the state. The road that I was on was very long, with forest on both sides of it. I mainly do shifts near the woodland areas, so it wasn't uncommon for me to be driving on routes like these. It was surprisingly quiet on this road, as there were no other vehicles nearby, which made for a relaxed drive. It's around 4 a.m., and I'm around the halfway mark to my destination when I see a red rubber ball come bouncing in the front of my truck from the woods. Naturally, I slam my brakes while yelling an "oh crap" coming to a complete halt. As I stopped the truck, my mind began racing about what the hell I just saw and what I should do. At this point, I'm 99% certain that there had to be a kid playing out here, and that's when I step out of my truck to give the person a piece of my mind. As I get out, I then see that the road is completely empty. I was seemingly the only person on this road, and there wasn't anyone around who could have thrown that ball. However, that's when I remembered where the ball was thrown from and where I was. At that point, I knew there had to be someone in those woods who threw it, and I was definitely not going to stick around to find out. Mind you, I'm far out from the nearest town, so there weren't any houses around for miles. I get back into my truck and floor it down the road with all these questions and scenarios flooding in my head. In that point in time, I wasn't sure if the person who threw that ball was a kid or if someone purposely did that to make me get out to lure me to some trap. That scenario still sends a chill down my spine whenever I think about it. As I'm driving off, I could have sworn I saw a figure emerge from the tree line and onto the road. However, they didn't look like a kid, and they definitely weren't some animal. Because it was so dark out, I couldn't see their features or face, just a tall black silhouette standing in the middle of the road. Long story short, I completed my shift that night and pretty much told my fellow truckers about it. A few had even told me that they've had similar experiences while en route. I've had a few other weird encounters, but this one definitely takes the prize. For whatever reason, this story still sticks with me while driving, as it's something I can't seem to forget. Till this day, I always wonder how everything would have played out if I had gone into those woods to look for anyone. One thing is for sure, is that I never took a route on that road again. This took place around 5 years ago, back when I worked as a trucker for an independent contractor. It was a really good paying job, where I made enough to financially support myself and my family. While it might have had great pay and benefits, there were times where us truckers had to encounter and deal with things we didn't want to. Many of these things included rude people you'd meet and constant hours of driving and stress. To be exact, this happened during the winter of 2018 at around 8 p.m. I had been assigned a specific route to deliver some manufacturing items to car dealerships that were located in isolated areas. These areas included towns, districts, and other small settlements that were away from big cities. These were the types of places that were located in the more rural side of the state that needed supplies, which is mainly what I did for most of the time. Anyway, I had been driving on the roads trying to be extra careful as the roads were slippery due to the ice. After all, it was snowing heavy out here and I wasn't about to have a full-on rollover. Mid-drive, I noticed the tank was low and that I had to eventually get fuel. Thankfully, there were several truck stops along these roads, so it wouldn't be much of a hassle getting fuel. In about 20 minutes, I pull into a truck stop and get out and proceed to pump fuel. Now, each trucker was provided with a fuel card issued by the company, which basically pays for the fuel. As I'm waiting, I then see a man walking in circles around the small building to my left. He's pacing back and forth while looking up at the sky with his hands in his pockets, not saying a word. Looking back, it kind of looked like what someone would do when they're thinking or brainstorming ideas. I think nothing of it and tend to my phone as I wait for the truck to fill up. As I'm waiting, I then see from the corner of my eye the person stop and begin to slowly walk over to me. He looked nothing like another trucker or employee, but rather someone who you would think as homeless. This station was practically in the middle of nowhere, so it didn't make any sense as to why this person should be out here. He approaches me and asks me for money in a very entitled manner. I tell him that I'm in a rush and that I had to get back on the road, hoping he'd get the hint. However, it didn't seem to work as he insisted that I'd give him money. Being the nice guy I was, I hand him a $5 bill, just hoping he'd take it and go away. That thankfully seemed to do the trick, as he then walked into the store and walked out with a cigarette pack. It was annoying, but the truck was almost ready where I would then be able to drive off. Once it was full, I decided I'd grab a quick coffee from the shop to just keep myself awake. When I came back out, however, the man was nowhere to be seen, which I didn't really mind. I get into my truck and pull out of the station and back on the road. I'd say right then I began to feel really tired, even while sipping on my coffee. However, the destination was only an hour away, so I figured I'd make it in time. Fast forward about a half hour later, I'm still driving, just wanting my shift to end when I feel a cold hand grab my face from behind me. This caused me to swerve off the road into the snow where I eventually got out, pulling the same man out of the truck from the station. I'd say the fight was over in a matter of seconds, with me delivering several blows to his head. He then got up, but instead of fighting, he just ran the opposite way, disappearing into the snow. I took that time to get back in and floor it down the road, where I thankfully made it to the destination where I called the police. The only problem was that the road I was on was in the middle of nowhere, so the chances of finding him again were slim. I continued my trucking career for another 2 years after that, and then went on to work on an oil rig. It's safe to say that I've never experienced anything like that again, but as far as I know, these incidents with truckers aren't isolated. I've heard several stories from truckers that would make you not want to leave your house. Anyway, that's my story, and I hope you'll learn to be aware of your surroundings.
At the time of writing this story, I'm 21 years old. I'm a female and I grew up in Ohio. This was one of the scariest nights of my life, and I'm still afraid to drive alone at night. At the time of this story, I was moving from a very well-known suburb outside of a main city to a small farming town with my family. My parents have never been the city type. They had both grown up on farms in the South, and our whole family have lived in similar areas until I was about to enter high school. So you can understand how itchy they were to get back to their roots. I am the youngest of 4. I have 3 older brothers, and I was the last to graduate. So the summer after my senior year, my parents decided this was a good opportunity for a change in scenery, since I was no longer tied down to a school district. The town that we were moving to was only around 45 minutes away, and instead of moving everything all at once and overwhelming ourselves, my parents opted to have us move our things every few days for around 2 or 3 weeks, in the hopes that it would be easier for us to settle into the new house. The majority of the drive between the 2 towns is through main highways, and was pretty much a straight shot. That's why this night was so terrifying, because I had made this drive nearly 50 times before this. I was too comfortable, and I allowed myself to let my guard down. I'm a pretty small girl, around 5'3" and about 140 pounds. And even though my dad had taught me self-defense when I was younger, I'm the kind of person who freezes during confrontation or when I'm under pressure. It's very annoying. So it's a miracle I made it out of this alive. One night I decided to visit some old friends from the neighborhood that we were moving from. I would stop by on my way back to our new house. I can't exactly remember what time it was. I'm thinking it was around 10 or 11 o'clock at night. Regardless, it was already very dark outside. Now, even though Ohio is a northern state with pretty severe winters, in recent years the summers have been sweltering, even at night. I can also get a bit car sick in the heat with all the muggy air getting trapped in the car. At the time, my car's AC was malfunctioning, so I usually drove home with my windows down. As I said, it was pretty late. There weren't really any other cars on the road with me. I'd seen about 10 cars during the entire drive. When I was just over halfway on the second main highway, there was an intersection with a gas station on my right, and nothing but a river and bridge on the left. It was a 4-lane highway, and I was driving down the far right lane because of a turn that I had to make further up the road. This may seem like useless information, but it will be important later on. Nothing felt off initially. As I said before, I had made this trip several times before. I pulled up to a red light at this intersection, and I was playing some pop-punk music with my left arm out of the driver's side window, when another car pulled up into the left lane next to me. Looking back now, it may have been a Dodge Charger, because I do remember it was a bright orange, with a thick black stripe across the top of it. I was singing along to whatever song I had on at the time, when I heard talking next to me. It wasn't so much that I heard them talking specifically about me or anything, but they were being quite loud, and I have ADHD, so the extra noise made me turn my head. I regretted it immediately, because when I looked at the source of the noise, I saw a man sticking his head out of the passenger side window, staring directly at me, and smiling. The look in his eyes made me want to vomit. Apparently he had been talking to me. I turned back quickly, knowing that if I kept eye contact any longer, he might think that I would be interested in chatting. I then heard the sound of a hand hitting a car door. Obviously, one of the men were trying to get my attention. In the middle of all this, the front passenger started to whistle. You know, that signature catcall whistle that a lot of girls get just walking down the street. I started getting angry because I wasn't a f***ing dog, but I kept my gaze forward, praying for the light to change so I could get away from these creeps. Now I know this sounds ridiculous that we were still sitting at this red light, but this particular traffic light had those really old and light sensors, the ones that you have to back up and pull forward just to set off again. I didn't give these men any indication that I wanted to talk to them, but apparently this gave them more incentive to continue trying to get me to look at them. The front passenger and two other voices piped up. "Hey baby, you want to ride? Why don't you hop in? We'll show you a good time tonight. Meet us at the gas station. We're not going to hurt you. Hey, why don't you talk to us? We just want to get to know you." I had heard enough, so I rolled up my window and locked the doors of my car. Well, this apparently pissed off the front passenger, because before the window was up, I heard him shout, before swinging his car door open. Before I knew it, he had gotten out of his car and walked over to the passenger door behind me, trying to pull on it. This is why explaining the specifics of my location was so important. I was basically trapped, because if I had tried to get out and go run to the gas station, or God forbid I had to run and cross the bridge on my left, I would have had to pass this other car and the man outside to get there. Obviously, getting out of the car and running would not be my best bet here, but at this point I was so terrified, and I was trying to weigh all my options. Looking back, I now know this would have been a good time to get the fuck out of there, but I was literally paralyzed in fear. Again, confrontation freaks me out. I couldn't even feel my feet to hit the gas, and my hands were gripping the steering wheel so hard, I couldn't even feel them either. The man quickly realized that he wasn't able to get in and walked up to my window and began smacking it with his open palm. He was hitting it so hard that I actually thought I heard the glass creaking, like it was going to shatter at any moment. When I still would not look over at him, he stopped hitting the glass just long enough to spit all over the window. I have no idea what gave me strength. Perhaps it was the fact that there was a chance he would have broken the glass and forced his way inside. But right as he lifted his arm again, and what looked like him about to drive his elbow into my window, running the red light and definitely exceeding the speed limit to get the hell out of there. I don't know what made me look back, but when I glanced up at my rearview mirror, I saw that all three of the men were now standing outside of the car. I saw one of them holding a small object. To be honest, I don't even want to think about what it might have been. I almost threw up from the anxiety and pretty much cried the rest of the way home. My parents own a restaurant in the area and are usually working very late, so when I got back home, only one of my older brothers was there. He did his best to try and calm me down, but I don't think I slept at all that night. I know the fear was irrational because the men had not followed me home, but even so, I still locked my bedroom door just to make me feel a bit safer. I regret not being able to get a license plate, but as you might understand, I was so shaken up and just wanted to get out of there. I have never had an encounter like that again in that area, but granted I found an alternate route through some side streets, so I usually avoid that highway altogether. This is a story that my dad has shared with me. He grew up in a small town called Stowe in Ohio with his parents and older sister. Across the street there was a boy named Richard. He was around the same age as my father. He described him as a scrawny, red-headed troublemaker. He would spit on people as they walked by, and even set a house on fire in the neighborhood, then blamed it on a kid who had special needs. Nothing he did as a child, however, would compare to the crimes he committed when he was only 19 years old. My dad had just started his sophomore year of college when he heard the news. Richard and his friends, Clinton and Kenneth, were throwing rocks off of a local bridge onto the interstate below when one of them struck a vehicle of 21-year-old Wendy Alferendo. Her friend, 20-year-old Dawn McCreary, was also in the car. They were sorority sisters who had just gotten off of work. At this time, Kenneth decided that he had enough and went home. This is when Richard and Clinton came up with their evil plan. Both of the young men approached the girls offering them help and to give them a ride. They drove the girls to a nearby shopping center where they would call their parents. However, Richard and Clinton tied the girls' hands together and drove them to a field behind the mall where they were assaulted and tortured for 3 grueling hours. They would abandon their bodies in that field. They then decided they wanted to sell the girls' clothing and jewelry to make some extra cash. When Richard couldn't find a buyer for the items, he burned them in his backyard, which woke my grandparents. My grandfather called the police to report what he thought was yet another neighborhood disturbance from Richard. The police gathered the evidence, and after locating Wendy's abandoned car, they arrested Richard and began the investigation. Both Richard and Clinton were arrested and charged with the murders. They found the knife that was used in the homicide in Clinton's pocket when he was arrested, and some of the burnt items still had traces of the victim's DNA. Since Clinton was only 17, he was spared the death penalty and is currently serving life in prison. Richard, however, was given the death sentence. On October 14th, 2003, at 10 a.m., Richard Wade Cooey was executed by lethal injection. Wendy's family was present at his execution. Every time I visit my grandparents' house, I look across the street to where Richard used to live, and I can't help but get the chills. I'm glad I never met Richard, and I'm also glad that my dad was smart enough to stay away from him when he was growing up. For the sake of the story, I'm going to call myself Rodney. This happened in 2011, around February. English is my second language, so please bear with me. For some information, I am a 33-year-old Haitian male living on the outskirts of London. I was 20 at the time, and I was still living with my parents. I was dating my first girlfriend, who I will refer to as Nicole. Nicole was 19, and the first 6 months of the relationship went well, and we had a lot of things in common. Nicole was originally from Martinique, which is a small island in the Caribbean. Many of the population there speak French, and so do I. She lived with her older brother and 2 male cousins. I thought I had found the one, but I was sadly mistaken. As our relationship progressed, she became more and more controlling. She would constantly argue with me, and would yell at me if she found out that I had played video games online with my longtime female friends. She even tried to fight one of my female friends because she thought I was cheating on her. My friend got the best of her, of course, and ended up kicking her ass. Eventually I had enough and broke up with her. But things began to happen about a month after our breakup, when I started dating the girl who would eventually become my wife. I'll refer to her as Jennifer. When Nicole found out that I was dating somebody else, she became furious. She started calling my phone multiple times and sending me threatening emails. Her brother also left me some very alarming voicemails. "You scumbag. You're going to suffer for hurting my little sister's feelings. I know where you live, and I'm coming for you." Jennifer was concerned, but I didn't think anything would happen. But again, I was sadly mistaken. One night, both of my parents were out of town, so Jennifer and I were all alone, having a good time. We then heard someone hitting the front door. It wasn't like somebody was knocking. It was like they were trying to break it down. "I told you that I would come for you, didn't I? I'm gonna kill you and that little bitch you're with. You should have never hurt my sister, and now you're going to pay." I recognized the man's voice right away. It was Nicole's older brother. We ran upstairs to my bedroom. and we soon heard the maniac downstairs bust open the front door and began to make his way inside. But we also heard other people running into the house, followed by a commotion. We locked ourselves in the bedroom and called the police. They showed up not even a minute later. It turns out that the other people who ran into the house were our next-door neighbors. They saw what was going on and decided to intervene. The police found a huge kitchen knife in his backpack. Both my ex-girlfriend and her older brother were arrested for attempted manslaughter. Now I know what you might be thinking. Attempted manslaughter? The man planned on murdering both of us. But remember, this is the UK. The justice system here is a complete joke. However, Nicole and her deranged brother were deported back to Martinique. But there's just one problem with this. Martinique is a French territory, so they can easily travel back to France, then sneak back into London from there. Jennifer and I have moved on with our lives and are now married. I just hope that Nicole and her psycho brother don't try to hunt us down again. I am a 27-year-old male. I spent about a year in San Francisco as part of a job. Although I enjoy living in the Bay Area very much, the extremely high cost of living there and the distance from friends and family was too difficult for long-term stability. As such, I was eager to return to my home state of Louisiana. I ended up finding a job near my hometown that was a much better fit for me and was closer to my family. After resigning from my position, I quickly packed my belongings into my car and began the 2,000-mile journey back home. Given that I had very long workdays, I had no time to explore the beautiful state of California while I was living there. Therefore, I decided to fully enjoy myself and visit some nice places along the way. I met up with friends in SoCal and visited the beaches in Los Angeles and San Diego. After a few days, I resumed my journey. I stopped at a rest area in Arizona to refill my gas tank and grab some lunch. While walking back from the restroom, I noticed a beat-up old van in the parking lot. It was white and had red and blue streaks. I saw a man sitting in the driver's seat, smoking a cigarette. He looked like the kind of person that panhandles outside of a gas station. As I walked by, the man smiled and waved at me. I immediately felt a deep discomfort in my chest that spread to my gut. I gave him a quick nod and carried on, then promptly got into my car and drove off. I stopped at a hotel in Tucson for the night. After checking in, I went back to my car to retrieve some things. I immediately noticed a beat-up van in the parking lot in front of the hotel. It looked just like the van from the rest area. At first, I brushed it off as just another creepy old van, but I recognized the red and blue paint streaks on the side. This design didn't look like it was on purpose, more like it was parked next to some half-assed painters, so this was definitely the same van I saw at the rest area. I figured maybe it was some bizarre coincidence, and the man was heading in the same direction I was. I quickly retreated to my hotel room for the night. The following morning, once I got to my car, I looked at the front parking lot. The van was no longer there. I was relieved and resumed my journey. I decided to make a stop in Albuquerque to do some exploring. There was a festival taking place in the downtown area. I walked around and enjoyed the live music. As I stood in line at one of the food trucks, I started to experience that weird sensation when you're in danger, and immediately saw a man about 200 feet away from me, staring. He was standing beside a tree, smoking a cigarette. It was the same man from the rest area. I decided to walk towards him to get a better look, and he quickly disappeared into the crowd. I was shocked. This was no longer a coincidence. This man was following me. I quickly returned to my car and drove off. I then called my parents while I was on the highway. I told them about the man who was following me. My dad just brushed it off and said, "You know, a lot of people are traveling on the same roads and stopping in the same cities along the way. I think you're just being paranoid." My mom, on the other hand, seemed a bit more concerned. "Please be aware of your surroundings and make sure you're keeping your phone charged." They both advised me to stop at my brother's house in Dallas rather than drive straight to Louisiana. I drove for 6 more hours. Once it became dark, I decided to pull over at a rest area along a country road. I was exhausted and needed a break. The rest area was very remote and had very little lighting. I literally passed out on my steering wheel once I was parked. I was woken up by a very loud knock at the driver's side window. I turned to my left and saw someone standing outside. It was dark, and I couldn't see who the person was at first. I turned on the dome lights, and I immediately recognized the person. I then saw a beat-up white van parked right next to my car. My heart began racing. The man grinned at me and signaled for me to roll down my window. "I need some help. Roll down your window. Now." Again, I shook my head and said no. He immediately became upset and began pounding on my window. The man then attempted to open my door, but luckily, I kept all my car doors locked. He then pulled out a knife and hissed, "Open your damn door." I started my engine and put my car into reverse. He began running after my car with a knife in his hand. I couldn't stop hyperventilating. I was on the verge of a panic attack. But I drove out of the rest area and continued down the highway. I called up my parents again and informed them about what just happened. They were shocked. No one could dismiss this as a coincidence now. They believed it would be worthwhile to call the police, but that it might be difficult for them to really do anything about it, as the rest area was in the middle of nowhere, and it was unlikely that there were any cameras in the parking lot. I was about 5 hours from my brother's house. My parents encouraged me to stop at the nearest big city, which was about an hour away, and stay at a hotel for the night. I ended up contacting the police the very next day and filed a report. I provided the rest stop's location and a description of the van. The officer forwarded that information to the highway patrol, but as expected, they couldn't do anything about it. The man was probably miles away by that point. I was strongly encouraged to stay off the country roads and avoid driving at night. I eventually made it to Dallas and told my brother and my sister-in-law about what was happening. My brother, being the true gun-loving Texan he is, said that he would have his firearms ready just in case something happened. I spent about a week in Dallas and then drove back home to Louisiana. Thankfully, I did not encounter that man again. Since this traumatic experience, I have refrained from taking long road trips alone, and I'm almost always scared to drive through the countrysides now. It's almost too easy to disappear without a trace in these areas. What frightens me the most about all this is that a random stranger relentlessly followed me for several miles from Arizona to Texas over the course of 2 days. I always wonder what his intentions were and what would have happened if I wasn't able to escape from that rest area. I used to live in a study apartment here in Denmark back in 2017. Study apartments are basically very small, typically one-room apartments, serving as a way for young people to be able to move away from home despite not having much money. There is usually a long wait to get into these apartments, but after signing up for the wait list, it wasn't long before I was approved to move in. It all happened so fast, and before I knew it, I had a place of my own. The apartment was located in a sketchy neighborhood, mostly low-income families living off welfare or people with special needs who were dumped there by the government. This didn't bother me though. I got to have my very own place at a relatively young age, which was a huge accomplishment for me. Here I could hang out with my friends, bring my girlfriend over, and generally enjoy the feeling of being an adult. While I was living there, nothing creepy ever really happened, aside from dealing with an old lady who was mentally ill. She would always scream at other residents, cursing at them. She was the kind of crazy that made you always look around when you pulled into the parking lot. You might want to park elsewhere if she was out and about. I found out that she didn't pay her electric bill because she believed that the government was monitoring her. She also always wore a bicycle helmet because she wanted to shield her brain from aliens trying to snatch it. I knew all of this from my friend who was dating a girl who worked with elderly citizens. I never really felt unsafe in my apartment complex because of this. I was just aware of my surroundings, and I always made sure to lock my doors and check my apartment before going to bed, on the off chance that crazy old lady was hiding somewhere, thinking that I was a gray. However, one night, after a gaming session that lasted until around 3 a.m., I had just gone to bed and turned off my lights. I was very close to falling asleep when suddenly my doorbell rang. It was so loud and sudden that I almost flew out of bed. I sat up and carefully listened to the eerie silence that followed the ring. Mind you, this was 3 a.m., and I was not expecting any visitors. My front door had a wooden frame, with slot windows at the bottom and top, which I had covered with paper so that people could not see inside. But even with the paper covering the openings, the hallway light still outlined the silhouette of someone standing outside of my front door. Upon seeing this, I became alarmed as I approached. "Can I help you with something?" Please let me in. I need your help, please." The voice sounded drunk, but in a fake, pretend kind of way. "What do you want? Who are you?" Please help me. I need your help. Please just let me inside." No way, man. I don't even know who the fuck you are. Do you have any idea what time it is? Just let me in, I swear. I'm not going to hurt you." Hearing this made everything seem much more creepy than it already was. I grabbed my golf club from behind my door. "Listen, I don't know what you need help with, but you had better speak up, or I'm coming out there, and you're not going to like what happens." I'm looking for number 86. Please, just let me in." 86? You're at 64. You're on the wrong level. Is this what you needed help with? The man then started to loudly bang on my door. I grabbed the doorknob and prepared myself for a confrontation. Suddenly, the pounding stopped, and I could hear the man's phone vibrating. "Hello? Okay." He then addressed me. His voice now sounded sharp and confident. "I don't need your help anymore." He then slowly walked back down the hallway and left. I was in full combat mode, but now I was just confused and a bit freaked out by the situation. I don't really have any enemies that would send a hitman to come deal with me, maybe the guy was at the wrong place. Or perhaps it was just some psychopath messing with people at 3 o'clock in the morning. After this occurrence, I stayed up for about another hour or so, smoking cigarettes and waiting to see if he would return. But he never did. To this day, I still have no idea what the person wanted. However, the sudden shift from sounding fake drunk to perfectly sober makes me think this wasn't your typical situation. Besides, who knocks on some random person's door at 3 a.m. with all the lights off? Not to mention his comment about not hurting me. I think if I had opened that door, something bad would have happened. I'm glad I decided to keep it shut. This entire ordeal has shady written all over it. And I'm happy to say that nothing else like that happened again. And I ended up leaving that place 2 years later. This happened about 15 years ago. I was 21 years old and living in my very first apartment. It was a small bachelor apartment in a sketchy area. I grew up in a town that was known to be rough and tough, and I knew how to handle myself and learned at a young age to keep my head down and not go looking for trouble. My apartment building was behind a bar. A lot of the patrons of the bar would stand outside and smoke. When they did this, they would be facing my apartment. Most of the smokers would keep to themselves. A few would nod and say hello if I passed by, and I never had any issues. Until one evening. That night I came home from work. I passed by the bar and saw this extremely tall man outside smoking. As I passed, he stared daggers at me. I gave him a slight nod and he acknowledged me, but he just continued staring. It made me feel uncomfortable, but I didn't think much of it. About an hour later, I hear a knock at my door. It was odd because you have to buzz people into the building. The complex only had 8 units, and I didn't really know any of my neighbors. I froze because I didn't really want to talk to anyone, but the knocking continued. I finally shouted, "Who is it?" A voice on the other side replied, "It's Tom." "I don't know anyone named Tom. I think you must have the wrong apartment." The voice then said, "You don't know me, but I know you. Open up, so we can talk." I walked over to the peephole and saw that it was the tall man from the bar. I loudly said, "Or I'm calling the cops." I then heard him walking away and heard the exit door opening and closing. He was gone, or so I thought. A few minutes later, I peeked out the window and saw that the tall man was standing in the parking lot. He seemed to be talking to himself. At this point, I'm freaking out. I called up my landlord who lived in the building next to me. He told me to call the police, and in the meantime, he and his brother would go check things out. I call up the cops and I tell them what's going on. They said that they would send a car. Meanwhile, my landlord and his brother make their way to the parking lot. I watched out my window and saw them approaching the man. He took one look at them and then bolted. My landlord and his brother tried chasing him down, but he got away. 5 minutes later, the police arrive. I gave my version of events and also a description of the man. The officer stares at me and says, "It's a good thing you didn't answer the door. We've had reports come in of a man matching that description who has sexually assaulted women." A few days later, I get a call from the officer. He told me that as part of their investigation, they were talking to the owner of the bar. The owner informed them that the tall man appeared there a few days later, and the police responded. and arrested him. This happened to me about 4 years ago. I was living with a roommate at an apartment complex in a bad area. It wasn't terrible, but it was right by a busy road that seemed to attract a lot of crime. As a woman, it was the kind of place you didn't want to walk around at night. I had, and had been harassed almost every time. This was before I had a car. It was about 3 a.m. My roommate was dead asleep. I was awake. Who knows why? I was in my room on the computer when I heard a knock at the door. It was literally just one knock. I took off my headphones to make sure I had actually heard it. After a few seconds of pause, another knock came. It then began a rhythm. It wasn't your typical someone knocking at the door wanting to see you. It was a slow, continuous one, almost like a heartbeat. Instantly, I was alarmed, but I decided to just leave it alone. I would wait and see if maybe it was some drunk who had gotten confused and would toddle off after a while. Minutes passed, and the knocking did not stop, and it never picked up or slowed down. It was just a continuous, rhythmic knocking. After some time, I heard the person try for the doorknob. Instantly, I was fearing for my life. Without waking my roommate, I went into the living room and shouted through the door, "Who is it?" The knocking suddenly stopped. I decided to look out the peephole and see who it was. I know this sounds like a horror movie, but I saw nothing. At that point, I backed away, and after I did, the knocking resumed. My shouting had woken up my roommate, who was now asking what the hell was going on. I told her that someone was knocking at the door, and they must have been hiding around the side, because I couldn't see anybody there. We called up the police, and they arrived about 10 minutes later. During that 10 minutes, my roommate and I had locked ourselves inside the bathroom, while this psycho kept doing that slow knocking. Once the cops showed up, we were safe to come out and had a look at who was doing this to us. It was a boy probably no older than 18. They had him restrained and had confiscated a backpack from him. Inside the backpack was a shocking amount of drugs, and even worse, a knife. I had never seen this kid before, but we were told he lived across the parking lot from us, in the exact same complex. The kid wouldn't say what he was doing here, but the contents of his backpack sent deep chills through my body. I'm certain that he was planning to use the drugs on us, and then assault and possibly kill us. The kid was arrested and jailed for some time, not long enough in my opinion. But after he was released, I heard that he ran away. He had been living with his dad at the apartments. I haven't heard anything about him since, but my roommate and I moved to a nicer area shortly after this event. I seriously hope he gets locked up again, because it's clear he had every intent to victimize us, and I have no doubts that he would try it again. I'll never forget the way he knocked at our door. It filled me with a sense of dread I had never felt in my life. This story doesn't directly involve me. It did happen while I was in the same house, and I probably would have been a victim if it hadn't been for our family dog, Sammy. In the early 80s, Columbus, Ohio was at the mercy of a man who was known as the Grandview Rapist. When he was caught, he was connected to over 60 crimes and was suspected in at least 40 more. One of the ways that he was getting into houses was by posing as a gas reader. He would target women who were alone with children. He would enter these houses and then threaten to kill the children if the women did not comply. I don't know how things worked in other areas, but here in Columbus, during the 80s anyway, letting a gas reader into your house was a normal thing. There were lots of meters in the basement, and it was the kind of thing you didn't really give a second thought to. One day there was a knock at our back door, and a man called out, "Hello, I'm here to read the gas meter." My mom thought this was kind of strange. Our driveway at the time wrapped around the house, and if you pulled far enough up, the back door would be closer than the front. So she figured that's what happened. She went to let the man in. No sooner had she opened the door, Sammy came charging into the room, frothing at the mouth and snarling. Now here's a little bit of background on Sammy. She was a black lab that we had rescued. Before we adopted her, she had been struck by a car and had been brought into the Ohio State University Vet Hospital. She survived her surgeries, but because of them, she was full of screws, splints, and plates. Any sort of physical activity would cause her great pain. She's also the most laid-back dog I've ever met. She did not growl, she didn't bark, and she didn't really seem to care if she had never met you before or not. That was a dog who was frothing at the mouth in anger and jumping so hard at the back door that she not only pushed it closed, she actually broke the window on the door by slamming into it. All the while my mother was trying to hold her back, saying to the man, "Oh, I'm sorry, she's never like this." After several minutes, this guy runs off. He does not hop back into a work vehicle. He runs away on foot. It wasn't until after the man left that my mom began to think how odd this entire situation was. The man she saw was not wearing a uniform or had a clipboard. She didn't even see a name tag either, so she decided to report it to the police. The operator told her to lock all the doors and to stay on the line. Within minutes, there were a trio of cruisers out front, and several more cops combing the area. Sammy was back to her normal self again, laying on her side and begging for treats whenever an officer came by. I was only 2 or 3 years old at the time, but I remember this part vividly. My mother gave a description of the man. This part was relayed to me later. He was a white male, fit, mid to late 20s, with sandy blonde hair. The officer then told my mother we owed our dog a steak dinner. He said that this suspect would stalk houses while husbands were away at work, and they also suspected that he would observe school bus stops to find women who were home alone with small children, and then knock on their doors pretending to be a gas man. There was a bus stop right outside of our front yard. I wish I could tell you that there was a happy ending here, but unfortunately there isn't. It was only when I was researching this story when I came across the most chilling discrepancy. The man who was convicted for these crimes was an older black man. My mother distinctly remembered seeing a younger white man. I know for a fact that several women had been violated in that same area around the same time. It was entirely possible that there was more than one man preying on women in that same area. To my knowledge, the man whom my mother encountered at our back door was never caught. The story happened in the fall of 2009. I used to live in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. For some information, my name is Vanessa, and I'm a 30-year-old woman, but I was 16 back then, and this was the year that I got my driver's license. And my father bought me my first car, which was a 2009 Infiniti G37 sedan. I have 3 sisters named Sasha, Clarice, and Sabrina. They were all happy for me when I got my driver's license. So to celebrate, we decided to take a road trip to Delaware County to visit our cousins and other extended family members. Our father and stepmother were not very strict parents and were pretty laid back, so they didn't mind us taking this trip. They just reminded us to drive carefully and to always be aware of other drivers on the road. So we packed our bags and hit the road to spend the weekend at our uncle's house. The road trip to Delaware County went well, but when we headed back is where went south. We were supposed to leave Sunday afternoon, but we were all having a good time with our cousins, so we didn't pay attention to the time and ended up leaving around 9 p.m. Unfortunately, we had to go because we had school the next day. There wasn't a lot of traffic, and we made a stop at a random Target store so we could buy some snacks. Almost no one was in the store except for this strange man who kept staring at us. He was about 6 feet tall, had long, greasy, unkempt hair, and yellow teeth. My sisters and I noticed him and told each other to keep our distance. While we were creeped out by this guy, we didn't think too much of it, but we started to get worried. Whenever we would go down another aisle, he would follow us. He eventually addressed us and said,
"Oh, you girls look so gorgeous tonight."
Sabrina, who has a big mouth, responded with,
Ew. Get a life.
You better watch your mouth, little girl, before I squeeze the life out of you. I gave you a compliment, and you have the nerve to run your mouth.
This is when I told my sisters that we should leave. We went to the checkout line and paid for our snacks, but when we got outside and walked towards our car, the man emerged from between two parked cars and rushed at us with a knife.
"I'm gonna watch your guts spill out like sausages."
We went into full panic mode and began running. We decided not to run to our cars, because if we tried to open our car doors, the maniac would definitely catch us. Luckily, the man wasn't very fast, and he could not keep up with us. We crossed the street and decided to hide behind some large trees. We managed to outrun him, but he was still looking for us.
"I'm gonna find you, and when I do, I'm going to enjoy separating your heads from your bodies."
Fortunately, he did not see us, and we were able to run back to our car. It was only when we got back that he finally spotted us. I quickly put the car into drive and floored it out of there. But the drama was far from over. To our absolute horror, a pickup truck began tailing us. I made a quick getaway from the Target parking lot, but I wasn't driving very fast because I thought it was over. The road we were driving on now was narrow, so I couldn't go any faster to escape him. He was tailgating us and even hit the back of my car. Eventually the road widened, so I used it to my advantage and put the pedal to the floor. His old truck couldn't keep up. I then made a sharp right turn. He also turned, but he was too far behind. By the time we got to the highway, I lost him completely. Looking back now, I regret not going to the police station, but we were all freaking out and not thinking clearly. But in the end, I'm glad that we didn't get decapitated by that absolute maniac.
This incident happened about 5 years ago. This is a story that I never really tell anymore, because most people are either uncomfortable hearing it or make well-meaning comments about what I should have done in this situation, without really understanding how differently your mind works when you're experiencing absolute panic. So here's my story. I was living in a relatively nice apartment in downtown Memphis, working as an ophthalmic technician. I arrived home from work at my usual time, which was around 4:30 p.m. Unlocked my door and went inside. I set my phone, wallet, and keys on the kitchen island, hearing my heavy metal front door swing shut loudly behind me, and began taking care of some errands around the house. Having grown up in a small town, it was habitual for me to not lock my door during the day, especially when I knew my husband would be home soon anyway. I've never forgotten to lock my door once in 5 years since this day. I walked through my bathroom and into my large walk-in closet and began hanging up the laundry that I'd started earlier in the day before I left for work. My front door opened. I smiled with surprise. My husband was home a little early, and I happily called out to him, "I'm in here, love." I was met with silence, and slowly began to feel that sinking feeling of something is wrong crawl up my spine. I tried to shake it off, thinking my husband simply hadn't heard me, and walked out of my living room kitchen area. Standing on the other side of my kitchen island was a complete stranger. He was male, older than me, I would estimate in his 50s, just standing there staring at me. No ski mask, no weapon, just watching me. I wondered if he'd maybe walked into the wrong apartment and was going to apologize and leave. But as he continued to stare, I realized that I needed to do something other than just gape at the stranger inside my house. I stood tall, puffed out my chest in an attempt to look more threatening, which is hard to do as a small female, but used a loud, clear voice, telling him to get out of my apartment, that he had no business being here. He completely ignored me, like I hadn't even spoken. Then began to pick up my things, my cell phone, my keys, my wallet. He picked them up methodically and put them into his own pockets. And that's when it hit me that this person is truly dangerous. I was naive enough to believe this was all a mistake until that moment. I darted forward toward the only other device that I had that would allow me to get help, my computer. I had to take a few steps closer to the intruder in order to reach it, but I still had 12 to 15 feet between us, so I knew I could grab it and run before he could reach me. As I picked it up and turned to run, I saw him start to move after me. I sprinted back toward the bathroom because it was the only place I could go and put 2 locked doors between us, my bathroom door and the closet door. I slammed and locked the first door, and within seconds, I could hear him messing with it, trying to open it. I ran into the closet and locked that door too, opening my computer and getting on Facebook Messenger to contact my husband. I sent message after message, pleading with him to call 911 and tell them that there was an intruder in our apartment. He got the messages within minutes and assured me that he had a dispatcher on the phone and he was leaving work himself to try and get to me if he could. I waited and waited. The bathroom door opened and the intruder came inside. He moved to the closet door and started to break down that door too. Here's the part where people usually start giving me advice on how I should have acted, but all I can tell you is that I was frozen in the moments. With fear and shock, I don't know, but I didn't scream or cry or search for a weapon in that dark closet. I didn't brace the door or try to hold it closed. I just kneeled in my closet and waited to die, because that's what I thought was going to happen. People also like to tell me that I lived in an apartment. Surely if I'd screamed, someone would have heard and come help. Surely there was something heavy enough in my closet to use to defend myself. Hell, even the laptop I had would hurt someone if I swung it at him. Why didn't I do anything? I don't really have an answer for that, but the closet door miraculously held. I heard frustrated footsteps go back into the living area of my apartment. I heard things breaking, bottles shattering, my drawers and refrigerator cabinets being flung open, and things were torn out of them. I continued to sit in that closet, silently crying and waiting to leave, feeling that death was inevitable. I feel awful about my selfishness in the moment, and I messaged my mom, who lived a 15-hour drive away, and told her what was happening as well. I desperately wanted comfort, and to tell her how much I loved her. I'm not a parent, but I can only imagine the fear and helplessness I put her in, knowing that her daughter was in danger and there was nothing she could do to help. She messaged me back constantly, begging me to keep replying. I told her I would as long as I could, but I also told her to tell my brothers that I loved them and to help my husband through whatever happened next if it ended badly for me. The intruder came back and started messing with the closet door again, mumbling disjointed words that I couldn't really distinguish. I remember hoping that the police would get to the apartment before my husband, that he wouldn't be the one to find me in whatever state this invader left me in. The front door opened once more, but this time it was my husband shouting for me. The intruder walked out toward the living room kitchen area again, and I opened up the door and darted from the closet to find my husband on the ground with him, pinning him in place. The man kept mumbling and at times yelling, but never really put up much resistance. This entire part is a blur for me. I remember feeling like the room was spinning, filling with fear mostly for my husband at this point. Eventually, the police found the apartment. It took them about 25 minutes to arrive, which still blows my mind. I know that time seems to move slowly during scary situations, so I thought it was less than that. But from the time my husband dialed 911 to the time the officers arrived, it was 25 excruciating minutes. This isn't intended to bash them in any way. It just seemed like an unusually long time for a response to a home invasion. They got my things back from the man and took him out of my apartment. I numbly went through the process of filing a police report and telling them what happened. One of the officers commented that I really should keep my doors locked at all times. I remember feeling like he was being very insensitive or blaming me for what happened. But later, recognized his words were coming from experience. I'm sure he's seen this situation end differently for other women. Within 30 minutes, the scariest incident in my life was over, but I've carried the fear, the violation, and the anxiety of having someone intrude into my space for years. If it happened to me once, it could happen to me again. If this or something similar has happened to you and you're struggling with the aftermath of it, the sleepless nights, the lying awake listening for sounds of forced entry, the nightmares, the constant check and rechecking your locks, this is what eventually helped me. A year after this took place, my husband and I moved to the Midwest for his job. We selected a safe town with a nice apartment complex and chose the third-floor apartment with only one point of entry. I looked up every statistic on crime for that neighborhood, finding only one incident that isolated for a car theft, and it was the only thing reported in decades. I still couldn't sleep at night. It was definitely better than staying in that same apartment in Memphis, but my husband often worked night shift now, and I couldn't simply continue being terrified to sleep at night. I realized my biggest fear wasn't that something could happen again, but that if it did, I was just as unprepared now as I was then. I hadn't changed anything, other than locking my doors, and I knew I would likely freeze up again and leave my life up to being able to hide well enough or having a door hold long enough to save me, and that was unacceptable. I walked into a martial arts school with an excellent self-defense program, introduced myself, and started taking classes. At first, I was quiet, hiding in the back of the room and generally keeping to myself. My instructor, who was both incredibly kind and incredibly insightful, slowly built up my confidence and brought me out of my bubble of fear. After several months of training, I finally shared my reason for taking classes with him, and he's worked with me tirelessly to give me the ability to protect myself in any environment. I've been training for years now, and the difference has made in every aspect of my life is unbelievable. The meek, quiet girl that waited to die in her closet does not exist. I'm confident, I'm strong, I'm worthy of living and protecting myself in my home. I'm no longer ashamed of how I handled the situation I was in, but I also understand what steps I can take to ensure that I'm safe. It wasn't easy, and it didn't happen overnight, but it was worth it. I recognize this might not be a solution or option for everyone. Your experience is valid, and however you decide to cope with your own story is the right choice for you. This is how I happen to do it, and it's worked well for me. Thank you again for listening. I'm a little afraid to share this because I'm not sure how people will respond. Maybe doing so will help someone else that's feeling alone with this. If anyone is struggling with their own story and wants a kind ear to listen, I'm here. Stay safe out there.
I'm a female, currently 29, and just graduated from grad school in my field of study. I stayed with my parents for a good while after that, but it eventually came to a point where I had to move out and get my own place. My parents and I had enough money saved up since high school and helped me get my first house. The house I got wasn't anything too crazy. It was just a standard one-storied home appropriate for a single person like me. It was basically the size of a trailer home because, let's face it, nothing is affordable in this economy. It took me a good while to settle in, and when I did, I started to get used to the independent lifestyle. It was very hard at first, but as time went on, I started to get the hang of it. After a while, it slowly started to feel like home, and I even made some friends at work who would sometimes come over to keep me company. Now, fast forward to a few weeks later, I'm in my room playing video games on my day off when I go to my fridge for a snack and notice something weird. The pizza I had ordered the other night was already half eaten, which should have been impossible since I had only eaten one slice. In fact, I seem to have been eating up all my food pretty quickly. Now, I eat like a horse, so this was no surprise to me, and I just dismissed it as me eating too much. Obviously, I brushed it off as my dumbass self eating out of control and sort of just went on with my life. But when it started to become blatantly obvious that there was no way I could have been eating all of that, I got suspicious and decided to do something about it. Back in high school, I had gotten these hidden cameras built into the back of an iPhone charger, and I guess I had packed them for some reason. Out of total curiosity, I plug a few into the walls of my kitchen to just see if there was possibly someone in my house. I've heard several stories of people finding out their food was missing only to find squatters in their homes. This concerned me deeply as this was during the winter, so a house was the perfect place for squatters to hide from the cold. Needless to say, I leave them up there and sort of forgot about them for a few days. One day, I had been speaking with a coworker about something when she brought up that her mom's house had recently been robbed. I of course felt sympathy for her, but that was when it reminded me about my food going missing and the cameras I installed. I completely forgot about this and tell her that I was possibly going through a similar situation with a squatter. My coworker is the sort of techie type and recommended I download this app that lets you use the uploaded footage from the cameras to your phone. I did just that, and that night I had recharged my cameras and connected them to my iPad. What I caught on camera was absolutely disturbing. I woke up at around 8 in the morning and immediately checked the footage where I saw something at the hour-and-a-half mark. It was around 2 a.m. and I see my cupboard door open above my sink and someone step out and jump onto the floor. Those who don't know what a cupboard is, it's basically a separate cabinet large enough for storing large items. I never used it as I never really had a reason to, and to be honest, I don't really have any items to store. The person who climbed out was a skinny, older-looking woman who appeared to be in her late 50s. She immediately goes to the fridge and begins to drink my carton of milk while also eating some of my food from the other night. After eating my food for a good 10 minutes, she climbs onto the counter and back into the cupboard. I couldn't even find the words to react to this. I was beyond shocked and beyond horrified. The fact that my theory was correct, that this person, a stranger, was living in my house was beyond me. I wasted no time and went outside to call the police, not even dreaming of opening the cupboard door. The police showed up very quickly, as my house wasn't too far from the station. They enter my home and open the cupboard door, and lo and behold, there's the woman crouched inside. Almost immediately, she began screaming like a deranged person while cussing at the police as they tried to get her to come down. At one point, one of the officers grabs her arm and full-on pulls her out, where they then handcuff her. All the while, she kept saying how she was my mom and that she lived with me. However, police obviously knew she was full of it and took her away. Now, you might think of me as messed up for this, but I decided to press charges against her. This was likely my worst encounter with a stranger. I ended up having my mom stay with me for a bit after that, as I couldn't stand the paranoia of that woman. I now have cameras all over my home, and I even got a dog for extra protection. Mind you, I'm somewhat allergic to both dogs and cats, so getting one was a really hard decision, but I'll live with it. I'm a 19-year-old female, and this happened just last year in the summer. I live with my mom and sister, and last year we had just bought a new house in the suburbs of LA. We got it for a decent price and moved in right away. With my mom working full-time at a new job, she would oftentimes have my sister and I move everything in. My sister is 15, and while she couldn't do much, she did what she could. Anyway, we got settled in, and after a good month or so, we enjoyed that house for a good while. If I can remember correctly, this happened sometime in July and seriously creeped the hell out of my family and I. I won't bore you with unnecessary details, so I'll just get straight to the point. My friend, who I'll call Emily, had just dropped me off at home one night after attending a concert as a late birthday present. My mom had been at work and my sister was at a friend's house, so that meant I was the only one home. With nothing to really do, I go to my room and throw myself onto the bed while texting Emily a thank you and that I had a fun time. Anyway, I'm on my phone scrolling through Instagram when I hear what sounded like music from inside of my room. It wasn't creepy or anything, but I can make it out to be a Christmas song, specifically an instrumental version of Silent Night. At this point, I'm thinking to myself as to where it could have been coming from, but it was clearly obvious that it was coming from my closet. I get up and walk over to my closet where the music is now louder, and that's when I reach into my clothes. After a good few minutes of searching, I pull out from one of my jackets what appeared to be a fancy musical ornament in the shape of an egg. I've never seen this thing before in my life, and we don't even celebrate Christmas, so I have no idea how this thing got into my closet. Mind you, I had just bought the jacket I had found it in, so that added even more suspicion. It kept playing the Christmas song for another minute before completely stopping, and I'm just here wondering what to do. Out of curiosity, I FaceTime my sister at her friend's house and ask her if she's seen this before. Expectedly, she replied with a no and told me to call mom and ask her. I do just that, but she doesn't answer as she's still at work, and that's when I look it up online. Apparently, it's supposed to be this ornament egg that plays music when you open it. I tried to see if anyone else could have experienced the same thing, but unfortunately, there were no other incidents. An hour later, my mom came home, and I immediately ran up to her and showed her what I had found, asking if she's seen it before. She gives me this weird look and tells me she's never seen it before, and that's when we start to get a little creeped out. If nobody we knew put it in that jacket, then who did? My mom always locks the doors whenever she leaves for work, so we weren't sure who could have possibly done this. Also, we live in a relatively safe area, so the chances of any robbery or break-ins were slim but not impossible. To be safe, we called the police just to make sure. They took a look at the egg to make sure there were no cameras in it and took it in for further inspection, but nothing ever became of it. 2 weeks later, my mom calls me while I'm at a friend's dorm and asks me why I had left the attic door open. In a confused voice, I tell her that I didn't and that maybe my sister did. My sister also denied going up there, and from that point forward, my mom implemented a strict no attic rule. I don't know if the attic door being open was linked to the egg, but I doubt it, to be honest. Nothing has happened since then, but I just hope that nobody came into our house to put it there. I know, not the creepiest story, but this one definitely left us scratching our heads for a while. This story is a bit longer, but this is seriously the creepiest incident I've ever had. Just to note, this isn't the type of story to have you on the edge of your seat. It is, however, a very strange but at the same time cool story. I want to point out that I'm Norwegian, so I apologize if my English is a bit off. For context, I'm a female, currently 31 and living in a new house I had just bought in rural Norway that was built back in the 30s. It's a one-storied home and was perfect for myself. While it might have been rural, I enjoyed me time and enjoyed the fact that I didn't have to deal with any annoying neighbors. One day, I had a friend visit me all the way from another city to spend the day with me. At one point, we're having some of the lunch I made when she asks me if I ever been to the attic in my house. I never even knew this house had an attic, and I asked her how she knew that. She responded by saying that the roof of the house appeared larger and just assumed there had to be one. This was especially interesting as it's rare for houses to have attics in this part of Norway. My friend, being the persuasive person she was, brought up the idea that we should check it out. I, on the other hand, wasn't so stoked, as there's nothing too great about a simple attic. However, she was my friend, and after all, it wasn't a bad idea to at least see it. After looking for the attic door for about 20 minutes, we finally found it and pulled on the rope trying to get it open. When we finally did, the whole thing came flying out with dust forming all over my garage. It was obvious this attic hadn't been used in years, which kind of concerned me to say the least. My friend gets out her iPhone and shines it around the attic, and that's when she stops and tells me that I need to come look at this. She didn't sound scared or worried, however. She more so had that voice that seemed as if she had found something unexpected, and boy, was she right. I climb up the ladder and enter the attic and see what appeared to be some hidden room in the form of a triangle. It was very small compared to the rest of the attic, but right away we started to notice some odd features to it. Upon heading up there, we found what appeared to be some sort of wooden table, a map of West Europe, a doll's shoe, and an old lamp alarm. We both look at each other wondering what the hell this room was for and if there was possibly someone living in my attic. But perhaps the strangest thing we found in there was a sign that translates from Norwegian as, "If you have a bad stomach, then you don't have access." That was probably the creepiest thing we found in there, as we weren't sure what it meant. Other than that, there wasn't much else in there. No food wrappers, no bottles, or any sign of anyone living there for a long time. My friend and I came to the conclusion that this secret room was likely a hiding place for Jews to hide from the Nazis. This would explain the lamp alarm we found, as that would have silently warned them if German soldiers had entered the house. We ended up calling the police, but there really wasn't much they could do about it, and to be honest, I can't blame them. I did end up taking some pictures, but out of respect for whoever was up there, I won't be showing them to the public. I don't know, maybe one day I will, but now is just not the right time. Needless to say, this was definitely an unexpected discovery, and I hope I get more answers one day.
I've been thinking of submitting this story for quite some time. I don't know if it's good enough, but it's honestly the creepiest and scariest moment of my life. So here it goes. I live in Poland in a studio flat. My neighborhood is pretty safe. I've lived here for almost 4 years, and only 1 or 2 bad things have happened. It probably helps that I have municipal police literally downstairs. This happened early this year in January. I was getting ready for bed. I made sure that my door was locked. I'm kind of paranoid about that, so I checked probably like 3 times just to be sure. But this night, I didn't put the key into the lock. I remember this stupid article saying if you do that, it actually helps thieves or something like that. I have a cat, and that'll be important later in the story. I go to sleep, earplugs in my ears because I can't sleep without them. It was 1 or 2 in the morning when I woke up. I then see my 2 neighbors standing right next to my bed. I then freaked out and screamed because how on earth could they get into my apartment? Then the lady says that when she was coming back from work, she had saw my cat on my staircase and she noticed my door was slightly opened. She was scared to come inside by herself, so she went upstairs and got her husband to come with her. Here's the chilling part. I knew that I locked the door. I just knew it. There were no signs of burglary, so how the hell did someone get in? Nothing was missing. Nothing was stolen. I had my laptop on the table and it was still here. I immediately called my landlord and he told me to call the police, so I did. They came in and checked everything. The only other possible way to get inside was through the balcony. But I live on a 2nd story, and from the 1st floor balcony you would need a ladder to get to mine. The police had told me that I was sleepwalking, but when I put away my keys, I had put them in a very specific spot, and they were still there, exactly where I put them. I know that I wasn't sleepwalking, and I know I locked the door. The next day, I had talked to my landlord's wife. She was so unbothered that it made me cry. I was so scared that night that I didn't sleep, and I had to take a day off work because I didn't want to leave the apartment just in case the potential intruder came back and killed my cat. Yeah, I'm that kind of cat mom, if you know what I mean. Back to the story. She, the wife, then tells me that she also had a similar experience when they lived there too. She was reading when the neighbor's dog just came in through the door. And here's the part that made me lose it. She said that the door just sometimes bounces off the hinges and opens itself. How in the world? I mean, can that really happen? And if so, why wasn't I informed about it when I moved in? I don't buy it, honestly. But I made them check the door a few days later, and they said everything was fine. However, they didn't even change the locks. But I pay really low rent, so I guess that's the price of it. To this day, I have no idea what happened, and I don't even want to know. It took me a few solid months to move on. You really think you're safe in your own house until something like this happens. Now I always make sure that I put my keys into the lock, and I even have a stool against the door. When we thought the door had just opened itself, I had a thought that maybe my cat then opened it wider. I don't know. This is so strange, and I hope nothing like this ever happens again. And I owe my cat for being a scaredy shit so she didn't run away and was just chilling outside the door. She got treats and snuggles the next day. And of course, my sweet neighbors who cared enough to check on me. I'll never forget that. So yeah, that's my weird and creepy story. I also have a message for anyone that's listening. Make sure you're safe in your own house, even if that means checking the doors and windows dozens of times. Losing that sense of safety really makes you hopeless and fearful like you've never felt before. Stay safe, everyone. This only happened a few months ago, and I don't even know if this guy still lives next door to me, but this really scared my family and I. I've been living in my village for about 2 years now, and we live next door to a little old lady and her one son. We're not really the kind of family that gets close with our neighbors. We're always civil, say hello, and our how are yous, but that's about it. The lady we live next door to has lived there for years. She seems pretty pleasant. I've never really spoken to her apart from a smile. She never smiles back, by the way. But my parents have spoken to her, and they said she seems nice enough. My mom and dad even gave her a lift home from town once, so I thought she was a normal old lady. As for her son, again, I've seen him about, but I've never spoken to him. We do hear him shouting next door sometimes, but we just thought that he's shouting at a games console or something. Anyway, I live with my mom, dad, brother, and partner, so it's a full house, And boy was I happy that my dad was home when this all went down. One night when we were all asleep, we were rudely awakened at about 2:30 a.m. to pounding on our front door. We have a little Jack Russell, so he had started barking his head off. The banging was really loud. It sounded like someone was trying to break into the house. I was terrified. My dad went downstairs to the front door, and he decided to open the door. Yes, I had a go at him for this the next day because this person could have gotten into our house, or even worse, he could have had a knife or a weapon. When my dad opened the door, he was met by a man. My dad had then asked, what's the problem? To which the man replied back with, "What's your f***ing problem?" My dad in an instant, which thank God for quick reflexes, slammed the door shut in the man's face and then locked the door. The man started to bang on the door yet again, and when he realized no one was going to answer it, he walked away. I was in my bedroom at the time, and I had looked out my window. I was trying to get a good look at the guy. The guy was shouting outside our house. Then I saw him walk to my neighbor's house where the old lady lives, and that's when I then heard someone say, "Mate, if you don't stop, I'm calling the police." Then the man disappeared. We were all in shock. The village we live in is very quiet. Nothing happens here at all. So we were definitely all pretty shaken. We were pretty much all awake for the rest of the night. Every slight noise scared me. My partner managed to sleep through all of it and only woke up when I accidentally stepped on him to look out the window, which he wasn't very happy about. He felt really bad the next day when he saw how shook up we all were. The next day we were all very alert. I kept my eyes peeled for this guy because I wanted to know who the hell he was. Well, about 2 days later, my partner and I were on our way to work, and there were lots of police that drove past us very quickly with sirens going. I had a bad feeling, so I had messaged my brother asking if everything was okay. I got no reply until I got to work, and then got a message from my dad. As it turns out, the man lived next door. Turns out this old lady didn't just have one son, she had two. My dad then told me that the man was carried out of my neighbor's house in handcuffs and on a stretcher. I felt relieved that he was going to get some help that he so clearly needs, and that hopefully he wouldn't come knocking again. But I was also thinking about how this guy lived next door and none of us knew. Well, he ended up being back 2 days later, so I bought a Ring doorbell straight away. Just so you all know, we didn't call the police. Maybe we should have, but we didn't. If he knocks on our door again, we definitely will. So a few weeks later, my mom was walking down our street and had bumped into another neighbor. This neighbor is someone my mom talks to sometimes. Not close to her or anything, but she seems like a nice lady. My mom had told her what happened, and the lady instantly told us that it was definitely her neighbor's son. Turns out the lady who lived in our house before had the same problem with this guy, but that he used to do it all the time. My mom was absolutely shocked by this. Luckily, we haven't seen this guy since. The little old lady next door hasn't spoken to us since. We think it's because she's ashamed, which is fair enough, but at the same time, I really think we're owed an apology or some kind of explanation. We could have easily called the police on this guy. We always say to ourselves that it's really lucky that he did this to us and not some single mother or someone vulnerable. But I don't ever want to go through this or see him again. I still get sleepless nights thinking that this guy will come back banging on our door, but I really hope it doesn't happen.
A few years back when I was in college, I used to work real late nights during the summer. I had an internship with a company that was way out in the middle of nowhere. Miles surrounding the area were just woods and fields. About a month into the job, I finished work one night at about 3 in the morning and then got into my car to drive home. It would usually take me about 20 minutes to get back to my temporary apartment that I lived in for the summer. About halfway through the drive, I started to hear my car sputter. It was an old beater because I was in college and I didn't have much money. I did what I could to keep the car going, but it ended up dying and slowly coming to a stop on the side of the road. This road was completely empty with no other cars in sight, and it was surrounded by a little ditch with woods on both sides. I tried starting the car multiple times, but I realized that it wasn't going to do much good. I wasn't much of a car expert, and I honestly had no clue what to do. I knew it wasn't out of gas, so I decided to call my roadside assistance. I was told due to my location it would take anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour for them to arrive. I decided to play on my phone and watch YouTube videos until they got there, so I took out my headphones and put them in. After I would guess about 15 or 20 minutes, I was interrupted by the sound of my back door trying to be opened. My doors were locked, and I figured the roadside service was there, so I took out my headphones and looked behind me expecting to see a truck, but nothing was there at all. The moon was fairly big that night, so I could see around pretty well due to the light, but I didn't see anybody. I spent a good minute just looking around trying to figure out who was trying to open my door. I knew what I heard, and I wasn't imagining it. Then my eyes scanned around to the woods, and I saw a tree move. When I looked closer, I saw what appeared to be a man digging at the base of a tree just inside the woods. He was wearing a green jacket and appeared to have brown hair and a dark-colored beard. That's all I was able to make out. He was on his knees and digging with his hands. The sight of it gave me a very creepy feeling. The thought of the man possibly trying to get into my car made me even more scared. So many questions went through my head, like who was this man and why was he in the middle of nowhere digging in the woods with his hands? The man continued to dig for several more minutes. I just sat in my car, being as still as I could, hoping he wouldn't come over to me. This went on for what felt like forever. Finally, I saw headlights behind me and a truck which was roadside service. When they pulled up, I saw the man turn and go deeper into the woods. But he didn't get up and run. He left on all fours like he was some sort of an animal. I was more than happy to get out of there, and very shortly after that, I got a new car. Hopefully nothing like that ever happens again. This story occurred in 2015. At the time, my wife and I had recently got a cabin far up north from where we lived. We intended on going up there to get away from things from time to time. The very first time we went up there, we planned on spending the weekend there, arriving on Friday and leaving on Sunday. It took about 4 hours to get there, and it was a pretty nice place. There was a lake surrounded by wilderness with cabins spread out very far away from each other. We really liked how secluded it was from everything else. Once we got there on Friday afternoon, we did some fishing and then went inside to go to bed. The cabin had pretty much just a little kitchen, a living room, a bathroom, and a bedroom. It wasn't that big at all, but had a comfortable amount of space. At about midnight, when we were just starting to fall asleep, we heard a knocking at our front door. I had no clue who could be knocking on the door at this time, or who would even know that we were here. It was very strange, but I decided to get up and go see. I slowly got out of bed and walked out of the bedroom. By the time I was out of the bedroom and into the living room, the knocking got a lot harder and turned into more of a pounding. This alarmed me a little bit more. The way the cabin was, you couldn't really see outside to the front of it unless you were in the kitchen window. Instead of going straight to the door, I decided to go to the window instead based on how violent the knocks were becoming. I slowly tiptoed to the kitchen window. As I did, the knocks grew even louder. By this time they were so hard, I feared that the door might break. I saw my wife start to come out of the bedroom, and I signaled for her to be quiet. As I looked out the window, all I could see was a large man with his back facing me, pounding on the door. He had to be 6.5 feet tall and weigh at least 250 pounds. He was wearing a hat, and I couldn't get a good look at his face at all. I considered my options of what I could do. I decided to turn on my porch light, hoping that it would scare him off. Looking back, it was probably dumb, but I didn't know what to do. When I turned on the light, the man was unfazed and just kept pounding. I remained sitting on the floor next to the window, just hoping he would go away. Finally, he did. I knew that was the only entrance to the cabin, so I felt relieved. But then, I started to hear pounding coming from the back of the cabin at the wall. My wife and I stayed put in an area where we couldn't be seen. Thankfully, we had shades covering all of our windows. The pounding continued at the rear of the cabin for about 5 minutes and then finally stopped. We sat there waiting for Mort to start up again somewhere, but it didn't. After about an hour of sitting up and discussing what had just happened, we finally decided to go back to bed. I didn't get a whole lot of sleep that night, and the next morning we went outside and saw that there were marks on our door as well as the wall at the back of our cabin from the man. There were also some plants that had been trampled. We considered leaving and driving back that day, but decided to stay. After another day of fishing and walking through the woods, we saw no one at all, which was nice, and then we went back to the cabin. We had a relaxing night watching a movie and then went to bed once again at about midnight. Then I heard a knocking on the front door again. As soon as I did, my heart sunk. Once again, the knocking slowly grew louder and louder. We decided to just wait it out and hope that the man didn't break the door down. It lasted for roughly 10 minutes, and finally the man left again. I think I got even less sleep that night. The next morning, my wife and I went outside and saw a piece of paper that was on the ground in front of the door. It had the words, "Get out," written on it. We decided to report what had happened to the police, and after filling out a report with them, we drove home. I don't think anything was found, and we decided to sell the cabin and get another one elsewhere. I'm not sure who the man was, or if it was just someone trying to scare us, but we were enjoying our new cabin much more. This story happened roughly 15 years ago. I was on my way driving back from college. I attended a school in Florida and lived in the Midwest, so it would always be a long drive back home. Usually, I would do the trip in 2 days, but on this time, I decided to drive through the night. I left my college campus and drove for many hours, only stopping for gas or food or to use the bathroom. I was actually making really good time, and when it got late at night, things got even better because traffic decreased a lot. I stopped and got some energy drinks to keep me up and drove for several hours. Then at about 3 in the morning, my light for gas came on, which usually meant I had about 40 miles before I would run out. I was honestly in the middle of nowhere, so I decided I would stop at the next exit and see if there was a gas station. An exit eventually came up, and I took it. I went right and drove down a very quiet road for a while. It took me maybe 2 or 3 miles, and I didn't really see anything, so I thought about turning around, but then I saw some lights up ahead which looked promising. The road curved a little, and then I came into a small town. The speed limit dropped all the way down to 20 miles per hour, and there was old, run-down looking buildings on each side. It honestly looked like a ghost town, but I figured they would have to have a gas station, so I slowly kept driving. But the farther I drove, I didn't see any gas station, and then there started to be mainly old houses, so I decided to turn around. I turned into a driveway, and as soon as I did, I saw the front door of the house open. An older-looking man came out and started walking to me. I made a signal with my hands that I was just turning around, and then I started backing out. The man looked a little confused. When I turned around and began driving the other direction, I saw that 2 more people were standing at the ends of their driveways, staring at me with angry looks on their faces. For some reason, it just really freaked me out. I decided to ignore it and keep driving. When I got back to the town, though, it got even worse. There were at least 10 people on each side of the road in front of the buildings, all staring at me. It was the creepiest thing I've ever seen. They all looked very unfriendly. As I drove the 20-mile-per-hour speed limit, they started to walk into the road, almost to approach my car. I wasn't sure what else to do, so I sped up and drove faster and faster until I was out of there. I quickly got back onto the main freeway and drove until I saw another exit about 10 miles down the road. It was a close call, but I was able to find a gas station and fill my tank. I drove home after that, and I'm not even sure where that was, but something about that small town at 3 a.m. and all the people in it was just so creepy. It still gives me the chills to think about. This is a story that was told to me by my aunt that gave me the chills. Back in the 90s when she was in college, she worked at Burger King for one summer. She told me that one night, when she was at work, it was a really quiet night and it was pretty late, so it was just her and a few other employees working at the time. My aunt needed to go back to a storage closet they had to get something, but when she opened the door, she saw a man sitting inside the closet. She screamed and ran away to get another worker. When they both came back to the closet and opened it, the man was gone. They had no idea how he could have gotten out without being seen. Then, a few weeks later, while working another late-night shift, my aunt was by herself working the cash register. The restaurant was completely empty, except for a man sitting by himself in the corner. After a few minutes and getting several looks at him, my aunt recognized him to be the same man that was hiding in the closet from before. She wasn't sure what to do. The man was just sitting there in the corner by himself. He didn't order anything, and he wasn't really doing anything either. He was just sitting there. She couldn't help but feel a little bit nervous. My aunt ended up going back to tell one of her coworkers who she was friends with. But when they both came back, once again, the man was gone. It was a weird experience, and my aunt only worked at the Burger King for that one summer. Not long after, she quit working there, but she learned about the history of that Burger King from her friend later on. It used to be a different restaurant, but that restaurant was closed after a man had died inside the restaurant in a robbery. When she saw the man's photo, he looked exactly like the one she had seen. The restaurant was abandoned for about a year before Burger King took it over 5 years before my aunt worked there. It's a pretty creepy story. I work at McDonald's, as I'm a high school student and just turned 16, so it's a decent first job for me. About a month ago, I was working in the drive-thru taking people's orders. It was a Friday night, and things were finally quieting down at about 10 p.m. A car pulled up to the drive-thru, and I began to take their order. After I spoke and asked them what they would like, they didn't respond. It was just silence for a few seconds. I repeated myself. The person responded by saying my name. And not just my first name, but my full name. First, middle, and last. I realized it must be someone that I knew, but I didn't recognize the voice or the person. I was confused. I asked who it was. They didn't answer. They just repeated my name one more time. They then drove off. It was a man wearing sunglasses. I didn't recognize him at all. I was pretty spooked for the rest of my shift. After I got off, I went home and told my parents. They were just as confused as I was. To this day, I don't know who it was, and every time I think about it, it creeps me out. This happened almost 3 years ago now. I was driving back with my friend from college. It was kind of late at night, and we were both super hungry. We saw an exit and took it. When we did, we saw that the only open restaurant there was Arby's. Their drive-thru was out of order, so we both walked inside. The place was very quiet, and we appeared to be the only customers. We ordered and then stood by waiting for our food. As we were waiting, we saw the door open and a man walk in. He looked to be middle-aged and was rather tall and large. He had glasses and sort of long hair as well. He walked in slowly and looked at us as he did. Then he walked over and sat down at one of the tables in the restaurant. As we waited, I could feel the eyes of the man locking onto us. My friend and I would both glance over occasionally to see him staring. It was rather uncomfortable. Finally, our food was done, and they gave it to us. We took it and walked out of the restaurant. As we walked out and went back to my car, I noticed the man was parked directly next to us. At least, I assumed that it was the man's car because there were only 2 other cars in the entire parking lot. Then, I noticed the man exiting the restaurant and walking towards us. He was giving off a really creepy feeling to my friend and I, so we quickly got in my car. We had planned to eat in the parking lot and then drive back, but with the man parked next to us, he got in his car and then began to stare at us once again through the windows of our cars. It was really creepy, so I decided to just drive away. But just as I was afraid of, as soon as I started up my engine, the man started up his as well. And when I started driving away, he followed. I merged back onto the freeway that we had been on before. It was pretty late, so not too many cars were out there besides us. As we started to speed up through the freeway, the guy in the car behind us went from following us to aggressively tailing us. He drove right up to the bumper of my car and followed extremely close. He was so close that I thought he was going to hit the back of my car. I sped up, but at the same time, I knew the potential danger we were in. My heart started to race and I began sweating. The guy behind us then changed lanes and started driving beside us. I slowed down to let him pass. When I did, he slowed down to the same speed. But as his car got next to mine, I looked over and saw him staring at me with a deranged smile on his face. Then he turned his car right towards ours. I had to swerve onto the shoulder of the freeway and slam on my brakes to avoid him hitting me. He ended up swerving too far and then spinning his car out. As it did, he went off the road and his car went down into the ditch. We slowly drove by as we saw him try to drive out of the ditch, but appeared to get stuck. I was relieved and I didn't want to stay there, so I elected to drive away, but as I did, my friend called the police. We explained the situation, and they said they would have people in the area shortly. I was able to make it home safely, thankfully, but it was a close call and something I will never forget. This happened to me about a year ago. I was hanging out with some of my friends from high school. One of them worked at McDonald's, and we stopped by because he wanted to say hi to one of his coworkers. There were 4 of us, and it was about 10 or 11 o'clock at night. Our friend went inside, and the 3 of us chilled outside because it was a nice night. I don't think there were any customers at the time, besides us, but after a minute or so we noticed a man riding a 3-wheeled bike around the corner. He had a speaker attached to the back of his bike, which was playing music. We all watched as he rode by us and around the parking lot. He started riding laps around the restaurant. My friends and I thought this was funny and made a couple jokes about it. After about 10 laps, he rode up to us and stopped. He had long hair and a slight beard. He was wearing baggy clothes and appeared to be in his late 20s. He stopped his bike about 5 feet away from us and turned down his music. We all looked at him. "You guys want to know something?" he said. "Sure," I said. He responded with, "I'm about to rob this place." We all looked at each other confused. One of my friends laughed a little. We figured he was joking, but it was kind of a weird thing to say. He just stared at us with a slight grin on his face for a couple seconds. I turned and looked and saw my friend was still talking to his coworker friend at the counter. I kinda wanted to leave. Finally, the man spoke again. "I'd get out of here if I was you guys," he said. "Why's that?" my friend asked. The man said to just leave. My friend said no. I was surprised, but I realized there were 4 of us and 1 of him, and he wasn't any bigger than any of us. The man stood there next to his bike for about 30 seconds just staring at us. Finally, he got back on his bike and rode off. We felt tough for possibly preventing a robbery, as much as we didn't know how serious the man was, or if he was on drugs or something. We all went home, and the next morning I woke up to see my friend post in our group chat a link to a news story. It was about a local bank that had been broken into the previous night. A rock was thrown through the window, and a man was arrested inside. It was the same man. I used to work pretty late nights at one of the jobs I had a few years ago. I remember one night after work, I was especially hungry and wanted to get some food on the way home. It was after midnight though, so I knew I didn't have many options. Of course, as I was driving down the road, I saw a Taco Bell sign, and I knew they were usually open late, so I decided to stop there. I was not all that familiar with the area, because I only lived in that city for the job I had, and I was from another state entirely. As I pulled into the Taco Bell parking lot, I could see that it seemed a little outdated and run down. There was also nobody else there, but that wasn't all too strange with it being so late. The area did look pretty run down, and it was a little sketchy, but I didn't care. I was just really hungry. I pulled into the drive-thru. It took a while for the person to ask me what I wanted, but when they finally did, I ordered 2 beef burritos. I pulled around to the next window and paid. The worker said the food would be out shortly, and then walked away from the window. Once they walked away, it took a really long time for them to come back. I sat there waiting for about 5 minutes. I wondered why it would be taking so long, because nobody else was here, and I had ordered one of the most common things on the menu. Still, I wasn't going to complain as long as I got my food. But then, out of nowhere, I felt the back passenger side door to my car try to be opened. I was driving an SUV, but thankfully my back doors were locked. I looked but couldn't see anybody. They must have quickly hid behind my car at an angle I couldn't see. Then I heard someone kick the back of my car. As they kicked it, I looked again and saw somebody duck down behind the back of my car. Then, I started to see a man running out of a bush on the edge of the parking lot of the Taco Bell. He was running straight for my car and appeared to be wearing a ski mask covering his whole head. I didn't waste a moment and quickly hit the gas pedal and sped away. I could see him and another man running after me in my rearview mirror as I sped off. I left the area quickly and ended up driving home without getting any food. I reported the incident, but I never stopped at that Taco Bell again. This happened to me last year. I was hungry after a late night shift at work. It was past midnight, so I knew I didn't have many options. I saw a McDonald's and pulled off the highway to go there. McDonald's hours vary depending on the location, so I was hoping they would be open. However, the lights were fairly dim, so I wasn't quite sure. I decided to pull into the drive-thru to see. When I pulled up to the speaker, I heard a voice say, "Hi, welcome to McDonald's, what can I get you today?" I said I would have the number 9, and that was all. They said sure and to pull up to the first window. So I pulled my car around. However, when I reached the window, nobody came to it. I saw the kitchen lights appeared to be all dimmed as if they were closed. I waited there for a couple minutes. I knew I was the only customer, so I didn't know what was taking them so long. After another minute went by, I didn't see any movement at all. I took out my phone and searched McDonald's on Google Maps. The location came up, and when I looked, it said it was closed. I was confused and kept staring at my screen, wondering if this was a mistake. Just then, I saw somebody finally appear at the window out of the corner of my eye. It was a man in all black with a hood covering most of his face. As soon as I turned my head, he ducked down. I drove off as fast as I could and went straight home. I don't know who that was or what happened, but I do know I won't go back to that McDonald's. When I was in college, I worked at McDonald's during the summer. One day, I was working on a Saturday and I was behind the counter taking people's orders. It was going pretty well for a weekend until a man came up and asked for 2 Big Macs. I put in the order, he paid, and I gave him his receipt. I then helped the next person in line. About a minute later, he came back up and said he was charged for 2 Big Macs, but he only wanted 1. I told him he ordered 2 because I know I heard him say 2 Big Macs. He got angry when I said that and said, "Don't put words in my mouth, I know what I said." "I'm sorry, sir, I wasn't trying to," I said. He then told me not to get smart with him. I could tell he was a short-tempered man. I apologized again and offered to give him money back for a Big Mac and only give him the 1, but he said he didn't want that anymore. He then started saying that I should be fired. I told him to calm down, but that didn't work. He started raising his voice and everybody in the restaurant was beginning to notice. One of my coworkers, Jack, came up and started talking to the man. After a brief conversation with Jack, he said he didn't want anything and he just wanted to leave. We gave him his money and I thought the situation was over. That is, until he leaned in over the counter and said to me, "When you get off, I'll be waiting for you." I didn't know whether to take this as a joke or not, but clearly the man had issues if he was going to make a scene over an extra Big Mac. I didn't say anything, and he turned and walked out. I wasn't too concerned with his threat at all, because I was only an hour into my 8-hour shift. I knew there's no way a man was going to wait around that long, and I didn't think he would actually do that at all. I worked the rest of my shift, which went by relatively well. In fact, by the time I was done, I had forgotten all about the incident. It was 10 p.m. when I was off, so I got my things and headed out to my car. As I approached my car, I saw a car at the other end of the parking lot's doors swing open. Sure enough, out walked the man from earlier. I couldn't believe he actually waited for me. I sprinted for my car and he chased after me. I almost made it to my door when he grabbed my arm. He started to pull me away from my car, and that's when I screamed like a little girl. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my pepper spray and sprayed it everywhere. Eventually it got his face in the struggle and he let go of me and ran away. I accidentally sprayed myself in the face as well, but I was able to get into my car and lock the door with my eyes burning. It didn't get me too bad and I was able to regain my composure after a couple minutes. I saw 2 people walking towards my car in concern. They asked me if I was okay and if they should call the police. I said yes, and the police arrived shortly after and took down my information. Unfortunately, the man got away, but I just feel lucky that he didn't hurt me. It still blows my mind to think that he waited around 7 hours to confront me.
Ever since I first went to Chick-fil-A, it's been one of my favorite restaurants. I've always loved their chicken sandwiches, and their sauce always hits the spot. However, the college that I recently graduated from is in an area where there's no Chick-fil-A nearby, so when I was at school, I could never have it. Last year, when the semester finally came to an end, I was driving back home to get to my parents' house, and I had the idea to get Chick-fil-A. I left my school in the morning, and it was a 4-hour drive to get back home. When I got about an hour away from home, my cravings got the better of me, and I saw a Chick-fil-A and stopped. It was a Chick-fil-A that I had never been to before, but it looked relatively new and was very busy. I got in the drive-thru line, which was long but moving fast. I ordered the number 1, which is what I usually got, of a chicken sandwich, fries, and a drink. I was so hungry that I decided to park and eat it there. The Chick-fil-A was in a large shopping area that had a mall with a really big parking lot connected to it, so I drove to an open area of the mall parking lot that wasn't very busy. I started to eat, but before long I was kind of annoyed with the way that the sun was shining right into my front window onto me. I moved parking spaces down to where there was a shady spot near a tree. As I backed up my car out of the spot and started to drive, I saw that there was another car that was parked a little ways away from me that started to leave at the same time. I drove over and parked next to a tree, and the car followed me and parked about 10 spots away from me. I found it odd, but overall I was more focused on eating. A while later, when I decided to continue with my drive home, I had forgotten all about the car and started to drive away. But when I did, I noticed the car start to drive with me. I never bothered to look to see who was driving it, and it was too far away to tell by this point. I once again found it odd, but what could I do? I got back on the road and then merged onto the freeway that was close by. I noticed the entire time that the car that was seemingly following me did the same. I got kind of worried when I saw this. I wondered why someone would follow me. Had I accidentally cut him off or something before? I kept on driving down the road and the car remained behind me the entire time. I tried some things like slowing down or changing lanes, but he kept following me. I still couldn't really tell much about how the driver looked because I still wasn't able to get a very good look at him. The closer I got to home, the more concerned I became because I didn't want to go all the way home and have this guy potentially know where I live. When I got about 10 minutes away from home, I decided to pull off the highway again and take the exit. I didn't really have much of a plan, but I knew I shouldn't go to my house with somebody following me. There was a little town that had a few stores and gas stations. I pulled into the parking lot of a supermarket and parked in a spot in the back where there weren't many other cars. Of course, the car that was following me did as well. I got out my phone and called my parents. I was going to tell them that I had been followed and ask them what to do, but before I could finish telling them, I saw that the car had parked in a spot behind me and a few spaces to the left. I noticed that the driver's door of the car opened, and both passengers' doors in the back did as well.
I saw 3 large men all get out of the car and start heading towards me. In this moment, as they approached my car, I panicked and slammed my foot on the gas pedal and sped away. I saw the men then stop and begin to run back to their car. This is where I got lucky in a way. There happened to be a police car that was driving on the quiet road connecting the supermarket with other businesses. When he saw me speeding away in an almost reckless way, he pulled me over. The car that was following me slowed down too, but then drove away. When the officer got to my window, he told me I was driving a little wild, and I told him my situation. He then gave me just a warning to slow down and drive safer, and offered to drive behind me for a few miles to make sure that I wasn't followed. I took him up on the offer, and luckily I was able to make it home safely without ever seeing that car again. This story happened about a year ago. I was at Chick-fil-A with my girlfriend one night. It was one of both of our favorite restaurants, and we would get it all the time. Usually we would go through the drive-thru, but tonight we decided to eat inside the restaurant. It was a little bit later at night, and not very many other people were there at all. We sat in a booth on the far side of the restaurant, and were all by ourselves for the most part. We were eating, joking around, and just having normal conversation, when all of a sudden I heard a banging at the window right in front of me. We were sitting by the window, so I was super startled. Because it was dark out and the way the window was, I couldn't really see out of it very well at first, but when I looked, I saw a man. There was a guy who looked pretty mean. He was angrily banging on the glass right in front of us. My girlfriend and I were both pretty startled, and we watched the man to see what his problem was. He started to yell something at us, but I couldn't understand what he was yelling. The man wore a dark sweatshirt with the hood up and appeared to wear glasses and have a brown goatee. I don't know if he was insane or what, because I certainly hadn't done anything to make him angry. The man then suddenly stopped yelling and turned his back on us, then sprinted away into the night. My girlfriend and I both looked at each other in shock. "What was that?" she asked. I figured the guy was insane or on drugs or something like that, but we were both just glad that he was gone. Like many Chick-fil-A's, it was next to multiple businesses, so we figured he had come from one of those. We both talked about it for a few minutes, and then were ready to go back home. I had to use the bathroom, so I told my girlfriend that I would be right back and then we would leave. I walked inside the bathroom and to the urinal and did my business. As I was in there, though, I remember seeing someone was using one of the stalls in the men's room. When I was done, I got to the sink and began washing my hands, when I heard the stall door start to open. I casually looked over to see who was coming out. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw the same man who had been outside. He stopped in his place and just stared at me. Then, slowly, a really wide and creepy grin came over his face. I didn't waste any time and quickly left the bathroom as fast as I could. I saw my girlfriend was waiting for me by the door, and she could see the panic on my face. She asked me what was wrong, and I just told her we had to go. I didn't pay any attention to if the man followed us or not. When we got to the car, I told my girlfriend about how I had seen the man in the bathroom. She was really shocked to hear this, and we drove home after that. Thankfully, we never saw the man again. What was the most crazy thing is that we had a view of the only entrance to the restaurant the entire time, and we never saw the man come inside the door. I don't know how he was suddenly inside the bathroom, but thinking about it gives me the creeps.
When I was younger and more inclined to chase paper at literally all hours of the night, I took a side gig as an Uber driver. This was on top of my full-time job in retail. Working a counter and making sales just didn't have the payout that I needed at the time. And I wasn't smart enough to just find a better job or simply negotiate a raise. Instead, I did what so many of our working youth do today and picked up a second job. I lived in this big city, drove a nicer car that I loved zipping around in, so working Uber made a lot of sense in my mind. This was around 10 years ago, so the company had successfully launched and was making waves all over the country. You'd hear about people clearing six-figure salaries, all just from giving people rides around their community. People I'd talked to, just in passing, all told me the same thing. It was easy money that you could make hand over fist. I can't really tell you that it wasn't that. I pulled a decent amount in this little side hustle, but I wasn't doubling my income like I thought I would. It also put me in this new level of exhaustion because I had to sacrifice sleep in order to have more productive Uber shifts. This meant I was going all the time. I'd get off the retail job around 5 p.m., grab a quick bite to eat, and then off to work Uber until about 2 in the morning. Anything after that time, I quickly learned was just riffraff. And this was back when Uber didn't have quite the protocol that it does now. It wasn't unheard of for some pretty wild stuff to happen in the backseat of these cars. Fast forward a little bit, and I'm like 6 months into this new working world. I've gotten the swing of working double shifts, where the higher yield areas are for pickups, and how to make a quick turnaround in both drop-offs and getting back down to the downtown areas. If you took the wrong road, you'd come up on the opposite side, where a lot of commercial and business parks were. You'd have to make these weird loops that took extra time and gas to do so. There was a hospital downtown that I would periodically idle nearby, as it had serious real estate in the form of parking lots. I could just rest here and check my phone, not have to worry about the hustle and bustle of traffic, even catch a few Z's if I needed to. There were also various fast food joints and convenience stores nearby, everything to keep me in the game. Occasionally, I drink a Red Bull or something, but it wasn't that often. Alas, I found myself at the end of an exhaustive cycle. I was definitely about to reach my limit. One night, during that red line period, I did my usual routine where I pulled into the hospital while waiting for a client. It was an unusually slow night, and I was expecting lots of passengers, so I didn't really know what to do. I held out that I'd make more money later on in that night, so went and got an energy drink from a vending machine in the lobby. It didn't matter. I plopped back down in the driver's seat, turned on my favorite playlist, and then passed out just right there. I wasn't asleep for very long, but it was a deep, catatonic rest. You know the one. Mouth wide open, drooling, mouth breathing, looking my absolute worst. There is one thing that I dislike more, and that's the feeling of waking up when I shouldn't have been asleep. My brain starts to immediately overcompensate. I can't make any connections despite all the sparks. I can't remember where I am, who I am, what I'm doing. There are times when teachers would catch me sleeping in high school. I'd be so startled when they woke me up. I couldn't even speak proper English. Just make weird noises and get silent, then literally have to remember how to make it all make sense. It was one of those times. I remember kicking myself awake because my head was at this weird, funny angle. I made this kind of groaning sound as I snapped back into the waking world. I was still inside my car. It was still nighttime. Hell, it was the same playlist coming through the speakers. I peeked up at the clock and saw that I was only out for maybe 15 minutes. I took a deep breath through my nose and then settled into the seat. A cat nap was actually perfect, allegedly giving us more energy than a longer nap. I checked my phone and saw that I didn't miss anything, but there was a person that I could swoop up nearby and make a few bucks off. I took another swig of my drink, checked my mirrors, and then went to shift into park. I stopped though. There was something off in my rearview mirror. If I wasn't mistaken, there was a person sitting right behind me in the middle seat. We make eye contact. I whirl around and sure enough, plain as day, there's a man just sitting not 12 inches from me. He gets a little smile across his face and just kind of nods, like he was acknowledging that I'd been asleep. It almost looked like a little hello on his end. I really didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to start screaming at him to get out. Another part of me wanted to put on this front, act real tough, and then the other part of me just wanted to ask what he was doing inside my car. That's when I looked down and saw the Uber app open in his phone. I remember the sticker in my window that I was parked outside of a hospital. This guy probably exited one of these buildings, was wandering to a through street while he booked a ride. Then he just happened to see me. For whatever reason, seeing his phone helped my brain regain just a little coherence. That put the panic to rest. So I simply said, "Hi, what are you doing in my car?" He didn't respond for a moment, just kind of looked at the floor and then the ceiling, anywhere but directly at me. I gestured to his phone and then continued to talk. "Are you looking for a ride or something?" I asked. He nodded. Okay, he's at least halfway normal. I got on at length for a bit, pulling my seatbelt on. Then I explained to him what I explained to you. I worked 2 jobs, I was tired, and I just happened to fall asleep. I said I'd be happy to give him a ride in exchange for a good review, one that wouldn't say that I was sleeping inside my car. We both shared a laugh on that one. "I'm trying to get downtown," he said. He pointed back Jackson Drive, a main drag through the area. Where? I asked. He then gave me these loose directions, but said it was pretty close to an old music venue that had shut down a few years before. I was familiar with that area, so I just started the route. We made a little small talk, mostly about myself and how I'd fallen asleep. This guy's name was Donovan. He said that when he got in the car, he went to speak but saw that I was snoring, so just decided to wait. Well, I appreciate you not being a weirdo, I said. I was about to freak out before I saw your Uber app. Then it hits me. This guy and I aren't actually linked up. He never ordered a ride through the app, and I haven't logged picking anyone up. I take a quick glance at him in the rear view and say, "Hey, I just realized this ride isn't registered. Can you find me on the app really quickly?" That's when the guy scoffs, looks out the window and says, "Oh, I'm not paying for this." I laugh, to which he just stays silent. It's getting a little awkward now. I glance into the back real quick, realize the mistake that I've now made. This guy isn't dressed like a professional, no business casual, if you catch my drift. He's filthy, he's got torn up clothes, he's only got one shoe on. His face is dirty and dark from sun exposure. There's this grimy backpack next to him. He's homeless, he has to be. While I was asleep, some drifter hanging around the hospital must have just climbed into my car, thinking he'd be able to sleep in it or something. I noticed it on my second glance though. Donovan is wearing a bracelet, the paper kind that they use in the hospital for discharge. This guy probably OD'd behind a trash can, got Narcaned, and is now getting a free ride back to his crack house. All because I couldn't keep my eyes open. Shake my head, hit my blinker, and then start guiding my car towards the next exit. "Yo, where you going?" he asked from the back. "I told you where we're going." "I'm not driving you across town for free, dude. You're lucky I don't even call the cops," I countered. I took my phone out of the cup holder beside me just to show him that I wasn't messing around. "Yeah," Donovan said. "You're lucky I don't unlace my shoe and strangle you with it." Before I could even blink, I felt his crusty, calloused hands sneak around the headrest and wrap around my throat. Instinctually, I took one hand off the wheel and tried to break his grip, but I couldn't do it. I barely got a finger underneath his palm to create just this little space to breathe. Panic started to set in. As I watched a minute tick by on the clock, I tried to get this guy off of me. I could hear his raspy breath just behind me. The smell coming off his hands and mouth was completely disgusting. This dude definitely hadn't showered in at least a week or more. Then it finally hits me. I had to get him off of me. I check my mirrors and see that I'm alone on this stretch of the highway. I then firmly slam on my brakes. I was belted in, but Donovan behind me wasn't as lucky. He slammed forward, right into my seat, which created a little space in his arms. I yanked with my free hand, broke his grip, and then gunned the car over the shoulder. At this point, Donovan has recovered and is now trying to grab me again, but I'm not letting that happen twice. We're in a bit of a standoff now. I put the car in the park and put the hazards on. I say to hell with it. This has already gone too far. I dial 911, hit the call button, and press the phone to my ear. He starts to trip out, makes a lot more threats, but starts to get out of my car now. That's when I notice he's holding a purse, a pretty nice one at that. He grumbles a little bit, shoulders his backpack in that purse, then steps out into the cool night air. He then proceeds to start walking down the shoulder, down the exit ramp and back into the city. I hear dispatch in my ear and I realize I can't just let this go. I start rattling off everything that just happened to me, where I'm at and where the perp is located. As I'm describing the scene, the dispatcher gets quiet for a second, maybe even mutes me, then comes back with new information just a minute later. She says my report matches an earlier one from that exact hospital that I was parked at. Apparently, old Donovan had been admitted exactly as I figured, and during his stay, he became incoherent, agitated, and realized that he wasn't being supervised. He unhooked himself from the machine, put his clothes back on, then just exited the hospital, but not before stealing a purse out of one of the rooms in his wing. She noticed not long after it went missing and got with hospital security. They got on the cameras. It didn't take very long to see this guy strolling out the front door with that woman's purse in hand. From there, he starts running, as seen on the footage. He was probably paranoid about getting caught, now that he'd exited the hospital. He zigzagged through the parking lot for a bit before coming upon my car, which was on and idling. D-Bag Donovan thought he was going to be able to steal my car, up until he saw me sleeping in it. From there, he just snuck into the back and hid from any potential hospital security. Needless to say, Donovan's night went south after he got out of my car. I told dispatch where I was and where he was headed, and then even followed him down the exit ramp. I didn't make it 2 blocks before a cop swooped in, flashed him with the lights and siren, and threw him in a pair of cuffs. The phone that I'd seen in his hand was the woman's phone. He'd found it in her purse. He was trying to figure out how to order an Uber in the event that I didn't wake up. It just happened to be the perfect guys in the moment. I gave a statement to the officers who hauled him off. I suspected he spent a couple of weeks drying out in a jail cell. I probably don't need to say this, but remember to lock your car doors, people. A year before COVID hit, I got hired at a call center way downtown, like inner city. We worked taking calls for a roadside assistance company that will remain anonymous. Although honestly, the last time I looked them up, I couldn't even find a website for them. They may or may not even be in business anymore. Anyway, because of the nature of our industry, our office operated 24 hours a day. It wasn't this big private call center, but just a ground level corner unit in a commercial office block. We shared a building with 10 or 12 other businesses. All of them would operate during normal hours. At 5 p.m., the whole parking lot cleared out, and the only light on would be coming from our place. It had no signage and a keypad on the door for around-the-clock access. We would trade shifts at 4 p.m., midnight, and 9 a.m., usually in 2-man teams, sometimes 3 or 4 throughout the week or on holiday weekends. The overnight shift was typically just one guy, Benji, but holiday weekends, they'd put 2 of us from midnight to 9 a.m. So there we were. I think it was Labor Day weekend, and it's Benji and I, handling the phones on a Friday overnight shift. I didn't ever mind getting these shifts because honestly, I love working with the guy. He was a little older than me and has some of the craziest stories that I've ever heard. He grew up inner city, kind of a criminal, but got cleaned up and was looking to break into the music business. I was into drawing and illustration, and he liked looking at whatever I was working on at the time. We'd just hang out until the sun came up. We'd even troll people on the phone if they were spamming or dodging the line. Looking back now, it was a lot of fun in those dark hours, and a lot of daydreaming. One night we ordered Domino's, split a pizza and some Cinesticks. Legendary meal for a couple of call room guys. Little did I know in my early 20s that I was slowly becoming lactose intolerant, so all of that cheese and butter would send my stomach and my colon into hysterics. We ate around midnight, talked, and then worked until about 1:30 a.m. And then I started catching the gurgles. By 2 a.m., I knew something was about to happen, out of one end or the other. I clued Benji into what was going on so he could watch the phone line for me. I slipped out the door, which was the only way in and out of the office. There was no secondary escape, no back door, just a big panel window in the back. In hindsight, the office almost seemed illegal. Lots of things within the operation were just shady as hell. As you can imagine, because there's so many office units, we also share a single pair of bathrooms. They were on the ground floor, and they were external, as in the doors were open to the public. Everyone who worked there had a key to either open one door or the other. They were all the way down one of these stretch of businesses, about 40 feet, and then around a corner and tucked into a little back nook of a second floor. This kept them out of sight so no randoms or weirdos tried to use them and or vandalize them. I go in, struggling with my unbeknownst to me digestive issues, and then wash up. As I'm looking into the mirror, I hear someone push on the door from the outside. I laugh and yell something out, as I assumed it was Benji just messing with me. There was no response except for a couple of hard whacks against the metal. Weird, but I had been in there forever, so again, I think Benji is just being funny. I open the door. There's no one there. I step out and wander down the little hallway, but instead of continuing on to the office, I hook left and go out to a small secondary parking lot, It's out in the back. It's where the dumpsters are, as well as this little outdoor area. As I step into the parking lot, I hear feet slapping the asphalt, running at me from some direction. Now I know something weird is going on. I turn and bolt back for the office. I'm sprinting and about to fall face first into the cement, but catch myself on the handle just in time. I start to punch in the code and immediately get it wrong. It's flashing red. I have to wait 5 seconds for it to reset. All I can hear is my heart, my breathing, and these flapping feet out there in the dark. I jiggle the handle and scream for Benji. I'm banging on the door. Suddenly I realize I've switched positions. Now it's me outside being the scary, chaotic thing, and I can see him through the blinds looking over his shoulder. He's on the phone, which is flashing red on 3 ports. It apparently picked up while I was handling my business. I turn and start banging on the glass, begging him to get up. I see him hit the hold button, swing the chair around and rush over to the door. He pushes it open, I spill in, and he slams it right shut again. Breathless, I tell him what had just happened to me. I'm expecting Benji to freak out, lock the extra bolt on the door, and tell me to call the police. Nope, the exact opposite happened. He rolls up his sleeves and steps out into the cool night air. The person was lurking around at the end of the building, where it turned for the bathroom nook. They were barefoot, drug-addled, your average homeless fella in our city. I watched from the threshold of the office door as Benji pigeon-chested this guy and gave him the stern "get the hell out of here" stick. And sure enough, got the guy to tuck tail and run. What I perceived as a serial killer, Benji immediately pegged for just a hobo tweaker. Like I said, he was a hard-ass inner-city dude. He had a colorful history, bit of a rap sheet. I was very grateful to have him by my side every time I went down in that office. We ran into that lurking creep a few more times and honestly had all kinds of crazy experiences while working there. There was a 7-Eleven right across the street that would get robbed, roadside calls where people were shot, even one of our drivers, and also a time we helped a guy escape a cult compound by towing his car off of their property. I've never told these stories online, so if anyone is interested in them, just leave me a comment. Cheers.
So I've done a lot of driving for a few years now for many different reasons. Sometimes I drive to work and sometimes just to hang out with friends on the weekends. Being 25 years old, of course, I would most of the time go out partying on the weekends, which resulted in me having to drive places. The places I'd go to were mainly bars and clubs, so sometimes I'd end up driving really long distances for that. It was a weekend night, and I was driving home from one of my college friends' parties when I realized that I was low on gas. To be honest, I debated whether to get gas now or wait until tomorrow, but I knew that I'd probably forget. I pulled into one of my local gas stations down the road and filled up my car with a full tank. As I pay, waiting for my car to fill up, I noticed that it's relatively quiet around. This was strange, as this gas station was pretty popular with it being on the corner, especially for a weekend night. Once my car had been filled up, I go inside just to grab a quick snack when I notice a gas station attendant behind the counter. I give him a quick wave and go get a snack where I then bring it to the counter. Right away, I could almost tell that there was something off about this attendant. He didn't look like someone who would work at a gas station at all. What I mean by that is that in my city, gas station employees were required to wear uniforms. This guy wore a black hoodie and some sweatpants. Not wanting to pry and too tired to care, I tell him it was just the snack I wanted. Right away he said $2, not even scanning the item to be sure. I pull out $2 from my wallet and hand it to him, where he just pockets the money. Confused, I tell him to have a nice night while walking out when I hear someone scream, "Help me." That's when I turn to look at the attendant, where he's now pointing a gun at me, telling me to ignore that. Without hesitation, I basically storm out of the gas station, put the pump back, and floor it. All the while, I'm on the phone with the police, explaining what had happened and what gas station I had left from. As it turns out, police ended up going over, But unfortunately, the so-called attendant I saw was long gone. The actual attendant had been tied up behind one of the dumpsters, who was the one I heard screaming for help. He had been shot in the leg and hit in the head with a pipe, leaving him unconscious. This explains why I saw the other man with a gun. God only knows what would have happened had I confronted him or called the police then. However, I have the personality of a wimp at times, so I wasn't about to take him on or do anything stupid. A few weeks later, a couple's car got stolen while getting gas from another station from the next town over. They never got it back, even while looking for it. I'm still not sure if it was the same guy or not, as crime is slightly high around where I live. What I encountered was possibly one of the worst, if not the worst incident around where I live. That gas station had been closed for a good week or so before reopening again. It's been months now, and I'm still not sure if police managed to find whoever did this or if he's still out there. The description I gave wasn't as great, seeing as he had on a hoodie while also wearing a mask. This just goes to show you that even the most innocent places can be dangerous, especially at night. Nowadays, I always carry a pocket knife with me whenever I go out at night, just in case. Me nor my family go to that gas station anymore, due to the sheer paranoia of what happened.
Back in 2007, I started a tech job with an IP-DT1 long-distance company. The company is no longer around, and honestly, I don't know how they stayed in business as long as they did. It was really a pyramid scam, but thankfully I was on the IT side of things, so I didn't have to sell anything. It was a small, typical tech support call center. The customers would call in, or Verizon, Quest, etc. would call in and say DT1 lines were down or outages. I was the only female on my team, having to prove myself and show that I can do anything my male counterparts could. It didn't take long, and the customers respected me for being able to handle things. After making my mark, I decided to take the 10-hour night shifts. I worked Wednesday through Saturday from 1 p.m. to 12 a.m., an hour lunch, and after 6 p.m., I was completely alone in the whole building. The rush to get out of the office by 6 p.m. was insane. I couldn't blame them, but I decided having 3 days off was better than 2. Like I said, I was by myself for most of the night. I would have to keep an eye on emails and make sure I answered calls. It was a very slow shift. I would get a lot of video game, reading, schoolwork, and writing done during this time, but sometimes I would just wander the building, walk around just to get away from my desk for a time. I would have the VoIP phone system connected to my cell phone so no calls would be missed. This allowed me to go get a soda, go get food, and so on. One time while I was up away from my desk, I was going down to the lunchroom to grab a soda. The vending machine was on the basement floor. The basement had a wall of windows and one set of security doors. Same for the main entrance, only there was one camera facing that door. But nothing else to really make you feel very safe. I didn't like going to the basement much because the back of the building faced an acre of dark woods. There was a walking path to the woods, but for some reason they didn't install lights for the walking path. Never really sure why that was, but it didn't help the creepy factor. Sometimes I would see animals run past, but other times I felt like someone was watching me. I always tried my best to make it fast when getting a soda or snack, but sometimes it didn't feel fast enough. So, one night I was making my way down to the basement of the building to get a soda. It was a slow, dragging night, and I needed a little caffeine for a pick-me-up. I counted my money as I walked to make sure I had enough to get in and out quick. But out of the corner of my eye, I saw something dart from the glass door back into the darkness. I stopped dead in my tracks and tried to scan the forest, but like I said, it was just blackness. I felt a bit of unease, and everything told me to turn my heels and go back to my desk. But it was 9 p.m., and I had a fair bit of time left on my shift before I could blow this popsicle stand. I tried shaking the feelings off and briskly walked over to the soda machine and made my selection. The soda dropped, and as I bent down to get it, I heard a loud ping noise. It was as if someone had hit the glass with something. I stood straight up and felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I slowly turned around and was scared to see someone out there. But as I made the full turn, I saw once again nothing but darkness. I thought this was a good time to book it back up to the main floor. I didn't bother with the elevator. I went to the stairs and ran up them. My heart was already racing from having to go down there in the first place, then the loud bang, and now running up 2 flights of stairs. Once I was back at my desk, I sunk down in my chair and tried to calm down. It was just one noise. I was in a building with locked doors and locked inner offices. I kept saying over and over again in my head that it was nothing. I was relieved by that, but out of nowhere I got that feeling of someone watching me again. I peeked up over my cubicle wall and looked around my office. Nothing seemed out of place until I turned to face the front of the building. Outside the first set of doors was a slender, tall, dirty man. He was cupping his hands around his eyes to try and see past the reflecting of the lights inside. I dropped back down into my cubicle before he could catch sight of me. He didn't look like anyone I have ever seen at the office, and it was a little past 9 p.m. There was no good reason why he is checking out my office. As I sit in my chair, I hear the door shake. I slowly stood up and watched him pull at the handles of the doors. They didn't budge, to my relief. But as I watched him, he turned to face me. His face looked bruised or dirty. I couldn't tell which. Once his eyes locked onto mine, he started to bang harder and smack the glass. I was so scared. It was the middle of the night. I was by myself and out in the middle of this office building complex. I grabbed my headset and dialed 911. While getting the operator on the line, the guy was walking back and forth from one side of the glass doors to the next.
911, what's your emergency?
The lady's voice was direct.
Yes, my name is Samantha and I work at Spectrum IT Services building. I need someone to come out. There's a guy trying to break into my office building.
While speaking with her, the guy disappeared from view. I tried to look in all directions, but I didn't see him. I knew that he wouldn't just walk off, not with how hard he was banging. Out of nowhere, a good-sized rock came out of nowhere and smashed against the door. I screamed and went under my desk. The operator asked what just happened, and I explained that a rock smashed against the glass door. She asked me if the glass was broken enough to let him in. I didn't want to stand up and look, but she told me to look in order to know where he was now. I crawled out from under my desk and just peeked over my wall and saw a huge crack down the first part of the door. I sank back down and told her to please have the police hurry. She said they were on their way. I have read many stories like this before, and people say that the cops couldn't get there fast enough, and they aren't kidding. It feels like time is standing still, and you can do nothing. Another smash against the door. But along with that, the sound of glass breaking. Sirens could be heard coming towards my building. It was music to my ears. I told the operator that the police had arrived and thanked her for all her support. I stood back up and looked over the cubicle wall, and the red-blue lights were flashing wildly. But the thing I didn't see was the man. The top part of the door was completely smashed, and the rock was laying on the inside of the entryway. One officer came to the front door and others were out combing the area. I could see their flashlights moving all around the parking lot. The first officer to come in the building and greet me was a very kind man. He was patient with me and let me explain what I saw happen. Soon, my boss arrived and checked on me and then the damage. At some point, my husband was called and I told him I would be escorted home by one of the officers. I took the next few days off and started to look for another job that wasn't by myself at night. When I gave my statement, I explained to the officer that the person could be partnered with an ex-coworker who was fired a few weeks prior for stealing and just not showing up. He knew when people came and went.
He knew where we kept the cell phones we were selling, not under lock and key, but under a desk of the provisioner. From smartphones to Blackberries, when they were still worth buying, plus VoIP boxes and phone cards. I went on to leave this job a month later and started at a credit card machine company. It was an office full of people, still a call center, but I felt safer, especially with the security and cameras all over the building. Like I said before, this company is no longer around. It was bought up by another company, and they basically liquidated all of the funds that were worth something. So, dirty man who tried to break into my office, let's never meet again.
I'm a female, and I work as a bartender in the city. This is a job that I've had for 3 years, and I really enjoy it. I live in an apartment building only a few blocks away from the bar that I work at. I've had a couple of scary experiences though. Most of them weren't too bad, but the scariest one was only about a year ago. I usually work until pretty late at night, about 2 or 3 a.m. One night, it was really busy like it typically is at the bar that I work at. The sidewalk out front has lots of people that walk by on it as well. At maybe 1 a.m., there was a man walking by on the sidewalk, and he stopped and looked in the window. From where I am behind the bar, I have a pretty good view out of our large window that we have out front. The guy had on older sunglasses and a hat, but he appeared to be looking right at me. He had stopped and was just standing there looking inside the window. I saw him and thought it was a little weird, but just kept on working. I was really busy and I didn't have time to think about it. As some time went by, I think he left because I didn't notice him anymore. But sometime later, he returned and was once again staring at me through the window. It was a couple of minutes where I wasn't too busy, and I realized how weird this was. I just looked at him, looking at me. He didn't wave or anything. He was just staring at me through the window. He was standing maybe a foot away from it. After about 2 or 3 minutes straight, I watched him walk away. He didn't come inside to the bar at all that I know of. I certainly didn't recognize him, but then again, he was wearing sunglasses and it was dark out, so I didn't get a great look at him. Plus, I met probably thousands of people during my years of bartending. That night, when I got off at almost 3 a.m., I walked home like usual. By now, the streets were almost completely empty despite it being a busy city. They typically were at this hour. It took me maybe 10 minutes to walk to and from work. About halfway back, I was on the sidewalk and I passed by an alley. When I passed it by, I noticed somebody was standing in the alleyway about 50 feet down. It was certainly creepy that anybody would be standing in the middle of a dark alley at that hour. I looked over just out of instinct and noticed that this was the same man. He still had on his weird sunglasses, and they weren't weird in a funny way. They were older and outdated. He was just standing there doing nothing but staring at me as I walked past. I sped up and walked faster. I couldn't believe that I was seeing him again. This was a large city, so many people lived there. I started to wonder if this man somehow knew that I would walk past. I kept my eyes out to see if the man would follow me out of the dark alley. I was nervous and felt around for my bottle of mace just to be on the safe side. As I walked away, I noticed that he did not come out of the alley though. I kept looking behind me and was not followed home. When I made it back, I felt relieved. I had never felt that nervous walking home before. I had done so many times at all kinds of late hours too, and nothing that suspicious had ever happened. After I got home, I was really tired. I got ready for bed and then went into my bedroom. My apartment was on the 5th floor, so I was sort of high up. I shut off my lights before getting into bed and also looked out my window. I had a nice view of the city, and I looked around, but then I looked down to the street. On the sidewalk, the man was standing there. He was staring right up at me. I quickly moved away from the window and then covered it with the blinds. I didn't know how this guy knew where I lived, especially which apartment specifically was mine. I was really creeped out. After that, in the days that followed, I felt sort of paranoid. I told several friends and coworkers about it. None of them knew who the man could be, but they were also concerned for my safety. They told me I should consider going to the police, especially if I saw the guy again. But I didn't. For a while, that is. Maybe 2 or 3 weeks went by. I had just forgotten about the whole situation. Then, one night, I had gotten home from work and was getting ready for bed. I was in my bathroom washing my face when I thought I heard a noise coming from the hallway in my apartment right outside my front door. With the water running right next to my head, I couldn't hear very well though. I turned the water off from the sink and listened. Just then is when I heard my front doorknob getting turned but the door was luckily locked. Then there was a pause for about 30 seconds. That was followed by a knock on my front door. I just knew it was the same guy. I remembered everything, and at this hour, I didn't know who else it could be. I walked over to the door very slowly and quietly. I looked out the peephole, and sure enough, it was him. He was standing right outside my door. I wondered how he had gotten in the building. I very quietly walked into my bedroom. As I made it in the doorway, he knocked again. When I got inside of my bedroom, I went into the closet and dialed 911. I was as quiet as I could be while doing so. I explained what was going on and said that I felt that I was in danger. I was told that an officer would be there shortly. In the meantime, I was really hoping that the man wouldn't try to break in or anything. I carefully walked back to the doorway of my bedroom and listened. I heard the man trying to open the door once more, and then he knocked again. After that, there was no sounds for a good 2 or 3 minutes. I thought maybe he was gone, so I walked back over to the door and looked out the peephole again. He was still there, standing right there on the other side. Just remembering seeing the guy through the peephole right on the other side gives me the creeps. I quietly went back into my bedroom. I waited there, and a short time later, I heard multiple voices outside my door in the hallway. I walked over and looked out again. I saw the man talking with a police officer, and they walked away down the hallway. A short time after that, a police officer knocked on my front door to talk to me. Apparently, the man made up a story that he thought I had dropped some money on the ground when walking home, and he was trying to return it to me. Obviously, that was a total lie. I hadn't dropped any money. After that, I never saw the man again, though. I don't know how exactly he found out where I lived, other than that he must have followed me home before without me knowing. He must have also watched my building to see me at my window before I noticed him. It's all really creepy to think about. I've worked several different jobs before finding my current career, which I love. One of those jobs was working for a cleaning company. We were a company that would go to different businesses in the area, mostly office buildings, and clean them. Sometimes there would be multiple employees sent to clean. Other times, it was just one of us. I remember that there was this one office building in particular that I was sent to clean. I worked late nights, and I enjoyed the night shifts. Going to and from work, there would be no traffic, and it was nice to be able to get my work done and leave pretty easily. However, this is not something that I would enjoy doing for a long period of time, but it was nice for a while. In this one office building, when I got there, I would be the only person in the entire building. It wasn't that big, but they did have 3 floors. There was a checklist of all the things that I needed to get done, and then I could leave. I was given access to the building, and I remember that when I first got inside, I saw that all the lights were off. I started on the first floor, and the things I needed to do were clean the floors by vacuuming, cleaning the bathrooms, and disinfect and clean a couple of other areas. It would probably take me only about 2 hours. After I finished up the first floor, I moved up to the second. Probably about 20 minutes into working on the second floor, I was vacuuming when I thought I heard the elevator. I paused and turned off the vacuum for a second. The elevator was in fact moving, and it was going up to the 3rd floor. I was only like 30 feet away from it, and suddenly I felt a little worried. I knew for a fact that nobody else was supposed to be here. After thinking about it a little, I wasn't sure at all what somebody else would be doing there. If somebody was in fact supposed to be there, I would have been informed about it. I didn't want to investigate, and I just went back to cleaning. I finished vacuuming and then cleaned the bathrooms on that floor. When I moved out to clean a window of one of the office areas, I heard a noise from the floor that I was in. My heart started racing. I tried telling myself to not be scared about it. I couldn't see to the area directly where the noises were coming from. I kept working and didn't hear anything else for several minutes, but then I heard some noises again. By this point, it was all I could think about, even as I worked. I decided to walk over to where the noises were coming from. Maybe there was a logical explanation. I walked over and at first saw nothing, but then I heard a noise again really suddenly. It sounded much closer and louder than what I had heard before. I then saw a man running from behind one wall and go down a hallway briefly before going into the stairwell. I saw him for a total of maybe 3 seconds. I didn't get a good look at him at all, but I had a feeling that he wasn't supposed to be in here. How he got in, I had no idea. I walked over to the stairwell, and when I got there, I opened up the door. I didn't hear any noise when I did. When I looked inside, I didn't see anybody either. The man must have gone up a flight of stairs or down a flight of stairs, I didn't think that he had enough time to be on another floor yet, though. I felt like he was still inside there. I yelled, asking who he was. He didn't respond. I then yelled that nobody was supposed to be in this building, and he had to leave now or else I was going to call the police. Right after I said this, I heard a door open and then shut. It was coming from down on the first level. While the man hadn't answered me, I figured that because he was on the first floor now, he was leaving. I waited in the stairwell listening for a couple of minutes before going back to the second floor and finishing up my work there. It didn't take me long to finish there before I moved up to the third floor to clean that level. I got up there and did the same routine I had for the previous 2 floors. They were all pretty similar. I didn't hear any noises and things were going well. Sure, I was still going to have to report that somebody had been in the building, but I really thought that the man had left. Just when I was about finished with the third floor, I was in one of the hallways when I suddenly heard footsteps. They were coming from behind me. I had absolutely no idea how the man was back up here. The footsteps behind me were quickly approaching. When they were maybe 20 feet back, I turned around. I saw just enough of the man for a second before I turned back and ran for the stairs. I knew I had no chance to make it to the elevator. When I got to the stairs, I sprinted down as fast as I could. I heard the man running down the stairs behind me. He was about 1 flight of stairs behind, so I couldn't see him. I was running as fast as I possibly could. At last, I made it to the first floor and sprinted out for the front doorway. I made it outside and ran to my vehicle, which was a work truck. I got inside, but some of my equipment was still inside the building. I called the police and my boss. I waited in my truck in the parking lot until the police got there. When they did, they went inside and actually came out with the man about 10 minutes later. I'm really glad that they caught him. After talking with police and my boss, I was able to go in and get my stuff and then leave. This was a pretty scary experience for me, though. I've thought about what would have happened if the man had caught up with me when he was walking up from behind. Would he have tried to hurt me? The fact that he chased after me makes me think yes. I'm just really glad that I got away.
I'm currently away from school on a co-op rotation with a major company. My company is headquartered in a larger city, and I'm working at a smaller site just north of HQ. I live in a small township in the suburbs, a gated apartment complex in a very nice area with very low crime rates. I woke up and got ready for work like normal. When I got in my car, not only was it basically frozen over, but I noticed that I was low on gas. I decided not to risk it and fill up before work. Once my front and back windows defrosted just enough for me to see, I drove a block down the road to my usual fill-up spot. I pull up to the farthest right pump and hop out of the car. As I'm swiping my card and doing all that fun stuff, another car then pulls up. I didn't get a real good look at it honestly, but it wasn't shiny or new. I barely paid any attention until the car stopped at the pump on the other side of my own. I could hear the other driver swiping their card and entering their PIN number. I was freezing cold and just trying to hurry. I turned around and put the nozzle in the car, and I just stood there for a minute. Very foolishly, I decided to keep my back turned. I didn't want to have any contact with that person, so I just tried to pretend that nobody was there. Once I filled up, I removed the nozzle and then turned around, still keeping to myself and not even lifting my eyes. I finished the transaction and got my receipt. While it was printing, I looked up casually. I almost fell flat on the pavement when I saw a man peering around the corner of the pump just staring at me. His eyes were just really cold and unyielding. He wasn't blinking or moving, but his gaze was growing even more intense. There was something animalistic in the way he stared at me. I felt like a deer being watched by a mountain lion. The hairs on the back of my neck stood. My instincts were screaming at me to run. This all took place in the span of just a couple seconds, but it felt like a lifetime. I very quickly opened my car door. When I did so, the man moved his head, tilting it to the side to peer into my car. I didn't really consider it at the time, but I think he might have been looking to see if I was alone. I intentionally blocked the view of the inside of my car with my body and then closed the door very quickly. I then locked it immediately. So, you know how earlier I mentioned that my car was nearly frozen over? Well, by now the front and back windows were entirely clear. The side windows, however, were almost still all icy. There was a single strip of clarity in the driver's side window. a result of me rolling the window down a few moments prior in an attempt to clear it off. As I hastily buckled my seatbelt, I ventured a glance to my left. The man was still there, still staring, but he had now inched closer. I could see more of his body now than before. He was tall with dark hair and a well-built frame. He was certainly much larger than me. He seemed a few years older than me. Had it not been for those eyes, I might have even said that he was attractive. But those eyes, they were just haunting. I decided to do the logical thing and get myself the hell out of there as fast as possible. I didn't want to chance him being able to follow me. Though my work has really great security, I didn't want him knowing where I worked. I don't really know if this man was just a creep or maybe something much darker, but I don't want to find out. Ever.
Last year, I went to Walmart at about 2 o'clock in the morning. I occasionally worked really late, and on this day, I worked well past 1 a.m. I needed to get groceries, and I really wasn't that sleepy yet, so I decided to stop at Walmart, knowing the store was open, but nobody would be there. I got in the store, which was in fact dead, and started to shop. I only noticed a couple of other shoppers. When I got to the back corner of the store to get yogurt, I noticed a man standing next to the shelves, just staring at me. At first, I thought maybe he knew me, but I didn't recognize him at all. He kept a completely straight face. He just wouldn't take his eyes off me. I said hi and nodded my head at him. He just kept staring. Didn't acknowledge me at all. I thought something must be wrong with him, so I got the yogurt and moved on. When I left the aisle, I heard him start to follow me. I tried my best to just ignore him. Maybe he was playing a dumb prank on me or something. I only needed about 2 more things, so I quick grabbed them and headed to the self-checkout. The man followed me all the way there, about 20 or 30 feet behind me the whole time. When I was checking out, I thought about alerting a store worker about the man, but I decided not to. I just wanted to get my stuff and go home. I finished checking out and began walking to my car. I got out of the doors of Walmart and the man continued to follow me out into the parking lot. I increased my pace to get to my car so I could drive away. Then, the man started to full out sprint at me. When I saw this, I ran to my car. I struggled to open the doors with bags in my hands. I finally got to the door and jumped inside. I slammed the door shut and locked it. The man reached my car and tried opening the door just a few seconds later. Now he didn't have a straight face anymore. He had a big smile which looked completely insane. He banged on my window until I quickly drove away. I have not shopped at Walmart since. A couple of years ago, I went to Walmart at night with 2 of my good friends, John and David. I don't remember exactly what we needed to get there, probably food or something, but I do remember that we wound up near the sports cards because John was really into them at the time. The 3 of us were in high school, and we were looking at a box of baseball cards when a man approached us. He looked to be about 25 to 30, was wearing a hood, and smelled like cigarettes. He asked us if we drove here and if we could give him a ride. I said, "No, sorry, I can't." He said that he didn't need to go very far, but he really needed a ride. I still said no, and he stood there for a good 10 seconds before finally walking away. My friends and I then went to another section of the store for a couple minutes before checking out and leaving. When we left the store, we saw the man again. He was standing outside the door smoking. He looked at us, so we tried to avoid eye contact, but he started to approach us again. We just ignored him. The man started to walk with us to my car.
He said once more that he really needed a ride. I told him no yet again, and my friends and I got into my car. As we got in, to my surprise, he helped himself and got in the back seat. He said now we don't have a choice, with a smile. I told him to leave the car. He responded by saying he was not leaving until I drove him where he needed to go. Finally, I asked him where it was he needed to go. He replied by saying I would find out when I got there. This guy was being super sketchy, and I couldn't help but think of him having us drive him to a spot to get robbed or something. My friend John told him he was going to call the police if he didn't leave the car. The man said something along the lines of if we called the police, he would hurt us all. We were high school kids and not that big, but 3 against 1 I thought maybe we could take him. But then again, I had no idea what this man was capable of. The man told me to drive, and so I started to drive. Just a couple seconds later though, to my surprise, we saw a police car that happened to be pulling into the parking lot. The man cursed at us and then told me to stop. I stopped the car and he got out. I don't know if the man just really wanted a ride or if he had bad intentions, but I'm glad I didn't find out. I work at a Walmart stocking shelves. I frequently work overnight shifts, and that's when much of the stocking is done. Our store is a 24-hour store, so I occasionally have to deal with customers, but usually I don't interact with them much at all. A couple of weeks ago, I was stocking the shelf of a cleaning supply aisle near the back of the store. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning. I was restocking hand sanitizer when I heard someone walk from the aisle behind me to the aisle I was in. I briefly looked, and from the corner of my eye, I could see someone entering the aisle. I kept working, and I felt them walk past me into the other end of the aisle. The person then walked back over to me and tapped me on my shoulder. I looked, and I could see it was a man. He appeared to be about 25 years old, with a goatee and long hair. He asked me if I could help him with something. I asked him what he needed help with. He just stood there looking at me for a good 5 seconds before he responded. He finally told me that he needed some toothpaste. I told him where it was, but he insisted I go with. So I stopped working, got up, and started to walk with the man. As we were walking over, he seemed to know where we were going and was leading the way. When we finally arrived, I was shocked at what I saw. Just about every item from the shelves had been thrown onto the floor, and there was a huge pile of toothpaste as well as toothbrushes and other items all over the floor. The man just looked at me and smiled. I asked him if he did this. He smiled at me with a creepy smile and said yes. He then took off and sprinted away towards the exits and ran out the store. I ended up having to clean it up. This was by far the strangest thing that ever happened to me while working at Walmart.
It was approaching one of my niece's birthdays, and she's at the age where I think she would appreciate a gift from her uncle. I'm a poor college student with no car, so I commute everywhere and anywhere, knowing that I always take my backpack and headphones anytime I leave my house. So I'm at Walmart and have this care package planned out for my niece. She loves Elsa from Frozen, so I decided to get her a costume, doll, and candy, all Frozen themed of course. Like I mentioned earlier, any place I travel I usually have my headphones in. This is kind of a pain to explain, but this detail defines the whole story. Now I'm so lazy I use a third-party music app instead of the music app included on my iPhone. Unfortunately for me, this requires a good internet connection, and living in rural parts of Denver, my music ends up cutting in and out and then stops playing altogether. Now at this point I have one item left on my list, and I'm in the toy section of Walmart looking for an Elsa toy. Before I know it, this mom leaves her 2 children beside me.
I'm not sure why, but this has happened before. Maybe I have a trustworthy face. Let me tell you all something now. There are so many strange things that happen in this world that I would be a fool to leave these 2 children alone. And for the record, I don't know these people at all. It's kind of a pain, but I figured it's just me being a good person. I don't even know how some people can do this. This is literally a woman leaving her 2 children at a section of the store and telling them to wait there for a short while. Anyways, one girl is around 4 years old and her sister was around 1 to 2 years old. The older sister had one missing crock and her younger sister had pajamas on and a pacifier in her mouth. I felt even more obligated to stay until their mom came back. And I was right. Not even 5 minutes passed since their mom left, and some fool came up and started talking to these girls. I have lots of toys and candy in my car, and a dog too. He probably thought I wasn't listening because I had my headphones in. But like I said, by this point my music had cut out a long time ago. As soon as he mentioned his dog, I immediately made my way up to him. He was crouched down talking to the girl about the stuffed animal she had in her hand. My dog is really big. He's not pink, but he's nice. Would you like to come and meet him? I crouched down and pushed the girl back a few steps. Immediately the guy moved back a few steps himself. I extended my arm and shook my finger back and forth, gesturing to him. No, not today. I gave the guy a very harsh look, like I knew exactly what he was doing. I just stared at him very attentively. The guy was very short in stature and had short, stringy hair with a tan pilot jacket. He was also wearing some very beat-up New Balance tennis shoes. He looked very plain, to describe him best. At this point, I was about to pounce on him and hold him down if need be. I'm not even a big guy myself, I just don't stand for any bull. Before that could happen, he immediately got up, turned right, and headed out the garden exit. I waited with the little girl and her sister until their mom came back. I said, "Yeah, you shouldn't leave your children alone. Some guy was talking to one shoe over here about some generic bull, probably trying to kidnap your kids." Those were my exact words. I mean, there's no denying what just happened. Anyways, I told her she won't be as lucky next time. The mom just shook her head up and down and swallowed any spit that was in her mouth in a very harsh gulp. I don't know if something bad would have happened, but if my music had not stopped playing, let's just say neither one of those girls could speak for themselves. I live in a very populated city, and in approximately a 5-mile radius of my house, there's at least 3 major grocery stores, one of which is a Walmart. Being a 16-year-old girl, I visit Walmart regularly if I need notebooks or something for school, or if I want to browse makeup and things of that sort. I've never been uncomfortable going shopping by myself. I actually enjoy it, and I've never had any bad experiences being on my own. Until one day a few months back. On this particular Sunday, my parents were working and my little brother was at a baseball game, so I had been home alone all day. I needed body wash and a new lanyard for school. The school I attend requires we wear IDs around our necks on a lanyard. I think most high schools are doing this now and it's becoming more common. Anyway, mine broke the Friday before, so that was my main reason for going out. I got to Walmart and parked like I had 100 times before, went in and went straight to the purse section where the lanyards were. I walked down the aisle and there was a man looking at wallets hanging on the display. I didn't think much of him. He was probably in his mid-50s, average height and weight, wearing jeans and a brown t-shirt. He looked just like an old grandpa if I could best describe him. "Hi there," he said with a big grin. "Hi," I said with a grin back. "How are you today?" "I'm good. How are you?" I said, still browsing for a lanyard I liked. "Great. I'm just doing some shopping today." Another big smile. I thought it was weird that he explained that he was shopping since I could clearly see him looking at all the wallets on the racks, and I could have assumed he was shopping on my own. I decided it was nothing and moved on my way. I found what I needed and made my way over to the body wash. I was in no rush to be anywhere, so I was leisurely walking up and down the aisle, smelling anything that sounded interesting, when he walked by the aisle that I was in and smiled again. At this point, I was a little uneasy. I've always been taught to trust my gut instinct,
and something just didn't feel right to me. I had never had a conversation with anyone in this Walmart before, and now it seemed that this man was following me. I texted a friend of mine to tell her that I thought I was being followed and where I was at as a precautionary measure. I decided that maybe it was just a coincidence. I mean, he could have just needed soap too, and continued on with my shopping. I went a few aisles up to face wash, and then when I had what I needed, I walked around the corner, where I ran into him again for the third time. "Excuse me, young lady, can I tell you something?" Yeah, I said with a quivering smile. "You are very beautiful." "Oh, thank you." I was very uncomfortable at this point. "Are you married?" Mind yourself that I'm only 16 and definitely didn't look old enough to be married. No. Me either," he said with a grin that turned my heart to ice and made my stomach turn. "Do you have a boyfriend?" Yeah," I stammered as I forced a smile on my face to try and hide my fear. I didn't have a boyfriend at the time. He began to speak again when a man, probably 17 or 18, standing in the aisle perpendicular to us, looking at cologne, walked over and said, "Yeah, she does. She's with me." He gave me the biggest smile and stood super close to me as if he was the boyfriend I had said yes to having. "Oh, I figured," said the man. He seemed very uncomfortable at the presence of another male. "Good luck to you two." And with that, he walked away. I turned towards the man and thanked him for coming to my rescue. He said he could tell by the tone of my voice and look on my face something was up and was hoping I would play along with him. He watched me check out to make sure the man didn't follow me out of the store, and I was cautious before turning onto the street since I lived so close to the store. This was the last I saw of either of them. I have no idea what the old man's intentions were, but sometimes you just know in your gut that something is wrong, and that day I knew. Something about him was terrifying and sinister. I'm so grateful for the guy who helped me out, but to the old man who was following me in Walmart, please, find someone your own age. I live on campus at a public university in a small college town. It's a pretty quiet existence, but I like the peace, and I'm rarely bothered by too much in the way of general excitement. My roommate and I usually just spend our time watching Netflix and eating microwave macaroni in our dorm. Typical college stuff. I don't really do much on campus, save for the occasional walk at night to our school's computer lab. Most days are generally pretty uneventful for me, with the exception of today. Me and my roommate drink a lot of water, so we have to buy a couple of cases every few weeks. I decided to go to Walmart to pick up our refill, and he stayed behind to finish some homework. I left around 8 o'clock and drove into town to run a few errands late before stopping at Walmart. I don't know what it is about that place, but I dread going there. Something just isn't right with the type of people who hang out at Walmart in the middle of the night. But I usually just ignore the typical wanderers and weirdos and go on with my business. I grabbed a couple of cases and hurried to the self-checkout. It was approaching 9 o'clock, and that's usually when the strangest folks set up camp for the night. I paid at the machine, grabbed the receipt between my index and middle fingers, and then grabbed the water to carry them out to my truck without a cart. I wasn't parked too far out, but I was far enough that the crowd of cars was thinner than it is close to the entrance. I don't know why, but for some reason I hate parking up front. I went to set the cases of water in the bed of my truck, but as I lifted up, a quiet breeze and a lack of grip on my part allowed the receipt to fly off from my hand. I finished putting the water up and chased after it. The small piece of crumpled up paper had drifted into an empty part of the lot underneath the streetlight. I bent over to pick it up, and I noticed something. A phone. It was a white iPhone 5C laying face down on the asphalt in between the yellow lines of a parking space. There was a huge scratch across the black Apple logo, and the thing looked pretty beaten up in general. Now, typically I'm the type of guy to leave things alone that don't have anything to do with me, but there were no cars anywhere around it, and I thought maybe I could find the owner, so I picked it up. The screen was all but shattered with a huge crack in the top right corner, covering most of the thin black piece of glass on the front. It was apparent to me that someone had probably dropped it, loading it into their vehicle unknowingly. I slid it into my pocket and headed home. I got back to the room around 9:15 and my roommate was gone. He had went to the lab to finish studying for his Japanese class. I unloaded the water and began to take everything out of my pockets. I set the phone down on the dresser and checked my phone to see if I had any texts or group chat messages. I didn't. I picked up the white phone and pressed the home button. The screen hesitantly lit up with a background picture of two girls I didn't recognize. They were both blondes and they were posing for the photo as any typical sorority girls would. They were definitely young, probably in their early 20s. I swiped the screen to unlock it, but it required a 4-digit passcode. Of course I didn't know it, but I took a couple of failed guesses. There was no way for me to figure out who the phone belonged to, so I set it on my dresser. I know a guy in my stats class who has jailbroken iPhones before, so I figured I would just take it to him later. I undressed for the night and got into bed around 10 o'clock. That was almost 3 hours ago. I'm still in my room, and it's approaching 1 in the morning. My roommate is pulling a late-night study session with a friend of his, so I haven't seen him for a while. 20 minutes ago, the phone rang. It was the regular iPhone ring, and the contact name was Kara. The picture ID that came up was one of the girls on the front of the phone. I figured it must have been the owner's friend calling to see if someone had stolen the phone. I sat there as it rang a few times, quickly debating whether to answer or not. After 5 or 6 rings, I picked up the phone and slid the bar to answer. I put it up to my ear, but before I could say anything, a loud, screaming voice came across the receiver.
Jen, please help me. Oh God, he's going to kill me, Jen.
The voice cut off abruptly, and there was a thud as though the phone had been dropped. I heard a sound like heavy breathing, and then the receiver beeped, signaling the end of a call. I'm sitting in bed now, wide awake. I don't know what to do. I can't sleep. Jen, please contact me to get your phone back. I don't want anything to do with it.
So when I was a senior in high school, this would have been around 2007, I was out of the blue contacted one day by this random guy on MySpace. I vaguely recognized him, but I didn't know him. He told me that he knew me from school, and that I had tutored him in math a couple of times. This should have been my first red flag that something was off. I hate math, and I've never tutored anyone on that topic. I told him that he was mistaken, but I tried to be nice to him and we struck up a friendly conversation. Soon, the guy, Brian, started talking to me at school. It started off pretty innocently. He was giving me more attention than I wanted from him, but I was kind of flattered by it, and I didn't really think much of it at the time. He was a couple of years younger than me, and I figured he had developed a crush on me primarily because we're both kind of odd compared to the other kids at our high school. It was a very small school. My graduating class was only about 40 people, and he and I were two of a very small number of alternative kids there. He was emo, while I tended to be more of the punk variety. Both of us loved My Chemical Romance. I figured he was into me because there weren't many other girls there with similar interests. Before long, he started waiting for me at my locker every day, between every class. He started following me around before school and during lunch. He started coming to my performances. I was in drama and choir. I tried to be polite, but started avoiding him. The situation continued to escalate to the point where he was sexually harassing me every chance I failed to avoid him. If he was waiting for me at my locker, he would say sexually explicit things to me, tell me what he wanted to do to me. Luckily, my girlfriends were with me and came over as soon as they noticed him talking to me, which made him scurry away. As quickly as it started, it was over. One day he stopped showing up at school. I was relieved but curious. After about a month of him being gone, my friend mentioned him in front of my dad, who was also the principal of my high school. My dad asked me about what happened, and I ended up telling him the whole story. He seemed really troubled. I asked him what was wrong, and he told me why Brian was absent from school recently. Apparently, not long after homecoming, Brian had strapped some fireworks to a cat and set them off. The cat exploded, and Brian laughed. He got caught and was sent to jail, and then was committed to a psychiatric facility by his parents after he was released. I don't know what happened to him after that. I'm thinking I dodged a bullet though, because he turned out to be even crazier than I thought he was. This happened when I was in high school. A few weeks in, I had made a few friends and I was keen on making more, so I would socialize a lot in the hopes that I would get more friends out of it. I was still somewhat new to the school, and one day, I got lost. This is where I met the guy who would eventually become my stalker. He showed me around and helped me get to the class I needed to go to, and we made conversation, and at first I thought he would be nice to have as a friend. A week passed and I had made a few more friends at this point. I wanted to hang out with him as much as I could. I felt a little bad because my other friend was a bit of a loner, so I invited him to come hang out with us. He didn't talk much at first, but after a while he eventually opened up to me, and then he wouldn't shut up. He mostly talked to me. He started asking me advice on life and whatnot, and I was happy to help. That is, until he started asking me to pat his head like a dog and make him wear a leash. It was a bit weird, you might say. I passed it off as a joke, and I humored him, something I never should have done. He started calling me his master or mistress. I asked him not to do that, and I told him that I wasn't comfortable with this behavior, but it was apparently too late to fix things. He started skipping his classes to walk into and get kicked out of mine. He would follow me around all day, and if I would go to the restroom, guess who would follow me inside? I asked him to stop many, many times. He refused, so I tried to get the school involved. They had no proof of stalking, and I found that kinda strange since many of my teachers have kicked him out of my classes, but nevertheless, nothing happened. He began to get more aggressive when I asked one of my guy friends to help me out with a homework assignment. My stalker overheard this from around the corner and didn't like who I asked for help. After that, he would pretty much fight and harass every male I would talk to. Some would probably find this flattering, but I found it annoying and immature. I tried to tell him not to worry and that we were just friends, but his exact wording was,
"They don't deserve you. They are worthless compared to my master."
I then yelled at him. I do feel bad because it was quite harsh, but I was about fed up with his and if he wanted to act like a dog, I was going to treat him like one. I thought I was finally free from that cycle. He finally stopped following me around, until one day I found this letter in my locker. In this letter, my stalker gave his disgust for males and his hate for himself, and that he must be evil for his master to treat him this way, and that I must be taught not to shun pets. It was a few pages long, and it was very disturbing. In fact, it was the most terrifying thing I had ever read, especially when I got done reading it and looked up and saw him staring at me from down the hall. He came up to me and opened his phone and started showing me pictures of a cartoon character who had a similar appearance to me, with the same brown eyes and curly hair. Then, he tried to hand me a leash and asked me to walk him around. At that point, I ran away, up to the office, letter in hand. The principal finally had the proof he needed and agreed to step in. The cops got involved, and soon after, a restraining order was put in place. He was expelled and wasn't allowed within 50 feet of me. About a month after that, I was sitting in my room one night, doing some homework, when I heard a scratch at the window. I looked over, and then froze in pure terror. My stalker was standing just outside my bedroom window. He had a collar around his neck, and a leash was dangling down from it. He was intensely glaring at me through the glass. His face then crooked into a disgusting grin, before licking the surface of the window and ran off. I flipped out and woke my parents, who called the police. When the cops showed up, I told them who it was and what he did. They collected the evidence from my window and arrested my stalker for breaking the restraining order. Thankfully, I moved out of that town a month later, and I never heard from my stalker again. I still have nightmares about this to this day. Being stalked was not romantic or fun. It was terrifying, bone-shaking, and nerve-wracking, and the worst thing I have ever gone through. But I do hope that he got those issues worked out. I live in a very rural area of New Brunswick, Canada. It was early September, and it was my first day of school. I unfortunately was held back in my senior year, so I would be returning to high school as a 19-year-old. Since we lived in a very isolated area, the middle and high school shared the same building. I had study hall for first period. However, when I entered, I noticed that there was a new student on the other side of the room. He stood out because, like I said, it was a small community. I walked over to him and introduced myself. We shook hands, and he told me that his name was Chester. Apparently, he had just moved to the area. Being the friendly Canadian that I am, I showed him around the school and where his next class was. As I was giving him a tour, I noticed that he seemed a bit off. He began to ask me questions. At first, they seemed harmless, like how long I had been there, or where a certain classroom was. But then, he began asking me some questions that seemed odd. He then asked me for my home address and Snapchat. And yes, it was as awkward as it sounds. I was completely taken off guard by this. I did not give him my home address, but I thought, what harm could it do to give him my Snapchat? A decision that I would later regret. When the last period of the day came, I had English class. There were only 9 students in that class. I took a seat, and that's when I looked behind me and saw Chester. He didn't notice me right away. He was too busy making out with a sandwich. It was disgusting. He looked up and noticed me. Imagine that you're present at a murder trial, and the defendant turns around and looks directly at you. That should give you an idea of how uncomfortable I felt. He then gestured for me to walk over to him. Class was about to start, so I just ignored him. 5 minutes later, I look up from my book, and I notice that Chester is now staring daggers at me. The look in his eyes was predatory. He must have saw me as the next sandwich he was going to devour. Again, he gestured for me to walk over to him. I know an underwear-sniffing weirdo when I see one. I ignored him and continued reading my book. Then my phone pinged. It was a Snapchat message. Of course, it was from Chester. "Follow me." I replied, "We're in the middle of class right now." He got it from his table and asked the teacher if he could use the bathroom. He then walked out into the hall. I wanted to see why he wanted me to follow him. So, about 5 minutes passed, and I asked the teacher if I could use the bathroom as well. When I exited the classroom, I saw that Chester was about 50 feet away, walking very slowly. This guy was weird. I kept at a distance behind him, so he wouldn't know I was there. He then turned down the hallway that led to some storage rooms and the basement. I saw him open a door, walk inside, and closed it behind him. Confused, I walked over to the door he walked through, and I recognized it as the entrance to the school's basement. There was no way in hell I was following him down there. I just casually walked back to class. When I sat back down, my phone pinged again. "Why didn't you enter the basement?" Okay, so now I'm thoroughly creeped out by this guy. I just replied, "Look, just leave me alone. You creep me the hell out." I then blocked him. When I got home that day, I immediately started on my homework. By the time I was all done, it was around 11 p.m., and I was all by myself. I was putting all my stuff away when I received a new Snapchat notification. Someone had added me as a friend, but it was from an account called "Why Didn't You Enter the Basement?" I knew it was Chester, so I blocked it. Not even 30 seconds later, I got another request. This time, the account was called "Why Did You Block Me?" I blocked that one as well. Then another one came in. This time, it was even more ominous. "I know where you live," followed by, "I'm right outside your house." I then heard a window break downstairs. I immediately called the cops and told them what was happening. The operator said to find somewhere to hide and lock the door. I hung up and went into the hallway closet. My worst nightmare came true as I heard footsteps moving up the stairs. The closet that I was hiding in overlooked the staircase. I then saw a dark figure appear. As it moved into the light, I saw him. It was Chester. As soon as he reached the top of the stairs, he made his way to the middle of the hallway and then stopped. He then looked directly at the closet I was hiding in. It was like I was in a horror film. I didn't want to freak out and give away that I was hiding in that closet, so I retreated further in, concealing myself behind some thick winter coats. Chester then opened the door and peered inside. He couldn't seem to find the light switch and eventually gave up. After moving from room to room, I heard his footsteps descending back down the stairs. A few minutes later, the police knocked on the front door. I immediately left the closet and went downstairs and opened it up and told them what was happening. Of course, by the time that they arrived, Chester was nowhere to be found. After they searched the house, they determined that he escaped through a window in my basement. I showed the police the Snapchat activity, and they said that they would do their best to track him down. The next school day, I went to the principal's office to report Chester. I sincerely believe that he was a threat to both myself and the other students. But here's the creepiest part of the story. My principal told me that there was no new student named Chester. He must have snuck into the school somehow and blended in with the other kids, and none of the staff bothered to confirm that he was actually a new student. Thankfully, he was never seen again, and I never heard any follow-up from the police either. To this day, I still think about what would have happened to me if I had followed him into the school basement. I might have been his next sandwich. In early September, I started my senior year of high school. I was a bit of a loner, and usually kept to myself. I lived in a very rural area in northern Washington state, so it took me some time to drive to school. During my second period class, there was a student named Keith. I didn't really know him that well, but he never really seemed to bother anyone before. I noticed that Keith was staring at me. I was at the far right desk in the front row. He mouthed a few words to me, but I could not understand what he was trying to tell me. As the day went on, I would occasionally see him in the hallways, giving me nasty looks. I tried my best to ignore him, but something about this guy seemed disturbing. Finally, it was the last period of the day, and I was about to leave. However, I stopped dead in my tracks when I noticed Keith at the end of the hall, staring right at me. I acted like I didn't see him and tried to blend in with a crowd of students who were leaving, but as I walked out the door, he watched me get into my car. I remember looking into my rearview mirror to see him standing by the parking lot, watching me as I drove away. By the time I got home, I had forgotten all about Keith's strange behavior. Later that night, I received a text from an unknown number. "I know where you live." I didn't know what to think, so I ignored it, thinking that it was a spam message, and continued working on my homework. A while later, I received another text. This time, it was more alarming. It was a picture of me walking into my school. The number then sent another picture of me in the school hallway. Both of the photographs were taken from behind. Another message then came in. It was my home address. My parents weren't home at the time, so I quickly shut off all the lights in the house and closed the blinds. The last window I got to was in the living room. I briefly looked outside to see a silhouette standing in my front yard. It was too dark to see who it was, but I closed the curtains and made my way to the basement and waited. An eerie silence settled in, as if something could happen at any moment. The silence was disrupted by the sound of the front door handle being turned. Thankfully, it was locked, but the fact that someone was trying to get inside was terrifying. 5 minutes later, I heard footsteps above me. Whoever was outside had found a way inside. I quickly hid under an old desk. I should have called the cops when I had the chance. I guess I didn't really think someone would actually break in. And now, I didn't want to give away my hiding spot. My worst fears came true when I heard the basement door creak open. I could see the light from the upstairs hallway shine in for a split second before it was switched off, plunging the basement into darkness again. It was now silent and pitch black. I then heard a voice speak. It was Keith. "I know you're down there. I can see you. Come out now." I didn't know if he was bluffing, so I didn't move. He then slowly walked down the stairs and made his way around the room. I could hear him knocking things over and getting closer and closer. He then stopped directly in front of the desk. My heart was pounding a mile a minute. All went silent again, until Keith spoke.
"Well, I gave you a chance to make this easy, but now you've really pissed me off."
At this point, my eyes adjusted to the dark, and I could see that Keith was holding a hammer in his right hand. Without thinking, I sprung out from under the desk and shoved Keith, sending him backwards, and then made a beeline to the basement stairs.
"I'm going to kill you!"
I heard something flying across the room and smashing into the old TV by the staircase. I would later find out that he threw the hammer. As soon as I got upstairs, I slammed the basement door shut and locked it, then ran out the front door.
"Let me out! I'll brains dead!"
I immediately called the police and then my parents. I heard sirens in the distance. When the cops pulled up, I told them that he was locked inside the basement. When they entered the house and opened the basement door, Keith was gone. He escaped by smashing out a window. It turns out that I had forgotten to lock the side door, which is how Keith got inside. I told the police who Keith was and showed them the disturbing messages I received earlier. 2 days later, I was called to the principal's office. I was told that Keith had been arrested and would never be allowed back to school again. Thankfully, I never saw him after that. As far as Keith's motives were, He may have had some kind of psychotic meltdown and decided to act on a preconceived obsession of me. It's truly scary. One day he seemed so unassuming, and the next, he was in my basement trying to kill me with a hammer.
This happened back in 2010. I was working in a hotel in a suburban area. Nice place. When I first started there, I was both a PT front desk clerk and a PT night auditor. For those of you not in hospitality, I closed the day out on the computers on the overnight shift. I had just been promoted to a day job and had a week left at the front desk before I was switching to my Monday through Friday gig, and it was just like any other night. At about 3 a.m., I received a phone call. The guy sounded my age, mid-20s, and attempted to strike up a conversation with me. I have to give my name when answering the phone, so he gets my name, of course, and starts asking me personal questions. Do you have a boyfriend? Would you want to go out for a drink, etc.? Which were harmless, but nevertheless I tell him I'm hanging up as I had a job to do. He wouldn't give me a name. Instead he said, "Why don't you call me John?" I hang up and finish my shift. The next night at about 3:30 a.m., I receive another phone call from John. He started off with asking me out for a drink again, to which I declined and hung up the phone. He called back about 5 times that night, each time getting more lewd in his comments, and just tried to keep me talking. He ended his last call with the phrase, "I see you like singing karaoke. I love doing that. Let's go out together sometime." He found me on Twitter. I had just gone out for a few nights prior with my friends and posted about it. I asked him how he got my full name, and he wouldn't tell me. I hung up again, and he was done for that night. I deleted my Twitter and Foursquare pages, and when my boss came in at 7 a.m., I told him what had been going on. We told my GM, and my security guard put it into his record. I only worked 2 overnights a week, luckily, but when I came back the next week, so did he. The phone calls started at around 3 a.m. and lasted for an hour or so, but this time was a little different. John was angry that I had deleted my accounts so he couldn't keep an eye on me and make sure I wasn't cheating on him. I told him I'm not answering the phone anymore. My security guard will be taking all of my calls going forward. The phone was quiet for about 10 seconds, and then he screamed, "You're going to be with me whether or not you like it. I'm coming for you," and hung up the phone. I, of course, called the police. Luckily, I had my security guard there, so I wasn't completely alone, but it must have been a slow night because it took the cops mere minutes to get there. I called my night shift supervisor, who left at 11 p.m., and he managed to calm me down. One cop was nice enough to stay until my shift was done, and with that I told my boss that even though I had a week left of overnights, I couldn't and wouldn't do it. Thankfully, they understood, and I moved to daytime hours, as well as sent an email out to everyone telling them that anyone who called for me was sent directly to the GM. Thankfully, everything stopped after that, minus a few phone calls the security guy got for about a week. He told the guy that I had quit because of him, and the calls stopped. This happened in the fall of 1993, when I was 20 years old. In the interest of context, this was before I started college, and I was working in the material prep department of a plastics factory on the night shift. I was the only woman in the department, and my male coworkers were initially skeptical that I could handle the job, but I proved myself and earned their respect. It was hard work, but on the plus side, it also put me in the best shape of my life. It was also about this time that I dumped my abusive boyfriend. He was verbally, emotionally, and physically abusive, as well as an alcoholic. This fact, more than anything, is probably why I got myself into this situation in the first place. I had just gotten off of work, and it was about 1:30 a.m. My car was running on fumes, so I stopped at a local gas station to fill up. While I was pumping gas, a woman about my age approached me looking nervous and scared. She said that she had been at her boyfriend's house and they had a fight. She walked up to the gas station to use the payphone and call a friend to pick her up. On her way to the station, a car pulled up as she was walking and the guys inside started catcalling and harassing her. With a slight movement of her head, she indicated a car that was parked off to the side by the gas station dumpsters. I saw a large light green car, like a Caddy or a Lincoln, with at least 2 or 3 shadowy figures inside. She said they threatened her, and she was too scared to call her friend and wait. The woman was neat, well-dressed, and didn't seem high or drunk or anything like that. She just seemed really nervous and freaked out, so I didn't even hesitate. I finished pumping my gas and told her to hop in the car, that I'd take her home. At that time on a weeknight, there was little traffic, so I booked it right out of the gas station and asked her where she lived. She kept twisting around in the seat to see if the car was behind us, and when I asked her to put her seatbelt on, she ignored me and kept looking for the car. I assumed she was just scared. A few blocks down the road, however, I noticed she was looking around the car, and she started asking me about money.
Where's your purse? Where's your bag? I need money. You need to give me some money.
My stomach sank. I have this woman in my car, and now she's gonna rob me? But when I thought about it, robbery just didn't make much sense. I was driving a 1985 Chevette and was wearing my work clothes, a ratty t-shirt and jeans with combat boots. I did not look like a person with a lot of cash, primarily because I wasn't a person with a lot of cash. She twisted around the seat again and started yelling.
There they are! There they are!
She didn't sound scared anymore. I checked the rear view, and sure enough, the light green car is right behind me. She started cackling and bouncing up and down in the seat. She's laughing like crazy, opening the glove box, looking in the back for a bag or purse, telling me all the messed up shit these guys are planning to do to me. Now, if I had been smart, I would have just driven to the police station. Actually, if I had been very smart, I would have called the cops from the gas station and waited with her until they arrived. That would have been the intelligent thing to do. Unfortunately, none of this crossed my mind until later. In the moment, I just got really angry. I realized 3 key things all at once. There was an intersection up ahead, with cars on either side waiting to cross, and the light had just turned yellow. I had a spare box cutter that I kept for work in the driver's side door compartment. The crazy bitch still hadn't put on her seatbelt. I didn't think. I floored it and passed under the yellow light just as it turned red. I glanced back to see if the green car was still behind me, but the cross traffic at the intersection had just started to move, and they hadn't caught up. The bitch started yelling. I slammed on the brakes and she hit the dash and windshield with a solid and viciously satisfying crack. When she rebounded to the passenger seat, I had the box cutter in her face and was screaming some serious batshit crazy stuff. I can't remember exactly what I said, but it was along the lines of, "Get the f*** out of my car before I cut off your face and make you eat it." The crazy screaming and box cutter combo worked. She grabbed blindly at the handle and popped the door open. I started shoving and punching her until she tumbled out the door to the curb. I stomped on the gas, got to the next turn, and squealed around it with the passenger's door still open. I made a few more turns because I was afraid that the green car might catch up to me. After a little while, I stopped to close the passenger door, and then I cut across town and got onto the highway to go home. I was on the highway for about 5 minutes before the shake started. I pulled off to the shoulder to calm down, and then I drove home. I told my sister I was living with her temporarily after the breakup with my ex about everything that had just happened. She wrapped me in a tight bear hug while simultaneously yelling about how stupid I was for not going to the police. I've never been so glad to be yelled at in my life. I had just finished my first year of university and had taken up a position as a taxi dispatcher with my boyfriend's cousin's taxi company. For the first week and a half, I worked mainly day shifts until the owner decided to extend the hours to 24/7, and I was the lucky employee who would be covering 3 of the 4 of these shifts a week. The next week, I was working my first night shift alone. The driver would be out all night looking for fares, which meant a lot of the night would be just me. I wasn't uneasy working such a shift by myself, since I had worked at a 24-hour coffee shop and was used to midnight shifts. It was also a Wednesday or Thursday night, so it wasn't very busy. The best part about this job was that my boss let me use the internet to play video games on my laptop in the office. From the computer desk in the office, I could see the front door, a portion of the front desk, and most of the front windows, so I could keep a close eye on what was happening outside. Plus, the bell above the door always alerted me to a new customer, so I couldn't be caught off guard if I got too into my game. On this particular night, I was working with a taxi driver named Dave. Dave is about 6'3" and 300 pounds, plus he suffers from severe health problems, one of which made all of his movements slow and painful. He definitely wasn't Mr. Fitness or the type of person who would be able to defend himself or others very easily. Sometime during the early hours of the morning, around 1:30 to 2 a.m., Dave gets a call to go pick up someone in a town about 15 minutes away. He gathered up his stuff and drove into the night, while I headed into the office and continued playing my video game. About 15 minutes later, I caught something over the top of my laptop. My mind froze. I could hear panting, and in the reflection of the window, I could see someone sitting in one of the waiting chairs. I walked to the doorway that connects the front room with the office. Some guy with a massive rat tail had managed to ninja his way into the office and was now sitting in one of the chairs with his face buried in his hands, panting heavily. He was dirty, sweaty, and sounded like he had just run a marathon. Now, the rat tail should have tipped me off, but I found it more hilarious than frightening. A few moments passed and I finally built up the courage to ask him if he needed a cab. He didn't respond at first. I asked him again, and he looks up at me. I took a step back into the office. His face was scratched and covered in blood from the wound on the top of his head. I was shocked and immediately offered assistance to him. He replies with, "I'm fine. I don't need no help. I just want to go home." I asked him if he needed a cab and, if so, where he was going. He told me he lives about 20 minutes away and wants Dave to take him home. After that, shit started to get weird. I called over to Dave using the radio to tell him that there was a fare in the office and that he wanted a ride. He told me he'd be another 10 minutes or so. My hand was on the phone the entire time in case this guy made any sudden movements. Instead of going back into the office, I decided it was best to stay out front where there are 2 great big bay windows that make it easy to see what is happening inside the taxi office. I didn't feel as though he was a threat at all, but he seemed really angry at something, so I wanted to make sure that if something happened to me, people would be able to see it. So I walked out into the front room, and as I get closer to the gentleman, that's when I see it. He's not just bleeding from the head, but from the shoulder and knee. I asked him again if he's okay, then I offered to call an ambulance for him. Bad idea. "You don't need to be doing that," he told me. "It ain't like I killed nobody, right? I never killed nobody. Don't go doing that. You don't need to call anyone. I just want to go home." "I'm sorry. I just noticed that you're bleeding pretty badly and thought maybe you'd like someone to make sure you're okay," I replied. "I didn't kill nobody. That asshole should have kept his mouth shut. He had what was coming to him. He shouldn't have said those things. But it ain't like I killed nobody. You don't need to call nobody. I just want to go home." "Okay," I tell him. "But you're bleeding." "It ain't like I killed nobody," he replied. "I swear I didn't kill nobody. Please don't call the cops. I don't need the cops. I just need to go home. I didn't kill anyone." Silence for a few minutes. He notices the phone clutched in my hand. "I fell down," he blurted out. "Pardon?" "I fell," he repeated. That's why I'm bleeding. I fell. It ain't like I killed nobody." He suddenly got up and started pacing. He was growing impatient for his cab, and I was scared. Blood was now on the chair and floor. I had the phone in my hand, and every once in a while he broke the silence with another string of incoherent babbling about how he had done nothing wrong because he hadn't killed anyone, and that I didn't need to call the cops because he was a good guy. Eventually Dave radios over that he's about 2 minutes away, and I breathe a sigh of relief. He pulled up out front. The man gets into the car and they drive off. Now I'm worried for Dave, so I call the cops. I reported what happened, and they followed the taxi cab to this guy's house where they arrested him. Turns out this guy had run away from a nearby bar after he had physically assaulted a fellow patron. To what extent, I never found out. He injured him with a sharp object, I assume a pocket knife or needle, took off running, fell and managed to find his way to the taxi office. During his time in the cab office, the police had been searching for him, so technically no, he didn't kill anyone, but he did assault and attempt to murder someone. I also found out that one of the other drivers, Steven, knew the guy from high school years ago. His name is Duke, which explains the rat tail, and he has a history of violence. He also has a history of coming home drunk and cracking his wife's skull open from time to time. Whether he had planned to that night, I couldn't say, but I'm just glad that the guy ended up in the drunk tank for the night. His wife was unharmed, and the guy who got stabbed apparently didn't die. At least, I assume he didn't, since I still see Duke every now and then walking the streets with his glorious rat tail, which means he didn't get arrested. But in all seriousness, I wish you guys could have seen this rat tail. That thing was impressive. It was winter 2012, and I was 18 or 19 at the time. I was working at a petrol station in an average-sized town in England. It was an okay job, good money for somebody who was at college at the time, and it was just a shame it was a weekend job. So while my friends were getting drunk and having fun, I was in a petrol station serving taxi drivers and the occasional drunk. It started off like any other night. Serve people, clean up, do stock, the average night shift work. Since it was winter, the night was really dark and you could only see faint outlines of people walking back and forth even with streetlights. The place where I worked was situated across the road from a pub and had an alley running beside it that led to a housing estate. Around 3 to 4 a.m. as I finished cleaning a set of shelves, I noticed a figure standing in the alley just out of the light, but just enough to hide his face, but you could make out his clothing. I initially brushed it off as somebody waiting for a taxi as it seemed harmless enough. I sat down in my chair behind the counter and looked at my phone and played some games for a bit. When I looked up, it was 5 a.m., and he was still there, waiting, watching me. To make my situation worse, after 5 there was hardly any traffic or passerbys. I had that guttural feeling that he had some harmful intent. I was safe, however, as I locked in till the morning. I stared back in a trance, trying to keep an eye on whatever he would do next. After a while, I needed to use the toilet, so I went and came back thinking that he might have walked off. But he didn't. He was still there. I then decided not to do my last job until my coworker came in to start their shift, as my last job was to take out the fire extinguishers and sand buckets. It got to be about 6 a.m. The figure faded back into the alley, and I didn't see him for the rest of the shift. When my coworker arrived, it was still dark, and I usually walked the 10 minutes back home, but I got a taxi home after that shift. I felt that the guy could be anywhere, still watching me. I told my coworkers and family members about my experience, and they said they personally haven't experienced anything like it and wouldn't like to either. I was very nervous when doing my shifts from then on, feeling like as soon as I let my guard down, he would strike, but thankfully nothing else happened after that. I quit the following summer to go to university.
I worked at a gas station for a brief period of time almost 5 years ago. During that time, I worked overnight shifts. The city that the gas station was in, I would describe as pretty quiet and small. In the overnight hours, there would never be much business. I would be the only one working for most of my shift, and I'm kind of surprised that we were even open all night at all. The gas station was along a road not too far off the highway, so it would get some traffic. There weren't really any other businesses close by though. Probably 3 weeks after I started working there, I had gotten the hang of the routine. But still, I was always a little nervous working overnights. Being by myself in the gas station, not knowing if anybody who walked in there could be dangerous, was something I thought about far too much. But through the first couple of weeks that I had worked there, nothing too unusual happened. But that all changed one night. The time was probably 2, maybe 2:30 a.m. Things were very quiet. As I sat behind the counter, I saw a car pulling into the gas station from the road. The car drove past the 4 gas pumps that we had and started driving towards the parking spaces right out front. But it didn't park there. Instead, it turned and went to the side of the building. There were a couple of extra parking spaces there. Maybe 30 seconds later, I saw somebody. It was a man, and he was walking towards the door. He opened the front door and came inside. When he did, he walked straight towards me at the counter. The man then spoke, saying that there was a problem with the free air that we had. On the side of the building, in front of one of the parking spaces, we had free air that people could use to fill their tires. The guy said that his car had terrible air pressure in the tires and he really needed it and asked me to help. I wanted to help the guy, but I really didn't know how to fix the machine if it was in fact broken. Beyond knowing how to use the machine, I didn't know much about it. I told the man that I probably wouldn't be able to help him, but he asked that I come out and try anyways. I agreed to, and I followed the man outside the gas station. We walked out front around to the side. When we got there, I saw the man's car. It was an SUV, and it was not parked at the space for air, but was parked like 3 spaces over instead. I also looked at his tires, and the ones that I saw appeared to have plenty of air in them. Things were starting to seem a little bit strange. Furthermore, when we got to the air pump, I picked it up to see that it was working just fine. I said to the man that it seemed to be working. He told me that when he tried it, it didn't work, and then asked me to explain to him how to use it. I started explaining it to the man. He stood right next to the building as I stood in the parking space where you would park to use the machine. As I spoke, I saw out of the corner of my eye the SUV start moving. It looked like it was backing up. I was about to ask the man if that was his car, but he told me to keep explaining. I started to, but then heard a sudden screeching of tires. When I looked to the side, I saw the SUV headed straight towards me. I jumped out of the way and got to the sidewalk next to the building just before the car would have ran me over. The car ended up hitting the air pump and then quickly turning to the side. I saw it start to back up. I got up and ran for the gas station door. The other man who had been standing talking with me had already ran away around the building towards the back of it. I got inside the gas station and went to lock the doors immediately. The car outside drove around and then back to the side. I got to the doors, locked them, and then witnessed the car speeding out of the parking lot and back onto the road. I kept the store closed for a while with the doors locked. Nobody tried to go in during that time though. I made a call to the police, who came out a short time later and took down all of the information that I could give them. We did have a few security cameras. Unfortunately, none of them were angled to show that side of the building. One of the cameras at the gas pump saw the car speeding away, but the quality was not nearly good enough to show the license plates. All I could give was the make and model of the car and a description of the man. In the end, that was enough to make me quit that job. I gave my 2 weeks notice the next day and got another job after that. Working overnights at a gas station wasn't for me, and I have a lot of respect for the people that do it. I'm not sure why those guys tried to run me over either. I could have been seriously injured that night.
So when I was a senior in high school, I began babysitting for a single mother, Angela. She had 2 kids, Lauren, who was 12, and Ryan, who was 7. Now, Angela had recently divorced from her husband, and I started babysitting for their family before the separation, so I had a sideline view of the messy situation at hand. After the divorce was finalized, Angela came into a good deal of money and ended up buying a 2-story, white brick old house in a historic neighborhood of my town. Now, when I say this house was old, it was old. The type of old that carries a smell with it. The type you can hear in every floorboard. The type that carries so much history, you can't but feel like memories are seeping out of the walls. The type of old that is pleasant during the day, magical even. But at night, it seems foreign, scary, like you're just a guest passing through a structure that will remain long after you have left. So, when I was watching the kids one Friday night, which was a normal night with them, Angela always said she had dinner plans with friends, but I know she was going to a bar and getting plastered because she would always come home and leave the money on the dining room table, yell thank you in a slurred voice, and proceed to walk up the incredibly creaky stairs, all without coming into contact with me. On this night, it was around 9 p.m., and I had just gotten the kids into bed. They each had their own bedrooms, but slept in Ryan's bunk beds because she hated sleeping alone. Usually, Lauren would stay awake and play with her tablet for a little bit before falling asleep. But Ryan usually passed out pretty quickly, once I could finally get him to stop getting up, for water, to pee, for another story. It would literally take 20 to 30 minutes to get him to bed. Anyway, it's 9 p.m. I'm alone downstairs in the den. The actual living room didn't have a TV, it was more of a sitting room. And the den, of course, was closed off and had its own door. There's only one way in or out of that room, which I left open so I could listen upstairs for the kids if they needed me, or if they were sneaking out of bed. As I'm sitting on the couch flipping through the channels trying to find something to watch on TV, I hear a very light knock on the front door. Now, I can see the front door from where I'm sitting because it was a straight shot from the den, and the couch was back far enough that all I had to do was lean my head back. I should note here, the only lights that were on inside the house were the upstairs hall light, the den lights, and a small lamp in the kitchen. The only light that allowed me to see the front door is what it cast down the staircase. The front door did have 2 slender windows on either side of it, but they had curtains that were drawn. So apart from the solid door and 2 closed curtain windows, I couldn't see outside on the front porch. Maybe it was because the house was so old, and I used to hear it creak all the time. Or because I'm a lock freak and keep all entrances, windows included, to any place I'm staying, locked tight. I had seen way too many horror movies to forget to lock a door, so I didn't go peek out one of the windows. I simply decided to ignore it, even though it definitely started up my adrenaline. I continue flipping through the channels. At this point, I'm not really paying attention to the TV anymore. Maybe a minute passes, and I hear the knock again, but this time, it's a little louder. Loud enough that I can no longer pass it off as the house creaking. Quiet enough that it wouldn't wake the kids. Now I have no choice but to get up off the couch and peek out one of the windows. Trying to be sneaky, I crouch down and look out the window from a really low way if someone was watching through the curtains, that hopefully they wouldn't see me. But when I draw the curtains back, no one is there. The only things I see are an empty street illuminated by the classic looking street lamps and a very dark front yard due to the shadows being cast by several large wide trees. I'm not gonna lie to you, I was pretty freaked out. I'm a high school senior babysitting 2 kids asleep in bed in a large old house that already gives me the creeps on its own. I was literally in the setting of every single horror movie right now. Having too much adrenaline to go back and try to watch TV, but not feeling threatened enough to call Angela or the cops yet, I opt for sitting on the bottom step of the staircase, which was right in front of the door, and playing on my phone, checking the front door lock before I go to sit down just in case. I kid you not, maybe 10 seconds after I'd sat down, I hear the knock again. But this time, instead of being sneaky, I simply peek out the curtain at eye level, just in time to see someone run behind one of the trees in the front yard. Let me tell you, I actually let out a sigh of relief. Where I grew up, Ding Dong Ditch was a staple for teenagers, and I could handle harmless teenager pranks. Usually, to get the ditchers to stop, just simply turn on the porch light. So that's what I did. I laughed a little as I walked back to the couch. I should have reasoned that it was just a prank from the beginning. But as my butt hits the couch once again, I hear yet another knock. But this time it's even louder than the last 2. So now my anxiety has turned to annoyance. I've got 2 sleeping kids upstairs, and if this knocking persists, it could wake them, leaving me to the task of getting them back to bed. So, up from the couch I go, I pull one of the curtains back, revealing an empty lit front porch, and proceed to flick the porch light on maybe 5 or 6 times, leaving the light on after I'm done. But instead of going back to the couch, I stand there and wait with the curtain open, daring any teenager to try to ring that doorbell or knock one more time. After a few minutes, I feel confident that I may have gotten them to leave. So I turn the porch light off, close the curtains, and head back to the den. What greets me 5 minutes later is the loudest knocking I've ever heard. It honestly sounded like someone was trying to break the door down. At this point, I don't know what I'm feeling more, anger or fear. I rush to the front door, pull back a curtain, flip on the light, and I come face to face with a person wearing a full-on bunny rabbit costume. Think the Easter bunny, but the costume looks 50 years old and is incredibly dirty. For maybe 10 seconds, I just stand there in utter shock. A creepy bunny costume was the last thing I expected to see. A teenager laughing his head off? Sure. An escaped convict wielding a knife? Sure. A dirty old bunny rabbit costume? Not a chance. The creepiest part was, they're just standing completely still, staring straight ahead at the front door, until they slowly turned their masked head and looked directly at me. That is when I noticed that the mesh eyes that are usually on costumes like this, you know, the ones to allow a person to have some sort of vision, have been completely cut out. So I'm actually looking right into the eyes of the person hiding inside this thing. And that is what triggers my fight or flight. Not because there was a creep rabbit stranger on the front porch, but because those eyes looked so empty, I felt like I might be swallowed up if I stared into them for too long. I jumped back from the window, pulled the cell phone from my back pocket, and went to dial 911, still keeping my eyes on the bunny man, but further away from the window now.
911, please state your emergency.
There's a man on my front porch in a creepy bunny costume. He's been knocking on the door for a little over 10 minutes.
Okay, ma'am. Is he still on the porch now?
Yes, he's staring at me through the window. Can you send someone here, please? Fast. I'm babysitting 2 kids.
Alright, can you give me your name and address? We will get someone en route.
I give them my address and name, and then ask, how fast can they be here? Something is really off.
We have officers nearby. They should be there shortly. Just stay on the phone with me until they arrive, okay?
Okay. Before either of us have a chance to say anything, I feel a tug on my shirt, which almost made me shit my pants. I've been so focused on the phone call and keeping an eye on the bunny man, I didn't hear the kids come downstairs. When I spun around to look at them, the kids peered at me and could see the bunny man, and both promptly let out a blood-curdling scream. This then triggers the bunny man, who begins to bang wildly on the front door again. At the sight of his raging on the front door and 2 terrified kids, I keep the phone in my hand but pull it away from my ear. Wrap the 2 kids up in my arms before quickly rushing them into the den and closing the door behind us. Even through the closed den door, we can still hear the banging. Laura and Ryan are both crying at this point and refusing to let go of my waist. Will someone get here soon? He's banging on the door again, and the kids are awake and scared shitless.
They're only a few minutes out. Can you and the children try to find a safe place to hide?
We're in the den with the door locked. There really isn't a place to hide in here.
Okay. Keep the door locked and sit tight. Officers will be there soon. Can you still hear him outside?
Yes, it's really loud. I'm scared he's gonna break the door down.
Okay. Officers are a minute out. Can you describe the costume this person is wearing?
It's a white old bunny looking costume. It looks really dirty and the eyes are cut out.
Are you sure this is a male?
But before I can respond, the banging at the front door stops. The banging stopped.
The banging stopped?
Yes, it's quiet now.
Okay, just stay where you are. Officers are in your neighborhood. Ma'am, officers have arrived at the scene. Do not exit the room you are in until police announce themselves.
Don't you want me to unlock the door for them? Please don't kick it down. This isn't my house.
Ma'am, officers say the front door was wide open upon arrival. Just stay where you are. Officers will get to you shortly.
But the door was locked. I always keep the door locked. To wrap up this very long story, somehow when the police arrived at the front door, it was wide open. Even though I know it was locked, I'd even checked after that second time Bunny Man knocked. But Bunny Man was nowhere to be seen. The police did a search of the house, which was all clear. No one inside except the three of us, and they couldn't find him around the outside of the house either. They said they would canvass the area, but I'm not sure if anything came of it. They did leave an officer to wait outside the house until Angela got home. I called her as soon as the police got to us from that room, and I was able to get off the phone with 911. I think they could see how shaken I was. I refused to babysit for anyone for a long time after that night, maybe a solid year. And when I did start babysitting again, I would jump anytime I heard anything outside after dark. To this day, I don't know if they ever found the Bunny Man. I don't know what his intentions were. Maybe it was just to scare the shit out of random people. Or maybe it was something worse. But either way, that was by far the creepiest thing to ever happen to me while babysitting. Ever. I'll tell you my story, but I need to leave out some identifying details. I was living in a very secluded place. I got a reference from one of my friends who was too busy to babysit for this family, who was vacationing nearby at a house near the ocean. The house was less than a mile from the beach with nothing but sand between us and it. There were only a couple vacation homes and they were all pitch black when we arrived. The dad had picked me up from my house. There was no moon or street lights, so I could not see the ocean, but we were close enough that I could hear it. This would have been creepy enough all by itself. That wasn't even the scary part. So the parents leave. We have popcorn and watch some TV for an hour or so before it's bedtime. The kid is about 3 or 4, I wasn't sure. He didn't talk to me at all, hitting all the creepy horror movie stereotypical checklist points. That was creepy thing number 2. I put him in his travel crib to sleep in and settled down in a chair in the room because I thought maybe he'd be too scared to sleep alone in a strange place with his parents gone. Well, he proceeded to kneel and stare at me through the mesh wall for around 30 minutes. I tried coaxing him to lay down and even offered to tell him a story or two. About this time, the mom calls to check in. I inform her he's not falling asleep, and she says, "Oh, you have to leave him alone in there and close the door. You can leave the light on and just ignore whatever you hear. He'll tire himself out eventually." So I'm like, WTF, but whatever. I tell him goodnight, close the door, and he still continues to just stare at me. I go to sit in the next room when this thumping noise starts. It starts slow, then continues to get louder. So I get up to peek into the room and see what he's doing. I know the mom told me not to worry about it, but I had to see what the hell was going on. I look in. He's banging his head on the side of the crib pretty hard. But again, it's one of those flimsy travel cribs, more like a playpen. So he's not really gonna hurt himself, but he was lifting the whole thing up a few inches off the ground with the force of his head bouncing off of it. As soon as I went to close the door again, he immediately stopped and stared right at me with this blank and creepy face. I quickly closed the door, and the banging started once again and then continued for another 20 to 30 minutes, then stopped. I peek in one last time and he's fast asleep. Butt in the air, face on the mattress. Turned to the side so I knew he could breathe okay. The next 3 hours of complete silence were a bit torturous. I could not wait to leave. It's quite possible this child had some issues, with the lack of speech and his behavior. But to not warn me at all was kind of wrong on the parents' part. It goes without saying. No surprise here that I never sat for them again. Thank God. This happened around 20 years ago, so the details involved are a little bit hazy. I was in middle school. I lived in an upper middle class neighborhood in a little New England town with virtually no crime. I had just started babysitting and had just taken a whole babysitting course at a local hospital. After putting up some flyers, I got my first gig. It was at a house in my neighborhood, about a 5-minute walk from my house. They had an older girl who was maybe 8 or 9 and a young toddler, Their mom was giving me a rundown of their routine, and then gave me a little tour of the house. We went into her son's bedroom, and she said something to the effect of, that's odd, why is his window open? Quickly shut the window and seemed somewhat distracted from that point on. She hurried through the rest of the tour and then told me to go hang out with the kids while she finished getting ready. About 2 minutes later, she hurries in, sort of hustles us out the door and then outside. I'm pretty confused at this point, but being an awkward, shy middle school age girl, I just go along with it. Once we get into the driveway, she pulls me aside and tells me she went back to her bedroom after noticing those windows were open and saw that most of her jewelry was missing. Soon after telling me this, about 10 cop cars come flying in, guns drawn, the whole works. The cops told me to leave, so I headed home. Pretty terrified. Turns out the burglar, who had broken in the night before, was still hiding in the son's closet, right next to where we were standing when the mom realized the windows were open. I don't really like to picture or wonder what would have happened had she not noticed that open window and left me there for the night to babysit her 2 kids. Needless to say, that was the beginning and end of my babysitting career. I used to babysit for a family that had 2 boys, 110 and 112. They were a lot more easier to care for than you hear about boys those age are. They played a lot outside in the backyard. They even had a full tree house that they spent a lot of time in. A lot of times when I was over there babysitting, they would spend a lot of the time just playing in that tree house. There were even times when their parents would let them camp out in that tree house. Normally just in the summer, but in those instances, I only had to go up and check on them every so often. This took place during a pretty hot summer. The kids were all excited about sleeping out in the treehouse that night, and their mom told me it would be okay, just to check on them ever so often, and I tended to always do this, including after they'd gone to sleep. So I went back and forth several times. The boys were staying up late, reading comics, and just being boys. When I went to check on them around 11 o'clock, they had finally fallen asleep. I turned off the light and went back to the house. On the way back, I paused for just a moment. There's a light on in the second story of the house, and that wasn't unusual on its own, but as I was walking back, I saw the light turn off. This definitely wasn't a case of my eyes playing tricks on me either. I wasn't sure what to do at first, but I took out my cell phone and called 911. And after that, I climbed back into the treehouse, turned on the light quickly, and woke up the boys. I didn't tell them what I'd seen, but only that they would hear police sirens and not to worry about it. Soon the police arrived, and I watched them from the treehouse as they went in. An officer soon came over to the treehouse as well to indicate to us that it was okay to come down. I watched again as cops came out of the house with a man in cuffs. They had found him, hunkered down in the boys' room closet, holding a knife. I don't know if he was waiting for them, and I don't know if he was waiting for me. Maybe he was just there to rob the place. All I know is I'm very thankful that I saw that light go off. I was babysitting for a family that I've been doing this for several years. They always paid me very well and gave me extra money for pizza for dinner and all that. So after a couple of hours after the parents had left, and once the kids had done all of their homework, I went ahead and ordered the pizza. When the pizza guy arrived, it was a different guy than I'd seen before. He was a bit awkward at first, not really seeming to acknowledge that I was there, just kind of giving me this creepy look. After a moment, he looked over at the car and told me he had gotten the pizza wrong. He went back over to his car, grabbed another pizza, and came back to deliver this one. He gave me the pizza, I paid him, and he left. When I opened the pizza, I noticed that I actually had gotten the wrong pizza. I just assumed this guy was new and had made some sort of mistake. I called the pizza parlor to let them know, and they told me that they would send a new one out. About half an hour later, the kids were getting pretty hungry and frustrated. But finally, the pizza came not long after. It was the same guy. He apologized and we exchanged pizzas. He was about to leave before I checked the pizza myself, and once again, it was the wrong pizza. I called the guy back and he apologized, but by now, I was getting irritated. He went back to his car, got another pizza, confirmed that it was the right pizza, and then he left. I was just bugged by this guy, but happy that I finally was able to get the kids fed. Halfway through eating the pizza, the doorbell rang. I went to check on it, and it was that same pizza guy. He told me that I'd overpaid for the pizza, which I know that I haven't. He gave me $10 and I just took it and he left. Thankfully, he didn't come back for the rest of the night, which was great. I put the kids to bed and read until his parents came home. I got into my car to go home. About 2 hours later, there was a knock at the door. I was still awake because I was studying for a big test. When I answered it, it was the police. Someone had broken into the house I was babysitting for, claiming he was my boyfriend. I had to refute the story and identify who it was. Don't think it comes as any surprise to anyone reading this that it was the pizza guy. He didn't know I was the babysitter and assumed that I lived there. He tried to get in late at night and got caught, claiming, "I'm your daughter's boyfriend." Well, obviously he went to jail, and I have no doubt that he kept screwing up on purpose in order to keep coming back to that house. I'm sorry that family I babysit for had to go through this, but I still watched over their children often.